Chapter 1. Even a mountain chicken in the sect lives longer than her. Do not blame me, you should never have been born. It is a supreme honor to contribute even a little to your sister before you perish. A breathtakingly beautiful woman coldly gazed at the girl before her. In her hand, she held a sharp bone-picking knife, blood dripping onto the ground, as if the child she had just butchered were not her own flesh and blood, but merely a stray dog on the roadside. Such cold-heartedness terrified the servants into silence. The girl lay there, her scarred back fully opened, her spiritual bone extracted, her throat gasping like a punctured bellows. Mother, mother, mother. As the light faded from the girl's eyes, a piece of inferior candy fell from her lips as she ceased to breathe. This was the only sweetness of her life. Very sweet, yet painfully so. With a casual toss, the woman sneered icily. Die, you little bastard. She cried. She cried. Finally she cried. Heavens, she remained motionless for so long, I thought she had kicked the bucket. Are you an idiot? Can't you speak? Ji Wushuang drowsily opened her eyes, finding herself in a chaotic world, surrounded by 5 old spirits who regarded her as if she were some rare treasure. Strange? Hadn't she died? Why was she still alive? Ji Wushuang attempted to speak, but what emerged was a soft, feeble whimper. The old spirits murmured, this little girl, whether fortunate or unfortunate, had her spiritual bone extracted and was thrown off a cliff. By some twist of fate, she fell into a crack in the divine tomb space, and yet managed to survive unbelievable. Ji Wushuang quickly grasped the situation. She had borrowed the body of another. Though she did not understand why she had been resurrected, she was nonetheless quite satisfied with being alive, even if it was in such a manner. However, the original owner of this body was still too young, merely 2 or 3 years old, and thus had no memories. The only thing she recalled was at the moment of death, she had tasted the sweetness of candy and the excruciating pain as her neck was sliced open to extract her spiritual bone. What a pity. The child's body possessed impressive potential, likely possessing dual spiritual roots of fire and wood, with exceptionally high quality and excellent material for alchemy. Yet now, without her spiritual bone, the body was worthless. No matter how superb the spiritual roots were, they would remain useless, acting merely as a vast funnel through which any cultivated spiritual energy would ultimately dissipate, resulting in failure. The 5 old spirits huddled together, murmuring, "What now? She isn't dead yet. Can you nurse a child? Nurse my foot. Although I wear women's clothing and have a large chest, I am still a man." In her previous life, Ji Wushuang was the indomitable sword sovereign, feared by gods and demons alike, renowned for her remarkable feats, unmatched across the 9,000 realms, with a consciousness that was terrifyingly powerful. She quickly assessed the situation within the divine tomb, where only these few old spirits could be considered human, while the rest were various malevolent beings. This meant that if Ji Wushuang wished to survive, she must seize hold of these old spirits. She blinked her bright, innocent eyes and gazed adorably at the 5 old spirits, who were momentarily stunned by her gaze, leading to an even more fervent discussion. This child's eyes are truly beautiful. What use is beauty? She's so young and has no spiritual bone. She will die here within 3 days. After so many years, we finally see a living one. What a shame. Grandpa's beautiful sisters, why are you floating in midair? Her clear, childish voice was sweet and melodious, reminiscent of honey. The old spirits were momentarily enchanted, rendered motionless. Ji Wushuang, with an exceptionally thick skin, felt no embarrassment. As for the notion that the indomitable sword sovereign needed to rely on cuteness to survive, she felt utterly unfazed. Moments later, the old spirits exchanged glances, then erupted in a chorus of exclamations. What the heck? This little ghost can see us? What nonsense! This is my disciple. Get lost! This is my precious darling. Step aside. Let me nurse the child. Ji Wushuang. Wasn't it said that they were merely men with large chests? What nursing? After a fierce dispute, the 5 old spirits failed to reach a consensus and decided to jointly take Ji Wushuang as their disciple. As for why they insisted on taking a waste like Ji Wushuang under their wing, the reason was simple. The divine tomb was a randomly drifting small world. Even these 5 had come together by piecing their fates from different grand worlds. Ji Wushuang, having been cast off a cliff, had miraculously fallen into the divine tomb through a crack. This was fate. Ji Wushuang, this suddenly arrived little darling in the divine tomb, was their last hope. A decade flew by in the blink of an eye. As the name suggests, the divine tomb is the resting place of the gods, overflowing with rich spiritual energy and abundant treasures. Her masters frequently took her on excursions, excavating ancient treasures today, feasting on a Sunto-transformed dragon tomorrow, and savoring the divine honey brewed from what spirits the day after. Most importantly, they secretly pilfered the origin energy of the divine tomb to refine Ji Wushuang's body. Thus, Ji Wushuang grew up nourished by these heavenly treasures. On this day, 12-year-old Ji Wushuang, burdened by a large package, looked helplessly at her sobbing 5 masters. The eldest master, with white hair and eyes, appeared ethereal but had a penchant for secretly feeding Ji Wushuang, acting as her meal companion. The second master, though fierce in demeanor, was actually soft-hearted and even prone to tears, having secretly cried several times over Ji Wushuang's body. The third master was the most cunning, a remarkably handsome old man, filled with countless schemes, teaching Ji Wushuang many novel techniques. The fourth master, fond of cross-dressing, was the most visually pleasing among the 5, possessing an ethereal beauty and a scent of medicinal herbs wafting from his very soul. The fifth master spoke the least but often quietly doted on Ji Wushuang, ensuring that anything she mentioned would miraculously appear in their cave the very next day. As the passage of the divine tomb was about to open, the eldest master expressed regret. "Wushuang, you are still so young. What if you are bullied once you go out? Why not wait for the next connection between the divine tomb and the grand world? You can go out then." The fourth master punched him. Ji Wushuang. "Thank you, fourth master." From afar, disturbances heralded the imminent opening of the divine tomb's gate. Ji Wushuang, amidst her master's tearful pleas and wails, stepped out of the divine tomb. Without spiritual power, she naturally could not possess spatial equipment. She could only tightly clutch her package, which contained the bones infused with her master's consciousness and the treasures they had given her. As for which bones, those were chosen by her masters themselves. Some believed their ribs were particularly beautiful. Others thought their skulls were especially handsome, while one fancied the unique structure of his left pinky toe bone. Once this task was completed, she could simply await her demise. After all, the divine tomb connected to the 9,000 realms, and she knew nothing of the identity or origin of this body. She was utterly in the dark. As for her past life, those individuals were likely devoured by the abyss, far more thoroughly than her own death. With such a lethargic mindset, Ji Wushuang finally emerged from the magnetic storm of the divine tomb, her hair in disarray and her clothes filthy, a gentle warmth enveloping her. It was sunlight. Ji Wushuang raised her head, allowing the sunlight to cascade upon her cheeks. Her chubby, soft face revealed a contented smile reminiscent of an old man. She felt at ease, yet those around her were left dumbfounded. My heavens! This person is incredibly lucky. She managed to crawl out at the last moment of the trial. Truly a stroke of fortuitous luck. But whose child is this? Why does she come in such ragged attire to participate in the sex selection? How disrespectful. In an instant, various emotions, jealousy, mockery, disdain, and resentment poured toward Ji Wushuang. Confused, she blinked, only to realize that the exit of this divine tomb connected to someone else's sect trial site. How awkward. Would they believe her if she said she did not wish to become a disciple? A gentle, stunningly beautiful woman approached, softly grasping her hand. "Congratulations, little junior sister, for passing the first assessment at the last moment. From today onward, you are a disciple of our sect." Ji Wushuang. This was entirely unnecessary, wasn't it? As Ji Wushuang was about to decline, she suddenly looked up and saw the 3 sparkling characters in the air. Yunlan's sect. Goodness gracious, is this not the toe, or rather, is it the sect of the second master? Truly, it is said that one may tread upon iron shoes in vain, yet stumble upon fortune effortlessly. Chapter 2. A Genius or a Wastrel. Since this place is indeed the Yunlan sect, Ji Wushuang shamelessly decided to partake in the subsequent trials of the heart's inquiry path. The rules were exceedingly simple. Those who could ascend to the peak within a day would be admitted to the inner sect, while those unable to do so would be classified as outer disciples or servitors based on their ascent. Ji Wushuang carried her masters with fortitude and gracefully set foot upon the heart's inquiry path. With each step, it felt as though a colossal stone rested upon her shoulders. Such is the formidable nature of the heart's inquiry path, which tests the disciple's character. Even as one approaches the end, the weight upon them doubles with every step, and the path of inquiry is sure to conjure various trials of the heart. Perseverance, determination, and vigor none can be overlooked. She ascended with a composed and untroubled demeanor, step by step, unaware that her actions not only startled the elite contenders around her, but left even the masters of various sects utterly astonished. Why does this seemingly tattered, frail girl traverse the heart's inquiry path with such ease? Upon the Lingxiao platform, the leaders and elders of the 5 great sects were gathered, their usual calm demeanor replaced by fiery gazes, fixated on the diminutive figure on the heart's inquiry path. What an astonishing sight! To have them retrace the heart's path might harbor some trickery. Why is this little girl advancing with such swiftness? Could it be that she is the fabled, naturally gifted Tao body, a favored child of the heavenly Tao? Congratulations, Master Lian, came a voice tinged with envy, belonging to Xiao Chun, the leader of the Fengxian sect. Everyone knew that Xiao Chun and Lian Xing, the leader of the Yunlan sect, were sworn enemies, hailing from the same cultivation city, entangled in a web of rivalry. Now, with Lian Xing suddenly acquiring such a remarkable talent, it was enough to make one green with envy. The other 3 sect leaders and elders, though silent, cast glances at Lian Wuchen that dripped with jealousy. Given the character of this old curmudgeon, his delight was likely to soar to the heavens. How infuriating! Such a prodigious talent. Why did she not join their sect? And how could the earlier scouts have failed to discover her? They had unwittingly allowed Lian Xing to reap such a bountiful reward. The crowd. How shameless! You speak so eloquently, yet would you dare to relinquish her to us? On the heart's inquiry path, Ji Wushuang calmly surpassed one trial taker after another, reaching the summit in a mere 2 hours. At the moment of her ascent, a brilliant light surged forth, dispersing the clouds and mists, revealing to Ji Wushuang the resplendent, ethereal palace of the ascending hall atop the Lingxiao platform. To seek the great Tao and ascend to the heights, what an exquisite ascending hall it is. Congratulations, junior sister, spoke a gentle woman, her smile warm and inviting. You are the first to conquer the heart's inquiry path. The sect master, along with the peak masters and elders, awaits you inside. Please enter. Ji Wushuang nodded in gratitude, taking 2 or 3 small steps to enter the ascending hall. Lian Xing cleared his throat, managing to suppress his grin and maintain his authoritative demeanor as the sect master. State your name, disciple. Ji Wushuang performed a respectful greeting. I am Ji Wushuang. Lian Xing assumed the girl was merely unfamiliar with formalities due to her recent entry into the Tao, and thus he did not dwell on it. Present the spirit testing stone. The first step for all sects in recruiting disciples is to assess their spirit roots, but at that stage, it merely determines whether one possesses any spirit root at all. Only after overcoming 2 significant trials and arriving at the ascending hall may one qualify to measure the purity of their spirit root. Generally speaking, those who pass 2 trials will possess spirit roots of no lesser purity than 50, 60, or 70%. Should the purity reach 80% or higher, there is a strong likelihood that they will be accepted as direct disciples by a God Transformation Master. Ji Wushuang approached the spirit testing stone with an air of calmness. As her hand lightly touched its surface, it erupted into dazzling brilliance. A fiery crimson, a lush emerald, it was the pinnacle of spirit roots. Moreover, it possessed dual attributes of fire and wood. While it is true that dual spirit roots may cultivate at a slower pace than a single spirit root, this was an extraordinary spirit root. With an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, this girl could very well embody the prowess of 2 geniuses in one. Xiaochen could no longer contain himself, grinning widely as he declared, "Little girl, I am Xiao Chun, the leader of the Fengxian sect. Should you choose to join us, I assure you that your path to immortality will be unimpeded, and the entire Fengxian sect will be your support." The leaders of the other 3 sects quickly joined the fray to recruit her. "Child, come to my Yushan sect. We excel in alchemy, and your spirit root is perfectly suited for becoming an alchemist. No, little girl. Join my liaison. Your excellent spirit root and extraordinary comprehension make you ideal for studying formations. Child, choose the Jianting sect in this world. Only sword cultivators reign supreme. Ji Wushuang blinked her clear eyes, devoid of any ripples, just as she was about to respond, when Lian Xing suddenly chuckled coldly. None of you need to entertain such thoughts. She is my disciple, my direct disciple. At these words, all the sect leaders who harbored intentions of snatching her were left disheartened. Goodness gracious! Lian Xing had truly invested heavily. It is known that Lian Xing had long since vowed to accept only 5 disciples in his lifetime, and this was the final spot. While Ji Wushuang indeed possessed remarkable spirit roots, comprehension, and intellect, she was still a dual spirit root. If they were to accept a direct disciple, they would choose one with a single spirit root. Selecting a dual spirit root would not deem her worthy of the title of sect master's direct disciple. While the others grumbled, suddenly, the brilliance of the spirit testing stone ceased abruptly. Like a falling meteor, swift and fierce. This startling turn of events left everyone stunned. The sect leaders stared in disbelief, collectively inhaling sharply. Why did the spirit testing stone extinguish? Could it be that the previous test was flawed? As they pondered this, the next moment, the spirit testing stone began to flicker, as though intoxicated, alternating between brilliant radiance and utter darkness. It flashed wildly, nearly blinding the onlookers. The crowd? Is the spirit testing stone malfunctioning? Lian Xing's brow furrowed deeply. In a single step, he moved beside Ji Wushuang and grasped her pulse, only to discover that while she undeniably possessed a pinnacle spirit root, she seemed to lack a spirit bone. Lian Xing was uncertain. Though there was no spirit bone within her body, the spiritual energy was remarkably abundant, which was exceedingly strange. Lian Xing's slender, phoenix-like eyes widened in shock. Without a spirit bone, this meant that her extraordinary talent could never be realized. This astonishingly gifted girl would be doomed to a lifetime as an unworthy cultivator. Chapter 3. The Space Jade Pendant and the fortunate child of the old immortal Lian Xing's mood resembled that of a soul bound to the back of a great rock. Soaring high one moment and plunging into the abyss the next, a genius is still a genius, yet a genius devoid of a spiritual root is utterly useless. His gaze met that of the young girl, whose bright eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. She appeared frail and tattered. Yet despite having lost her spiritual root, she had traversed countless hardships to arrive here. It was indeed admirable. However, if he were to tell her that she could never cultivate again and must leave Yunlan's sect, where would she go? Would she perish in the outside world? Would she harbor resentment towards fate and humanity? Under ordinary circumstances, Lian Xing would not possess such empathy, yet the fall of a genius always evokes profound regret. Not to mention, this prodigy was nearly his disciple. He sought the right words, pondering how to refuse without hurting the young girl's pride. When suddenly she spoke, "There is no need for the sect master to take me as a disciple. I truly cannot cultivate. I did not come to your esteemed sect to seek enlightenment, but rather to deliver something. Once it is delivered, I shall leave." Deliver something? After all, the bones of cultivators, refined by spiritual energy, serve as excellent materials for crafting among many demon cultivators. Lian Xing had steeled his heart. Yet upon learning that this child was a descendant of Yunlan sect's lineage, his resolve faltered. On the other side, Xiao Qian, observing Lian Xing's demeanor, sensed something amiss. This so-called little genius was undoubtedly problematic, and Lian Xing seemed intent on retracting his offer to take her as a disciple. Yet, having boasted so boldly, how could Lian Xing escape unscathed? At the very least, he should lose some face. He had already formulated scathing remarks. The esteemed sect master of Yunlan sect speaks insincerely, contradicting himself. What a disgrace! Through clenched teeth, Lian Xing managed to utter, "There is no need for sect master Xiao to concern himself." Xiao Qin grinned like a cunning wolf. "Concern? How could that be? We are both cultivators. This is your potential disciple. Come here, little girl. I am a dear friend of your master. How about I present you with a gift? Come, accept it." As he spoke, there was a flicker of shooting stars in his gaze. To vex Lian Xing further, this shameless fellow had even employed a verbal technique on a younger generation. Lian Xing's heart sank. If Ji Wushuang were to be influenced by the verbal technique and accept the gift, it would be akin to placing him on the grill. The other three sect masters reveled in the unfolding drama. Eager to witness how Lian Xing would navigate this predicament, would he begrudgingly accept this dubious genius, or would he be mocked by Shao Qin for his poor judgment? Unexpectedly, Ji Wushuang uttered a sharp command. And with a resonant sound, Shao Chun's verbal technique dissipated without a trace. Aside from the caster, Shao Chun, everyone else presumed he had experienced a moment of conscience and decided not to trouble the child further. Yet, Shao Qian was in disbelief. He pinched his own hand fiercely to confirm he was not hallucinating before rising abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on the young girl. With his true eye, he could see through everyone's bone age at a glance. This girl before him was indeed 12 years old. There was no mistake. Moreover, her aura felt pure, clearly indicating she was not a vessel for possession. A 12-year-old girl. How could she have shattered his verbal technique with a mere word? This was no genius. This was a freak of nature. Such a little prodigy, even if her physical condition caused her spiritual root to be unstable, was hardly an obstacle. Shao Qian stepped swiftly to Ji Wushuang's side, urgently stating, "Little girl, since Lian Xing is unwilling to accept you as a disciple, how about you become my personal disciple instead? Heaven and earth bear witness." Shao Qian knew full well that Ji Wushuang possessed a flawed spiritual root. Yet he was still eager to accept her because she could traverse the path of heart with ease and dismantle his verbal technique with a single word, at such a tender age. Possessing such extraordinary talent, without a doubt, she was a natural embodiment of the Tao. In the future, she could master the 6 great arts of cultivation: array formation, talismans, alchemy, weaponry, beast taming, and spirit nurturing. She would excel in all. He had to snatch her away, however. Lian Xing perceived Shao Chun's actions as nefarious, suspecting the old fox wished to force him into accepting a disciple. This was a personal grudge between him and Shao Qin. And it should not impact the young girl. If she were to enter Shao Qin's sect, what tragic fate might await her once he discovered her lack of a spiritual root? Shao Qin, with his ethereal demeanor, was most likely to be spiteful and unwilling to relent. Very well. This child had endured countless trials to arrive here, and being a descendant of Yunlan's sect was indeed a connection. Now, to be further entangled by the formidable Shao Chun was a sign of fate. If there was destiny, he would take her as a disciple. Resolving his thoughts, Lian Xing felt a surge of clarity and said, "Sect Master Shao, you have arrived too late. I have just declared that this is my personal disciple." Shao Chun was genuinely envious. Such a genius was something he coveted. Ultimately, it was up to the little girl to make her choice. Was it not? "Little girl, which master do you wish to choose?" "Choose? This is my disciple. I am clearly the more suitable choice," Ji Wushuang. That she did not wish to choose either, as the two continued to bicker. A second contender entered the scene. This was an enchanting maiden, appearing around 15 or 16, with skin as fair as snow and exquisitely delicate features. Her presence was extraordinary, reminiscent of mist and rain. Wind and dreams, a vision of ethereal beauty. Upon entering the grand hall, all eyes were inevitably drawn to her, including those of the 2 arguing sect masters. The young girl seemed accustomed to such attention, for she had always been the most radiant presence. Even if someone temporarily overshadowed her brilliance, they would ultimately meet a tragic end, like her own elder sister, for instance. She had always believed herself to be unique, for her instincts had always been remarkably accurate, enabling her to easily avoid danger and discern fortune from misfortune. After unexpectedly acquiring a space jade pendant, this sense had intensified. The old immortal within the pendant had informed her that she bore the great fortune of the heavens, destined to be the child of destiny in this realm. Thus, she resolutely left her parents to participate in the sect selection. After all, her family was merely a small clan in the cultivation world, unable to provide the nourishment necessary for the growth of a child of destiny. She had arrived at Yunlan's sect, the foremost sect in the eastern continent of Tianlan. She felt that her fortune awaited her here. Indeed, the 2 illustrious young men froze upon seeing her, likely stunned by her stunning beauty. The girl smiled gently and greeted the assembly, "Disciple Imo Lanyi," saluting all esteemed seniors. The jade pendant's old immortal seemed to sense something and hurriedly reminded her. "Imo Lanyi, that gentleman in the white robes, who is as elegant as an orchid, is the sect master of Yunlan's sect. You must strive to become his disciple." With your talent, you are certain to become his final personal disciple. Once you do, all the resources of Yunlan's sect will be at your disposal. Go forth and showcase your abilities. Imo Lanyi brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, I will make the sect master take me as his personal disciple. As for the ragged and pitiful Ji Wushuang, Imo Lanyi paid her no mind whatsoever. Chapter 4, Little Wushuang. I might be your little ancestor upon seeing another contender ascend. Lian Xing and Xiao Chun exchanged glances. Temporarily halting their quarrel, Lian Xing did not forget to use his spiritual energy to lift Ji Wushuang beside him, placing a golden, glimmering mat beneath her, which was evidently a treasure, and even provided her with several spiritual fruits, urging her to enjoy them. His protective demeanor left Ji Wushuang both amused and exasperated. She once again transmitted her thoughts to him. Sect Master Lian, I appreciate your kindness, but my body may not be suited to be your disciple. Lian Xing's tone was cheerful. Do not worry, little girl. I feel a profound sense of affection for you. We are surely destined to be master and disciple. It cannot be wrong. Affection? How does the sect master know? It's intuition. Intuition? In her past life, Ji Wushuang had cultivated to the realm of sanctity, battling the heavens with her own strength, her consciousness having long surpassed comprehension. Now, in her reincarnation, while she had lost her cultivation, her consciousness, domain, and Tao remained intact. Risking divine retribution, she reached out to sense the causal fluctuations surrounding sect Master Lian and suddenly understood. So, it turns out that Lian Xing was a disciple of her second masteress lineage. No wonder he bore a fierce demeanor reminiscent of her weeping second master, appearing as a lofty flower or a moon in the clear sky, yet was surprisingly soft-hearted and somewhat gullible, indeed. A trait passed down through the generations. Ji Wushuang mused, Sect Master Lian, while our master-disciple bond may no longer exist, I might just be your little ancestor. Since this was a junior of her own lineage, Ji Wushuang felt no need for formality. She plopped down, her lazy demeanor surfacing as she munched on the spiritual fruits with delight, just as Imo Lanyi prepared to test her spiritual root. Astonishing everyone present with her talent, a sound of fruit being eaten suddenly echoed through the hall. She widened her eyes, suspicion taking hold as she noticed the little beggar had brazenly approached the sect master of Yunlan. Not only sitting on his mat but also eating his spiritual fruits. Grandfather Immortal, who was that person? The old immortal within the pendant surveyed the scene and disdainfully replied, a worthless wretch incapable of cultivating. Pay her no mind and prepare to astonish everyone. Understood. Imo Lanyi lowered her gaze and placed her hands on the spiritual stone for testing. Soon, the stone radiated a brilliance as bright as the sun and moon. The once listless assembly of sect masters was left in astonishment. This dot was a luminous spiritual root. It appears that the purity exceeds 70%. What a prodigy! How fortunate is the Yunlan sect! The light spiritual root is indeed the most exceptional among the 9 major spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Only the light spiritual root is closest to the source of power. In other words, it can be a natural healer, a formidable practitioner of light, and even capable of reshaping the human form. Reviving the deceased with mere flesh and bone. It is important to note that consuming medicinal pills, unless they are of the highest quality, inevitably leaves behind pill toxins. Yet, the light spiritual root can completely heal wounds without leaving the slightest side effect. A purity of over 70% is extraordinary. Listening to the praises and discussions of the crowd, Imo Lanyi's lips curled into a slight smile, eagerly awaiting the various sects to compete for her apprenticeship. Indeed, a certain peak master from the transformational divine peak approached with a beaming smile. Child, I am the master of Zelene Peak. Our peak possesses countless spiritual herbs, perfectly suited for your light spiritual root. Would you be willing to become my disciple? This master appeared kind and benevolent, with bright, gentle eyes, exuding an amiable demeanor. Imo Lanyi paused, remaining silent, when another elegant and graceful peak master interjected. Child, I am the master of Luoyue Peak, renowned for its combat techniques. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Still, Imo Lanyi remained reticent. Her gaze occasionally drifting towards Lian Xing. The peak masters immediately realized that she held little regard for them. Aspiring instead to be taught by the sect leader, had she arrived earlier than Ji Wushuang to ascend the path of heart, it would have been uncertain whom the sect leader would choose as the final direct disciple. But now, it seemed this young woman would leave empty-handed. The light spiritual root is indeed a rarity, and one with over 70% purity is undoubtedly a gem among people, but alas, she had arrived too late. Lian Xing furrowed his brow and remarked, "Since you are unwilling to be the direct disciple of the peak masters, then at least accept the status of an ordinary inner disciple." Mo Lanyi was taken aback. This was not the outcome she had envisioned. In her premonition, she had expected to be fiercely contested over by the various sect leaders, all vying to take her as a disciple. Ultimately, she would steadfastly choose the Yunlan sect, which would result in the sect leader showering her with affection and fulfilling her every request. Why had things turned out this way? Grandpa Immortal, what should I do now? The old ghost immortal was equally perplexed. Once a true immortal from the upper realm, he had fallen here after being secretly plotted against by enemies. He had chosen to contract with Mo Lanyi due to her uniqueness. She bore great fortune and a trace of a special bloodline, which allowed her to unconsciously practice divination. By following Mo Lanyi, he believed he could ascend to the upper realm once more, and she had promised to help him reconstruct his golden body in the future. Their collaboration had been exceedingly harmonious, with her divination results consistently accurate. Why had it suddenly faltered? If Lian Xing does not take you as a disciple, choose another peak master. Although being a direct disciple of a peak master does not hold the same status as that of the sect leader's direct disciple, it is certainly better than being an ordinary inner disciple. Hurry, which one should I choose? Zilin Peak. You must learn to leverage your advantages, and you shall become a treasure for the entire sect. Understood. Mo Lanyi blinked, adopting a timid demeanor, and with a bashful smile she said, I would, of course, be willing to become the Master's disciple. However, the previous peak masters were all eager to take me as their apprentice, which left me somewhat flattered and momentarily indecisive, leading to this misunderstanding. After speaking, Mo Lanyi turned to the master of Zilin Peak, kneeling in respect. I am willing to join Zilin Peak. Naturally beautiful. Mo Lanyi's high concentration of light, spiritual root imbued her with an innate charm. Her smile evoked the sensation of countless pear blossoms in full bloom. The master of Zilin Peak, Yu Qing, was immediately delighted, using spiritual power to assist Mo Lanyi to her feet while stroking his long beard and exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful! Who would have thought that during this sect examination, both the old man and the sect leader would encounter a disciple? Truly a cause for celebration. Ha ha ha! Congratulations to the sect leader of Yunlan. Congratulations to the true Master Zien. Mo Lanyi's smile froze at these words, and she inwardly questioned the old ghost immortal. Grandpa Immortal, did you not say this little beggar was worthless? Why then does the sect leader take her as a disciple? The old ghost immortal, having once been a true immortal, perceived others as transparent. He snorted coldly, stating, This little beggar indeed possesses an exceptional spiritual root, but lacks a spiritual bone, meaning she has no spiritual energy within her root. She likely concealed this fact and deceived Lian Xing. Mo Lanyi scoffed internally. I knew my premonition would not be wrong. This beggar actually deceived me out of my opportunity. Humph, I will not let her have it easy. With a sweet smile on her face, she spoke in an exceedingly cheerful tone. Hello, little junior sister. I am Mo Lanyi, at the second level of Qi refinement. Oh? Little junior sister, why do you lack cultivation? Have you not yet introduced Qi into your body? That should not be the case. You are the sect leader's direct disciple and should be an unparalleled genius. Why is it that you cannot even draw in Qi? Are you unwell? I am of the light spiritual root and can assist in your healing. Chapter 5. The fortune represented by the golden light in her brow has faded. Thus, even if it might seem impolite, the other peak masters accepted it, considering it merely a minor rudeness. However, Lian Zhongmin, feeling protective and somewhat guilty, had a different perspective. He was already concerned that the matter of his little disciple's spiritual bone being excavated would become known, leading to future scorn and contempt. He was trying every possible means to conceal it. After all, it was merely a spiritual bone. If necessary, he could seek rare resources to reconstruct one for his little disciple. Yet, this individual dared to publicly expose his little disciple's shortcomings. Preposterous. Equally enraged was Xiao Qian, who could easily dismantle his speech with a single word. Even if there were some issues with Ji Wushuang's spiritual root, she was not someone a mere walking medicinal jar could criticize. Indeed, Xiao Chun was known for his high standards and pride. To him, what was a rare light spiritual root but a walking medicinal jar? As long as one was powerful enough, with sufficient strength, one would only bully others and never be bullied oneself, thereby rendering medicinal jars unnecessary. He smiled slightly, the corners of his eyes lifting with a captivating charm, and remarked, "You, with your 70% spiritual root, should refrain from meddling in matters concerning geniuses." This was a direct translation of, "You, an ordinary disciple, should not concern yourself with matters of genius." Imo Lanyi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at the strikingly handsome young man clad in red. Feeling that things were not as they appeared in her premonition, this man should have been among those vying for her attention, yet here he was, mocking her instead? How infuriating! It was all that little beggar's fault. Imo Lanyi, still just a delicate girl of around 10 years old, had been pampered by her parents since childhood. Anyone who opposed her met a dismal fate. After embarking on her journey of cultivation, she had the protection of the old ghost immortal, acquiring treasures, space, secret arts, and even a transformed spiritual root. Everything had been smooth sailing for her. Even before arriving here, her premonitions had been favorable. I merely wanted to lend a helping hand to my fellow disciples. Helping? Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Since when did the esteemed Yunlan sect require assistance from a mere junior disciple? In times of trouble, your sect leader and your master are present. Does it need to fall to you? Moreover, if they cannot resolve it, you certainly cannot either. Those who understand will know your intentions, while those who do not might perceive you as rather annoying that I did not. You know best whether you did or not. Keep your petty schemes to yourself. Do you think everyone is a fool? Xiao Chun was certainly not the type to be kind-hearted like Lian Xing. Imo Lanyi's arrival had clearly indicated her intentions toward Lian Xing, and upon confirming he had taken a disciple, she shifted her focus to Ji Wushuang. TSK, playing mind games, Imo Lanyi is nothing of consequence. The master of Zilin Peak, Yu Qing, appeared somewhat awkward, signaling Imo Lanyi to refrain from further comments. For Xiao Chun was known for his sharp tongue and vindictive nature. Yet, Yu Qing did not believe in her petty schemes. A mere girl, her aura so pure and untainted, was not as insipid as Xiao Chen claimed. Ji Wushuang looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment, not anticipating his protective stance toward her. When their gazes met, he winked repeatedly. Little Wushuang, are you perhaps captivated by my gallant demeanor? Ha ha ha. You may also choose to become my disciple. Ji Wushuang. Imo Lanyi, hearing this, felt her face flush crimson and inwardly shouted at the old ghost immortal. Grandpa Immortal, do you have any way to deal with this scoundrel? The old ghost immortal was indeed displeased by Imo Lanyi's usage of the term scoundrel, finding it rather unrefined. Yet, how could he deny her request, given her special bloodline and fortune? Yes, senior. Fortunately, at that moment, the third and fourth disciples who had reached the summit also arrived, diverting the attention of the crowd. The two ascending disciples were young men, appearing around 17 or 18 years of age. One possessed a sharp demeanor. Though dressed simply, his eyes were resolute, exuding the essence of a sword cultivator, with strikingly handsome features that hinted at his extraordinary nature. The other, similarly aged, bore a gentle countenance, adorned in luxurious garments, exuding elegance and charm. He seemed to recognize the sect leaders present, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. Disciple Lu Xingzhou, greetings to all esteemed masters. Disciple Lian Yuan, greetings to all esteemed masters. Ji Wushuang sat beside Lian Xing, observing the circumstances of the two individuals with keen clarity. Both were enveloped in a faint golden aura of fortune, their features bright and promising, embodying the essence of true talent among mortals. This indicated that they were not only favored by luck, but also possessed commendable character, far from being nefarious individuals. Moreover, was the surname Lian indicative of a familial bond with Lian Xing? The fact that her second master's sect could nurture such promising disciples suggested it could sustain 5,000 years of fortune. With a light laugh, Ji Wushuang averted her gaze, unaware that another individual had also discerned the fortune surrounding the pair. Wait. Upon seeing Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan, the old ghost immortal's eyes suddenly brightened. These two are quite impressive, with excellent potential, and they possess fortune as well. Go and absorb their fortune. Understood, Grandfather Ghost Immortal. Shall I go now? Yes, at once. One is at the peak of chi refinement. while the other is at the 12th level of chi refinement. Once they establish their foundation, the secret technique will no longer be able to siphon their fortune. Indeed, the two were remarkable, one possessing a 9-fold mutated ice spiritual root and the other a 9-fold thunder spiritual root. Both extraordinary beings who had been taken as direct disciples by two sequestered grand elders. The status of such disciples was even higher than that of typical peak masters' direct disciples. Although the two maintained a stable temperament, they were still inexperienced novices, unable to suppress their joy, standing to the side with smiles that were hard to contain. Congratulations, Brother Lu, Brother Lian. Clearly, she had reached the pinnacle before them, indicating that the young lady had an exceptional character and extraordinary talent, perhaps even surpassing theirs. Junior sister, congratulations to you as well. Brother, I am Imo Lanyi, a disciple of Zelene Peak. Since we are fellow sect members, it is a form of fate. Here is a protective talisman I brought from my hometown, a humble gift for both of you. I hope you will not despise it. Mo Lanyi presented two talismans with both hands. Her beautiful face framed by eyes that seemed to convey unspoken words, evoking a sense of compassion that made rejection difficult. Both received the talismans, expressing their gratitude. Ji Wushuang took a particular glance at those talismans. They appeared ordinary, lacking any extraordinary attributes. However, when she turned her gaze back to the two, she was startled to find that the golden aura of fortune between their brows had not faded. Chapter 6. The foolish devotee loses everything in the end. Although the talisman showed no abnormalities, the disappearance of fortune occurred in an instant, and it was highly likely linked to that talisman. Were it not for the fact that this transpired right under her nose, and that it involved the siphoning of fortune from her second master's disciples, Ji Wushuang would typically refrain from meddling, recognizing that everyone has their own tribulations and fortunes to contend with. However, the audacity of the action was too much to overlook. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Wushuang formed a hand seal, and suddenly, rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens. Boom! This thunder not only reverberated throughout the mountain, but also brought with it an overwhelming aura of thunder. Ji Wushuang exclaimed, "This shameless heaven! Why did you not intervene when that person used secret techniques to steal fortune? Now that I wish to retaliate, you dare to strike at me? Do you have no shame?" Boom! The heavenly Tao evidently caught wind of Ji Wushuang's grievances, unleashing another round of thunder. Seemingly indignant at being challenged, it had not detected anyone siphoning fortune. It suspected this sudden anomaly was attempting to deceive it. Ji Wushuang could only roll her eyes heavenward, abandoning her intention to intervene with divine techniques. Although her soul was powerful, her physical form was but a frail vessel. A single strike of heavenly thunder could very well lead to her demise. Nevertheless, she had other means. The only individuals the two had interacted with were Imo Lanyi. The secret to the siphoned fortune undoubtedly lay with her. Ji Wushuang rose, hastily consuming a spirit fruit, securing her masters on her back, and leapt down from the heights, swiftly approaching the trio. Imo Lanyi's expression stiffened, puzzled as to why Ji Wushuang approached, wondering if she intended to claim one of them for herself. Liu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan also spotted Ji Wushuang from afar. Liu Xingzhou, being a fellow cultivator, bore no disdain for someone of humble origins and did not pity those who struggled. However, Lian Yuan was different. He exclaimed, "Junior sister, have you been injured? Is everything all right?" Ji Wushuang's current appearance was quite disheveled, leading Lian Yuan to believe she had encountered some mishap on her path. He reached for a pill to offer her. Ji Wushuang replied, "No need. Is there anything troubling you, junior sister?" Ji Wushuang raised her gaze. "Resembling a soothsayer, I see a dark omen upon your brows. Calamity may soon befall you. If you wish to remain unscathed, it would be wise to stay within the sect for the next 5 years." The act of siphoning fortune was not a one-time affair. If they could safely endure the next 5 years, their fortune would eventually replenish. Ji Wushuang had good intentions, yet Lian Yuan and Liu Xingzhou could only smile wryly. Even feeling a bit displeased, "Junior sister, we are cultivators. Our path is one of defiance against destiny. How can we hide away for 5 years simply because of your ominous foretelling? Indeed, if we were to do so, we might cultivate inner demons." Unbeknownst to them, Imo Lanyi's expression had turned quite grim. "Master, could that beggar have seen something? Fear not, she lacks such capabilities. It is likely mere coincidence." Imo Lanyi then relaxed, smiling gently. "Yes, little junior sister, You cannot cultivate. You cannot stop Brother Liu and Brother Lian from practicing. That would be unkind at this. The two realized Ji Wushuang had yet to absorb cheat, so she was unable to cultivate. They exchanged glances, harboring some contempt for this petty beggar who could not bear to see others thrive. However, their hearts were broad enough not to voice any harsh words. They merely distanced themselves from Ji Wushuang. Just then, the next group of testers arrived, and the two seized the opportunity to create distance from Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang blinked, feeling she had done her utmost. If they chose not to listen, there was little she could do. However, just as she resolved to step back, a sudden wave of heat emanated from her backpack. Ji Wushuang hurriedly opened it, revealing a glowing, searing object. It was her second master's toe. It seemed intent on causing a ruckus if she ignored it. Ji Wushuang remarked. So, this Lian Yuan is someone important to my second master? The toe flickered again, prompting Ji Wushuang to reluctantly concede. Yes, I understand. Since Lian Yuan held a special status, it seemed she could not ignore this matter any longer. Fortunately, Ji Wushuang possessed a remarkable trait. As long as she was not embarrassed, it was others who would feel awkward. She readjusted her backpack and strode confidently to Lian Yuan and Lu Xingzhou, blocking their path. Even with their good temperaments, they felt a flicker of annoyance. This girl had cursed them upon their first meeting and advised them to hide like turtles. Yet now she dared to impede their way? With a slight smile, Ji Wushuang extended her hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ji Wushuang. I apologize for my earlier words. If you would forgive me, let us shake hands. This gesture was inspired by a custom Ji Wushuang had observed in a realm devoid of spiritual energy, which fostered a completely different system from the cultivation world. Lian Yuan, initially inclined to scold Ji Wushuang, was struck by her delicate, pitiful appearance, and his heart softened, leading him to extend his hand to grasp hers. Pleasure to meet you. I am Lian Yuan. I will not pursue this matter further. But junior sister, please be mindful of your words in the future. Ji Wushuang nodded, drawing a wisp of energy from her soul to activate the celestial evolution map, subtly covering it over Lian Yuan. This celestial evolution map was one of the extraordinary treasures of the transcendent realm, formless and intangible. It was a spoils of war Ji Wushuang had seized from the fallen divine emperor during their battle. The reason that the once dominant celestial emperor fell was that, no matter how he attempted to calculate his fate, he was always met with death. Fearing his demise, he forcibly altered the heavens, ultimately becoming a fallen emperor, yet still perishing at Ji Wushuang's hands. Once the celestial evolution map unfolded, Ji Wushuang could glimpse Lian Yuan's future, allowing her to use it to steer him away from catastrophic misfortunes, thereby assisting her second master. However, Ji Wushuang never expected in his lifetime. Lian Yuan's path was clear and expansive. Though he faced trials and tribulations, he ultimately became a formidable figure. Yet, he fell in love with an unattainable woman. During an excursion with her, he sustained injuries in his meridians and unwittingly inhaled a mysterious toxin while protecting her. Consequently, his cultivation stagnated, and the woman stated her feelings were merely those of a sisterly bond. Devoid of love, more extraordinary talents appeared around her. Lian Yuan grew envious, gradually twisting into someone who sought to force the woman into a marriage using his family's influence. Ultimately, both Lian Yuan and his family were uprooted by the woman's admirers. And even the sect leader Lian Xing met his end. They all became mere stepping stones for her ascent. Ji Wushuang. ? What a melodramatic plot twist. Celestial evolution map. Are you jesting with me? The celestial evolution map, nearly glitching in anger, retorted. Woman, be cautious with your words. I am calculating his future. You, a foolish, soft-hearted devotee, are utterly clueless. As the saying goes, a sycophant who flatters others ends up with nothing. This perfectly describes him. Chapter 7 Ancestor. You have finally returned. Ji Wushuang gazed at the youth before her with a complex expression, causing Lian Yuan's hair to stand on end. W's wrong, junior sister? Ji Wushuang shook her head, releasing Lian Yuan's hand, and turned her attention to Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou twitched his mouth, reluctantly shaking her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Xingzhou. The celestial map activated once more, and Lu Xingzhou's fate was no brighter than Lian Yuan's. Both were born as twins. One life, a path that seemed unimpeded. Another life, a premature demise. How premature? Merely 2 years hence. 2 years later, Lu Xingzhou secretly entered a place of inheritance belonging to a powerful being, a master of the sword path. After enduring countless trials, he finally unraveled the mysteries of the inheritance. Yet, just as he began to draw the power into his consciousness, a woman suddenly appeared beside him and patted his shoulder. The power of the inheritance erupted violently, reducing Lu Xingzhou to a fool. After the explosion, the inheritance became much more docile, and through a twist of fate, the woman who had touched Lu Xingzhou absorbed the power. With such an opportunity, her consciousness expanded tenfold. She broke through her limits, transforming from a moderately talented individual into an exceedingly rare prodigy. Indeed, Lu Xingzhou was merely a tool. What was most infuriating was that the woman claimed, despite not knowing why Lu Xingzhou had become a fool, that she was willing to care for him for a lifetime, since they were both from the same sect. Everyone praised her compassionate heart, unaware that she had seized Lu Xingzhou's opportunity and rendered him a fool. The celestial map seemed to chuckle, reveling in their misfortune. The descendants of the sword's sovereign family were all such naive fools. Ji Wushuang fell silent. In both celestial interpretations, the woman's appearance remained obscured, leaving her unable to eliminate the threat beforehand. What to do? Just as Ji Wushuang pondered, an awkward voice interrupted her thoughts. Junior sister. Could you let go now? Ji Wushuang realized she was still holding on to him. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Lu Xingzhou's handsome face had flushed, his deep-set eyes shimmering as if he were a flustered maiden. Composed, Ji Wushuang released her grip, while Imolan Yi, unable to hold back, whispered, Junior sister. Although we cultivators do not adhere to worldly conventions, even if you are fond of both senior brothers, you cannot hold onto their hands like this. The other sect leaders are still present. Be mindful not to tarnish the reputation of our Yunlan sect. Imolan Yi's frown and earnest demeanor starkly contrasted with Ji Wushuang's nonchalant expression, further solidifying Lin Yuan and Lu Xingzhou's belief that Ji Wushuang's earlier misfortune was merely a facade. She was here to take advantage of them. Although they were men and did not mind such things, an odd sensation lingered. Ji Wushuang thought it futile to say more. She would reveal her identity to the sect leader once the test concluded. Her short limbs made climbing difficult. Ji Wushuang mused, Is this your nephew or your pet dog? The subsequent tests proceeded smoothly, with both single and dual spiritual roots present, varying in purity, yet no mutated or special roots appeared. The various peak masters reaped rewards, and the atmosphere was jubilant. Before departing, Xiaoqin handed Ji Wushuang a token, smiling, Little girl, your talent is exceptional. If in the future Lian Xing, this fellow, can no longer teach you, come to my Fengxian sect. Fengxian sect was not the sect mentioned by several masters, but it could not be ruled out that a name change occurred over time. Once the affairs of Yunlan sect were resolved, it would be worth a visit. With this thought, Ji Wushuang accepted the token. Lian Xing nearly suffered a heart attack. Am I really such a poor master that you have to accept this brat's token? Lian Xing nodded repeatedly. Which peak does your elder belong to? I shall summon the peak master, and no need. Please have the sect leader come. Lian Xing was amused by this seemingly small child pretending to be an adult. He waved his hand, using spiritual energy to pull her, reducing the distance to Xing Peak. Xing Peak was Lian Xing's mountain, featuring a main peak and 88 subsidiary peaks. It was said that his main peak alone was equivalent to the area of an ordinary sect. Vast and rich in spiritual energy, causing envy in others, Ji Wushuang first removed her backpack and placed it on the table, diligently wiping away the dust, her movements cautious. Although Xing Peak was devoid of dust, she prepared thoroughly. Lian Xing found himself increasingly impressed by Ji Wushuang. Her respect for her elders truly reflected her filial nature. Ultimately, Ji Wushuang presented a small toe bone, placing it on the table. Just as Lian Xing was about to speak, the world suddenly dimmed, and overwhelming, terrifying pressure surged forth, sweeping across the area with a destructive force. The vast, boundless spiritual energy crashed like endless tides against the barrier of Xing Peak. Boom, boom. Even Lian Xing struggled to breathe, feeling his spiritual energy boiling within him. Damn it, Wushuang, come here quickly. Now he could only do his utmost to protect Wushuang. Unexpectedly, Ji Wushuang uttered a perplexing phrase. Sit cross-legged. Embrace your heart, guard your spirit, breathe deeply, hold your breath to steam your marrow, gather spiritual energy towards the giant gate, flow between the Kuei and Mao, and infuse it into the heavens. seeing Lian Xing frozen in confusion. Ji Wushuang urged, "Hurry." Lian Xing complied, and soon felt the boiling spiritual energy gradually calm. Even the bottleneck he had been stuck at for 200 years began to loosen. This. Don't lose focus. Embrace your heart and guard your spirit. Yes, perhaps due to Ji Wushuang's calm and persuasive voice, Lian Xing unconsciously followed her instructions. By the time Lian Xing concluded his meditation, 10 days had passed. Upon introspection, he was overjoyed. He was now just a step away from advancing to the later stage of merging. Lian Xing opened his eyes to find his newly accepted disciple happily munching on an unknown piece of meat. Upon noticing Lian Xing's awakening, Ji Wushuang hastily stuffed the meat into her mouth, exclaiming, "Sect leader Lian, if you don't wake up soon, I shall starve." Ji Wushuang had not undergone fasting. Going without food would lead to her demise. Lian Xing, feeling awkward, stammered, Wushuang, what exactly happened?" It dawned on him that Ji Wushuang had naturally communicated with him through sound transmission at the Ascending Sky Palace. How could she be an ordinary child? Everything had felt so natural that he had not noticed. Was it possible that Ji Wushuang possessed some incredible fortune? Ji Wushuang replied, "Please invite the esteemed ancestors from outside the peak to come in." As the foremost sect in the eastern continent of Tianlan, Yunlan sect had endured numerous calamities, such as the demon-slaughtering war, the celestial extermination war, and the beast tide of a millennium, establishing an unparalleled foundation. Lian Xing himself was a cultivator at the merging stage, with the 18 disciples of Yunlan above him, all at the tribulation stage, and even one great master at the ascendant stage who had retreated from the world. Lian Xing had met the esteemed ancestors, but regrettably, the great master had not even cast a glance at him, his gaze wandering until it fell upon a piece of toe bone on the table. The great master's murky eyes suddenly sparkled, tears unconsciously streaming down his cheeks as he forgot he was a master at the ascendant stage, rushing forward to grasp the bone with trembling hands. Chapter 8. The Great Master was her junior apprentice. What is it like to witness a near-death great master weep like a child while clutching a toe bone and calling out for an ancestor? It is simply bizarre. A non-tribulation great master possesses a lifespan of 30,000 years. In other words, the ancestor's ancestor. How ancient must he be? Perhaps the great master wept so sorrowfully that the consciousness within the toe bone was finally activated. A translucent figure radiating the glow of the Tao appeared, handsome and resplendent. It was Ji Wushuang's second master, Lian Beihai. Lian Beihai glanced disdainfully at the great master, saying, "Is that you, little stone?" Yes, it's me, ancestor. I never expected you to grow so old. Ancestor, you have been gone for far too long. Sob. Why are you crying? Are you mourning a grave? Oh wait, I'm already dead. So a little crying is permissible, but don't weep for too long. This strand of consciousness won't last long. Woo-woo, ancestor. Quiet down. Oh, the aged man, with hair like snow, truly sobbed and stifled his cries, gazing adoringly at Lian Beihai's ethereal form. Only then did Lian Beihai say, "During the celestial extermination war, I, along with several others, perished by a twist of fate. Our bodies and souls were drawn into the divine tomb, lingering there. How long has it been since then? Ancestor, nearly 60,000 years have passed. Ancestor, however, there's one thing that troubles me." Upon hearing that his ancestor had something weighing on his mind, the great master straightened his back. "Ancestor, please command me." "Wushuang, second master, I am here. There's one more thing. Please command me." "Yes, your revered ancestor has been able to return to her roots. All thanks to you, dear junior uncle. You must treat her well indeed." As Ji Wushuang watched Lian Beihai's consciousness grow increasingly shallow, her eyes, which had long been prepared for parting, could not help but brim with tears. "Second master, Wushuang, take care of yourself." Ultimately, Lian Beihai's visage was frozen in a gentle smile, then whisked away by a gentle breeze. It was a melancholic, protracted farewell. Once Lian Beihai's presence had completely faded, Ji Wushuang finally raised her hand to wipe away the dampness at the corners of her eyes, respectfully gathered the toe bones, and reluctantly handed them to the Grand Elder of the Ascendant. The Grand Elder hastily produced a jade box from his spatial storage, carefully placing the bones inside. He then sniffed back his tears and smiled at Ji Wushuang like a blooming trumpet flower. Ji Wushuang, caught between laughter and tears, said, Dear Master Nephew, there is no need for such formality. I have other tasks at hand. What tasks? Please, command me. Upon hearing this, Shirley's expression darkened as he bitterly smiled. Junior uncle, to speak candidly, many sects have fallen after the battle against the celestial execution. Among the 5 great celestial sects of yore, only our Yunlan sect remains. Of course, with the fall of some, others rise. Such is the fate of the current 5 great celestial sections. Ji Wushuang accepted this news with calm composure, nodding as she declared, even so, I must seek them out. But the Tianlan continent is vast, and your health. Shirley hesitated, realizing that his junior uncle could not cultivate. The prospect of locating the remnants of the other 4 great celestial sects on the Tianlan continent seemed insurmountable. One misstep could lead to peril. How could he face their ancestor if something were to happen? Ji Wushuang too fell into contemplation. Shirley then suggested, how about this? You remain within the sect, and I shall seek out a method to reconstruct your spirit bones. Once they are restored, you can cultivate at your own pace and then search for the remnants of the other 4 sections. What do you think? Given the circumstances, it appeared that this was the only feasible option. Ji Wushuang expressed her apologies. I have troubled you, dear nephew. Shirley smiled broadly. Will you accompany me then? Reflecting on her second master's concern for the hapless Lien Yuan. She shook her head. No, I shall remain within the sect. Since it was a matter of significance to her second master, someone with potential and fortune, she would offer her assistance. Chapter 9. Ji Wushuang experienced the feeling of a nouveau riche. Shirley felt a tinge of regret for not having been able to escort his junior uncle away. But he dared not delay any further. After all, with her current lack of cultivation, it meant that she was, well, a mere mortal. Mortals have lifespans of merely a century or so, which is but a fleeting moment for those of their exalted ranks. In truth, even the ants within the sect might outlive her. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to help her reconstruct her spirit bones. Just before departing, Shirley introduced Ji Wushuang to the 18 disciples of Yunlan. After greeting each one, she asked them to wait momentarily. The group of esteemed elders then witnessed their freshly minted junior uncle diligently scribbling with a brush, finally completing her task after much effort. This is a token of my regard for all of you, dear disciples. Upon receiving the tokens, Shirley and the others found themselves staring at a series of incomprehensible scribbles. Their mouths twitched in disbelief. They were tempted to exclaim, Junior uncle, we cannot understand this. Yet, facing Ji Wushuang's earnest and solemn demeanor, the hearts of the elders melted at her adorableness, and they hurriedly accepted the tokens, handling them with care. Thank you, Junior uncle. Thank you, Junior uncle. Only then did Ji Wushuang smile. In her previous life, she had been a half-saint, possessing countless techniques and treasures at her disposal. Although she did not practice them herself, she would occasionally peruse texts to pass the time. Her extraordinary consciousness allowed her to remember every technique after only a single glance. Thus she possessed a vast repository of knowledge within her mind. The techniques she selected were the most suitable for each of her disciples. Seeing her smile, the others resolved that even if their junior uncle gifted them childlike scribbles, they would treasure them dearly. Shirley gathered his gift, selecting 10 individuals to venture forth in search of treasures, while the remaining 8 stayed behind to protect Ji Wushuang. Suddenly being named, Lien Xing could only lament. Who could understand his feelings? He had thought that he and this girl shared a bond, wishing to take her as his disciple. Yet, she had transformed into the junior uncle of the venerable ancestor. What merit did he possess to protect her? If she were to suffer even a minor misstep, he feared he would be flayed by the ancestor. Noticing Lien Xing sulking and silent, Shirley raised his hand and delivered a light slap to the back of his head. You fool! How can you be dazed when junior uncle is speaking to you? She trusts you so much. Are you not moved? Lien Xing, that I dare not move. He quickly cleared his throat and respectfully stated, Rest assured, ancestor, I shall take good care of junior uncle. Upon hearing this, Shirley and the 18 disciples rummaged through their treasures, presenting a plethora of gifts to Ji Wushuang, nearly overwhelming her. Since they intended to keep the junior uncle within the sect, they naturally needed to ensure her safety. Ji Wushuang hurriedly called for a halt, exclaiming, Dear disciples, it is not that I refuse your kind gestures, but I lack spiritual energy. Even if I possess spiritual treasures, talismans, or elixirs, I cannot activate them. Shirley and the others suddenly slapped their foreheads. What do we do now? the disciples decided to offer her some ordinary items that did not require spiritual energy. However, this posed a dilemma for the esteemed elders at the ascendant and tribulation stages. They had no ordinary items to spare. Ultimately, an elderly man with a white beard remarked, "It is quite fortuitous. I recently picked up a rather simple stone out of him, a rustic stone, only to discover that it is a Chinkuan space stone. Such stones are used to forge life spaces and possess innate spatial properties, allowing for the easy storage and retrieval of items without the need for spiritual energy, provided one recognizes it with their consciousness. It would be perfectly suited for junior uncle." Ji Wushuang accepted the stone, smiling. "This stone is just right for me. Thank you, Meng Shidi." Meng Wangya beamed with delight, clearly surprised that junior uncle remembered his name so quickly. No need. No need. The other 18 disciples, feeling a pang of jealousy at Meng Wangya's success, emptied their pockets, yet found nothing suitable for Ji Wushuang. Each could only present her several top-tier self-defense treasures. These treasures were one-time use, powered by premium spirit stones, thus requiring no activation by the bearer. Yet their drawback was that they were consumed upon use, an extravagance that seemed outrageous, albeit utterly impractical, generally. Unless one had an abundance of premium spirit stones to spare, such wastefulness would be unheard of. Hence, the disciples could only offer her a few token gifts. But Ji Wushuang had 18 disciples at the tribulation stage. "Come, junior uncle, take this headband. This robe is for you, and this necklace, this earring a ring." A ring. In the blink of an eye, Ji Wushuang found herself adorned from head to toe. They seemed eager to place a defensive ring on each of her 10 toes. Experiencing the sensation of a nouveau riche, Ji Wushuang exclaimed, "Thank you all for your kindness, but truly, this is more than enough, dear disciples." "Not enough. These are one-time use. Once they're gone, they're gone. Alas, I have run out. Next time, we must capture an elder from the neighboring sect and craft some more." "I have none either. Let us go together next time. I shall join too." The Wushuang. There is truly no need for such extravagance. Meanwhile, Lian Xing, who feels both bitter and envious, yet remains silent. Ultimately, Ji Wushuang exerted considerable effort to see her disciples off, then promptly stored away the ostentatious gifts, leaving only a single necklace, which she concealed beneath her clothing. Otherwise, if it were to be visible, she feared being seen as a fat lamb to the slaughter. Feeling unburdened, Ji Wushuang produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Lian Xing. "Lian Zhangmin. No, just call me Xiao Xing." Indeed, Lian Xing's master was one of the 18, Jin Feng Daoren Fengli, a formidable being at the late tribulation stage. "Very well, Xiao Xing, this is a token of my regard for you." Lian Xing, surprised to receive a gift, accepted it joyfully and tucked it away. "Thank you, junior ancestor." Ji Wushuang paused for a moment before saying, "Xiao Xing, it may not be wise for you to refer to me as junior ancestor in public." Lian Xing understood the implication. Ji Wushuang's status was far too elevated, yet her physical condition was quite peculiar. If those with whom they held enmity were to discover Ji Wushuang's identity, she would be in grave danger. Seeking revenge against a grand ascendant or tribulation elder was a fanciful notion, but targeting a mere mortal would be all too easy. "Junior ancestor, what should I do then?" Ji Wushuang suggested. "Let us say I am your disciple to the outside world." Lian Xing stammered, that I dare not." The iron fist of his master was not something he could withstand. "Fear not. If Jin Feng Daoren chastises you, I shall bear the brunt of it, as it stands now. There seems to be no alternative, and I can only hope that my little master can muster some strength to spare him a few blows." Chapter 10. The Soul Lamp and the 6 Major Arts of Cultivation. The external identity of Ji Wushuang has been firmly established as the direct disciple of the headmaster of Yunlan's sect. As for her internal identity, naturally, she is the ancestor of Lianxing. With several of Lianxing's disciples out for training, he could only personally arrange Ji Wushuang's daily needs. The most luxurious cave dwelling, the most exquisite garments, the most obedient, adorable, and gentle spirit pets, and so forth. He was even concerned that Ji Wushuang might not be able to consume food with too much spiritual energy, prompting him to have servants purchase some food suitable for ordinary people. However, once he saw that Ji Wushuang could also eat spiritual items, he ceased to bother with mundane provisions. Once all preparations were complete, Lianxing immediately took her to the Hall of Inheritance to light the soul lamp. It is worth noting that even for peak masters and the headmaster's direct disciples, The qualification to light the soul lamp is not immediately granted. Ordinarily, only foundational disciples are permitted to light the lamp. Inner and outer disciples must reach the golden core stage to qualify for this honor. Once the soul lamp is lit, Ji Wushuang would officially be considered a disciple. The elder in charge of the Hall of Inheritance found it somewhat difficult to accept the headmaster's decision to allow such a yet to absorb spiritual energy disciple to light the lamp. Headmaster, this seems to be against reason. He hesitated. What if the elder managing the Hall of Inheritance found out? Lianxing thought to himself, of course, he was aware of the irrationality, but if something were to happen to this little ancestor without lighting the lamp, they would all suffer. This was the will of the old ancestor, Zheng Qi, who was also one of the 18 sons. Upon hearing that the old ancestor also consented, the elder hurriedly stepped forward to assist Ji Wushuang in lighting the lamp. After the lighting was completed, her foundational information quietly manifested on the celestial tome of the Hall of Inheritance. Direct disciple of the headmaster of Yunlan sect, Ji Wushuang, yet to enter the sect. Under normal circumstances, this line should have subtly appended itself at the end of the celestial tome, unnoticed by anyone. However, Ji Wushuang's identity was too exceptional, thus this line overshadowed even the name of Shirlei. Glaringly prominent as if a lice on the head of the Grand Master, it was exceedingly conspicuous Ji Wushuang. Is this considered a public execution? The elder who lit the lamp trembled in shock at this scene. Goodness, did he just witness someone extraordinary? The elder quickly bowed and said, I did not recognize it was the little ancestor. I ask for your forgiveness. Ji Wushuang smiled and replied, there is no need for such formalities. Elder, just treat me as an ordinary disciple. The elder's smile nearly faltered, and he could only nod repeatedly. Lianxing awkwardly reassured Ji Wushuang, ahem, do not worry. This is a necessary display, but generally, few people enter the Hall of Inheritance. What if someone does come in? Even if they do, it is of no concern. Usually, no one dares to look at the old ancestor. If we are discovered, the worst that will happen is a few words of reprimand. It won't cost us anything. Ji Wushuang felt a whirlwind of emotions, and after a long pause, she said, Little Master, you have worked hard. Hearing himself addressed in such a manner nearly brought Lianxing to tears. What merit did he possess? If Ji Wushuang referred to him as Little Master, would that not make him the ancestor of his own master? Ahem, the soul lamp is lit. What would Wushuang like to do next? Shall we attend an introductory class? Lianxing suggested this for Ji Wushuang's sake, as she must cultivate successfully after reshaping her spiritual bone. Since that is the case, why not lay a solid foundation early on? Ji Wushuang glanced at the 3 words yet to enter the sect, paused in silence for a moment, and then said, in that case, let us go listen to a class. After all, she was still Lianxing's publicly acknowledged disciple. If she remained a useless individual, it would inevitably cast doubt on Lianxing's authority as the headmaster, which would be inappropriate. Since she could not cultivate, she might as well start with the 6 major arts of cultivation. At least she could have a skill to showcase, right? Ji Wushuang, holding the token of a direct disciple, stood before the Hall of Preaching, meticulously reading the guidelines and instructions. The Hall of Preaching is open to all disciples, regardless of inner or outer sect status, but prior enlightenment is required. Only those who pass the enlightenment can attend classes in the various branches of the Hall of Preaching. Furthermore, attending class is not merely a matter of sitting in. Assessments are involved. As long as one continues to learn and pass, the doors of the Hall of Preaching will remain open, and exceptionally talented disciples might even become inner disciples or direct disciples through the 6 arts of cultivation. This is the reason why Yunlan sect has thrived for thousands of years. This is the essence of inheritance, Ji Wushuang murmured endlessly. The 6 major arts of cultivation, array path, talismans, alchemy, artifact crafting, beast mastery, and spirit cultivation. Array path, as the name suggests, pertains to formations. Ji Wushuang had broken many formations in her past. After all, she only needed a single sword to do so, simple and brutal. Yet she had hardly ever set up a formation. Aside from the supreme heavenly rule formations, other formations require the use of spiritual energy to link the array base, solidify the foundation, and sketch the array patterns. Without spiritual energy, it was essentially futile. Next, talismans, utilizing paper, ink, sand, and other spiritual materials as mediums to draw various runes of heaven and earth, locking spiritual energy within the runes and triggering them for unexpected effects. It seems one cannot do this without spiritual energy either. Next, alchemy, condensing the spiritual energy within the body into flames, extracting spiritual plants, and merging them according to specific rules to form pills. No, moving on. Artifact crafting, fundamentally similar to alchemy, except that it involves extracting spiritual materials instead of plants. Next, beast mastery. This seems feasible. One only needs to subdue the magical beasts and then have them willingly enter into a contract. How is a contract formed again? Oh, it requires spiritual power. Next. Spirit cultivation. Is that about nurturing spiritual plants? Let me think. It seems to involve converting spiritual power into the nutrients needed for spiritual plants and infusing them within. Alright. Next. Wait, there are no more 6 major arts of cultivation. In other words, none of them suit me? Ji Wushuang, suddenly enlightened, wore a bewildered expression. How could this be? Even though she knew she lacked spiritual bones, she had always remained calm. Yet, for the first time, she found herself questioning her own identity. After all, she had never encountered such a situation before. In her previous life, she had no spiritual roots but was a naturally holy body. Thus she achieved sanctification through her physical form, requiring no spiritual energy whatsoever. What should she do now? Just as Ji Wushuang was in a quandary, a curious voice suddenly rang out from afar. Oh, little junior sister, have you broken through in your cultivation? Are you here for class? Have you decided which art to pursue? The voice was familiar to Ji Wushuang. Who else could it be but Imo Lanyi? How strange. Could her spiritual roots truly be of a growing type? Looking at Lin Yuan beside Imo Lanyi, although he still appeared graceful and poised, the aura of fortune between his brows seemed even fainter than the last time they met, Ji Wushuang. At this rate, it won't be long before Lin Yuan's fortune dissipates entirely. As for Ji Wushuang, she had changed into the disciple robes prepared by Lianxing, and the chaotic marks on her face had vanished, revealing her flawless beauty. Aside from being excessively slender, her features were exquisite, her eyes twinkling like stars, her skin as fair as beautiful jade, her lips as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms, and her long, silky, and dense black hair neatly tied to one side. She exuded an extraordinary and ethereal aura, appearing like a proud frost flower standing tall. Though still somewhat youthful, it was not difficult to foresee her future radiance, destined to be unrivaled and captivating. Upon recognizing Ji Wushuang's appearance, Imo Lanyi's jealousy surged violently. Damn it, that lowly little beggar dares to present herself in such a manner? And she is staring at Lin Yuan without blinking? What is she trying to do? Seducing him? Shameless. I must mar her face. Chapter 11. Earning first place with ease. Filled with cruel thoughts, Imo Lanyi wore a sweet smile on her face. How wonderful, little junior sister. I have been watching you for so long without a word. I thought something had happened to you. Have you successfully absorbed spiritual energy? Although Imo Lanyi's malice was well concealed, she appeared as simple as a blank sheet of paper before Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang had always adhered to the principle of not offending others if they did not offend her. Since Imo Lanyi was putting on such an act, she would indulge her, but there were too many people around, making it inconvenient to act. Ji Wushuang smiled and replied, "Not yet." Lanyi feigned surprise, covering her mouth in pretended shock. "Oh dear, little junior sister, I apologize. I had no idea you still hadn't. But aren't you the headmaster's direct disciple?" How come? It was then that Lin Yuan recognized this exceptionally beautiful young girl. She was the one who had held his hand that day. He had only learned about Ji Wushuang's identity later on. A girl with extraordinary dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. Yet it seemed her roots had some issues, being unstable, but she had still been accepted as a direct disciple by his ancestor. Although he did not appreciate Ji Wushuang's abruptness that day, she was, after all, a disciple of his ancestor, making her part of his family. Lin Yuan interjected to assist Ji Wushuang. "All right, Imo junior sister, we are going to be late for the 6 Arts Enlightenment class." However, Imo Lanyi stepped forward affectionately, grasping Ji Wushuang's hand. "Little junior sister, are you joining us for class? Come on, let me introduce you to the new disciples who have just joined. After all, once our cultivation levels diverge in the future, it will be difficult to gather together." Imo Lanyi's words constantly undermined Ji Wushuang. If Ji Wushuang is truly just a child of 12 or 13, she would have long felt so ashamed that she would wish to find a place to hide. However, Ji Wushuang possesses an audacious demeanor and readily agreed. All right, Mo Lanyi paused for a moment, her smile becoming even more enchanting. Then let us proceed. Wait. Lien Yuan suddenly interjected, attempting to halt Ji Wushuang. Wouldn't it be better if you waited for the next enlightenment class? Today's agenda is... Yet, Mo Lanyi would not allow Lien Yuan to disrupt her plans. Without waiting for Lien Yuan to finish his sentence, she grasped Ji Wushuang's hand and dashed forward. Hurry, little junior sister, or we shall be late. Her mind was entirely consumed by her own scheme, oblivious to the fact that she had already been enveloped by Ji Wushuang's divine sense. However, Ji Wushuang's Tianyin diagram could not be employed on Mo Lanyi. Rarely, Ji Wushuang fell silent. Although the Tianyin diagram is a treasured artifact capable of predicting the future of the world, it is also constrained by the wielder's strength. Ji Wushuang's divine sense is formidable. Having reached the saint level, yet ultimately, she is merely a mortal and cannot discern the future of the powerful or the fortunate. Those endowed with luck come in various ranks. The lowest tier of fortune entails a life free from calamity, a happy family, and a peaceful existence. The next tier possesses exceptional gifts, wealth, and power. The middle tier enjoys smooth fortune, capable of achieving significant accomplishments. The upper tier is shielded by fate, destined to become a ruler. The pinnacle of luck belongs to the favored one, the darling of destiny, with a clear path to immortality, supported by myriad laws, destined to become either an emperor or a venerable figure. As for Mo Lanyi, she was evidently not among the strong. In other words, is it plausible that Mo Lanyi is the chosen one by the heavenly path in this realm? Ji Wushuang glanced at the heavens. Rolling her eyes in disbelief, Tio select such an individual as the favored one. The heavenly path must be blind. The Tao Academy, Huangfa Tower. The Enlightenment Manual is over 1,000 pages long. No wonder even the generally intelligent and perceptive cultivators require several days to study it. After Ji Wushuang finished reading, she listened to her senior uncle's monotonous drone from the podium and suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy. Perhaps it would be best to simply take a nap? Ji Wushuang propped her chin on one hand, her delicate lashes fluttering, appearing to be engrossed in her reading, while in reality, she had already fallen into a deep slumber. Lien Yuan was both anxious and speechless, contemplating whether to wake her, yet fearing reprimand from their senior uncle. Meanwhile, Mo Lanyi, witnessing Ji Wushuang's serene sleep, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. This fool is doomed. After today's class, there would be the first assessment, and the top student would receive an additional reward. The assessment consisted of a base score of 100 merit points, with 30 additional points available. Only students achieving a total score of over 60 merit points could officially commence their studies in the art of alchemy. Those scoring below 60 need not despair, they could strive harder next time. However, one caveat remains. If a student fails to secure 10 merit points in the test, they would be deemed lacking in alchemical talent and would never again qualify to attend alchemy courses. In other words, Ji Wushuang, who has never attended a class, would be barred from learning alchemy for life. Isn't she a dual-element spirit root of fire and wood? Without the ability to refine elixirs, what else could she possibly take pride in? As the initial assessment commenced, papers were to be submitted half an hour later. Hey, little disciple, don't sleep now. A piece of paper hovering above Ji Wushuang's head transformed into a small stick, gently tapping her on the forehead. She groggily lifted her head, stifling a dainty yawn before accepting the paper to begin answering questions. Lien Yuan? Just as Lien Yuan contemplated whether he should plead on Ji Wushuang's behalf, the spiritual pressure from their Yuan's senior uncle descended upon him. Everyone, no looking around, focus on answering your questions. From this moment forth, uttering a single word will be considered as disrupting the examination, and severe consequences will follow. Lien Yuan, sigh. Perhaps he would wait until after the exam to advocate for Ji Wushuang. Once the papers were completed, they could not leave, as the papers would be graded on the spot, results announced immediately, and attendance recorded. When the results were revealed, some rejoiced, while others despaired. The top scorer was Mo Lanyi, followed closely by Lien Yuan and others who achieved full marks on the foundational questions. For the moment, no one was eliminated. Mo Lanyi's high score was due to her correctly answering an additional question, the 3 extra questions being particularly obscure and challenging. Mo Lanyi's ability to answer them was undoubtedly aided by the old ghost Immortal's guidance. When the Yuan's senior uncle reviewed Ji Wushuang's paper, An odd expression crossed his face, and he furrowed his brow. Wu Shuang. Upon hearing her name called, Mo Lanyi's eyes brightened. Here it comes. Ji Wushuang is about to be expelled from the alchemy course, with full marks on the foundational questions and additional questions, totaling 130 merit points. She was ranked first. Come forth to claim your reward. Yes, senior uncle. Ji Wushuang rose and walked to the podium amidst Lian Yuan's astonished gaze and Mo Lanyi's seething envy. Here is your prize. The Yuan senior uncle presented Ji Wushuang with a piece of fire spirit stone. The moment Ji Wushuang grasped the stone, Mo Lanyi felt a slight tremor in her heart, as though something that belonged to her had been suddenly snatched away. Upon holding the fire spirit stone, Ji Wushuang immediately sensed its significance. It was no ordinary stone, for it contained a trace of fire seed's essence, indicating it was a top-tier fire spirit stone, an exceptional tool to assist an alchemist in swiftly cultivating their alchemical fire. Truly, the Yunlan sect is generous. As Mo Lanyi watched the stone fall into Ji Wushuang's hands, the old ghost immortal within her jade pendant suddenly appeared. Mo Lanyi. No matter what, you must acquire that stone. Chapter 12. Ji Wushuang felt no guilt in bullying a child. Mo Lanyi was taken aback and quickly inquired, Grandfather Immortal, is there something special about that fire spirit stone? The old ghost immortal frowned. If I am not mistaken, it seems to possess a unique fire energy, perhaps that of a heavenly flame. Mo Lanyi gasped. Had I known it was a seed of extraordinary fire, you should have told me the answers to the other two additional questions as well. The old ghost immortal retorted. He could hardly contain his urge to berate Mo Lanyi. How dare she blame him for her own foolishness? If she hadn't foolishly provoked Ji Wushuang, none of this would have transpired. Had she not provoked her, she wouldn't have attended the class. Had she not attended the class, she wouldn't have secured first place. Thus, the fire spirit stone would have rightfully belonged to Mo Lanyi. It was absurd that she, being both inept and flirtatious, would place the blame on him. The old ghost immortal managed to suppress his anger and continued, It's not that I didn't tell you. No one could possibly know the answers to those two questions, for those types of plants exist only in the upper realms, and this little beggar wouldn't have known. Mo Lanyi's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, so someone must have provided the answers to Ji Wushuang. She must be cheating. Aha, she knew it. How could Ji Wushuang, who had never attended a class, possibly answer all questions correctly? Mo Lanyi stood up immediately. Glancing at the Yuaning senior uncle, hesitating to speak. The Yuaning senior uncle raised his gaze. What is it? Do you have something to say? Mo Lanyi nodded. Senior uncle, how could our junior sister, who has never attended class, achieve full marks? Moreover, I have never even heard of the two spirit plants mentioned in the additional questions. While she appeared quite clever, her words were rather ungracious. Was she insinuating that Ji Wushuang had leaked the questions? The Yuaning senior uncle coldly responded, These questions were devised by me and do not involve any leakage. Furthermore, Ji Wushuang informed you where those two herbs can be found. Ji Wushuang smiled brightly. They are located on page 368 of the Comprehensive Guide to Purple Forest Spirit Plants, in the section detailing ancient relic plants. The Yuan senior uncle, not wishing to further complicate matters for such a young girl and thus lower his own stature, felt personally insulted. Mo Lanyi, as a disciple of the Purple Forest Peak, you ought to familiarize yourself with the texts authored by your predecessors, lest you become a subject of ridicule. Mo Lanyi's complexion turned a deep shade of green. She had never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. Yet, if she were to easily admit her fault, how could she show her face again? But the disciple's suspicion was not entirely unfounded. Ji Wushuang had indeed never attended a class. The Yuaning senior uncle, despite his cultivated demeanor, could not suppress an eye roll, his chubby cheeks adding a comical touch. This is merely an introductory class. Her absence does not equate to ignorance. Mo Lanyi's cheeks flushed crimson, her head drooping in a pitiful manner. She was, after all, a light spirit root, possessing a pure aura that easily garnered affection from others. The Yuaning senior uncle ultimately refrained from saying more, turning his attention to Ji Wushuang with a stern expression. As for you, your handwriting is atrocious. I cannot believe such ugly script could belong to a cultivator. Even children in the mortal realm write better than you. Ji Wushuang, with her thick skin, wore a look of indifference, as if she were a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Thank you for the compliment. Senior uncle. The Yuaning senior uncle, Was that a compliment? He snorted. All right, the introductory lesson concludes here. All of you have passed and may select your courses. Just don't choose mine. Class dismissed. The Yuaning senior uncle departed swiftly, vanishing as if pursued by a ghost. Once he left, the disciples began to buzz with conversation, most of which revolved around Imo Lanyi's predicament. Everything in the world possesses duality. While Imo Lanyi's spirit root endeared her to most, there were also those who found her unappealing. I thought she was soft-hearted. Turns out she is sweet-tongued yet venomous at heart. Should anyone excel beyond her, they are labeled as cheaters. Indeed, how laughable! Imo Lanyi's eyes brimmed with tears. But for the sake of that fire spirit stone, she quickly approached Ji Wushuang. Little junior sister, I did not intend to cast doubt upon you. Rather, I am concerned that you may stray from the righteous path. After all, as cultivators, we must remain free of guilt in our hearts. Otherwise, we may easily give rise to inner demons in the future. Ji Wushuang noticed with a start that eyes frequently drifted to her right hand. Does she covet this fire spirit stone? Now, Ji Wushuang is certain that is the favored child of destiny by the heavenly Tao. Whatever she desires must undoubtedly be something of great value. She deftly placed the fire spirit stone into her spatial stone and said, Thank you, senior sister. I had no idea there were rewards for the first place. You are aware that I have encountered issues with my spiritual root, rendering me unable to earn spirit stones. Thus, this reward is of immense significance to me. By the way, what class do we have next? No, we still have introductory courses for the other 5 arts. All right, thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I will ensure I collect all the rewards. Nearly laughed in exasperation. How can there be such a self-assured and brazen person in this world? Achieving first place in alchemy by mere rote memorization is one thing. However, the other 5 arts are not so easily mastered. What nonsense! With Ji Wushuang repeatedly claiming first place, everyone was left in a daze. Initially, there were murmurs of dissent, but soon they were practically kneeling before little junior sister. During the formation exam, she effortlessly discerned the location of the formation eye and calmly stepped out. In the talisman exam, she managed to recognize and remember over 100 types of talismans, while also offering her own suggestions for modifications. Earning the heartfelt admiration of the Yuaning master in charge of talismans, in the weapon exam, she accurately identified materials with precision and could articulate the function and forging methods of each one. As for beast mastery, the notoriously difficult and temperamental spirit cats would immediately roll over and display their bellies upon seeing her, meowing incessantly. Moreover, in spirit cultivation, she accurately assessed the type, attributes, age, and medicinal effects of every spirit plant. Is she even human? No wonder the sect leader was determined to quell the doubts and, regardless of the consequences, accepted her as a direct disciple. Compared to her, their minds felt merely ornamental, sobbing in despair. Ji Wushuang felt no guilt for bullying a child. She collected all the prizes, raising an eyebrow and smiling enigmatically saying, Senior sister, you are truly wonderful. Thank you. Damn it. Chapter 13. The intention of the sword. Could not endure such indignity, especially as the glory and attention that should rightfully belong to her had all been bestowed upon Ji Wushuang. Grandpa immortal, I want her dead. The old ghost immortal sighed in exasperation. This is within the sect? With your current strength, if you dare to act, you will be immediately caught and held accountable. I don't care. I want to kill her. Sensing the surging hatred within, the old ghost immortal knew her malevolent thoughts toward Ji Wushuang were nearing a tangible form. If Ji Wushuang were not eliminated, it might jeopardize her path. Let us see if she dares to leave the sect. If she does, we can take action. Unbeknownst to Ji Wushuang, who might have sensed intentions, she boldly rode her celestial crane straight down the mountain and out of the sect. Only Ji Wushuang stood out, the ethereal white crane leaping into the air, its feathers resembling clouds, leaving the newly initiated disciples in awe. Goodness, that crane must have been a gift from the sect leader, right? To be honest, even though sect leader dotes on her so much, I can't bring myself to feel jealous. Indeed, how could one not feel jealous? A person with such exceptional talent, once the issue with her spiritual root is resolved, will undoubtedly become a pillar of the sect. Cast a cold glance at the crowd, entered the teleportation array, and left the sect in pursuit of Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang was well aware that the old ghost was secretly following her, So she meandered through the cultivation town at the foot of the mountain for a while before utilizing the town's teleportation array, eventually arriving at the edge of the Green Sea. This Green Sea is not a sea of green, but rather a boundless expanse of primordial mountains. Regardless of the season, it remains perpetually verdant, vast like an ocean, and has never been traversed, hence its name. Simultaneously, the Green Sea serves as a training ground for the entire continent. Various sects have established teleportation arrays in this area. As Ji Wushuang ventured into the Green Sea, could not help but laugh heartily. Grandpa Immortal, this is truly a divine opportunity. The old ghost immortal found everything progressing rather suspiciously, particularly as Ji Wushuang continued advancing deeper into the Green Sea, as though intentionally seeking a secluded area. However, upon reflecting that Ji Wushuang was a cultivation waste incapable of practicing, he dismissed his concerns. Followed her for most of the day, confirming that there was no one within 100 miles. She then retrieved a soundproof stone mask and donned it, conjuring a pitch-black longbow, the soul destruction bow, a semi-immortal artifact. One arrow can obliterate a person's soul. It is evident how deep's hatred for Ji Wushuang runs. Wanting to annihilate her completely. Of course, lacked the strength to draw the semi-immortal artifact herself. The true archer was the old ghost immortal. Once released, he feared he would need to hibernate for 10 to 15 days to recover his strength. There was no other choice. Ji Wushuang had become a knot in his heart, and she had to die, utterly. Pull the bow. Full draw. Zing. As the lethal arrow pierced through the air, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. Ji Wushuang seemingly vanished, held her breath, hastily scanning her surroundings. Where is she? Where did she go? Are you looking for me? A melodious voice suddenly rang from behind, startling. What greeted her was Ji Wushuang, who lunged forward, sword drawn, that long sword. A mere branch effortlessly pierced Thru's robe, impaling her heart. Blood gushed forth as Ji Wushuang heard the sky shatter with a furious thunderclap, as if rebuking her for daring to harm the chosen child of destiny. Ji Wushuang coldly gazed at the heavens, unaware of when thick, oppressive dark clouds had covered the world, resembling a prison. She remained unperturbed, cheerfully stating, "Those who kill will be killed in turn. Your chosen child seeks to end my life daily. Am I to remain idle? That would be foolish." Boom! The crimson thunder split the void, crashing down upon Ji Wushuang's head. Ji Wushuang was no fool. She promptly fled, not forgetting to brandish the treasures gifted to her by her disciples for protection. As Ji Wushuang possessed no spiritual bones, she was technically a mere mortal, not even a body cultivator. Mortals facing heavenly retribution typically endure a maximum of 9 strikes, and these are the lowest tier of crimson thunder. In other words, once she withstands 9 strikes of thunder, the heavenly punishment would pass. Were it not for the treasures bestowed upon her by her disciples, no ordinary mortal could withstand 9 strikes, especially of such a dark crimson hue, clearly infused with personal vendettas. The heavenly thunder pursued Ji Wushuang relentlessly. Ji Wushuang discarded her treasures as if they were worthless. A dazzling array of colors erupted, crackling and popping. If the heavenly Tao possessed facial features, it would have been furious to the point of smoke billowing from its nostrils. How could this little thief possess so many life-saving artifacts? Yet, the heavenly Tao was cunning, hiding the 8th strike of thunder within the 7th, causing Ji Wushuang's hair to curl, dark as night, with smoke billowing from her 7 orifices. Just as the heavenly Tao believed this insufferable little thief had finally met her end, Ji Wushuang suddenly sprang up from the ground, cursing, "You son of a b! That is so unfair!" Boom! The heavenly Tao was even more inclined to curse. Who can tell it why this little thief is so resilient? How could she still be alive? Only 1 strike remains. No. It must eliminate her. Boom! The 9th strike of thunder descended. Within the crimson lightning lurked a hint of purple aura. Purple lightning represents the purest and most formidable form of thunder, possessing the power of laws and serving as a conduit between heaven and earth. Clearly, the heavenly Tao deemed Ji Wushuang too nefarious and wished to eliminate her without delay. Upon seeing the purple aura, Ji Wushuang's eyes brightened, and a bold thought suddenly ignited within her. She narrowed her gaze, casually picked up a branch from the ground, neither advancing nor retreating, and suddenly stepped forward, cleaving the air. Sword and tint erupted. With a force that could shatter mountains, she collided with the lightning, instantly shattering it. The energy surged forward, cleaving through the forest, piercing through the flowing waters, and splitting the mountains. Boom. A deep scar, dozens of feet long, marked the earth, resonating with a continuous clang. Those who are not sword wielders would feel their eyes ache and their hearts seethe with envy. Those who wielded swords would be left in awe, kneeling in reverence, for this was the supreme sword. This was the half-holy sword. As the sword fell, Ji Wushuang's skin quietly cracked, blood gushing forth in torrents from the fissures, splashing onto the ground like a fountain. She became a figure drenched in blood, and the long sword in her hand began to splinter, gradually turning to dust. Yet, she paid no mind, leaping into the air like a leopard to grasp that wisp of purple aura. Got you, Ji Wushuang grinned, tugging at the purple aura and stuffing it into her mouth. Ji Wushuang. Gulp. Heavenly Tao, Ji Wushuang. Oda, not that great of a taste. Heavenly Tao. You will die? You consumed my purple aura and still dare to critique its flavor? I shall have my revenge. Ji Wushuang tilted her head, smiling sweetly at the Heavenly Tao, saying, having endured 9 strikes of thunder, you cannot punish me further. Heavenly Tao. That I was careless. With the heavenly punishment concluded, the Heavenly Tao could only depart begrudgingly. Once the thunderclouds dissipated, Ji Wushuang finally exhaled in relief. With merely this modicum of sword intent, I have found myself in such a state. Indeed, this body remains exceedingly frail. Such words are truly unjust. How many days did Ji Wushuang consume the treasures of heaven and earth within the divine tomb? My masters quietly pilfered the primordial essence of the divine tomb to refine Ji Wushuang's physique. Though she is not a cultivator, her bodily strength rivals that of a nascent soul practitioner. Otherwise, the one to be shattered by the half-saint sword would not be the thunder tribulation, but herself. Ji Wushuang closed her eyes to feel the Taoist purple energy within her body. A radiant smile illuminated her otherwise darkened visage. With this strand of purple energy, she would not be rejected when she sought to reconstruct her sword bones in the future. Indeed, what Ji Wushuang has yearned to reshape all along is solely the sword bones. She has no interest in any other form such as Tao bones, celestial bones, wood bones, or fire bones. Only the sword is invincible. Ji Wushuang's spirit soared, and although she initially intended to inspect the corpse of Mo Lanyi to confirm her demise, she lifted her gaze only to find the surroundings had long been silenced by the heavenly thunder. Barren and devoid of even a stone, let alone a corpse. The sole remnant amidst the vast desolation was the striking scar of Ji Wushuang's formidable sword intent. Perhaps Mo Lanyi has become mere dust of the earth? It stands to reason. She was pierced through the heart by a single sword strike. If she survived that, it would imply that the heavens are not only biased but also rather foolish. Chapter 14. Who do you think will perish first between us? In the jade pendant space. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Lanyi gasped in agony, her delicate face as pale as a ghost, leaving only a grotesque hatred behind. How despicable! As she cursed, the life force of the space rushed into her chest, mending the gory wound. Ji Wushuang. How detestable! The old ghost immortal turned to appear, his form fading considerably, resembling a wisp of smoke from afar. He spoke wearily. You were careless this time. If your heart had not been on the right side, even a great Luo golden immortal could not have saved you. Indeed, Mo Lanyi's heart was situated on the right side, and she possessed the self-repairing ability of a light spiritual root. Coupled with the life force from the jade pendant, this injury would eventually heal. However, the hatred Mo Lanyi harbored for Ji Wushuang would never dissipate, and she even felt a tinge of anger towards the old ghost immortal. Did you not claim she was a waste? Why is she so formidable? The old ghost immortal replied awkwardly. She is indeed a waste. Yet she has cultivated sword intent. Sword intent? Yes, just like body cultivators, sword cultivators need not concern themselves with spiritual roots. Body cultivation is about refining oneself, while sword cultivation is about mastering the sword path. As long as a sword cultivator possesses a sword and cultivates to the pinnacle, they become the mightiest existence. A sword cultivator who has grasped sword intent is even more terrifying, able to shatter myriad laws with a single stroke. Do you understand? Mo Lanyi was nearly driven to the brink of fury. She initially thought Ji Wushuang was an incapable waste, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be a sword cultivator. Thankfully, your identity has not been exposed. You must interact well with her in the future. What? Are you not the best at winning people over and clinging to powerful allies? You must hold on tightly. Emolanyi, already in pain, felt as if she might spew blood upon hearing the old ghost immortal words. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Since Ji Wushuang is so powerful, she must possess great fortune, right? Can we not transfer her fortune to ourselves? The old ghost immortal wore a constipated expression. No, she has no luck. No? Indeed, none. How could she possibly be so fortunate without it? The old ghost immortal. Is it conceivable that she relies on her own strength rather than luck? Understood. The old ghost immortal sighed, intending to offer further advice. But it was too late. He hurriedly dove into the soul-nourishing tree of the space. That arrow had consumed a considerable amount of his power, and yet it did not even hit its mark. How infuriating. Ji Wushuang glanced at her darkened hands and the coal-like marks on the celestial crane's body. She claimed to have a cleanliness obsession. Did the celestial crane believe her? Never mind. Perhaps she should bring it some delicacies next time. Little Master Ancestor, wherever you go in the future, please be sure to inform your disciples to blah, blah, blah. Ji Wushuang. I'm scared. I'm scared. Lian Xing, as a man, why are you so chatty? Ultimately, after repeated assurances that she would never sneak away again, she was almost ready to raise her hand and swear. Lian Xing finally let her off the hook. After a hearty meal and sufficient rest, Ji Wushuang's injuries had healed significantly. She attempted to refine the Taoist purple energy but discovered that it was no simple task and required a gradual approach. In light of this, she decided to attend the 6 arts class first. After being struck by the heavenly way, Ji Wushuang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and conceived a shortcut to mastering the 6 arts. Today, she would go and try it. What if she succeeded? With this thought in mind, Ji Wushuang leisurely made her way to the Huangfa building of the Dao Transmission Institute. As soon as she stepped inside, someone rushed over, warmly greeting her. Junior sister, you've come. Ji Wushuang gazed at the flawless, beaming face before her, a question mark slowly forming in her mind. Emolanyi? She is still alive. No, she was clearly pierced through the heart by a sword. How could she still be alive? Is she an unkillable dark abyss worm? No, Ji Wushuang firmly believed in her own strength. She had heard that there existed a kind of mirror person whose heart was located on the right side. Could that be her? It matters not. She could kill her once. She could kill her a second time. Worst, she would just endure another lightning strike. The murderous intent within Ji Wushuang surged, and the Taoist purple energy within her began to writhe violently. Cursing. Ji Wushuang understood its meaning. It implied that if she wished to refine it into sword bones, she could not kill its destined child of fortune. Otherwise, they would both perish together in a cataclysmic end. Ji Wushuang scoffed. Just based on you. She was merely preserving such a strand of purple energy out of appreciation for its talent. Ji Wushuang need not even invoke her sword intent, as she could obliterate it with just her divine sense. The Taoist purple energy chuckled. If I were outside your body, I would certainly be powerless against you. But now that I am within you, who do you think will perish first between us? Ji Wushuang, who had actively consumed the Taoist purple energy into her abdomen, responded. That was careless. Chapter 15. Yet she possesses an intuition. It has succeeded. Ji Wushuang is a master of self-comfort, and since the Tao does not permit her to kill Emolanyi, then she shall refrain from doing so. However, she was also disinclined to play along with Emolanyi, deeming it a waste of her time. Coldly, she brushed aside Emolanyi's hand and declared, "Keep your distance from me." Emolanyi's expression stiffened, her gaze downcast with a semblance of impending tears. Junior sister. Have I done something wrong? Oh, my constitution is poor. Yes, I have a light spiritual root that causes wind rash. Emolanyi was aware of wind rash, which refers to harmless substances that are toxic to certain individuals. Almost on the verge of screaming, she thought, how could I, a noble light spiritual root, be afflicted by something toxic? Furthermore, who has ever heard of cultivators suffering from wind rash? You are not an ordinary person. How absurd. Seeing that Emolanyi still wished to speak, Ji Wushuang retreated 2 steps, feigning astonishment. Surely not, surely not. I have already stated that my light spiritual root causes wind rash, and yet you still wish to approach me? Are you intent on causing my demise? You are well aware that I am currently unable to cultivate, my body being no different from that of an ordinary person. Mo Lanyi gritted her teeth. You are deceiving me. How could you possibly have wind rash? You are clearly a sword cultivator. I am not deceiving you, senior sister. Why would you wish to harm me? Is it because I obtained first place in the 6 arts? Unbeknownst to them, outside the Huangfa building of the Tao Transmission Institute, a large crowd had gathered, pointing fingers at Mo Lanyi. The little junior sister has yet to draw an energy. She is merely an ordinary person. Is it not perfectly normal for her to have wind rash? Indeed, she clearly stated that she could not get close to a light spiritual root, yet Mo Lanyi still approached her. What is the meaning of this? Does she truly harbor resentment towards the little junior sister, wishing to end her life? If I were eternally second, I would act the same way. Lanyi's cheeks flushed red with anger. And in the end, she shot Ji Wushuang a glare before hastily fleeing. Ji Wushuang grinned broadly, expressing her gratitude to the Taoist purple energy in her heart. You truly have poor eyesight. You have chosen such a person as the child of fortune. The Taoist purple energy cursed vehemently, severing its connection with Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang felt exceedingly pleased, clasping her hands in thanks to her fellow disciples before strolling leisurely to the rune classroom. Jian Fushi, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, with the 3 spiritual roots of wind, water, and earth. Though his roots were not exceptional, he was remarkably gifted in the study of runes. Through diligent practice and unceasing effort, he became the elder in charge of Hongfu Peak. Jian Fushi beamed at Ji Wushuang, contentedly stroking his long beard, and remarked, Excellent, excellent. The path of runes cannot be achieved in a single leap. It requires diligence and immersion to sense the power of heaven and earth from the tip of your brush to achieve the natural effects of myriad laws. Some students may learn now but find it temporarily unhelpful. Do not be anxious. The heavens reward hard work. One day, when everything aligns, you will naturally sense the benefits, of course. The phrase soaring to great heights is one Ji Wushuang added for herself, as she had never known what it meant to be modest. Very well, we shall officially commence today's lesson, beginning with the simplest of the Divine Movement Rune. The Divine Movement Rune, as the name implies, is a basic rune used to enhance speed. Due to its lack of specific attribute distinctions, it has been employed by cultivators ranging from the highest echelons to those just learning to walk. The construction of the Divine Movement Rune is not particularly complex, yet achieving a single stroke can be somewhat challenging. As Ji Wushuang meticulously inscribed talismans, she simultaneously observed the vibrant, multicolored lights illuminating her surroundings. The failures that resulted in burnt talismans were minor inconveniences in comparison to the more severe mishaps, such as erroneously structured designs that inadvertently singed her hair, or the disconcerting experience of being drenched in cold water. Some even produced a foul stench. Truly, it was a scene of utter calamity. Ji Wushuang scrutinized the talismans she had created, examining them from every angle, and perceived them to be nearly flawless. Surely, they had all succeeded. Jian Fushi, while surveying the area, noticed that despite being a nascent soul cultivator, Ji Wushuang's brow glistened with sweat. Clearly, not all those who passed the Enlightenment examination were capable of mastering the art of talisman crafting. As he walked, he suddenly paused beside Ji Wushuang, gazing at her nearly perfect talismans, lamenting the missed opportunity. Such a promising candidate, if only she could cultivate, would undoubtedly become an exceptional talisman master. Indeed, continue your practice. Yes, as a half-saint, Ji Wushuang was capable of discerning the success or failure of her own talismans. The first was evidently a failure, somewhat lacking in fluidity. The second, despite its smooth lines, required further refinement in both comprehension and execution. It was not until the third talisman that she felt a vague sense of accomplishment. Typically, a successfully crafted talisman would emit a faint golden radiance, visible to outsiders. However, Ji Wushuang's creations did not exhibit this phenomenon, yet she possessed an instinct that they had succeeded. After successfully crafting the first talisman, Ji Wushuang promptly proceeded to create the second. The third, by the end of the class. In stark contrast to the exhaustion etched on the faces of her peers, Ji Wushuang appeared at ease. Yet, her classmates did not harbor envy, for she lacked spiritual energy. No matter how exquisite the talismans she produced, they remained mere empty shells. The materials, such as cinnabar and talisman paper, were costly, apart from the affluent Yunlan sect, which generously allowed its disciples to waste resources. Other sects would have long lamented the expense. All right, everyone, please collect your talisman paper. Yes, the sect provided financial support and materials for disciples to practice talisman crafting, and the talismans produced were to be submitted to the sect, contributing to its income. This arrangement was advantageous for both the disciples and the sect, as the disciples' success rate in crafting talismans improved. They could purchase their own materials, thereby earning additional spiritual stones. Jian Fushi collected the students' assignments for evaluation, occasionally nodding in approval or furrowing his brow in contemplation. As he pondered the potential talents among the students, he suddenly came across a talisman that, although devoid of spiritual energy, featured complete patterns. It was evidently crafted by Ji Wushuang. He nodded in silent acknowledgement and turned to the next one. This was also by Ji Wushuang. And the one after that? To his astonishment, it was yet another of her creations. Jian Fushi flipped through page after page, nearly choking on his own disbelief. Good heavens! In just one class, Ji Wushuang had produced a staggering 200 spirit travel talismans. In other words, she had squandered 200 sheets of talisman paper and considerable amounts of cinnabar. It was not that Jian Fushi was miserly. Rather, these expenses fell under his educational budget. When the end of the year arrived for financial reconciliation, he would be left with exorbitant educational costs solely attributed to him. How could he possibly explain this to his sect leader? Yet, forbidding Ji Wushuang from crafting talismans was also out of the question. After all, as a steward of the esteemed Hongfu Peak, how could he deny a small disciple the practice of talisman crafting? Gritting his teeth, Jian Fushi resolved to absorb the deficit himself. That moment, he reasoned that a little girl like Ji Wushuang, even if she came every day and crafted talismans, surely wouldn't consume too many resources, right? However, as Ji Wushuang continued to report for duty in the following days, the waste escalated from 300 or 400 sheets of talisman paper to 600, 700, or even 800 sheets, along with a copious jar of cinnabar flowing away like water. Jian Fushi found himself in a state of despair, almost pulling out his own hair. No, this simply could not continue. At this rate, he would soon be financially ruined. However, he dared not confront Ji Wushuang, for behind her stood the formidable sect leader, or rather, the substantial benefactor. One day, Jian Fushi used a storage bag to gather the thousands of talismans Ji Wushuang had crafted: spirit travel talismans, invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, binding talismans, fireball talismans, rainfall talismans, and more, without omitting a single one. With great determination, he made his way to Zhuxing Peak to negotiate with the sect leader, or rather, to reach an agreement. Chapter 16. A genius. Jian Fushi's cultivation level was not particularly high. He was merely a nascent soul cultivator, and his status within Hongfu Peak was not especially distinguished. Fearing a disadvantage in confronting the sect leader alone, he shamelessly brought along his own peak leader. At Zhuxing Peak, Lian Xing and the peak leader of Hongfu, Zhan Fan, stared at each other with intense gazes, neither willing to yield. Lian Xing remarked, "Isn't this a bit of an overreaction, Zhan peak leader? The rules of the sect dictate that the costs of the disciples' learning must be borne by their respective peaks." Zhan Fan responded, "It's not that this peak leader wishes to evade responsibility. It's just that, as you can see, the burden is quite heavy." Lian Xing, growing bolder, asserted, "Regardless, my little disciple is diligently learning and faithfully crafting. She isn't scribbling aimlessly, so it should count as part of Hongfu Peak's educational costs." Zhan Fan's lips twitched, inwardly cursing. He knew full well that Lian Xing's little disciple lacked spiritual energy. Thus, any talismans she crafted would be in vain, even if they were beautifully drawn. The talismans could not possibly succeed. This was clearly an attempt to exploit Hongfu Peak as a fool to amuse his disciple. No, absolutely not. Sect leader, you must fill this deficit yourself. Are you not being unreasonable? Who is being unreasonable here? As Zhan Fan's fierce gaze bore down on him, Lian Xing felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Clearing his throat, he picked up a talisman and said, "Look, my little disciple has crafted this talisman perfectly." Zhan Fan was well aware of its perfection. If not for Ji Wushuang's evident talent, albeit hindered by a lack of spiritual energy, he would have long instructed Jian Fushi to expel her. With a sudden gleam in his eye, Zhan Fan smiled and said, "Sect leader, if you are unwilling to cover this deficit, perhaps you could consider increasing our Hongfu Peak's budget next year." Lian Xing? Goodness, Zhan Fan, you were lying in wait for this moment. weren't you? This cannot be. You ought to cover your disciple's material costs. This is a legitimate educational expense. Sect leader, you are being unreasonable. Nonsense. The dazzling smile of the sect leader startled both Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi. Those aware of Ji Wuxuang's identity knew she was the sect leader's disciple, but those unaware might have thought she was the sect leader's ancestor. It must be said, the two men had unwittingly exposed the truth. Ji Wuxuang, seeing her talismans, believed they had found a way to activate them, and asked with a smile, "Sect leader, how are my talismans?" Ji Wuxuang had never perceived her talismans as failures, for her half-saint intuition was infallible. She simply lacked an opportunity for activation. Lian Xing, unwilling to let his little ancestor feel disheartened, promptly replied, "Of course. Your talismans are excellent. Really? Indeed." To prove his sincerity, Lian Xing cheerfully infused his spiritual energy into the talisman in his hand. In the next instant, the talisman erupted with resplendent golden light. Just how brilliant was it? It nearly blinded Lian Xing. As the radiance subsided, Lian Xing stared in awe at the exquisite spirit travel talisman in his grasp, left momentarily speechless. He felt a profound connection between himself and the talisman. This signified he was, in fact, the creator of this talisman? What a joke! This was clearly crafted by Ji Wuxuang. Just as Lian Xing was about to examine the talisman further, it was snatched away. Zhan Fan cradled the talisman as if it were a treasure. His eyes wide with astonishment, meticulously inspecting it from every angle while muttering incessantly. "How can this be? This is simply too miraculous." Jin Fushi. "Come take a look." Jin Fushi, with his plump figure, squeezed in, unceremoniously bumping Lian Xing aside. Lian Xing. What? Does this sect leader hold no standing at all? The two engaged in hushed discussion for quite some time, and soon Jin Fushi retrieved another spirit travel talisman. With his spiritual energy infused into it, the talisman once again radiated dazzling golden light, resulting in yet another exquisite spirit travel talisman. This time, however, Jin Fushi himself was the creator. Zhan Fan also attempted one, and the result was the same. The two leaders of Hongfu Peak were left utterly astounded, their jaws agape in disbelief. How could this be? Was this the realization of a talisman that could communicate with the rules of heaven and earth, such that anyone could activate it by imbuing it with spiritual energy, thus transforming it into an exquisite talisman? No, that couldn't be right. Perhaps the talisman's success was related to the cultivator's level? We may need to find a few chi refining disciples to test this. As they spoke, Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi simultaneously looked up, their eyes ablaze with fervor, gazing at Ji Wuxuang as if she were a prized delicacy, their voices raising in pitch in their excitement. This manner of speech sent shivers down Lian Xing's spine. Ji Wuxuang, feeling a twitch at the corner of her mouth, remarked, "I can sense that I have succeeded." Their gazes softened even further. "Oh, our little Wuxuang is truly remarkable. A genius. She is a genius. Xiao Wuxuang, would you care to join my Hongfu Peak and become a disciple of our sect?" Lian Xing, the sect leader is right here, and you dare to undermine my authority? Chapter 17. The remarkable effects of Ji Wuxuang's talismans. Lian Xing, incensed, approached and shooed the two away like pesky flies, exclaiming, "Begone! Wuxuang is the close disciple of this sect leader. How could she possibly join your Hongfu Peak? Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Moreover, do adjust your tone. It is quite discomforting for this sect leader." Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi. Do you think they are speaking willingly? They are merely questioning the leader, seeking understanding, and trying to appease the young prodigy. After all, she is a 12-year-old genius. The two exchanged glances and, one on each side, restrained Lian Xing. "Sect leader, please do not complicate matters further. Indeed, Wuxuang's talent concerns the entirety of our Yunlan sect. If the rank of these talismans is indeed contingent upon the input of spiritual energy, then our sect is not lacking in cultivators above the nascent soul stage, capable of effortlessly activating thousands of premium talismans. From henceforth, a bounty of gold and silver shall be but a beckon away." Ji Wuxuang observed the antics of her juniors and chuckled lightly, saying, "Let us do this. I would appreciate it if Sect Master Zhan could summon 2 trustworthy disciples for a trial, so that we may thoroughly study the characteristics of these talismans. By the way, I also possess some third-grade talismans that we could test as well. The Spirit Motion Talisman, Binding Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Rainfall Talisman, and others are all first-grade talismans. There is only the Transmission Talisman among the third-grade ones. It seems Ji Wushuang has successfully crafted this Transmission Talisman. This is remarkable. Generally, to become a third-grade talisman master, the minimum cultivation level must be at the peak of foundation establishment, as only by reaching this stage can one barely touch the threshold of third-grade talismans. Could it be Ji Wushuang has already comprehended it? Is that even possible? Seeing Zhang Fan's foolish expression, Lian Xing could not help but urge, "Aren't you going yet?" "Ah, yes, in order to keep Ji Wushuang's secret safe." Zhang Fan specifically chose his most trusted disciples. He has 6 direct disciples, the most adept among them having reached the nascent soul stage, while the least experienced has just begun their journey. Currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement, the order dispatched by Zhang Fan was, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Upon arriving at Hongfu Peak, before they could even pose a question, they were blindfolded and had their spiritual senses sealed by their own master, who then led them to a location rich in spiritual energy. The disciples were elated. Could it be that their master intended to take them to a secret realm for cultivation? As they prepared to sit down and meditate, their master scolded them with a fiery chestnut. "Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. What time do you think it is? You still think about cultivation? You are forbidden to cultivate. Now, take the items before you and infuse them with spiritual energy." The disciples promptly complied, unaware of the shimmering golden light that danced upon the talismans one by one. The talismans materialized, indeed, as Zhang Fan had surmised, when nascent soul and higher cultivators infused their spiritual energy. Each produced a premium talisman, golden core cultivators yielded superior talismans, foundation establishment cultivators generated middle-grade talismans, and Qi refinement cultivators created lower-grade talismans. Remarkable. Not a single failure, and not one exception. "Stop it. You are squandering precious resources." This statement was uttered through gritted teeth, causing the second disciple to shrink back in fear. Zhang Fan then waved his hand, sending the second disciples away, leaving only his eldest disciple to toil, panting like an old ox as he continuously infused spiritual energy into the talismans. After what felt like an eternity, the eldest disciple, exhausted, was ruthlessly dismissed by his master. Zhuang Xian, the direct disciple of Hongfu Peak, nearly burst into tears from the injustice, but he held back, clearing his throat and asking, "Why are you still here?" The younger disciples responded eagerly, "Eldest senior brother, what transpired in there just now?" At that moment, I felt an extraordinary sensation. I felt as though I had grasped something monumental. I believe my success rate in crafting talismans will surely improve this time. Hearing this, Zhuang Xian realized he too had experienced a similar epiphany. "Excellent!" Zhuang Xian led his junior disciples to his cave abode, waving his hand to provide talisman paper and cinnabar for them to practice drawing talismans together. These were all prodigies of Hongfu Peak. Yet, even geniuses face insurmountable bottlenecks. Previously, their success rate in crafting talismans had not been perfect, with the eldest brother achieving around 70 to 80%, which was already quite impressive. The youngest disciple's success rate was perhaps only 30 to 40%, yet still remarkable among peers. But this time, everyone's success rate improved, not only for lower-grade talismans, but even for higher-grade ones. The group stared in awe at the talismans they had created, their admiration for their master swelling like an unending tide. So, it turns out their master had acquired a treasure that could enhance their success rate in crafting talismans, allowing them to comprehend. Zhuang Xian, feeling grateful, immediately sent a message talisman to his master. "Master, your kindness has not gone unnoticed. My junior disciples and I are deeply appreciative. We shall cultivate diligently." Zhang Fan, overhearing, was baffled by what his naive disciple was rambling about and chose to ignore it. Instead, fixing his gaze intently on Ji Wushuang, asking, "Xiaowu, would you like to attempt crafting 4th-grade talismans?" Ji Wushuang's spiritual sense was akin to that of a semi-saint, making 4th-grade talismans as simple as quenching one's thirst. Even if she were initially unskilled, with a few attempts she would master them, and 5th, 6th, and 7th-grade talismans would pose no challenge whatsoever. However, Ji Wushuang had no intention of revealing her capabilities. She was not foolish. Were she to speak the truth, she would likely find herself forever tethered to Hongfu Peak. She replied, "Sect Master, I lack the spiritual energy and cultivation. 3rd-grade talismans are already my limit. I apologize if this disappoints you." Upon hearing this, Jean Fan felt a pang of heartache. Oh dear, what have I said? Third-grade talismans are already quite impressive. No worries. When you are able to cultivate in the future, you shall undoubtedly become the most exceptional talisman master. By the way, is there something wrong with your body? I have plenty of good items here. Tell me what you need, and perhaps I can assist. Lian Xing. He, you shameless Jean Fan. Go ahead and call out. Lian Xing thought with a hint of schadenfreude. The more eagerly he calls out Uncle Master, the more devastating the truth will be when revealed. Chapter 18. Are treasures about to emerge? Ji Wushuang finally managed to send off Jean Fan and Jin Fushi. Collapsing wearily into a chair, Lian Xing hurriedly poured her a cup of spiritual tea, asking, Little Ancestor, you can craft fourth-grade talismans, can't you? Ji Wushuang cradled the spiritual tea in her hands, appearing particularly adorable. But her words left Lian Xing trembling with shock. Yes, as long as they are talismans below the rank of talisman treasures, I should have no issues. Even Lian Xing, usually composed, could not help but stammer. Talisman treasures below the rank of talisman treasures. All can be crafted? Yes. Lian Xing swallowed hard, suddenly recalling the cultivation method Ji Wushuang had given him, which he had previously dismissed as mere child's play and set aside. Could it be that it is also a treasure? He paused, resolutely stating, Little Ancestor, the cultivation method you gifted me is that is the Tai Su Ju, which can help you solidify your foundation. You have great talent, but your diligence in cultivation is lacking. It is fortunate that you managed to break through with my second master's assistance. But be wary of a shaky foundation. Practicing the Tai Su Ju will reinforce your essence and roots, and in the future, you shall ascend without the burden of inner demons. Lian Xing was aware of his foundational issues. But as the sect leader, he was constantly preoccupied and had little time for serious cultivation. He had intended to solidify his foundation once someone could take over his position, or perhaps venture down to the mundane world for some training. But had the little ancestor seen through him? How astonishing are the children of today! No wonder Eldersher also calls him Little Uncle Master. Such talent is truly terrifying. Thank you for your guidance. Little Ancestor, Ji Wushuang waved her hand, suddenly remembering something, her eyes sparkling. Little Xing, go procure some high-grade spirit beast skins, beast blood, and spirit sand for us to craft advanced talismans, and then you shall activate them. The spirit stones we earn will be split evenly between us. Lian Xing, what does face matter in the presence of spirit stones? Yes, Little Xing shall go at once. For the next half-month, Ji Wushuang ceased attending talisman classes and instead devoted all her time to the scripture pavilion. Though it is called a scripture pavilion, stepping inside reveals an expansive, boundless space, containing the profound legacy of the Yunlan sect built over countless years. Because Ji Wushuang's rank was sufficiently high, she was granted access to the complete compilation of talismans within. She sought out some 8th-grade talismans, such as the Transformation Talisman, Indestructible Talisman, Thunderbolt Talisman, and 9 Lives Avoidance Talisman to craft. The Indestructible Talisman, protected by the heavens and earth, grants a temporary invulnerable state. Invulnerable. Invulnerable. What a terrifying talisman this must be. The Thunderbolt Talisman summons lightning. Certainly, this is not merely an ordinary artificial thunder, but a genuine celestial thunder. Essential for committing acts of murder and theft, it requires talismans. The 9 Lives Pestilence-repelling talisman can ward off natural toxic miasmas, cadaveric miasmas, insect miasmas, and so forth. It can protect against all forms of miasma in the world. And possessing it is tantamount to having 9 lives. Not a jest at all. Over the course of half a month, Ji Wushuang thoroughly mastered these talismans and, on a day blessed with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine, she enlisted Lian Xing to assist her in drawing the talismans. Why such solemnity? Because these talismans require the hides and blood of 8th-level spirit beasts. 8th-level spirit beasts. This is equivalent to an ancestor at the Great Ascension stage. Moreover, spirit beasts are inherently endowed with supernatural abilities and possess remarkably robust physical attributes. Tio put it plainly, within their entire sect, they only had one aged hide and a jar of old blood. Should they fail, Eldersher would not compel the Little Master Ancestor to kneel before the Hall of Inheritance. However, he would certainly make Lian Xing do so, if he did not kneel until he broke through to the Great Ascension stage. He might not emerge at all. Thus, Lian Xing was, in essence, risking his life to share the spoils with the little ancestor. No, rather, to amuse the little ancestor. Lian Xing took a deep breath, nervously asking, "Are you prepared?" Ji Wushuang nodded. Throughout the past half-month, she had refined a portion of the heavenly Taoist purple qi. Although it was but a tiny fragment, the ethereal sensation it imparted to her divine platform was still profoundly delightful. She was confident that the talisman she crafted would reach new heights. Ji Wushuang inhaled deeply. Instead of retrieving her brush as she typically would for drawing talismans, she selected a treasured sword from her spatial realm. The moment Lian Xing caught sight of the sword, he was momentarily bewildered. What happened to drawing talismans? What does the little master ancestor need a sword for? Ji Wushuang raised her hand and executed a flourish with the sword. Dipping its tip in beast blood, she soared into the air. The talisman patterns flowed from her hand like streaks of light, naturally manifesting on the talisman paper in accordance with her movements. Her sword, devoid of any murderous intent, radiated a magnificent sword aura. It surged like a tempest, like a tsunami. Ultimately, she contained this tempest and tsunami within the confines of the talisman paper. Ji Wushuang landed gracefully, concealing the sword behind her, only to hear the blade emit a resonant sound before. With a crack, it shattered into fine powder. She furrowed her brows as she gazed at the last fragment of the hilt. A quiet sigh escaping her lips. If only Wuming were here. Wuming was Ji Wushuang's fated sword. It was not a divine sword by birth, but a growth-oriented blade that accompanied Ji Wushuang from her humble beginnings to the pinnacle of power, into the realm of the saints. When Ji Wushuang fell, Wuming chose to self-destruct, believing that apart from Ji Wushuang, no one else deserved to bear its name. Yet, against all odds, Ji Wushuang survived, and perhaps Wuming still lived too? Contemplating this, Ji Wushuang chuckled softly, her eyes rekindled with brilliance. She gathered the talismans and handed them to Lian Xing, who stared at her in astonishment. Did we succeed? Ji Wushuang nodded. Yes, it should be successful. Then may I give it a try? Of course. Lian Xing initially intended to channel his spiritual energy into the talisman, but he suddenly recalled the low-grade talismans from before. It seemed that the higher the level, the greater the quality of the resulting talismans would be. This was an 8th-grade talisman, and he was merely in the integration stage. If he were to create a talisman, it would likely only be of the 6th grade. Perhaps he was not quite suited for this. Ji Wushuang seemed to perceive his thoughts and chuckled. It's no issue. If it doesn't work, we can always try again later. Just give it a shot and see the outcome. At her encouragement, Lian Xing, unable to contain his excitement, ultimately took a 9 lives pestilence-repelling talisman to experiment. To his astonishment, as he infused it with spiritual energy, he felt all the energy within him being voraciously siphoned away by the talisman. He was taken aback and hastily produced a premium spirit stone to replenish his energy. While absorbing, his heart felt like it was being cut like a knife. This was a premium spirit stone. Ji Wushuang noticed his distress and shouted, "Little star, don't use spirit stones. Utilize the Tai Su Ju instead." Lian Xing quickly crossed his legs and began to circulate the Tai Su Ju. As the energy within his body gradually filled, he sensed his foundation solidifying bit by bit. The previous ephemeral state, akin to a castle in the air, dissipated, replaced by an endless, substantial sensation. He stared in astonishment, yet dared not lose focus, continuously increasing his absorption and output of spiritual energy. After half an hour of this, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy appeared above the Zhuxing Peak. Not only were the onlookers from the sect dumbfounded, but even the elder ghost immortal, who had been in slumber, awakened. Overjoyed, he shouted, "Quick, Mo Lanyi! Rush to that place of strange phenomena. A treasure is emerging." Chapter 19. The emergence of the talisman treasure. For more than half a month, the elder ghost immortal had remained in a stupor, while Mo Lanyi had refrained from acting recklessly, diligently working to improve the favorability of Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan. To her surprise, the moment the elder ghost immortal awakened, he spoke of treasures, and Mo Lanyi's eyes sparkled. "Really? Where? Right within your sect? To the east? Hurry." "Understood." Mo Lanyi nearly burst forth from her cave dwelling, commandeering a Qingniao to hasten eastward, only to discover, goodness, the nearby peaks were densely packed with people and various flying spirit beasts. Not only the disciples, but even the peak masters and some venerable elders had emerged from their seclusion. With such esteemed figures present, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil, devoid of excessive noise. That disciple, halt. No approaching further. A steward clad in a pure black robe intercepted Emolanyi, his collar adorned with the emblem representing Zhuxing Peak. Emolanyi exclaimed in surprise, "Esteemed uncle, what is happening up ahead?" The steward of Zhuxing Peak replied anxiously, "It has been relayed from the main peak of the sect. Perhaps the sect master has ascended. In the Yunlan sect, there exists a regulation that any who ascend to the tribulation stage may neglect sect affairs and enjoy a leisurely life." However, Lian Xing had not long since ascended to the integration stage. It seemed implausible for him to break through so soon. What, then, was this thunder tribulation? Emolanyi felt a rising urgency, fearing that the treasure might be snatched away by others. Yet, she could not breach Zhuxing Peak under the watchful eyes of all. Just as she pondered this, a crack of thunder split the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and all onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. This thunder was truly ferocious. Yet, it appeared not to be the thunder of tribulation. Any cultivator engaged in battle would have heard of the signs of thunder tribulation, which vary in color, thickness, and even form. For instance, the golden core tribulation manifests as red lightning. The nascent soul tribulation is orange. The transformation stage is yellow. The integration stage is green. The tribulation stage is blue. The great ascension tribulation is indigo, and the ascension tribulation as violet. Yet, the color of this thunder did not seem to belong to any of the aforementioned types. What could this possibly be? I have no idea. As she spoke, the second and third bolts of thunder struck in quick succession. Boom, boom. It was as if the heavens bore a grudge against the person beneath the thunder. And after a full 6 bolts of tribulation lightning, the dark clouds gradually dispersed. In a fleeting moment, a beam of golden light surged into the heavens, piercing the 9 skies. Moreover, strange phenomena of celestial laws manifested within the heavens. It was a talisman large enough to obscure the sun. The peak master of Hongfu Peak, Zhan Fan, suddenly slapped his own head, exclaiming in excitement, "It's not that someone has ascended. It's a talisman treasure." A talisman treasure is emerging. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning. It appears to be a 6th grade talisman treasure. Talisman treasures are a super advanced version of talismans, possessing immense power and capable of multiple uses. While being remarkably cost-effective, typically requiring only beast blood and hides for their creation. Yet, they rival magical artifacts in potency. Most crucially, unlike magical artifacts, which require refinement and can have only one master, talisman treasures can be utilized by anyone, provided their power remains intact. The existence of talisman treasures is so extraordinary that the moment they come into being, the heavenly Tao must unleash tribulation lightning. Of course, this is relative. If one were in the middle or upper realms, talisman treasures abound, and the heavenly Tao would not bestow tribulation lightning. Talisman treasure? It's actually a talisman treasure. Good heavens! Is there such an unfathomable master among us? Perhaps a guest invited by the sect master. Other peak masters exchanged speculations, but only Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi shared a knowing glance, concealing their prowess and identity. Without question, it must be the little Wushuang. TSK. What kind of monster is little Wushuang? To be able to forge a talisman treasure? My goodness, perhaps they should invite her to become a venerable elder at Hongfu Peak. Who knows if little Wushuang would be willing? Meanwhile, Emolanyi lowered her voice and spoke to the elder ghost immortal. I wonder who the elder refining the talisman treasure could be? If only they would be willing to forge one for us. The elder ghost immortal sighed. Rest assured, your fortune is currently abundant. You may just win the favor of this elder. Come, let us go and take a look. As the thunderous energy dissipated, everyone gathered at the grand hall at the foot of Zhuxing Peak, eager to witness the emergence of the treasure. The peak masters did not drive away the disciples, for the stronger the sect, the more confidence they fostered, ensuring the recruitment of exceptionally gifted talents and the flourishing of the sect, a virtuous cycle indeed. After the burning of a joss stick, a man clad in a resplendent meteor-like robe descended from the sky, his features striking and his demeanor radiant, were it not for his hair being frizzed and wildly curled. This scene would be incredibly captivating. The peak master of Beast God Peak, Lu Rutai, known for his direct manner of speaking, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing his own sect master in such a state. Sect master, have you adopted a new image? I must speak plainly. It doesn't look particularly appealing. Lian Xing. The crowd. It was Yu Qing from Zillion Peak who cleared his throat and spoke. Lufeng Master. The sect leader's condition must be a result of the recent lightning tribulation. Oh, I see. Sect leader, what treasure is this? Is it truly a talisman treasure? Lian Xing silently cursed Lu Rutai 1,000 times in his heart, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. He cleared his throat and raised his hand to summon a talisman that was pristine white, shimmering brilliantly under the light. The talisman bore 6 mysterious patterns, radiating colors, concealing sharpness, and emanating an astonishing aura of heavenly principles. Zhan Fan trembled with excitement, rushing forward to grasp the talisman, yet fearful of dirtying it. His gaze fixated on it, exclaiming, "Such beautiful mysterious patterns. There are indeed six.it must be a 6th grade talisman treasure. Incredible, truly incredible. Sect leader, what is the function of this talisman treasure?" Lian Xing pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. This talisman treasure is the 9 lives poison-repelling talisman. With it, one can avoid all natural toxins, such as poisonous miasma, corpse miasma, and insect miasma. Moreover, the range of this talisman's poison-repelling capability is quite extensive, determined by the user's maximum divine sense. Zhan Fan's mouth fell agape. Are you implying that, if a great ascendant were to use it, they could effortlessly eliminate and purify the miasma within our entire sect? Lian Xing proudly raised his head and declared, "Precisely. Rejoice, celebrate. Such an extraordinary talisman treasure, created in collaboration with our little master ancestor. Ha 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 ha." Hard to believe. Zhan Fan nearly burst into tears, overwhelmed by disbelief. With this treasure, we shall no longer fear toxins when entering any secret realms in the future. Regardless of the size of the secret realm, toxins are always a formidable obstacle. With this talisman treasure, we can boldly traverse any secret realm. How exhilarating! Lian Xing nodded and inquired, "Is Hall Master Tian from the Enforcement Hall available?" The Enforcement Hall operates directly under the orders of Zhuxing Peak and the Elder Council, responsible for the security of the entire Yunlan sect. Hall Master Tian is at the pinnacle of the integration stage, just one step away from advancing to the tribulation stage. He is known for his unwavering integrity and righteousness, being the highest cultivator in the Yunlan sect aside from the 18 disciples. Here, this shall be entrusted to Hall Master Tian. Yes, upon receiving the talisman treasure, Hall Master Tian sensed a familiar aura. He blinked in disbelief and glanced at Lian Xing. How can this be? The aura on this talisman is identical to that of the sect leader? So, this talisman was forged by the sect leader? Impossible. Our sect leader is clearly not a talisman master. Hall Master Tian lowered his voice, cautiously asking, "Sect leader, is this your creation?" Lian Xing felt uncomfortable under Hall Master Tian's scrutinizing gaze, yet he could not reveal Ji Wushuang, so he had no choice but to maintain the facade. He cleared his throat and feigned profundity. "Indeed, this talisman was forged by me, a low-profile endeavor." Just then, overhearing this exchange, Zhan Fan thought, how shameless. If this were not our own sect leader, I would truly want to throw him out. Chapter 20. Unexpectedly, even the finest spirit stones can be bested by a glutton. Unlike the exuberance and joy of everyone else, Emo Lanyi, upon understanding the effects of this talisman treasure, felt an overwhelming urge to tear it apart. What does it mean to block all toxins? If all toxins are blocked, what will become of her? Being of the light spirit root, one of its most significant characteristics is the ability to detoxify. Now that this talisman treasure exists, how can she maximize her unique abilities? How can she earn the gratitude of others? Grandpa Immortal, can this thing be destroyed? The old ghost Immortal was taken aback. What did you say? You want to destroy this talisman treasure? Yes. With this talisman treasure, won't my usefulness diminish? The old ghost Immortal was nearly driven to roll his eyes by Emo Lanyi's words. You are a cultivator. Why would you compare yourself to a lifeless object? If you could claim this item as your own, would that not be better? But everyone has seen this talisman treasure. How can we claim it as our own? Hemph, these fools think that talismans cannot be refined. They are mistaken. Talismans can indeed be refined, but it requires special techniques, and once refined, you can continuously replenish your own power to it. It is a rare opportunity. Mo Lanyi's eyes suddenly brightened. I see. Then we should find an opportunity to get close and refine it. Yes, proceed slowly and do not rush. All right. Once she refines this talisman treasure, combined with her light spirit root attributes, she would be the most suitable to become a benevolent healer for the world. Surely, by that time, everyone would treasure her like a gem, right? The news of the emergence of the 6th grade talisman treasure quickly spread throughout the entire Tianlan continent. The talisman masters from the other 4 major sects, upon hearing this, set off overnight for Yunlan's sect, eager to witness this 6th grade talisman treasure, even if only to satisfy their curiosity. Meanwhile, at Hongfu Peak, Zhan Fan was straining to muster the gentlest smile of his life, squeezing his voice to speak to Ji Wushuang. Little Wushuang, if you have no urgent matters, why not become the supreme elder of my Hongfu Peak? We will certainly treat you with utmost respect, Ji Wushuang, exasperated by Zhan Fan's persistence, replied, Master Zhan, it is not that I do not wish to become the supreme elder, but rather that I am unqualified for such a position. As you can see, I am merely a mortal, Zhan Fan retorted. Mortal? If you are a mortal, then what are we? Are we not human? At this moment, Zhan Fan truly wished he could cast aside the burdens of being a peak master and sit on the ground, throwing a tantrum in front of Ji Wushuang, but he could not, as Jin Fushi was watching him from the side. How about this? You provide us with talismans each month, whatever you wish to draw, and in return, we will offer you 1,000 finest spirit stones each month. How does that sound? The finest spirit stones are exceedingly precious. 1,000 of them would make Zhan Fan's heart bleed. Yet he was willing to pay any price for the talisman treasure. Ji Wushuang smiled lightly and shook her head. Master Zhan, if you need talismans, feel free to ask me to draw them. Or if you encounter any bottlenecks, I will do my best to impart knowledge to you. But I would prefer not to be bound by monthly tasks. Ji Wushuang cherished her freedom and would not bend her will for spirit stones. Besides, she had received ample spirit stones from her little disciples, which she could not possibly use all. Then what would you like in exchange? Ji Wushuang pondered for a moment and smiled. Just some edible spiritual items. Perhaps spiritual cuisine. Ji Wushuang, in her previous life, had been a tool for the Ji family, consuming only detoxification pills since childhood, leaving her unaware of what hunger felt like. She had never experienced the life of an ordinary person. It was only after her reincarnation in the divine tomb that she truly understood what life was about. Her several masters had raised her on various peculiar dishes, which she had thought were normal food. But after arriving at Yunlan's sect and tasting spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, and spiritual beast meat, Ji Wushuang realized that her masters had merely ensured she would not starve. Thus, unbeknownst to her, a little hobby of enjoying food had quietly developed in this life. Zhan Fan was taken aback. So, as long as it is edible? Yes, Wushuang shyly nodded. But I only want spiritual items. I in the divine tomb. Even breathing was infused with spiritual energy. Although she lacked a spiritual bone, her body had been nourished by spiritual items over time. Though she was mortal, she possessed a spiritual body. Especially after consuming the essence of the divine tomb, eating ordinary low spiritual items made her feel uncomfortable. Jin Fushi, who had been waiting for an opportunity to speak, burst forth with excitement. Mimi, Jin Fushi. My family specializes in spiritual cuisine. Although it is said that there are 6 major arts in cultivation, there are actually 3,000 paths in the upper, middle, and lower realms, each distinct. Spiritual cuisine is also an art in itself, and there are indeed people who excel in this field. Ji Wushuang's eyes lit up. Really? Ji Wushuang, filled with joy, exclaimed, Great. It settled then. Meanwhile, Zhan Fan was left speechless. I never expected that even the finest spirit stones could be outdone by a glutton. Chapter 21. So, are the two of them truly cursed? Ji Wushuang and Hongfu Peak's collaboration was thus established, but the talisman treasure was not to be thought of lightly. After all, to transform a talisman into a talisman treasure, aside from relying on Ji Wushuang's ability to communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, it also requires a powerful cultivator at the integration stage to undertake the significant risk of activating the talisman treasure. Most importantly, the talisman treasure necessitates the bones and blood of an 8th grade spiritual beast for the talisman drawing. Given Hongfu Peak's current strength, achieving the latter 2 points was nearly a pipe dream. Among the 18 disciples of Yunlan, there was naturally an ancestor from Hongfu Peak, but to have a tribulation stage powerhouse activate talismans for their use. Zhan Fan's influence was not that extensive. In truth, Zhan Fan would be quite satisfied with being able to create a 6th-grade talisman. Zhan Fan himself was at the transformation stage and could draw 5th-grade talismans, with a high success rate for low-grade ones and decent for mid-grade, but upper grade was rather average, let alone the finest. The higher a talisman master's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to advance further, as it fundamentally relies on innate talent. Now, with the assistance of Ji Wushuang, he may perhaps advance further in breaking through his own limitations. Of course, aside from being a prominent figure within the sect, the true identity of Ji Wushuang remains a mystery to others. Even the peak masters of the other mountains are unaware. The onlookers are merely curious. Is not Ji Wushuang the favored disciple of the sect leader? How has she become the darling of Zhan Fan? Even when other sects and hidden masters of talismans sought an audience with the talisman treasure, he hardly paid them any mind, merely making an appearance to exchange pleasantries before continuing to accompany Ji Wushuang daily. Beyond companionship, Zhan Fan frequently devised ways to bestow sect points upon Ji Wushuang. Sect points are the very foundation for every disciple's survival within the sect. They are required to exchange for techniques, elixirs, and even spiritual artifacts. Yulan sect boasts a long and rich history, with countless top-tier techniques preserved within the scripture pavilion, including many ancient methods. All of these can be redeemed with sect points, albeit in staggering amounts. Each peak has a limited allocation of sect points annually, ensuring the smooth operation of each mountain. It is a rare occurrence for someone like Zhan Fan, the master of Hongfu Peak, to continually grant points to disciples. After all, such generosity would deplete the entire budget of Hongfu Peak, undermining the interests of all its disciples. Upon learning of this news, the disciples of Hongfu Peak felt a mixture of bitterness and jealousy. They toiled endlessly just to earn a few points. How could Ji Wushuang, who does nothing, possess such a wealth of points? Simply because she is beautiful and possesses a sweet smile. This is utterly unreasonable. In the Huangfa building of the Preaching Institute, Ji Wushuang has ceased attending talisman classes, yet Mo Lanyi comes daily. The previous encounter with the old ghost immortal left him still unhealed. He merely sensed the power of the talisman treasure and forced himself to awaken temporarily. Following that, he requires another month of slumber to recover fully. In the absence of the old ghost immortal, Mo Lanyi is acutely aware of the need to tread carefully. Not only has she forged good relationships with her fellow students, but her luck has also earned her the nickname of Little Koi. Whenever disciples team up with Mo Lanyi for tasks, such as watering the spiritual herb garden or feeding the spiritual beasts, they receive additional benefits. Moreover, Mo Lanyi is not only quite attractive but also possesses considerable talent. With Ji Wushuang no longer overshadowing her, she senses a subtle rise in her own standing. On the day of the talisman class, Mo Lanyi noticed the expressions of the Hongfu Peak disciples were rather sour. With a glint in her eye, she deliberately remarked, "Your treatment at Hongfu Peak is truly enviable. I find myself quite jealous of you all." One disciple raised their gaze and replied, "Sister, do not jest. You are the direct disciple of the Zilin Peak Master. How could you possibly envy us inner disciples, since this is still a foundational course? It includes inner, outer, and direct disciples. Indeed, sister, please do not make fun of us." Mo Lanyi blinked in surprise. "How could that be? I heard your peak master treats junior sister Wushuang exceptionally well, often gifting her hundreds upon hundreds of sect points. Junior sister Wushuang is not even a disciple of Hongfu Peak, yet enjoys such treatment. As disciples of Hongfu Peak, you ought to receive even better treatment, no?" Upon hearing this, the inner disciples' faces darkened, but they dared not question the peak master's actions. Yet, in their hearts, they harbored resentment towards Ji Wushuang. While it is true that Ji Wushuang is talented, she has issues with her spiritual roots that prevent her from cultivating. She should be modestly enduring her situation rather than living so freely. What significance does it hold that she has topped the foundational courses repeatedly? She still cannot even draw a basic talisman. In their eyes, nurturing Ji Wushuang is merely squandering the sect's resources. The disciples of Hongfu Peak all displayed expressions of indignation, and some even approached Zhan Fan's newly accepted disciple, Zhan Yuan, after class. "Junior brother, what does the Peak Master mean by this? Everyone is mocking us at Hongfu Peak. Indeed, why treat Ji Wushuang so well? What use is it to grant her so many sect points? After all, she is merely a waste of resources. Wasting sect points on her infringes upon the rights of all disciples." Though Zhan Yuan also believed his master's actions were inappropriate, he maintained his composure. Whose words are you taking to heart? The Peak Master has never utilized the sect points of Hongfu Peak. He uses his own points, bestowing them upon whomever he pleases. Who are you to interfere? Though Zhang Yuan was young, he possessed a commanding presence, silencing the crowd with his rebuttal. If you continue to heed baseless rumors and refuse to trust in the Peak Master's fairness, then feel free to withdraw from Hongfu Peak. Zhang Yuan dared not directly confront Zhang Fan. After all, Zhang Fan is his legitimate ancestor. If he were to speak out of turn in front of him, he would likely face severe repercussions. Thus, Zhang Yuan sought out his senior brother, Zhuang Xian. Upon hearing these grievances, Zhuang Xian instinctively felt something amiss and replied, "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter." When Zhuang Xian arrived at the main peak of Hongfu Peak, he happened upon Jin Fushi preparing a lavish feast for Ji Wushuang, while his master was fervently serving her food. Come, little Wushuang, this braised oxtail is made from the tail of a level 4 spiritual beast, the crystal ox which only thrives in areas rich in spiritual energy. The meat is exceptionally tender. Ji Wushuang, upon tasting it, beamed like a child, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Thank you, Peak Master Zhan. Thank you, Elder Jin. I love it. Then eat plenty. Not only did Zhan Fan wear a loving expression, but even Jin Fushi looked as if he wished to personally deb on the meat for Ji Wushuang. Zhuang Xian recognized Jin Fushi. Initially, he was his master's uncle, but as Zhuang Xian's cultivation advanced, they had become peers. Jin Fushi, who usually appeared plump and affable, was, in fact, quite shrewd. Why was he grinning like a Maitreya Buddha now? Zhuang Xian was bewildered. Could it be that my master and Elder Jin have been bewitched? Or am I dreaming? He pinched himself hard, confirming the pain, realizing it was not a dream. Thus, were both of them truly under some enchantment? Chapter 22. Creating Talismans? As Ji Wushuang dined, she lifted her beautifully arched and radiant phoenix eyes, curiously surveying Zhuang Xian. Upon locking eyes with her, Zhuang Xian felt a fleeting sensation, as if he were gazing upon drifting white clouds and distant steeds, time flowing like a gentle stream. Yet, upon a closer look, it seemed merely an illusion. Zhuang, child. Ji Wushuang smiled gently. Hello, Uncle Zhuang. Zhan Fan chuckled heartily. No. If you are willing, just call him by his name. Ji Wushuang graciously complied, addressing him as Brother Zhuang. Zhuang Xian remained dazed, receiving a playful slap from his master on the back of his head. What are you dawdling for? Call him. Zhan Fan, with a cunning heart, sought to draw closer the ties between Hongfu Peak and Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang may not covet wealth, but she certainly relished good food. Yet, such appetites are the easiest to satisfy. Should Ji Wushuang ever attain the ability to cultivate, what would happen if she suddenly decided to fast? Upon seeing his gifted disciple, who possessed a water spirit root of exceptional quality, Zhan Fan's mind began to churn with ideas. My esteemed disciple is extraordinarily talented, possessing a nearly pure water spirit root. Graceful and handsome, and under 100 years of age, has already formed his nascent soul. His talent is remarkable. Moreover, due to his water spirit root, he radiates a gentle warmth, drawing the admiration of many female cultivators. If little Wushuang were to fancy him, that would be splendid. What? Is she too old for his taste? Not to worry. There are other disciples. If the older ones do not suffice, the younger ones will do. Ahem, Sister Wushuang, let us not be so formal. Just call me Wushuang sister. Wushuang sister. Very good, very good. Zhan Fan's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, gazing at Zhuang Xian as if he were watching his own daughter marry off. Zhuang Xian felt a wave of goosebumps rise all over his body. As Ji Wushuang noticed the gathering of people, she gracefully finished her meal, then stood and asked, Brother Zhuang, would you like to join us? Zhan Fan nodded eagerly. Yes, let us go together. All right, then let us proceed. As Jin Fushi passed by Zhuang Xian, he whispered, no matter what you see, remain calm. Zhuang Xian smiled, confident in his composure, having witnessed countless sights. How could he possibly falter? Yet, once his master led him into a specially crafted area designed to prevent divine sense probing, Zhuang Xian sensed that something was amiss. When Jin Fushi placed the hide of a level 5 magical beast, divine sense stage, in front of Ji Wushuang, along with the prepared blood for refining vermilion and specially crafted crystal powder, Zhuang Xian was left dumbfounded. Wait, what does my master and Jin Fushi mean by this? Are they intending for Ji Wushuang to draw talismans? What a joke! These are materials from a level 5 magical beast. Allowing Ji Wushuang to make a single stroke would render it worthless, even if there were a spirit stone mine at home. Such wastefulness is unacceptable. Just as Zhuang Xian prepared to step forward to prevent his master and Jin Fushi from proceeding, Ji Wushuang had already grasped the jade brush, gliding it across the talisman paper with an elegance that suggested she was indeed a master of talismans. It's over. There's no time left. What a waste to understand. The mere animal hide is but a raw material. To transform it into talisman paper necessitates extensive processing, consuming a multitude of medicinal herbs and rare spiritual minerals. Zhuang Xian felt as though his heart were bleeding. Truly, it was heart-wrenching. Zhan Fan, disregarding the foolish expression of his disciple, hastened forward. How did it go? Were you successful? Ji Wushuang nodded, presenting them with dozens of 5th-level talismans she had synthesized. It was a success. 10 spirit sealing talismans, 10 explosive talismans, 10 illusion talismans, 10 exorcism talismans, 10 dispel talismans, and 10 misfortune talismans. The spirit sealing talismans, as the name implies, can temporarily seal the spiritual energy within a body. Deceiving enemies. Even the more formidable spirit sealing jade can mislead formations and rules. The explosive talismans are exceedingly powerful, compressing spiritual energy into explosive projectiles with astonishing lethality. The illusion talismans can momentarily ensnare opponents in illusions, with the ultimate illusion talismans capable of trapping even spirit separation stage practitioners. The exorcism talismans are specifically designed to counter malevolent entities, as practitioners, in their defiance against the heavens, are considered a great boon by spiritual beasts and malevolent spirits alike. In a contest between them, it is a matter of life and death. The dispel talismans are an upgraded version of the poison dispelling talismans. Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi understood these talismans. Yet it was the last one, the misfortune talisman. This was conceived by Ji Wushuang after she observed Imo Lanyi and, seizing her fortune, was struck by inspiration. Since fortune, such an enigmatic concept, can be covertly transferred without the knowledge of the heavenly Tao. She reasoned that she could accomplish this as well. After pondering for several days, she crafted a misfortune talisman, though she had yet to test its efficacy, leaving her somewhat uncertain. Once applied, it brings misfortune. I crafted it myself, and I estimate it to be a 5th-level talisman. Had any other disciple dared to innovate using materials meant for 5th-level talismans, Zhan Fan would have ensured they understood the severity of his reprimand. As cold as the winds of the northern lands. But since it was Ji Wushuang, Zhan Fan chose to turn a blind eye. Ji Wushuang thought for a moment and kindly cautioned, "You must exercise caution when using this misfortune talisman, as it has yet to be tested." In the course of their conversation, Zhuang Xian felt his head spinning. He realized he could not comprehend the words exchanged between his master and Ji Wushuang. These talismans were clearly worthless, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, yet their discourse suggested that Ji Wushuang had already achieved success, and she had even created a new talisman. Who did she think she was? The ancestral master? Ridiculous. The crux of the matter was that his master actually believed her. This wouldn't do. He needed to find a medical practitioner to assess whether his master's mind was sound. Chapter 23. You are simply remarkable. Zhuang Xian inwardly cursed while maintaining an expression of utmost reverence until his master suddenly handed him a talisman. Master, since you've gone this far, let us activate it. Activate? Yes, didn't you do it before? Just channel all your spiritual energy into the talisman. This is a 5th-level talisman, essentially a talisman of the spirit separation stage. However, Zhuang Xian was merely at the nascent soul stage, which might have repercussions. Yet, seeing Zhuang Xian's fearful expression, Zhan Fan understood his disciple's reluctance. An old adage states that to make a man devoted, one must impress him with strength. It was time to demonstrate the prowess of the future Grand Elder of Hongfu Peak. Ji Wushuang furrowed her brows, saying, "This could be dangerous." When Lian Xing activated the talisman treasure, he nearly became a dried corpse. Although this 5th-level talisman is not as domineering as the talisman treasure, given that this young man is merely at the nascent soul stage, Zhan Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhuang Xian, half smiling and half serious. Upon meeting Ji Wushuang's clear and luminous eyes, Zhuang Xian felt a surge of competitive spirit and declared, "How could it be? I am a nascent soul." Zhan Fan chuckled. "Indeed, there will be no issues. Besides, if something goes awry, we will be here, right?" Hearing this, Ji Wushuang ceased her insistence, saying, "All right, but if any problems arise, just stop immediately. Rest assured." Zhuang Xian stepped forward, closed his eyes, and began to channel his spiritual energy into the talisman. Soon, he discovered an exceptionally subtle connection between himself and the talisman. Wait, this sensation felt familiar. Could it be that the talismans they used during their intensive training were also drawn by Ji Wushuang? As Zhuang Xian's mind wandered, suddenly, a fierce and greedy aura erupted from the talisman, rapidly siphoning his spiritual power like a vortex. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Xian felt his dantian had been completely drained. How could this be? Zhuang Xian was struck with dread, just as Ji Wushuang exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly absorb the spiritual energy to replenish yourself." Zhuang Xian, yanked by that overwhelming force, felt pain coursing through his body and hurriedly closed his eyes to absorb spiritual energy. He was simultaneously absorbing and depleting, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Fortunately, this was merely an ordinary 5th-level talisman and not a talisman treasure, so it wasn't as brutal. After successfully activating it, the pulling sensation vanished, and in its place was a close bond between Zhuang Xian and the talisman. Sweating profusely, Zhuang Xian opened his eyes, his expression a mix of bewilderment and foolishness, his legs trembling. Hands shaking. It was unclear whether it was due to shock or joy-master. It's a 5th-level talisman. His voice rose, and with that foolish expression, Zhan Fan could hardly bear to look, wishing to cover his face. It was over. This lad, in such a dazed state, seemed to have lost all semblance of the refined gentleman he once was. If Xiao Wushuang had any sense, she would find this fool utterly unappealing. If it were him, he would consider a plate of spiritual chicken legs far more charming than this simpleton. Alas, the ploy of beauty had failed. Zhan Fan slapped the back of his head, scolding, "You little rascal, don't make a fuss. Calm down." Zhuang Xian pouted, his cheeks flushed, seemingly wanting to speak but fearing to anger his master, the conflicted expression eliciting a chuckle from Ji Wushuang. "Zhuang Xixiang, do you have something to ask? Just say it." "Quite simply, to draw an analogy, I built a house and ultimately handed the key to you. By using the key, you unlocked the house and now, you are the owner of that house." This analogy was straightforward, and Zhuang Xian comprehended it. However, upon understanding, his admiration for Ji Wushuang intensified. You are simply extraordinary. No wonder our master treats Sister Wushuang so well. If it were him, he would gladly worship Sister Wushuang as a revered ancestor." Zhan Fan could not help but administer another slap to the back of his head, saying, "All right, calm down. Now that you are aware of Xiao Wushuang's secret, you must keep it to yourself, understood?" "Understood, understood. The disciple certainly knows. However, Master, you should have mentioned this sooner so we could express our gratitude to Sister Wushuang." "Gratitude?" Zhuang Xian's eyes brimmed with admiration, nearly overflowing. "Sister Wushuang has aided us so much, yet we were utterly oblivious. Even when some spoke ill of her, we failed to defend her. Truly, we ought to feel guilty." Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered. "Speak plainly." Zhuang Xian looked confused. "Master, do you not understand? Activating Sister Wushuang's talismans enhances our success rate in crafting talismans, which is why we came to activate them." Zhan Fan. "Jin Fushi, wait, such a marvelous thing exists," Zhan Fan shouted. "Is that true?" Zhuang Xian, startled, replied honestly, "Well, I'm not sure. It's just that last time you asked us to activate talismans, the success rates of my fellow disciples improved significantly. I may have improved less, but my junior brothers and sisters saw a noticeable increase." Zhan Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. "You little brat. Why didn't you mention something so crucial sooner?" Zhuang Xian protested. "But, didn't we send you a sound transmission to express our thanks? Did you not pay attention?" Zhan Fan recalled that last time Zhuang Xian had indeed sent him a sound transmission filled with nonsensical chatter. "What was it?" "Oh," he had said, "Master, your good intentions have been felt by the disciples and junior brothers and sisters. We shall strive to cultivate diligently." At the time, he had merely listened half-heartedly and dismissed this foolish disciple. Who would have known it was such vital information? "You rascal!" If Ji Wushuang had not been present, Zhan Fan would have been tempted to use a shoe to smack him. Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi did not feel this as strongly. Firstly, the talismans Ji Wushuang had presented previously were of too low a level. And secondly, Both of their low-level talismans had extremely high success rates, so they did not notice the change as acutely. Zhan Fan forced a smile and said to Ji Wushuang, Xiao Wushuang, can this talisman also help others gain insights? Ji Wushuang was initially taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. Not necessarily. You are all geniuses in the realm of talismans. Improving your success rate is merely a matter of time. Hearing Ji Wushuang's reluctance to take credit, Zhan Fan was instantly moved to tears, and Jin Fushi secretly resolved to cherish Ji Wushuang as a younger generation to be pampered. A younger generation who loves to eat and knows how to enjoy food is ever so endearing. Regardless, thank you. Ji Wushuang nodded. You may activate these talismans at your leisure. They may indeed be of assistance to you. Please take special care with the misfortune talismans and do not announce it to others. Absolutely. Ji Wushuang smiled gently, intending to take her leave, when Zhuang Xian suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Sister Wushuang, please wait. Observing Ji Wushuang's candid demeanor, which suggested she was genuinely unconcerned about hierarchy and quite open-minded, he chuckled, very well, Brother Zhuang, please speak. Zhuang Xian then proceeded to inform Zhan Fan and Ji Wushuang about the recent public discontent at Hongfu Peak, adding, I heard from the junior disciple that many students harbor grievances against you, particularly one named Imo Lanyi. She has repeatedly incited the emotions of the disciples behind the scenes. Sister, do you have any grievances with Imo Lanyi? Chapter 24 now, who will use the misfortune talisman on Imo Lanyi? Ji Wushuang suddenly recalled the existence of Imo Lanyi, who truly was as bothersome as a rat in the gutter. Heavenly Tao, be cautious of your tone, Ji Wushuang retorted. We simply do not get along. She resents me for obtaining the top score in all the initiation tests. Is that all? Indeed, Ji Wushuang replied nonchalantly. Aside from that, I cannot think of anything else, but it makes sense. Someone who cannot cultivate and has flawed spiritual roots, managed to take her first place. It is only natural for her to be displeased. Zhuang Xian's eyes gleamed with indignation. Such a narrow-minded person cannot be allowed to act with such impunity. I will go warn her. Ji Wushuang could already envision Zhuang Xian, in his naive fervor, confronting Imo Lanyi, ultimately leading to his own disgrace. After all, Imo Lanyi was favored by destiny. How could an ordinary person like him dare to provoke her? No need, she replied. Then shall we allow her to remain so arrogant? Ji Wushuang pondered for a moment. Indeed, while those rumors could not harm her in the slightest, she was not foolish. She understood the principle of accumulating sand to form a tower. However, if she intervened against a favored child of destiny, the heavenly Tao within her would likely turn against her. If someone else were to act, there was a risk of them being retaliated against. What to do? Ji Wushuang's gaze swept across the table, finally resting on the talismans. With a graceful raise of her brow, she revealed a gentle, beautiful, and pure smile, akin to mountain spring water, leaving Zhuang Xian momentarily stunned. We shall use this. Ji Wushuang pointed to the unactivated misfortune talisman. The three were taken aback. You intend to use a talisman of your own creation? Is that effective? Can it really work? We will only know by trying. But first, it must be activated. Jin Fushi eagerly volunteered, let me give it a try. Ji Wushuang, noticing how considerate Jin Jishur was towards her, tilted her head and began retrieving items from her spatial stone. 1 exquisite spirit stone, 2 exquisite spirit stones. She took out a total of 99 exquisite spirit stones and began arranging them on the ground with determination. Soon, a complex and ornate stone pattern began to emerge. The three, puzzled, asked, Xiao Wushuang, what is this? Sister Wushuang, you cannot casually take out so many exquisite spirit stones. Yes. Ji Wushuang squatted in a corner, clutching the final exquisite spirit stone, urging, Jin Jishur, please step into the center to activate the formation and the talisman. Jin Fushi, trusting her completely, stepped inside. Ji Wushuang then set down the last spirit stone, clapped her hands, and stood up, saying, it's ready. Zhuang Xian, still curious, asked, Sister Wushuang, what exactly is this? Ji Wushuang replied with a serene expression. It is a formation. The three stared in disbelief. This is a joke, right? How can this be a formation? Modern formations involve formation plates, patterns, flags, and more. Even the most basic first-level formations are exceedingly challenging, making formations one of the most esoteric arts among the 6 skills. Yet, seeing Ji Wushuang's proud expression, the three of them, in a moment of blind admiration, decided to overlook their doubts. Upon closer inspection, Was this not indeed a formation? Yes, yes, how exquisite. With the formation's support, I am certain of success. Ji Wushuang smiled. This formation, like the talisman, is merely a semi-finished product. I am responsible for constructing it, but activation still depends on Jin Jishu. Please activate the formation and then the talisman. Jian Fushi replied. Understood, I shall activate it now. Internally, he held no belief that the formation could be activated. He merely wished to spare Ji Wushuang any embarrassment. However, as he channeled his spiritual energy into the formation, a white light gradually flowed through the 99 exquisite spirit stones, shaping profound and intricate patterns. As the patterns solidified, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, rushing wildly towards the spiritual formation. The three were astounded, and Zhan Fan could not help but exclaim, "This is a spirit-gathering formation? Heavens! A genius in the art of talismans, and a genius in formations as well? How favored by the heavenly Tao is Ji Wushuang." Heavenly Tao, thanks for the invitation, but I do not play favorites. Indeed, Jin Jishu's reserve and density of spiritual energy were not as robust as Zhuang Xian's, and he absorbed spiritual power at a slower rate. If Jin Jishu attempted to activate a higher-level talisman, he would likely face considerable difficulty. This spirit-gathering formation would assist him. Jian Fushi was nearly moved to tears. His spiritual roots were inferior to Zhuang Xian's, so activating a level 5 talisman would be even more arduous. He had prepared himself for hardship, yet Ji Wushuang had considered his situation so thoroughly. Where did this little fairy come from? Zhuang Xian. Thus, it seemed he was indeed not favored by the junior sister. Zhan Fan felt a pang of jealousy as well. Jian Jishu, please begin. Do not waste Xiao Wushuang's thoughtful gesture. Oh, right. I shall start now. With Ji Wushuang's spirit-gathering formation in effect, Jin Fushi successfully activated the level 5 talisman with ease, and upon completion, he felt the profound sensation it brought. He even had a premonition that if he practiced diligently, he might one day be able to refine talismans of higher levels. Once the talisman was complete, Jin Fushi immediately ceased the spirit-gathering formation. After all, these were exquisite spirit stones. They must not be wasted. He exited the formation and handed the talisman to Ji Wushuang. Now, the question arose. Who would use the misfortune talisman on Emo Lanyi? Chapter 25. Second sister Hua Fanning. Ji Wushuang was well aware of the heavenly Tao's notoriously pedantic temperament. Whoever she sent to use the talisman on Emo Lanyi would be doomed to an unsettled life henceforth. Suddenly, two faces of great misfortune floated into her mind. Wait, others would not suffice. But what of those who had a karmic connection with Emo Lanyi? Although the heavenly Tao may have overlooked them, since Emo Lanyi had previously stolen their fortune, if they struck back, it would merely be tit for tat, a natural part of the cycle of justice. Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow and said, Zhan Fengzhu, could you please summon Lian Yuan and Lu Xingzhou? Lian Yuan and Lu Xingzhou? Yes. Zhan Fan naturally went to this year's sect test and recalled how the little girl had exhibited considerable interest in the two. Did she perhaps favor Lian Yuan and Lu Xingzhou's type? Zhan Fan glanced at his naive disciple, feeling an uncontainable irritation. What a disappointing child, however. Since the little girl requested it, they were obliged to comply. And Zhan Fan personally went to invite them. Lian Yuan was a disciple under the esteemed elder of Daoi Peak, Huanglong Daoren Mu Ziki, while Lu Xingzhou was a disciple under the esteemed elder of Tianhen Peak, Yujian Daoren Yaozong. Their statuses were quite respectable and Jin Fushi's invitation might not reach them. Upon entering the room, Lian Yuan immediately recognized the exquisite spirit stones laid out on the ground. Though he had not been at Daoi Peak long, he could still identify formations. These spirit stones appeared to be arranged chaotically, yet they exuded a subtle sense of a harmonious rule. Remarkable, Lian Yuan. Astonished and delighted, exclaimed, Zhan Fengzhu, have you summoned us to witness this formation? No, it is Ji Wushuang who wishes to see you. Ji Wushuang? The two looked up simultaneously, their eyes landing on the delicate, luminescent figure who resembled a piece of beautiful jade, none other than Ji Wushuang herself. They both held a profound impression of her. Such talent, truly extraordinary. Lian Yuan cupped his hands and said, Little sister, it has been a while. Lu Xingzhou also offered a salute. What matter brings you to us? Sister Ji? Ji Wushuang was also assessing the two unfortunate souls. Their golden aura at the center of their brows had neither improved since their last encounter nor worsened. It seemed they were faring well. indicating that Imo Lanyi's theft of fortune required certain opportunities to manifest. Ji Wushuang handed the misfortune talisman to the two, saying, "This, you will use on Imo Lanyi." Lin Yuan and Lu Xingzhou nearly believed their ears had deceived them. "You want us to do what? What is this?" "A misfortune talisman." The two fell into silence. After a long while, Lin Yuan spoke solemnly, "Ji Wushuang, you cannot harm her merely out of jealousy for her ability to cultivate." Lu Xingzhou's brow furrowed in disappointment. "Sister Ji, you should not engage in such actions. We will pretend this matter never happened. But if you attempt to harm someone again, we will not remain silent." Zhuang Xian, overhearing this, was infuriated, rolling up his sleeves to confront them. "What absurdity are you spouting? It is clearly Imo Lanyi who has been slandering our sister Wushuang, and she is merely retaliating." Lin Yuan frowned. "Then please explain how Imo Lanyi has slandered Ji Wushuang." Zhuang Xian remarked, "She said that we at Hongfu Peak treat Ji Wushuang exceptionally well." Lu Xingzhou scoffed. "Isn't that the truth?" Zhuang Xian replied. While that may be the case, they have their reasons." With that, she concluded, "All right, since there's nothing else, we shall take our leave." Lu Xingzhou, who had initially harbored a favorable impression of Ji Wushuang, now felt as though he had been blinded. Ji Wushuang silently observed the scene of the three arguing ahead, her small face scrunching up like a steamed bun. Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi, unable to bear Ji Wushuang's distress, hurriedly suggested, "Let us use the misfortune talisman on her." Yes, let us go." Ji Wushuang shook her head. "No need, you cannot go. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. Furthermore, although Imo Lanyi's intentions may be questionable, she did speak the truth. Haven't these two refused to listen to her? Very well. If they won't listen to me, perhaps their master will." Ji Wushuang's rebellious spirit surged. The more they resisted, the more determined she became to make them comply. She raised her gaze to Zhan Fan and Jin Fushi and declared, "You two can first familiarize yourselves with this 5th-level talisman. I will not be joining you for the time being." Zhan Fan was taken aback. "Ah, where are you going?" "To Daoi Peak and Tianhen Peak." Zhan Fan felt a pang of sadness. Why did little Wushuang have such an affinity for those two young men? No, next time I choose disciples, I must select some charming ones to capture little Wushuang's heart. Zhuang Xian observed a beauty clad in a flowing crimson gown, her skin radiating a healthy allure, her fox-like eyes glimmering with charm, and her lips resembling ripe cherries, a peculiar mark, suggestive of a certain forbidden technique, adorned her brow. Wasn't it the handiwork of her grandmaster's disciple, little Shirtu? Why would little Shirtu place a restriction on a young disciple? Upon seeing Ji Wushuang, the beauty rushed over, cupping Ji Wushuang's delicate face. Her excitement palpable. "Are you my little junior sister? You are simply adorable." Ji Wushuang felt her cheeks warm, her long eyelashes fluttering as she asked, "May I inquire if you are the second senior sister?" Hua Fanyin eagerly led Ji Wushuang to her dwelling, producing exquisite robes one after another. Some were charmingly cute, others elegantly refined, some carefree and unrestrained, while others exuded opulence. "I heard from the master about your situation. These robes possess defensive formations to protect you. Since I have never seen you, I did not know your style, so I bought them all. Please try them on." Hua Fanyin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had longed for a junior sister to adorn and beautify, imagining how delightful it would be to die in addition to the robes. Hua Fanyin had also prepared accessories, boots, ribbons, and more. Ji Wushuang, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, tried on one outfit after another, delighting Hua Fanyin to the point where her smile was almost ear to ear, and in the end, she gifted everything to Ji Wushuang. Besides these, Hua Fanyin had gathered numerous cultivation techniques and notes. "Little Wushuang, the master informed me of your circumstances. These are my notes from when I cultivated. See if they might aid you." Hua Fanyin was currently at the peak of the golden core stage. Quite remarkable, and her notes were invaluable for any aspiring cultivator. Moreover, as a genius who had faced challenges, she saw in Ji Wushuang a reflection of her younger self. Although she was the daughter of a great cultivation family with decent roots, her progress had been frustratingly slow. Yet, she persevered and eventually discovered the cause with the help of Lian Xing. Ultimately, her ancestor assisted Hua Fanyin in placing restrictions, allowing her cultivation to proceed more smoothly. Although Ji Wushuang might not find these notes directly useful, Hua Fanyin's earnest gaze made refusal impossible. "Thank you, senior sister, and no need for thanks." She glanced at the restriction on Hua Fanyin's brow, recalling the circumstances she had once witnessed in Lin Yuan. and realized that Hua Fannin's shadow was absent. Could it be that something had happened to the second senior sister? Ji Wushuang gently clasped her hand and activated the heavenly evolution diagram once more. And soon, Hua Fannin's life unfolded in Ji Wushuang's mind. Chapter 26. The instigator is the same person. It turned out that the restriction placed by Shirley on Hua Fannin was meant to suppress her constitution. Hua Fannin possessed the rare and coveted Xiantian pure yin body, which could captivate any male cultivator. Generally, women with such a constitution become powerful alchemical furnaces for strong individuals, ultimately leading to their demise after being drained of their essence. In the world projected by the heavenly evolution diagram, an unforeseen event would reveal Hua Fannin's Xiantian pure yin constitution due to her junior sister, leading to her being hunted down and eventually taken by a formidable demonic cultivator. Her junior sister, filled with guilt, would embark on a perilous journey into the demonic realm to rescue her, inadvertently encountering a demonic lord disguised as an ordinary youth. However, Hua Fannin was not captured by the demonic cultivator. Rather, he saved her from a group intent on harvesting her essence in time. Hua Fannin and the demonic cultivator developed feelings for each other and were prepared to wed. Yet, the junior sister insisted that Hua Fannin had been brainwashed by the demonic cultivator, leading everyone to believe that she was no longer in her right mind. The outcome for Hua Fannin was dire. She was expelled from her sect, her cultivation forcibly stripped, and she was imprisoned. Becoming a mere alchemical furnace, Ji Wushuang was left in a daze after witnessing this. Wasn't Hua Fannin's junior sister her? Heavenly evolution diagram. Is your projection false? False? Nonsense. But how could I possibly do such a thing? Do not forget, if you hadn't come to this plane, there would be other junior sisters. Other junior sisters? The only one who stood out that day, aside from her, was Damo Lanyi. Moreover, whether it was Lu Xingzhou, Lin Yuan, or Hua Fannin, the instigator in their projections remained indistinct. There was only one possibility. This instigator was the same person, and that person was favored by the heavenly Tao. The answer was becoming clear. Yet Ji Wushuang needed to confirm, her brows furrowing as she stood and said, "Thank you, second senior sister. I have matters to discuss with the master. Could you send a message to him for me?" The petite girl spoke in a soft, sweet voice that warmed Hua Fannin's heart. She couldn't help but raise her pitch. Of course, of course. On the other end, Lian Xing, upon hearing that Ji Wushuang sought him, promptly descended from Jingxi Cliff, asking, "Little Wushuang, do you need something from the master?" Ji Wushuang's small face was serious as she inquired, "Master, may I ask, if you had not taken me as your disciple, whom would you have chosen?" Lian Xing felt a jolt of surprise. Was his little grand disciple jealous? Oh dear, what had he done to deserve this? He chuckled like a blooming flower. "Do not worry, master will take no one else." Ji Wushuang insisted, "Master, please think carefully. It seemed there was no one with such worldly desires. Could it be Imo Lanyi?" "Ah? How could that be?" Lian Xing was aware of Imo Lanyi's actions, but in some respects, she did speak the truth, and he could not act against her. Yet, his impression of her had soured completely. "Master, do not let personal feelings cloud your judgment. Analyze it rationally." "Rationally?" Lian Xing pondered for a moment. And after a pause, he exclaimed. The mere exclamation revealed everything. The answer was clear. Had Ji Wushuang not arrived, Lian Xing would have undoubtedly chosen Imo Lanyi as his disciple, and the one who harmed second senior sister must have been her. Noticing Ji Wushuang's serious expression, Hua Fannin asked anxiously, "Master, who is this Imo Lanyi?" Lian Xing thought some matters were unsuitable for him to handle, but would be perfect for his disciple, so he explained the situation, infuriating Hua Fannin, whose cheeks flushed crimson, enhancing her already stunning beauty. How outrageous! Such a young age, yet with such a wicked heart. "Junior sister, do not worry. I will devise a plan to teach her a lesson." Ji Wushuang felt both amused and exasperated. She couldn't shake the feeling that she, her senior sister, master, and the leaders of Hongfu Peak, Zhan Fengzhu, Jin Zhisher, and Brother Zhuang, were all akin to villains in this realm, creating chaos for the fated ones. "All right, senior sister, master, this is merely child's play. If you intervene, the nature of the matter will change. Please, do not interfere." "But Ji Wushuang asserted firmly, "I can handle this myself." She performed a respectful bow to both, her earnest demeanor endearing her to them. Indeed, there was a flower-like little figure in Zhuxing Peak, bringing joy to all very well. You handle it. If you cannot, senior sister will step in. Wushuang nodded, contemplating that she should seek out those two Na'vi fools. If they took action against Imo Lanyi, the heavenly Tao would not meddle. Chapter 27. The foul-mouthed kitten. The two Na'vi fools were disciples of Daoi Peak, which specialized in array research. Given Ji Wushuang's current knowledge, it seemed she would lack the necessary authority. Perhaps she should head to Tianhin Peak instead. Tianhin Peak was known for its swordsmanship, a domain Ji Wushuang was quite familiar with. The next morning, Ji Wushuang had her breakfast, slung a simple wooden sword over her back, and set off early to the foot of Tianhin Peak. Having become accustomed to the opulence of Zhuxing Peak, the simplicity of Tianhin Peak struck her. Even the stone pathways were worn and battered, evoking a sense of returning to simplicity. Similar to the 6 arts of cultivation, Tianhin Peak is also responsible for imparting swordsmanship lessons to its disciples. However, unlike the Tao Institute, their teaching takes place on their own main peak. Yet, Tianhin Peak has a peculiar tradition. Any disciple of the sect, be they from the inner sect, outer sect, direct lineage, or merely honorary members, must ascend on foot for the first time. Without the aid of any tools, regardless of whether they are attending swordsmanship classes or simply delivering a message. It is said that on Tianhin Peak lies an ancient sword scar, reminiscent of a sword that could split the heavens. Formidable and awe-inspiring, if one fails to ascend and gain the acknowledgement of this ancient scar, there is a significant risk of being struck down by the overwhelming sword intent. Therefore, it is imperative for first-time visitors to make the ascent diligently. This has caused considerable distress among those coming to learn swordsmanship, as the path to Tianhin Peak is far more arduous than the sect's heart-seeking path. Thus, disciples typically possess a certain level of skill before attempting to climb. Today, perhaps by coincidence, besides Ji Wushuang, there were about 10 other disciples who had come to visit Tianhin Peak. Although Ji Wushuang did not recognize these disciples, they certainly recognized her, for she had achieved first place in the enlightenment of the 6 arts despite her seemingly worthless physique. Junior sister, are you here for the swordsmanship class at Tianhin Peak as well? A round-faced, amiable female disciple greeted Ji Wushuang. Clearly, she did not remember Ji Wushuang's name, but it mattered little. With Ji Wushuang's cultivation level, anyone could address her as junior sister. Ji Wushuang nodded. Greetings, senior sister. Upon seeing Ji Wushuang's obedient and charming demeanor, the round-faced senior sister advised, Junior sister, wait a moment and select a less strenuous path. Select a path. Indeed, the ascent of Tianhin Peak is not restricted to any particular route. One may even traverse without a path, as long as they can reach the summit. While the two conversed, a figure clad in white, with a clear and ethereal presence, approached through the crowd. It was Imo Lanyi. Upon spotting Ji Wushuang, Imo Lanyi was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with disbelief. Why do I keep running into her? Old Ghost Immortal, called out by Imo Lanyi, felt a pang of sympathy, responding helplessly, this is the sect. Naturally all disciples are allowed here. Damn it, if I had known, I would have come another day. How unlucky. However, Imo Lanyi felt an inexplicable urge to climb today, so despite her complaints, she remained. Ji Wushuang, noticing Imo Lanyi, raised an eyebrow slightly, as the latter unusually averted her gaze instead of approaching. This individual is favored by the heavens. Why choose today to ascend? Does it signify that she might encounter fortuitous events atop Tianhin Peak? Should I seize the opportunity? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a faint rumble of thunder echoed in the air. Ji Wushuang thought, if I don't seize it, so be it. It's not that significant. With a shrug, Ji Wushuang intentionally distanced herself from Imo Lanyi and her group. When the steward of Tianhin Peak arrived, he handed out a token, stating, during the ascent, your spiritual power will be sealed. If you find it unbearable or encounter danger, just crush the token. It is of no consequence if the token shatters. You will simply be eliminated from today's trial and may return for another challenge. Do not push yourselves, understood. After Ji Wushuang received the token, the steward's gaze seemed particularly complex. Although sword cultivators do not emphasize spiritual roots, they still require spiritual energy. Could this young girl truly manage it? Ji Junior sister, please do not overexert yourself. Yes, thank you for your concern. Well then, let us set off. To avoid encountering Imo Lanyi and her group, Ji Wushuang deliberately chose a particularly secluded path, overgrown with wild grass, accompanied by the rustling sounds of spiritual beasts nearby. Tianhin Peak differs from others in that they have numerous spiritual beasts roaming freely at the foot of the mountain, which are known to be quite ferocious and capable of attacking humans. This approach serves to keep the disciples perpetually vigilant, as the path of sword cultivation is fraught with bloodshed and conflict. As Ji Wushuang advanced, she noticed a pitch-black spiritual beast lurking in the shadows, its lifeless eyes coldly observing her, leaving her uncertain of its intentions. Ji Wushuang glanced at it, but chose to ignore it. Continuing her ascent, the furry creature followed her closely. Eventually, growing impatient, Ji Wushuang raised her gaze and said to the little creature, "Stop following me. You cannot defeat me." Her words seemed to provoke the beast, which lunged at her like a bolt of lightning. However, Ji Wushuang merely twirled her sword, effortlessly sending the creature flying. Only then did she clearly see its condition. It was a freshly born cub, resembling a cat yet not quite, about the size of an adult's forearm. Its coat was luxuriously black, its paws large, and its tail thick, long, and resplendent, reminiscent of the favored cloud leopard cats of female cultivators. Albeit more exquisite, its paws were damp and bore a trace of blood, indicating it had sustained an injury. Ji Wushuang smiled and beckoned. "Come here." "Ha!" The little creature, highly alert, not only refrained from approaching but also hissed at Ji Wushuang. Revealing its sharp little teeth, Ji Wushuang rolled her eyes. "Fine. If you want to come, then I'll be on my way." With that, she turned to leave, but the fluffy little creature perked up and limped after her. Ji Wushuang walked, and it followed. Ji Wushuang stopped, and it halted. Eventually, tired of the tug-of-war, Ji Wushuang swiftly moved and seized the little creature by the scruff of its neck. "Meow." "Ha!" Ji Wushuang delivered a playful swat. "Silence, or I want to help you." "Meow." Ji Wushuang pried open the creature's paw and discovered a sharp stone lodged in the center of its paw pad. Yes, she prepared to discard it. The little beast snatched it away and, after a lengthy struggle, reluctantly placed it in Ji Wushuang's hand. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle at its stingy demeanor, saying, "Is this your medical fee?" "Meow." "All right, I shall graciously accept it." Ji Wushuang accepted the little cat's token of gratitude and earnestly tended to its wound. Once she confirmed it was properly treated, she gave its rear a gentle pat, saying, "All done, you may leave now." The little cat immediately began meowing incessantly. Fortunately, its long, thick black fur concealed the fact that it was blushing with embarrassment and cursing profusely. Chapter 28. He insulted the sacred sword path. Ji Wushuang felt regret. She had merely given the little cat a playful pat, yet it had followed her all the way to the summit, cursing her from the foot of the mountain to the top. Despite overcoming numerous challenges to reach the peak, the little creature continued its incessant meowing. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, Ji Wushuang stuffed the cat's luxurious tail into its mouth and cradled it in her arms. Forbidding any struggle. As Ji Wushuang reached the summit, a small group of others had also arrived. Her appearance was quite striking, drawing everyone's attention to the little cat in her embrace. "Junior sister, is that a cloud leopard cat?" "Yes." "Where did you find it?" "At the foot of the mountain. It insisted on following me, so I had no choice but to bring it along." The little cat, struggling to grasp its own tail. "Who wanted to follow you? I'm here to curse you." Meanwhile, Imo Lanyi noticed the little cat in Ji Wushuang's arms. Although it was an ordinary black cloud leopard cat, she felt as if she had missed some monumental opportunity. A hollow feeling engulfed her heart. Old Ghost Immortal, sharing a telepathic bond with Imo Lanyi, though unaware of her discontent over the cat, firmly believed in her intuition and said, "If you desire that little cat, simply buy it from Ji Wushuang." "I asked that possible?" "Why not?" Imo Lanyi immediately approached, her voice soft and playful. "Junior sister, would you be willing to sell me that little cat?" Before Ji Wushuang could respond, the small black cat released its tail and launched into a barrage of insults, even more vulgar than when it had been cursing Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang replied nonchalantly, "No, first, this cat does not belong to me. I have no right to sell it. It is merely injured, and I am caring for it. Second, even if it were mine, I wouldn't sell it to you. Third, keep your distance. Have you forgotten I'm allergic to your spiritual roots?" Imo Lanyi. Imo Lanyi was infuriated, gritting her teeth as she turned to leave. "What is so great about it? It's just a black cloud leopard cat. I don't even want it. After Imo Lanyi made her decision, an enigmatic aura subtly enveloped her, causing her luck as the favored child of fate to dim slightly. However, it was only a minor adjustment, perhaps just a fraction of a degree. Even old Ghost Immortal failed to notice this change. Had he done so, he would have urged Imo Lanyi to seize the cat. Of course, Ji Wushuang was oblivious to the fact that this little cat represented Imo Lanyi's opportunity. After all, the heavens are capricious. Even contemplating seizing the fate of the favored child could provoke divine retribution, and should she act on such thoughts, a storm of thunder would surely follow. Moreover, this time the thunder calamity will interact with the heavenly purple aura within her, putting Ji Wushuang on the brink of death. However, everything Ji Wushuang does is unintentional. Thus, the heavenly principles cannot take effect, nor can they manifest. Time, fate, and destiny are intricately interwoven, mutually influencing one another. A slight deviation can lead to a vast divergence. The steward of Tianhen Peak gazed upon the newly ascended disciples with a sense of joy, for this time, 1/3 of them had successfully reached the summit, particularly Ji Wushuang. Her ascent signifies her unwavering resolve. Such individuals are most suited for the path of swordsmanship. Congratulations to all disciples on your successful climb. Please follow me to register. The crowd promptly followed the steward in an orderly fashion, traversing through what appeared to be a bamboo forest toward the peak. As they approached, they soon realized it was not a bamboo grove at all, but rather a vast expanse of towering swords resembling trees. The passage of time and the ravages of the years had left their marks upon the sword blades, with mottled rust adorning them. Yet, each sword emanated an astonishing aura, especially as they traversed the sword forest. They could hear the resonant sound of the blades ringing, a tumultuous sea of swords surging, each wave building upon the last. Not only the new disciples found it overwhelming, but even the guiding steward felt a tumult within. With spiritual energy in disarray, the sword forest had become agitated. Just as the steward contemplated inviting an elder to investigate, the ringing abruptly ceased, as if the prior sense of oppression was merely an illusion. Yet the disciples struggled to maintain their footing, and the steward was drenched in sweat. All this indicated that what had transpired was no mere dream. Quickly, do not linger, proceed through here at once. Ji Wushuang silently mused that it was not her intention to invoke the sword's resonance. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon the ancient swords left behind from the battlefield, which, though appearing worn and tattered, were indeed formidable blades. They longed to re-enter the world and bask in the light of day once more. Upon catching sight of Ji Wushuang, who radiated an aura akin to a half-saint, the ancient swords began to fervently present themselves. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to a dashing and talented top scholar inadvertently entering a flower street, where the maidens would employ all their charms to capture his attention. Don't ask, it's simply a matter of overwhelming popularity. Fortunately, Ji Wushuang swiftly quelled their enthusiasm, declaring that she already possessed a sword. Otherwise, these young disciples would surely have faced dire consequences. After the registration concluded, the disciples were free to depart, availing themselves of the green bird or the teleportation array. Upon hearing they could leave, Imo Lanyi felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. Was this the end? Indeed, Imo Lanyi felt a twinge of anxiety. And just as she pondered whether to depart, she suddenly spotted a very familiar figure. Senior brother Lu, dashing and charismatic, exuding an aura of greatness, it was Lu Xingzhou. The old ghost immortal, upon seeing Lu Xingzhou, was elated and hurriedly said, quickly, last time his fortune was nearly exhausted. You must absorb some more. Understood. Imo Lanyi stepped forward, speaking to Lu Xingzhou in an endearing tone. Lu Xingzhou appeared somewhat surprised. You succeeded in the climb? He had assumed that Imo Lanyi, being a delicate healer with precious light spiritual roots, would not pursue swordsmanship, as it was an arduous path. Yet, she had triumphed. Imo Lanyi shyly smiled, saying, yes, during the last mission. You assisted me, and I have always wanted to thank you. The thought of meeting you propelled me to succeed in the climb. The young maiden, with her enchanting beauty, uttered such evocative words, causing Lu Xingzhou, a sword cultivator and not a dullard, to feel a flutter in his heart and warmth in his ears. Just as he was about to respond, a serious voice interrupted. Little me, did you hear that? To pursue cultivation and ascend for the sake of a man is utterly unwise. A sword cultivator requires a heart of strength, not a lovesick heart, though you understand. The little kitten cooperatively mewed, jolting Lu Xingzhou back to reality. Indeed. How sacred is the path of the sword? Mo Lanyi ascended to pursue swordsmanship for the sake of seeing him. How utterly inappropriate. He should be angry, yet why did he feel joy in that fleeting moment? Ah, he truly ought to be ashamed. He had insulted the sacred path of the sword. Chapter 29. No. Are you truly my grandmaster's disciple? And the one pointing out his error was none other than Ji Wushuang, whom he had looked down upon. Fortunately, Lu Xingzhou was a man of integrity, and despite Ji Wushuang's identity, he approached her quickly and bowed, saying, "Thank you, junior sister Ji, for your reminder." Ji Wushuang did not expect Lu Xingzhou to possess such a broad mind. She smiled and replied, "I said nothing. I was merely conversing with my little me, the little black cat." Mao Yu Xingzhou chuckled softly. "Regardless, thank you," Mo Lanyi nearly exclaimed in frustration. "Who the hell cultivates the sword path for you? I am here for that esoteric feeling and your fortune. How infuriating." Yet, if she voiced this, would it not shatter her carefully crafted image? Moreover, she distinctly sensed his burgeoning affection for her. It was all that wretched Ji Wushuang's fault. Ignoring the onlookers who whispered about her, Mo Lanyi shot Ji Wushuang a glare, uttered a hasty farewell, and left in a flurry. Ji Wushuang nearly doubled over with laughter. It seemed Lu Xingzhou's character was not entirely detestable after all. Lu Xingzhou cleared his throat and asked, "Junior sister Ji, are you descending the mountain? Shall I accompany you?" "No, no, I am looking for your master." "Looking for my master?" "Yes, my master asked me to bring something for your master." Lu Xingzhou nodded, taking out a communication talisman to inquire of his master, then said, "My master said to bring you along." "Very well, I appreciate it." Ji Wushuang followed Lu Xingzhou as they advanced. After some hesitation, Lu Xingzhou earnestly advised, "Junior sister Ji, above all, cultivators must act with a clear conscience, especially sword cultivators, lest they fall prey to inner demons." The young man's profile was strikingly handsome and resolute, his gaze fixed upon Ji Wushuang as if fearing she might stray from the righteous path, which delighted Ji Wushuang immensely. She beamed, "Rest assured, senior brother Lu, whatever I do is in accordance with my heart. As for that ill-fated talisman, well, you will understand in due time, Liu Xingzhou." The two arrived at the cave dwelling of the Jade Sword Taoist Yao Tsong via a teleportation array. As a grandmaster of consummate cultivation, even if the sword's edge were to suffer, it would not impoverish the grandmaster. Thus, the cave dwelling of the Jade Sword Taoist resembled a paradise. The gentle sound of flowing water, winding paths leading to secluded spots, birds singing, and flowers blooming. A veritable earthly paradise, a grand and ancient structure stood amid a sea of blossoms, with a towering stone behind it, reaching skyward, bearing the marks of countless swords, a legacy left by the predecessors over millennia. However, it remained uncertain whether the legendary sword scar resided here. Liu Xingzhou did not enter without permission but respectfully announced, "Master, I have brought junior sister Wushuang." A ripple of water-like energy descended from above, and Ji Wushuang looked up to see a man clad in black, wielding a broken sword, gracefully descending through the air. His age was indeterminate, but he appeared to be at least several thousand years old. Yet, his countenance remained as unblemished as it once was, untainted by the world. No wonder he was called the Jade Sword Taoist. Indeed, he was a paragon of elegance, unparalleled in the world. The Jade Sword Taoist quickly noticed the little cat in Ji Wushuang's arms. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, "Is that Bai Zai? Bai Zai? The auspicious beast that can speak human language, understand the essence of all things, and discern the forms of all worldly creatures?" Ji Wushuang blinked, skeptically holding up the little black cat and pouting. "Master, you must be mistaken. This little fellow is pitch black, not white at all." The little black cat. "How rude!" The Jade Sword Taoist scrutinized the creature closely and affirmed, "In my youth, I was fortunate enough to encounter a descendant of Bai Zai. Its aura bears a resemblance to the little one in your arms. It may indeed possess Bai Zai blood. Is that so?" Ji Wushuang secretly employed the celestial evolution chart and discerned the little one's origins. It was indeed a descendant of Bai Zai, albeit with a very faint bloodline. So subtle it was nearly negligible. Nevertheless, even so, it was a beast favored by the heavenly principles, possessing an exceptionally practical innate talent for treasure-seeking. Thus, Could this little creature be the original opportunity of Imo Lanyi? Isn't that right? Heavenly principles? Ji Wushuang's heavenly purple aura remained silent. She smiled. So it truly is? The heavenly principles were nearly infuriated. This wretched girl! Ji Wushuang lifted the little black cat and candidly stated, I found this little fellow at the foot of your Tianhen Peak. Strictly speaking, it should belong to your Tianhen Peak. While the Jade Sword Taoist was astonished by Ji Wushuang's stroke of luck, he was not one to seize the opportunities of the younger generation. He replied, It does not belong to our Tianhen Peak. It likely wandered here by mistake. Since it has chosen you, it signifies a bond between you. Take good care of it. Since the Jade Sword Taoist did not want it, Ji Wushuang, of course, accepted it. All right, I will care for it well. So, you sought me out because of Bai Zhe? No. Ji Wushuang glanced at Lu Xingzhou beside her, who promptly excused himself, inwardly lamenting his junior sister's good fortune in stumbling upon Bai Zhe within their sect. However, he would keep this matter a secret from his junior sister. After Lu Xingzhou left, Ji Wushuang set the little cat aside and said, Jade Sword Taoist, I have come today to propose a transaction. What transaction? I shall impart to you the technique of the clumsy sword, while you enlist your disciple to assist me in causing harm to another. The expression of the Jade Sword Taoist, previously serene and untroubled, abruptly froze, and after a moment of stunned silence, he inquired, What did you just say? Ji Wushuang repeated her request once more. Thankfully, the Jade Sword Taoist, in consideration of Lian Xing, refrained from immediately expelling Ji Wushuang. Though her words were utterly bewildering, the Taoist furrowed his brow, stating, Ji Wushuang, I shall overlook this matter for the sake of your master, but such thoughts are not to be entertained. However, Ji Wushuang paid no heed to his admonishment. Suddenly drawing a small wooden sword from her back and beginning to dance with it, unhurried and graceful. Initially, the Jade Sword Taoist wore a frown, but as he discerned the unique nature of her swordplay, he found himself utterly captivated. Each movement flowed like water, transcending the ordinary, embodying the essence of simplicity and profundity. Gradually entranced, the Taoist unsheathed his own faded sword, a broken blade, yet still imbued with a vibrant aura. Ji Wushuang completed an entire sequence, and upon noticing that the Jade Sword Taoist was mirroring her movements, she continued, leading him through a second, third, and fourth iteration. As the Taoist fully comprehended this sword technique, a powerful and ancient sword intent surged forth from his purple mansion, crashing against the divine platform of his mind, and he suddenly heard the sound of a barrier within himself shattering. Crack! The Jade Sword Taoist was rendered speechless. He had been trapped at this current bottleneck for nearly 2 millennia in pursuit of a breakthrough. He had repeatedly placed himself in perilous situations, even breaking his fated sword once more. Yet now that it shattered so effortlessly, he felt as if, should he desire, he could ascend to a new realm at any moment. Staring blankly at Ji Wushuang, he eventually stammered, Who exactly are you? Ji Wushuang sheathed her small wooden sword, which then erupted into a cacophony, transforming into dust. With a light laugh, she remarked, The Jade Sword Taoist will soon achieve a breakthrough, won't you? The Taoist's expression was complex. You can see that? Since you are on the verge of a breakthrough, and that breakthrough signifies becoming one of the Yulan 19, you will inevitably uncover my identity, so allow me to reveal it. I am your granduncle? The Jade Sword Taoist. Were it not for Ji Wushuang having just taught him the clumsy sword, he would have undoubtedly tossed this nonsensical child out. How could this little sprout, still unseasoned, claim to be his granduncle? Observing the bewildered expression on the Jade Sword Taoist's face, Ji Wushuang pouted and rummaged through her spatial pouch, retrieving items bestowed upon her by the Sword Peak's ancestors. Here, this compass was given to me by your ancestral elder, and so was this. The Taoist recognized the compass as a treasured possession of his master. Why is this compass in your possession? Because your master gifted it to me. Oh dear, if you doubt me, simply inquire with your master. I lack the spiritual energy to use a communication talisman. But you can right? The Jade Sword Taoist hastily produced a communication talisman to contact his master. This was a 5th grade talisman, quite precious, and thus he seldom reached out to his master, for the hallmark of sword cultivators is their poverty. On the other end of the talisman, a coarse voice bellowed, You little rascal. You'd better have something important to say, or I swear I'll strip your skin off. The Taoist's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Being scolded by his master in front of a junior, what about his dignity? Just as he was about to explain, Ji Wushuang interjected softly, Meng Shizi, it's me, I have a matter that requires your disciple's assistance. And I would like you to vouch for me. Following a curious silence on the other end, the Jade Sword Taoist heard his master suddenly adopt a high-pitched tone, exclaiming, Ah, it's our little Shizhuan Wushuang. How delightful to hear from you. The Taoist's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. Is it true? You really are my granduncle? Chapter 30. This child is truly remarkable, Ming Wangya, rarely hearing Ji Wushuang's voice, eagerly bombarded her with questions, expressing concern over her well-being in every aspect of life. Upon learning that she had excelled in the 6 arts of cultivation, he showered her with praise, exclaiming how impressive she was, and how once they healed her injuries, she could do whatever she pleased, being far more astute than the elder generation. Ji Wushuang patiently answered his inquiries, while the Jade Sword Taoist stood by, utterly disillusioned. Clearly, he had not anticipated his master to be such a verbose old man. After an arduous conversation, Ji Wushuang realized her mouth had grown dry. She extracted a vial of spiritual spring water from her spatial stone and drank deeply, only to find the Jade Sword Taoist staring at her intently. After a moment of silence, she offered him another vial. You must be thirsty as well. The Jade Sword Taoist's lips twitched. Yet he respectfully accepted, saying, Thank you, Grand-Uncle. No need for formalities. Please, have a seat. Yes. The two sat side by side on the stone steps outside the grand hall, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. Clearing his throat, the Jade Sword Taoist, feeling rejuvenated after drinking the spring water, carefully broached the subject. Granduncle, regarding what you mentioned earlier, Ji Wushuang interjected. Oh, you mean the matter of asking Lu Xingzhou to assist me in harming someone? The Jade Sword Taoist replied. Granduncle, could we not be so blatant about the concept of harm? Ahem, you may simply call me Yao Tsong. The principle of vigilance against others is essential, and harboring malicious intent is unwise. I fear that Lu Xingzhou, being a person of great integrity, may not heed our request. Ji Wushuang pondered whether mentioning Imo Lanyi's theft of luck would result in divine retribution. The heavenly Tao responded, He, what do you think? The child of destiny has not stolen anything. You are slandering her. Ji Wushuang. What is the point of conversing with a blind man? In distress, Ji Wushuang furrowed her brow and sighed. Is it truly impossible? Yao Tsong, whose heart was as hard as iron, found himself swayed by the plight of his esteemed ancestor. No, his little ancestor. Seeing her distress, perhaps causing harm to another could be justified? After all, the world of cultivation operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. However, caution was essential. They must not allow those from Zeline Peak to discover their plot. Yao Tsong suggested, what if I were to go instead? Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it you who just said it was unacceptable? Yao Tsong awkwardly replied. Well, children shouldn't engage in wicked deeds for fear of straying from the right path, but adults need not fear, as they have already strayed. Ji Wushuang. Such reasoning was compelling, leaving her momentarily speechless. She shook her head and declared, No, this task must fall to Lu Xingzhou. If either of us undertakes it, we will surely face misfortune. Yao Tsong insisted, I am not afraid of misfortune. This is not mere misfortune. It involves being struck by lightning. Yao Tsong quickly wavered. Perhaps we ought to reconsider. Ji Wushuang silently rolled her eyes, realizing that all those who appeared virtuous were merely aides. Falsehoods. Ji Wushuang rose, dusting off her clothes and cradling the small black cat, saying, Since there is no way forward, let it be. By the way, Yao Tsong, you truly are a good master. Lu Xingzhou is indeed quite fortunate. Yao Tsong promptly stood to see her off, but Ji Wushuang declined. No need for farewells. If you accompany me, my identity will be compromised. I am still but a lowly waste. If my true identity were to be revealed, it would surely bring trouble to the Yunlan sect. Only then did Yao Tsong recall Ji Wushuang's condition, saying, Granduncle, is there anything wrong with your health? I possess some elixirs and secret methods that may assist you. Ji Wushuang smiled. No need. My spiritual bones have been taken, and no amount of medicine or secret technique will suffice unless I can reforge my spiritual bones. Yao Tsong was taken aback. Your spiritual bones. He had been contemplating how Ji Wushuang's swordsmanship was so remarkably advanced. If only she could cultivate, she would surely soar to great heights in no time. Yet, he was shocked to learn of such a cruel fate befalling her, and yet, she remained cheerful and open-hearted. Yaozong suddenly understood why his master and the others held Ji Wushuang in such high regard. This child was truly extraordinary. Chapter 31. Have I become attached to this little black cat? Moreover, it had leapt onto the dining table, casting a poised yet expectant glance at the food laid out. Ji Wushuang immediately grasped its intent. It wished to partake in her spiritual meal. Do you wish to eat? The little black cat nodded eagerly, brimming with confidence that Ji Wushuang would surely share her meal with it. After all, the previous sword cultivator had proclaimed it to be a descendant of the divine beast Bai Zhe. As long as this little girl was not completely foolish, she would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with it. However, Ji Wushuang was an exception. No, you shall not partake. No reward without effort. You have done nothing to earn my spiritual meal. The little black cat mewed in protest. The Tianyin too kindly translated for Ji Wushuang. It is insulting you? And quite harshly too. Ji Wushuang firmly grasped the scruff of the little black cat's neck, raising an eyebrow. I have no relation to you. You are not my spiritual beast, and I have no obligation to care for you. The little black cat protested again. Meow meow meow. It claims you wish to contract with it, accusing you of delusions and employing a strategy of entrapment. Ji Wushuang gently shook the little black cat, her tone icy and devoid of empathy. I have no desire to form a contract with you, nor am I playing hard to get S. You have just heard, I lack a spiritual bone, which means I possess no spiritual energy. The little black cat's pupils widened in shock. Meow. Observing its whiskers standing on end, Ji Wushuang, showing no courtesy, raised her hand to stroke it, then continued, however, considering your perceptiveness today and the fact that you did not deliver opportunities to the child of fate, I shall treat you to a meal. Afterward, we shall part ways, she added. Oh, and if you wish to avoid becoming a contracted beast of the human race, it would be wise to keep your distance from them. In this world, cultivators who espouse righteousness and morality, like Yaozong, are few and far between. Should others uncover your true form, you would either be enslaved for eternity or meet a fate far worse, with not a single hair spared. Now, eat. Today's meal was once again provided by the Jin family, replete with color, aroma, and flavor, and brimming with spiritual energy, lacking any semblance of negligence. Notably, one dish, steamed black carp dragon fish, was said to transform into a dragon after undergoing tribulations, ultimately evolving into a true dragon. In a roundabout way, this was an exceedingly rare delicacy of heaven and earth. The little black cat devoured it, meowing in delight. In fact, Ji Wushuang barely managed to eat a few bites before being outdone by this little creature. What is this? Bai Zhe. It must be a counterfeit. This is clearly a gluttonous beast. Ji Wushuang's lips twitched, solidifying her resolve that this creature could not remain. What a joke. If she kept it, what would she eat in the future? The meal concluded with both the human and the cat feasting as if they were engaged in battle, and ultimately, the little black cat even finished off the remaining fish bones, then languidly belched, curling up to expose its soft belly to Ji Wushuang. Meow. The sly and despicable little black cat attempted to feign innocence, but was mercilessly seized by Ji Wushuang by the scruff of its neck and thrown out. That's that. We shall not meet again. With a thud, Ji Wushuang coldly closed the door of her cave dwelling. The little black cat, it hurriedly pawed at the door, desperately knocking with its tiny pads. Meow. If you have the ability, come out. Meow. I am Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe. Do not be ungrateful. When second senior sister Hua Fanyin came to visit Ji Wushuang, she was astonished by this unbelievable scene, akin to a scene from a novel where a young lady scolds a heartless man, who in turn cruelly avoids her gaze. Leave. I have no need for you. You eat too much. Meow. The voice of the heartless man was unmistakably that of her little junior sister. Hua Fanyin could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter as she stepped forward to embrace the little black cat, gently knocking on Ji Wushuang's door. Little junior sister, it's me. Open the door. Upon hearing her senior sister's voice, Ji Wushuang could no longer feign ignorance and opened the door to greet her. However, as soon as the little black cat saw Ji Wushuang, it leaped up, biting down on Ji Wushuang's finger without a second thought, almost breaking its own teeth. Yet, even a divine beast is not to be underestimated. It finally drew a drop of blood. The intricate patterns of the contract materialized beneath Ji Wushuang and the little black cat, signifying the establishment of an equal life contract between them. Hua Fanyin was taken aback and quickly approached, saying, "Junior sister, are you all right?" Ji Wushuang sighed, exasperated, as she grasped the little black cat by the scruff of its neck. "Why did you choose to contract with me? Release it at once." The little black cat responded, "Meow. I refuse." The childish voice echoed in Ji Wushuang's mind, and now, without the need for celestial translation, she could understand the words of her persistent foe. Ji Wushuang, in a tone of earnest persuasion, attempted to convince the little creature to reconsider. "I cannot cultivate. There is no benefit for you in binding yourself to me. After 100 years, when I perish, you may survive, but you will undoubtedly be affected. The lifespan of a divine beast is extraordinarily lengthy, even if the little black cat's Baizé bloodline is minimal. Living for several thousand years is a trivial matter. Meow. Stop with the sweet talk. You just can't bear to part with the spiritual food." Ji Wushuang felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had been seen through. "Meow. I knew it. You deceitful little girl. Don't think you can fool me. I am Baizé." Seeing that the little black cat was about to continue its tirade, Ji Wushuang decisively pinched its three-pronged mouth and turned to Hua Fanyin, saying, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Ji Wushuang shook her head. "Please do not interfere. I will find a way to resolve this matter." Hua Fanyin nodded in agreement, then pulled out a pile of books from her spatial storage. "A chaotic assortment of various genres. I feared you might be bored, so I brought these for you to pass the time." "Thank you, senior sister." Both Ji Wushuang and the little black cat gazed at each other with wide, round eyes. Hua Fanyin, her heart melting at the sight, gave each a gentle stroke before taking her leave. After Hua Fanyin departed, Ji Wushuang and the little black cat engaged in a brief skirmish. Ultimately, neither managed to gain the upper hand, resulting in a temporary truce. The two collapsed together on the soft couch, sprawled out like lazy fish. "What is your name?" "Baizé is simply Baizé. What more is there to call it? Meow out a name. With so many beasts in the Baizé clan, if everyone is called Baizé, wouldn't he that cause chaos? That seems plausible, but will I meet my kin again?" "Meow. Well then, let us call you Xiaomai.do. You believe I will scratch you? Meow. Then let us call you Bai Yi. You are as dark as the night, and Bai Yi suits you perfectly." After pondering for a moment, the little black cat accepted the name. From that day forth, it would be known as Bai Yi. Ji Wushuang suddenly recalled another matter. She took out the stone given to her by Xiao Bai and asked, "What is this? You seemed reluctant to part with it when you gave it to me." "Oh, that is the seed of a Tianyuan fruit." "Meowed a seed?" "Yes, if planted in a place rich in spiritual energy. It can grow into a Tianyuan fruit that improves one's constitution, stabilizes spiritual roots, enhances divine consciousness, purifies marrow, and stabilizes one's divine persona. It's a pity you will not be able to utilize the Tianyuan fruit." "Meow Dennis, oh it's worthless then?" "Not exactly meow. While the fruit itself may be of no use to you, the trunk of a million-year-old Tianyuan fruit tree has completely spiritualized and can be used to reconstruct your spiritual bone." Ji Wushuang, do you even hear yourself? Million years? Why don't you just ascend to heaven? Under Ji Wushuang's icy gaze, the little Bai Yi sheepishly replied, "Oh come on, don't look at me like that. Meow. The Tianyuan fruit trees are interconnected. If you can successfully grow this Tianyuan fruit and carry it around, one day you may find another Tianyuan fruit tree. What if you encounter one that is 1,000,000 years old? You meeting me signifies you are a person of great fortune. You must believe in yourself." Ji Wushuang chose to ignore this whimsical little black cat. If she were truly that fortunate, she wouldn't have fallen from semi-saint to being unable to enter the Qi refinement stage. Ji Wushuang calmly picked up a piece of cake from the table and handed it to Bai Yi. The little black cat pawed at the cake, puzzled. "I don't eat vegetarian food." Ji Wushuang chuckled coldly. "Oh, look at this cake. It's big and round. Doesn't it resemble the one you just sketched?" Bai Yi. Regardless of Ji Wushuang's tirades and protests, she obediently prepared a cozy nest for Bai Yi. Generally, when cultivators form contracts with spirit beasts, they can place the beasts in spirit beast bags, but Ji Wushuang couldn't even use an ordinary spatial bag, let alone a spirit beast bag. Thus, she had to create a separate living space for Bai Yi. Had to feature the most luxurious designs, the softest feathers, and the most skin-friendly materials, in addition to a plethora of books. Ji Wushuang. Do not ask. It was simply a day for torturing beasts. Bai Zai is a creature that comprehends all things. Regardless of what it encounters, it understands after a single glance. Now that it had this unfortunate, new companion to assist in hunting, it was content to lounge around lazily. Ji Wushuang initially thought Bai Yi would enjoy profound literature and copied some for it using her privileges, but to her surprise, Bai Yi merely glanced at them before discarding them, instead reveling in the novels filled with melodrama. These novels were all brought by her senior sister, and Ji Wushuang curiously looked through them, discovering tales of love, hate, and entangled fates, stories of demon lords falling for righteous maidens, flirtatious saints having one-night stands with fishermen, fathers and sons simultaneously falling for the same woman, a wasteful 5 spiritual roots rising to success and ascending. Ji Wushuang stared at Bai Yi in shocked. Is this the taste of divine beasts? Bai Yi licked its paw, replying, "Oh, we Bai Zai are the beasts of heaven and earth's blessings. Our cultivation lies not in power but in our hearts. Only by embracing all things and comprehending the principles of the universe can we advance further. Thus, it is only natural for us to indulge in these tales of love and conflict." Meow. Ji Wushuang did not understand but was profoundly astonished. Indeed, the beast clan is the true darling of heaven and earth. Take your time. I shall seek out others to cast misfortune spells on Imo Lanyi. Wait a moment, that Imo Lanyi you mentioned, is she the girl from last time? Yes, it is her. She possesses a strong aura of fortune. I advise against this course of action. Mia. Ji Wushuang was well aware of this. Yet, if she did not seek out trouble, her senior brothers and sisters might very well do so. Being struck by lightning was one thing, but if her senior brothers and sisters were to incur the wrath of the heavens, it would lead to significant troubles in the future. Ji Wushuang and Xiaobei are contract holders, and they can naturally sense her emotions. With a slight pout, Xiaobei remarked, "Little Wushuang, don't you think you resemble the villainous antagonist from storybooks?" "What nonsense is this?" Ji Wushuang retorted. "Look, it's always written that you envy the good fortune of the female protagonist, causing all manner of trouble for her. However, she is the chosen one of destiny and will inevitably triumph in the end, leaving you all in a pitiful state." After a prolonged silence, Ji Wushuang suddenly responded, "You have a point. Right, meow. Youngsters should not act impulsively, meow. Acting without impulse, haha, that's impossible." Yet, Xiaobei's words sparked a novel idea in Ji Wushuang's mind. She promptly rushed to the law enforcement hall to seek out Hall Master Tian, declaring her intention to issue a challenge. Although Yunlan sect has always upheld the doctrine that disciples should not engage in private duels, human emotions and grievances inevitably arise, particularly among cultivators who contend with the heavens for their lives. Who among them does not have a temper? Thus, the sect stipulates that disciples may engage in battles of magic. Both martial and scholarly contests are permissible. A disciple may issue a challenge only once a month, but whether the opponent accepts the challenge depends on their mood. Typically, the challenged disciple would accept. Otherwise, they would be labeled a coward. Ji Wushuang approached Hall Master Tian, stating her desire to challenge Imo Lanyi. Hall Master Tian was taken aback. "You, little Wushuang, you wish to challenge Imo Lanyi?" "Indeed. Imo Lanyi is quite renowned among the new disciples, not only for her rare spiritual root but also for her extraordinary luck akin to that of a lucky fish, alongside her remarkably graceful movements. Ultimately, Imo Lanyi is the child of fortune. And even if her temper is somewhat foul and her heart a bit cruel, her talent and comprehension are exceptionally high. Otherwise, she would not bear the title of child of fortune. Thus, in the eyes of new disciples, Imo Lanyi is an immensely formidable role model, having reached the 5th level of chi refinement in a mere few months since joining the sect, an astonishing rate of advancement. Ji Wushuang, a mere ordinary mortal who has yet to enter the chi refinement stage, dares to challenge her? Is this not a sign of unreasonableness? Hall Master Tian, feeling anxious, attempted to dissuade Ji Wushuang, yet he feared that his words might provoke her, inciting the wrath of the sect leader. Hall Master Tian cautiously inquired, "Little Wushuang, why do you wish to challenge Imo Lanyi? Is there a misunderstanding between you?" Ji Wushuang bluntly replied, "There's no misunderstanding. She has been gossiping behind my back. Yet she is too timid to confront me. It annoys me greatly, so I might as well challenge her to a duel. Whoever loses shall be the coward, unless she is too afraid to show up. In which case she would be the coward's coward." Chapter 33. Not showing up is cowardly, Ji Wushuang mused, since the heavens do not permit her to act against Imo Lanyi in secret. Surely she can resort to open hostility? However, apart from Ji Wushuang herself, everyone else believed her challenge to be an invitation for a beating. After all, Imo Lanyi is at the 5th level of qi refinement, while Ji Wushuang has yet to even begin. What else could this be but an invitation for trouble? Hall Master Tian, with a heavy heart, said, "If it's merely about this, we could investigate it privately. There's no need for a duel. No, regardless of what I say behind the scenes, there will always be speculation. In that case, a duel is the most straightforward approach." Seeing that no matter how he advised, Ji Wushuang remained resolute, Hall Master Tian could only publish her challenge on the Wancher Monument. This Wancher Monument serves as the bulletin board of Yunlan sect, a high-tier spiritual artifact that is not only quite large but also supports real-time updates. Whether it be the release or update of sect rules, the issuance or acceptance of sect tasks, or a myriad of other matters, essentially, everything one might need can be found there. The monument also features a module specifically for announcing duel challenges. When Ji Wushuang's challenge to Imo Lanyi appeared on the Wancher Monument, the new disciples of Yunlan sect erupted in excitement. Who among them did not know of Ji Wushuang from Jixing Peak and Imo Lanyi from Zilin Peak? One is a fierce woman with a flawed spiritual root who consistently ranks first in foundational courses, while the other possesses an extraordinarily rare light spiritual root, advancing rapidly and blessed with remarkable fortune. Moreover, both are strikingly beautiful, one ethereal as snow, the other clear as water. Why would these two have a conflict? It turns out that the Peak Master of Hongfu Peak supplemented Ji Wushuang's points from his private stash, leading Imo Lanyi to mistakenly believe that such generosity was extended to every disciple of Hongfu Peak. She even expressed envy, remarking on how the Battle Peak Master was so generous to a disciple from another peak. This sparked dissatisfaction among the disciples of Hongfu Peak, embroiling Ji Wushuang and the Battle Peak Master in a whirlwind of public opinion. Later, the Peak Master of Hongfu Peak, Zhan Fan, was furious, stating that his private supplementation of Ji Wushuang was due to her contribution of a long-lost talisman-making manual. The sect has regulations allowing such contributions to be converted into points, which is entirely within the rules. Ji Wushuang's initial reluctance to disclose this was merely to avoid drawing attention. Little did she expect it to be exploited by those with ulterior motives, truly despicable. Upon learning the full story, everyone fell silent. Was Ji Wushuang innocent? Certainly. She made a contribution and deserved her points. Yet due to her inability to cultivate, she became a uniquely scrutinized target, constantly slandered. Tragic. Were the disciples of Hongfu Peak innocent? Upon reflection, they seemed to be. After all, they worked hard to earn their points. Anyone learning that someone received points effortlessly would naturally feel displeased and suspicious, wouldn't they? Their desire to investigate was quite reasonable. Was Peak Master Zhan Fan innocent? Absolutely. In this situation, it seemed only Imo Lanyi warranted scrutiny. Was she wrong? It seemed not, for she was unaware of the truth. Yet, could one say she was blameless? After all, it was not her place to meddle in the affairs of another peak. The sect has rules against prying into the secrets of other peaks. Ji Wushuang's contribution of the talisman-making manual was indeed confidential. In light of this, it was understandable that the little junior sister sought a duel to vent her frustration. However, she ought to have refrained from a martial duel. As she could not cultivate, how could she fight? You make a fair point. Yet, now that the challenge was issued and the words spoken so harshly, retreat seemed impossible. The only question remained, would Imo Lanyi accept the challenge? She would undoubtedly have to accept. Otherwise, wouldn't she be deemed a coward? Ha ha ha, indeed. If a 5th-level qi refinement disciple feared one who had yet to begin, wouldn't that be laughable? Right. When Imo Lanyi saw the challenge announcement, her face turned green with fury as she unleashed a torrent of curses at the old ghost immortal. This Ji Wushuang is truly shameless. She is clearly a terrifying sword cultivator, yet pretends to be harmless to challenge me to a duel. I see this blatantly attempting to strike me. She dares to coerce me this way and calls me a coward. It's utterly disgraceful. I shall kill her. I must kill her. The old ghost immortal felt as if his ears were about to develop calluses. If Imo Lanyi truly had the ability to kill Ji Wushuang, she wouldn't be here fuming and seething. Ji Wushuang's swordsmanship is astonishing. At such a tender age, her sword aura is unparalleled. Not to mention the current Imo Lanyi, Even if she were to cultivate for 500 years, she might not be Ji Wushuang's match. The old ghost immortal paused and said, "Can you defeat her?" Imo Lanyi's anger faltered, and she indignantly replied, "What do you suggest I do? Should I truly become a coward?" The old ghost immortal sighed, "Imo Lanyi, you have fallen into a trap." "What trap? To fight against her strengths with your weaknesses? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Then what do you propose I do?" "Of course, you should turn it around." "Right. She could utilize her strengths against Ji Wushuang." "What strengths do I possess?" Imo Lanyi's 6 arts were merely rudimentary, leaving her uncertain of her ability to win in that regard. The old ghost immortal's silence nearly brought Imo Lanyi to tears. "What do you mean by that, old immortal? Do I truly lack other virtues?" "You do. What is it?" "You have an exceptionally long life. Ji Wushuang is merely immortal. No matter how formidable her sword in tint and aura, her life spans at most a century. You can outlast her." Imo Lanyi was even more incensed, so much so that she developed 2 blisters in her mouth. Yet, despite her anger, she possessed a modicum of intelligence. Knowing she was no match for Ji Wushuang, engaging in a duel would only result in a beating, so she resolved to enter closed-door meditation and feign ignorance. However, if Imo Lanyi had foreseen the subsequent developments, she would have preferred to endure a beating. "Little Wushuang, how should we amend this?" Let us add some biting words to the back of the challenge announcement." Biting words? The following day, the disciples of Yunlan sect suddenly discovered a rather thoughtful modification on the Wanshi monument. The challenge announcements now included a section for taunts. Ji Wushuang's taunt read, "Long-tongued Imo Lanyi, envious of points yet so stingy, always chattering endlessly. Step out for a punch and face your fate." Horizontal inscription, "If you don't come, you're a turtle's grandson." After reading this fierce challenge, everyone was left in a state of amused bewilderment. Setting aside the prowess of Ji Wushuang in martial combat, her sharp tongue was indeed relentless. Ahem, and by the way, the verses of this challenge were rather catchy. Chapter 34. The symbolic inheritance of Yunlan sect is renowned across the continent. Imo Lanyi chose to continue her seclusion, and apart from the voice transmissions from her master, she ignored all others. Yuqing was deeply engrossed in cultivating spiritual plants and generally paid no heed to gossip. Over time, the name Imo Lanyi, the turtle grandson, spread throughout the sect. When Imo Lanyi finally emerged from her retreat, she was so enraged that she broke down in tears. However, weeping would not resolve the issue. Unless she could defeat Ji Wushuang on the battle platform, honorably and with great flair, that name would likely haunt her for a lifetime. Yet, defeating Ji Wushuang was simply impossible. It might be quicker to outlast her instead. As Ji Wushuang awaited Imo Lanyi's response to the challenge without any further concern, her intent had never been to simply beat Imo Lanyi. Rather, it was to vindicate Zhan Fan and Hongfu Peak. As long as Zhan Fan's authority remained uncontested, that was sufficient. However, subsequent questions arose. Some inquired about the significance of the talisman-making book contributed by Ji Wushuang and why Zhan Fan was so generous. No one could provide a complete answer, not even the elders responsible for safeguarding the tomes and techniques. But soon enough, an announcement appeared prominently on the monument of all affairs. Today, Hongfu Peak is fortunate to obtain a book of talisman inheritance, which can enhance the talisman-making success rate. Upon appraisal, it is confirmed to be a spiritual treasure-level inheritance book, a great fortune for our Yunlan sect. Today, the 18 sons of Yunlan jointly decree that all sect members may borrow it, with one stipulation: to read it, one must take an oath of heart demons to the heavens, swearing not to leak even a fragment of the inheritance. Otherwise, one's cultivation shall never progress in this lifetime. Furthermore, each reading requires the contribution of 10,000 points. Upon the announcement's release, a wave of excitement swept through the entire sect. First, the revelation that this inheritance was of spiritual treasure level. This was extraordinary. Second, the fact that it was sanctioned by the 18 sons of Yunlan meant that anyone with objections would have to confront these venerable ancestors. Who in the sect would dare? Third, one could only view it once for the price of 10,000 points. Could a mere glance elevate one to the heavens? Good heavens! Lastly, everyone within the sect could access it, in other words. Regardless of whether one was an inner disciple, outer disciple, direct disciple, deacon, elder, supreme elder, or even a servant, all could partake. It was akin to unveiling a treasure to the world. No wonder Hongfu Peak was willing to grant Ji Wushuang so many points. If they wanted to see it, even more would not suffice. Coincidentally, shortly after this revelation, talisman masters from other sects across the continent began arriving. In addition to the 4 major sects, in no time, Hongfu Peak became a hive of activity. These talisman masters and practitioners were eager to witness the so-called spiritual treasure inheritance. Yet as they were not members of Yunlan's sect, they naturally lacked the qualifications to view it, and could only fret outside each day for bribing disciples who had seen the inheritance. That was a futile thought. Firstly, they had already taken the oath of heart demons, and secondly, although the inheritance was not restricted by status, there was a points requirement, 10,000 points. Those who possessed such points were undoubtedly inner disciples or direct disciples. Such individuals could not be easily swayed. While these bigwigs were in a state of restless anxiety, the disciples and elders who had contributed points to see the inheritance were left in a state of confusion. Why did they feel so much like fools? Upon entering, they were first asked about their talisman-making skills, then given a talisman devoid of spiritual energy, instructed to infuse their energy into it, and just like that, it was over. Although they felt a connection with the talisman while infusing their energy, and some talismans were indeed precious third-tier talismans, this hardly justified 10,000 points, did it? Yet, having taken the oath of heart demons, they dared not utter a word of complaint, fearing the consequences of their vow. Perhaps the 18 sons of Yunlan had simply misjudged the situation, leading to the identification of such an absurd inheritance. They could consider themselves unfortunate. However, not 2 days passed before they found themselves entrapped in a dreamlike scenario. Heaven above, how has my talisman-making success rate increased? And so significantly and imperceptibly that even my sensitivity to talismans has improved. Could it be that I have stumbled upon extraordinary luck? No, that is absolutely impossible. So, could it be due to the inheritance? Those who had gained insight were like restless cats, hastily inquiring who else had spent points to see the inheritance, swearing to one another to ensure they had all indeed seen it. Thus, these inheritors became embroiled in fervent discussions, and my goodness, I saw third-tier talismans in the inheritance, and now my success rate for third-tier talismans is at 20%. My talisman-making skills are rather lacking. I viewed second-tier talismans, yet my success rate for second-tier talismans has astonishingly reached 50%. Mine has also improved. Unbelievable. Could it be this is the remarkable power of the inheritance? If that is truly the case, those 10,000 points are simply an extraordinary bargain. An increase in success rate not only enhances the success rate but also the yield rate. Those who previously could only produce low-grade talismans occasionally manage to create high-grade ones. The disciples exchanged glances, each harboring the thought, "Little junior sister is amazing. Little junior sister deserves to be honored in the ancestral hall." Although the inheritance at Hongfu Peak forbids any disclosure of its contents, the results of the inheritance were evident to all. Those who had witnessed the inheritance suddenly found themselves thriving. The success rates skyrocketed. They could not inquire about the specifics of the inheritance, but now they could only strive to accumulate points and also visit Hongfu Peak to view the inheritance. In an instant, Hongfu Peak transformed into a pilgrimage site for the entire Yunlan sect. No, for talisman practitioners across the continent. Even some formidable rogue cultivators began contemplating how to join Yunlan's sect. The talisman masters from other sects grew anxious. Had this inheritance appeared in a smaller sect, they would have already rushed to seize it, but this was Yunlan's sect. What kind of madness would compel them to attempt such a thing? After much deliberation, collaboration and exchange became their only recourse. Yet, the members of Yunlan's sect were more cunning than ever, and it seemed they would demand a hefty price this time. Alas. Chapter 35. 3 Great Talisman Ancestors? No, 3 large cuts of meat, particularly Chan Qingxian, the master of Daoi Peak, whose eyes were positively green with envy. It is said that talismans and formations are inseparable. In the past, Daoi Peak and Hongfu Peak were good brothers, or rather, struggling companions. After all, in Yunlan's sect, martial combat ranked first, sword cultivation second, with alchemy and weaponry tying for third. They barely managed to scrape by. But times have changed now. Hongfu Peak stood as the pride of the entire Yunlan sect. In the guest hall of Zhu Xing Peak, behold the figure on the left, Xingyue Daoist, the talisman ancestor of Fengxian sect, and to the right, Miaobai Daoist, the talisman ancestor of Yushan sect. Then, in the center, Master Lu, the vice president of the Talisman Association, a seventh-tier talisman master, whose name does not resound with authority. Clearly, to avoid losing 2 pieces of meat, the talisman masters from other sects had also brought in reinforcements. With such prominent figures backing them, Yunlan's sect could not afford to be overly demanding, could they? Xingyue Daoist took a delicate sip of spiritual tea, chuckling. Ah, it has been many years since we last met. Little Fan, you have grown quite a bit, Jean Fan. If there is no prior friendship, there is no need to force connections. He looked the same as he did thousands of years ago. Of course, one must still show respect to the elder, so Jean Fan smiled in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have grown. Xingyue Daoist, with remarkable audacity, continued, speaking of which, our 2 sects share a long-standing friendship. Isn't your talisman-making book rather outdated? Surely, there are some unclear portions within. Why not bring it out and let me take a look? Jean Fan, exasperated, promptly passed the responsibility to Lian Xing. I cannot decide that. You must ask our sect leader. Lian Xing, slightly trembling as he held the tea. Oh, come on. Is the sect leader only here to take the blame for you? Lian Xing's lips twitched as he replied, to be honest, this was a gift from my master to my disciple. Little Wushuang, as a meeting present, Tio helped little Wushuang establish herself within the sect. Even I, as the sect leader, have no authority to interfere. Lian Xing, being the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, meant that his master was none other than the great ascended cultivator. Shirley of Yunlan's sect, Xingyue Daoist paused. Is it the legendary Jing Tian who sent this to your child? Jing Tian was Shirley's Dao title, quite ostentatious indeed. Yes. Why would Jing Tian look so favorably upon your child? Well, that is because little Wushuang holds an extraordinarily high status. Even your elder would have to address her as Master Uncle, you know? Ahem, it is simply a matter of affinity. For us cultivators, that is what we call opportunity. Xingyue Daoist's brow furrowed, and even Miao Bai Daoist and Master Lu, who were present, ceased their thoughts. That old fellow Shirley has had a notorious temper for ages. He is extremely protective, and his fists are formidable. Which of their aging bodies had not been beaten by Shirley? If they dared to bully a child whom Shirley favored, it wouldn't be surprising if he showed up at their doorstep. Oh well, it is merely an enhancement of the success rate for ordinary talismans. It is not a monumental issue. If negotiations can be made, then so be it. If not, then let it be, the outcome of the negotiations. Naturally, did not reach an agreement. Xingyue Daoist, Miaobi Daoist, and Master Lu all felt that Yunlan sect was demanding far too much, which they found unacceptable. Yet, little did they know that Lianxing was intentionally asking for an exorbitant price, knowing full well that they possessed no genuine talisman-making manuals. What they had were merely trivial matters. Just as the 3 were about to rise and depart, the formation at Zhuxing Peak began to stir. And a young girl clad in a long dress of Xiangfei color, cradling a plump, chubby black cat in her arms, strolled in leisurely. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisite, with skin as luminous as moonlight. Her pair of dark, glistening eyes sparkled more brightly than crystal-clear springs. Was this truly Lianxing's little disciple? Indeed, she was a person of remarkable grace and talent. Lianxing, fearing that Ji Wushuang might be compelled to relinquish secret techniques, hurriedly inquired, Little Wushuang, what brings you here? Did master not instruct you to go elsewhere? Ji Wushuang gently stroked the little black cat in her embrace, her gaze fixated on a gem at Master Lu's waist. Earlier, Bai Yi had been fervently meowing, claiming to sense the aura of a treasure. If Bai Zhe regarded it as a treasure, it must be extraordinary. It was only then that Ji Wushuang cast aside the Tianyuan fruit seed in her hand and hurried over. Little Bai Yi, can you discern what it is? No, meowed, it seems to be sealed within the stone. We must break the stone to find out. All right. Ji Wushuang raised her hand to salute the others. Ji Wushuang pays her respects to the esteemed seniors. She then addressed Lianxing, saying, Master, my ancestor remarked that guests are to be treated with courtesy. Since the esteemed seniors have come seeking talisman-making manuals, allow me to clarify your doubts so that you may not leave disappointed. Her demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding calm assurance, which caused Xingyue and the others to glance at her with mild surprise. What a spirit! No wonder Shirley, that old fox, regarded her with such favor. Xingyue Daoist scrutinized Ji Wushuang closely, only to discover she was an ordinary person, and, slightly astonished, remarked, That is splendid. Yet you have not begun your cultivation. Have you? Do you understand talisman making? What prompted this statement? It is a subtle matter of talisman creation. A great being can communicate with the laws of heaven and earth to complete the drawing of talismans without infusing them with spiritual energy. Such talismans have form but lack substance. This is the art of crafting. The completed talismans are then handed to others, who infuse them with spiritual energy, effectively allowing them to complete the talisman-making process themselves. In doing so, they can also comprehend the laws of heaven and earth alongside the great being's talismans, thereby naturally increasing the success rate of talisman creation. Ji Wushuang succinctly articulated the truth without any hint of concealment, leaving Lianxing and Zhan Fan nearly agape in astonishment. Oh dear, little Wushuang truly is just a child, incapable of hiding secrets. She has revealed everything. The trio, being seasoned foxes, could tell from Lianxing and Zhan Fan's expressions that the girl spoke no falsehood. Is this true? If the esteemed seniors do not believe me, you may try it for yourselves. Ji Wushuang produced an ordinary third-tier talisman and distributed one to each of the three great figures. They closed their eyes and infused it with spiritual energy, resulting in a top-tier talisman materializing before them. Could it truly be successful? All three were masters of talisman art, having immersed themselves in it for years. Infusing talismans with spiritual energy was not difficult for them. The challenge lay in controlling that energy. For them, the notion of drawing talismans without using spiritual energy was unheard of, yet not entirely unmanageable. If they could grasp the associated techniques, it would significantly improve the success rate for their juniors this year. Xingyue Daoist erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, what a splendid find. This old fellow, Jing Tian, has indeed acquired a remarkably talented disciple. Miaobi Daoist immediately interjected, little girl, are you not afraid that Jing Tian might take issue with you revealing the truth? Ji Wushuang chuckled lightly. Not at all. Ha ha ha, splendid. We shall not take advantage of your generosity. Feel free to request anything you desire. Ji Wushuang had been waiting for this. The opportunity had presented itself, and it would be a disservice not to seize it. Chapter 36. Little Master Ancestor is a black sheep. Ji Wushuang gazed earnestly with her clear eyes at the three distinguished masters of talisman art, stating, My esteemed ancestor has spoken highly of you all, asserting that you are exceedingly generous and kind, and would surely not let me suffer loss. The three were taken aback by Jing Tian's high regard for them, and they laughed even more heartily. Speak. What is it that you seek? I cannot disclose that. If I were to speak candidly, it might seem overly presumptuous. Yet, if I were to adhere too strictly to propriety, I might risk offending the esteemed seniors. Should my family's Yunlan sect's ancestors find the seniors to be stingy, it would not bode well. As she spoke, Ji Wushuang produced gifts sent by the 18 disciples of Yunlan. This is from my ancestor, Jing Tian Daoist. This one is from Suyu Daoist. This is from Jin Feng Daoist. This is from Shou Deng Daoist. This is from Jumin Daoist. And this one is... With each item Ji Wushuang revealed, the hearts of Xingyue Daoist and the others raced faster. By the end, they were left utterly astounded. Good gracious! Did the people of Yunlan sect have so much wealth that they had nothing better to do than bestow 8th-tier spirit artifacts, 7th-tier formation plates, and exceptional spirit items upon a junior? Were they out of their minds? This caused the three, who had originally intended to offer some trifles to dismiss Ji Wushuang, to break into a sweat. After showcasing her gifts, Ji Wushuang looked at them with her big, bright eyes, filled with anticipation. Now, esteemed seniors, it is your turn to speak. Lianxing and Zhan Fan exchanged glances, realizing that they had misjudged little Wushuang as a naive girl, only to discover she was quite the cunning one beneath the surface. The trio fell silent, ultimately handing over their Qinkuan rings to Ji Wushuang. We shall temporarily grant you access to our Qinkuan rings. Feel free to take whatever you fancy. Yes, take your pick. Ji Wushuang blinked, then I shall choose. She indeed stepped forward, selecting a clod of earth from Xingyue Daoist's Qinkuan ring, a large beast pelt from Miaobi Daoist, and finally, a gem pendant from Master Lu's waist. Among them, Xingyue Daoist winced in pain, for Ji Wushuang had chosen a piece of spiritual soil. Spiritual soil. With this, high-grade, high-quality spiritual plants could flourish endlessly. He had meticulously concealed this piece of soil, and his Qinkuan ring contained treasures worth millions. How did she lock onto the spiritual soil so easily? Miaobi Daoist nearly ground his teeth in frustration. That was the pelt of a high-level beast. He had gone to great lengths to acquire it, even disguising it to appear worthless. How did she perceive it? Only Master Lu remained bewildered. Ah, just this? You wish for a gem pendant? Truth be told, this pendant was not particularly valuable. It was something he had stumbled upon in his youth, devoid of spiritual energy, yet quite beautiful, seemingly with rippling waters within. Hence he had kept it. Thank you, esteemed seniors, Ji Wushuang said respectfully. Aside from Master Lu, who genuinely smiled, the other two Taoists could only force a smile as their hearts ached, their composure almost slipping away. The trio inquired further about the key aspects of drawing talismans without spiritual energy, to which Ji Wushuang responded in detail. Eventually, they requested Ji Wushuang to demonstrate how to draw a talisman, and she complied, crafting a first-tier talisman on the spot, even agreeing to let them record it with a recording stone. Seeing Ji Wushuang yielding like a pliable dough ball, allowing them to manipulate her, the two Taoists felt somewhat relieved. When bidding farewell to the three great figures, Ji Wushuang respectfully stated, in the future, should you esteemed seniors wish to purchase talismans without spiritual energy, I can offer you a discount. The three smiled amiably, yet inwardly cursed. They had learned to draw talismans without spiritual energy. What need had they to purchase them? Were they merely seeking solitude? Indeed, Jing Tian's disciple was just as insufferable as he was. After seeing off the three great figures, Lianxing and Zhan Fan hurriedly approached Ji Wushuang, saying, "Little Wushuang, why did you divulge the secret to them? Could this lead to complications? It's fine, no need to worry. It might even bring some extra revenue to our Yunlan sect." Huh? Could it be that they are unable to draw talismans without spiritual energy? Indeed. Lianxing and Zhan Fan exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to trust her for the time being. Ji Wushuang handed the high-level beast pelt to Zhan Fan, which moved him to tears. This, for me? For Hongfu Peak? The pelt of a high-level beast. This was no trivial matter. Ji Wushuang nodded. Recently, I have caused quite a bit of trouble for Hongfu Peak. This is a token of gratitude. Zhan Fan paused, then laughed heartily as he ruffled Ji Wushuang's hair. You little girl, we are all family. What trouble is there to speak of? How about this? We will count this pelt as points for you. With that, Zhan Fan dashed off like he had been set ablaze. Ji Wushuang covered her face, looking up at Lianxing in confusion. Lianxing was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to envy Zhan Fan for acquiring the pelt of a high-level beast, or to envy Zhan Fan for having the audacity to ruffle the little ancestor's hair. TSK, he wished he could do that too. Clearing his throat to mask his rebellious thoughts, Lianxing redirected the conversation. Where do you plan to place this spiritual soil? We have a favorable location at Zhuxing Peak for cultivating heavenly materials. Yes, but the best location in the sect must be at Zelene Peak. Without a doubt, Zelene Peak stands as the most spiritually abundant location within the entire sect, even surpassing the esteemed residence of the Great Ascension Ancestor in terms of prestige. Ji Wushuang blinked and inquired, could you possibly reserve a spot for me inside? A place where no one is permitted to approach. Lianxing was taken aback. Huh? I possess something of utmost importance that must be planted in a location rich in spiritual energy and absolutely secure. This spiritual soil is prepared specifically for that purpose. After a brief pause, Lianxing ventured, may I, as a humble disciple, dare to inquire what it is? Ji Wushuang openly revealed the seed of the Tianyuan fruit. Lianxing, upon seeing the seemingly lifeless seed, questioned, what is this? The Tianyuan fruit, Ji Wushuang replied. Lianxing rubbed his ears and said apologetically, forgive me, dear junior uncle, my hearing must have faltered. I thought you mentioned the Tianyuan fruit. So what exactly is this? Ji Wushuang blinked again and clarified, you heard correctly. This is indeed the Tianyuan fruit, known for its ability to enhance one's constitution, stabilize spiritual roots, elevate consciousness, purify marrow and bones, and stabilize divine essence. Chapter 37. Alas, intercepted again. Lianxing never imagined that he would one day behold the legendary Tianyuan fruit, in seed form. Is it? Truly? Yes, indeed. Lianxing immediately approached, cradling the Tianyuan fruit seed in his hands, which appeared shriveled and devoid of life. He cried out in despair, Tianyuan fruit, what has happened to you? Wushuang, come quickly and see. What is wrong with it? Ji Wushuang mused. How did I not realize earlier that the sect leader possesses a flair for theatrics? Thus, we must find the most spiritually rich location to nurture it properly. I shall take care of this matter. Lianxing, feeling a sense of duty, swiftly departed with the Tianyuan fruit and spiritual soil to negotiate with the inhabitants of Zelene Peak. As the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, Lian Xing was typically cheerful and rarely engaged in conflict. However, his negotiations at Zelene Peak were far from smooth. He had requested the most desirable location and resources right from the outset, which even someone as congenial as Yu Qing could not concede. Lian Xing discreetly led Yu Qing aside, and after much stammering conversation, Yu Qing ultimately acquiesced. Ji Wushuang personally went to Zelene Peak to select a location and did not forget to bring along Xiao Bei. Seated upon the back of a white crane, Ji Wushuang cradled a small black cat. Initially, the cat appeared indifferent and bored, but suddenly its pupils constricted, fixating intently on a verdant area deep within the mountains. Meow! Over there, Ji Wushuang patted the crane's head, and it immediately let out a cry, changing direction toward the valley. Xiao Wushuang, wait! Lian Xing noticed Ji Wushuang deviating from their path and hurriedly called out to her. As the air in that direction was rather ordinary, merely the outskirts of Zelene Peak. It's all right. I just want to take a look. The white crane flew swiftly, landing in the open space with a whoosh, prompting Lian Xing to send his own Qingluan after them. As Ji Wushuang set foot on the ground, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, causing her spirit to tremble. Sect leader, do you feel it? Lian Xing, landing shortly after, looked bewildered. Huh? Feel what? The power of life. Huh? I don't feel anything. Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow, bent down to touch the grass, and the sensation intensified. Lian Xing imitated Ji Wushuang, squatting down as well. Yet he still perceived nothing. Was there something amiss here? Had it been another disciple standing before him, he would have dragged them away by now. But this was Ji Wushuang. Even if she wanted to play in the mud, he would applaud her efforts. Ji Wushuang observed the little black cat frantically clawing at the grass, seemingly searching for something elusive, growing increasingly anxious. Clearly, no one else had noticed the peculiarity of this place except for her. The instinct she felt in that fleeting moment must have been a manifestation of Bai Zai's innate abilities. How strange. Why could no one else sense it but her? Ji Wushuang suddenly recalled her prior absorption of the primordial power from the divine tomb. Could that be the reason? Trusting her instincts, she declared, let us plant it here. Right here? Yes. But this place isn't the most spiritually abundant. There are many locations within Zelene Peak that are superior to this one. The fact that it remains unclaimed suggests that even the typical disciples overlook it. In no matter, please inform the master of Zelene Peak. Lian Xing gritted his teeth. Fine. This is the spot. At worst, we'll set up more gathering formations. If worst comes to worst, we can excavate a spiritual vein and bury it here. We cannot afford to disappoint our little ancestor. Lian Xing sent a message to Yu Qing, who happened to be conversing with the new disciple. Imo Lanyid, if one were to speak of Imo Lanyi, she was indeed the apple of Yu Qing's eye. This girl trained diligently, devoting herself entirely to her cultivation. Remarkably, after just a few months, she advanced again, progressing 3 levels to reach the 8th stage of Qi refinement. It was noteworthy that she had only been at the 2nd stage upon entering the sect. Importantly, she remained humble, grounded, and refrained from boasting about her progress, demonstrating an admirable character. Typically, disciples were only granted independent cave dwellings upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, recognizing her dedication, Yu Qing agreed to her request to select a cave dwelling as a reward. Master, can I truly choose a cave dwelling? Yes, go ahead and choose. I will reserve it for you. Master, you are too kind. Imo Lanyi beamed sweetly, reminiscent of a beloved and playful child at home, causing Yu Qing's heart to swell with joy. Do you have any alternatives? I do. I've already found one, located in the valley beneath Songlong Peak. The valley beneath Songlong Peak? Yu Qing pulled out a map of Zelene Peak to examine the situation. Frowning as he questioned, is that place suitable? How could I possibly give my cherished disciple a location with such ordinary spiritual energy? Choose a site with more abundant energy. Do not worry, your master will handle everything. It must be said that Yu Qing was indeed a wonderful master, genuinely concerned for Imo Lanyi's well-being. Yet, the location she had chosen was anything but ordinary. This site was, in fact, a vital area for the entire Yunlan sect, gathering the essence of Tai Su and the hidden wealth of Ming Hong. In other words, while it may not be the most spiritually abundant place, it was the most vibrant and life-filled location within the sect. Long-term residence there could rejuvenate even the sickly and revive the withered. Lanyi's luminous spiritual root required careful nurturing to enhance its quality and fully integrate with her body. She needed to harness that vitality. One day, while on her way to the medicinal garden, Lanyi inadvertently passed through that valley. Upon entering, her heart raced furiously, and her blood surged with excitement. The sensation mirrored that of when she had discovered the jade pendant, obtained her spiritual root, and defied the heavens. Thus, she was determined to reside there. Absolutely, Lanyi tugged at Yu Qing's sleeve. Master, I want that place. It's the one I like. Yu Qing, caught off guard by Lanyi's insistence, was about to acquiesce when suddenly, a communication talisman illuminated, signaling Lian Xing. This advanced talisman transmitted sound directly into Yu Qing's mind, impervious to eavesdropping. Lian Xing bluntly stated, Old Yu, regarding the matter we spoke of earlier, the ancestor has chosen the location. It's the valley beneath your Canglang Peak. I see this valley is unclaimed, so we're finalizing it. No need for you to worry about it, thank you? Thank you. Lian Xing spoke rapidly, bombarding Yu Qing with information before hanging up without allowing for a response. Yu Qing was momentarily at a loss, wondering why a barren plot had suddenly become so desirable. He awkwardly looked up at Lanyi, who suddenly felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. As expected, Yu Qing said, Well, dear disciple, would you like to choose another location for your cave dwelling? The land you had your eye on has already been requisitioned by the sect. Chapter 38. Locking the Spirit, the 72-star array of immortal extermination. Yu Qing's words struck Lanyi like a bolt from the blue. After all her efforts to please this old codger, all she sought was vitality, and now he had turned around and given the valley to someone else. She cursed Yu Qing 1,000 times in her heart, yet still managed to present a pitiful visage, her voice tinged with a quiver. Master, but you promised. That land was to be mine. You can't go back on your word. Yu Qing replied awkwardly, It's not that I am going back on my word. But the sect has requisitioned that land. Requisitioned by the sect? Yes, it was the sect leader who personally stated it. Recalling the noble, powerful, and fiercely protective sect leader, Lanyi's heart sank further. She felt as if Lian Xing should have been her master, not this bumbling fool before her. Wait, what Lian Xing wanted? Could it be for Ji Wushuang? Yes, it must be for Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang was so uncanny. Every time she encountered her, peculiarities seemed to arise. How infuriating. The mere thought of Ji Wushuang seizing the opportunity twisted the beautiful visage of Lanyi in subtle disarray. Master, that valley has not been given to Ji Wushuang, has it? The questioning tone momentarily stunned Yu Qing. Yet he comprehended his young disciple's sentiments profoundly. He gently replied, No, it has been allocated to our sect, as for the purpose of its utilization. I shall not disclose that to you. If the Tianyuan fruit were truly to thrive, it would be a monumental achievement. Despite his affection for his disciple, he understood the importance of discretion. Lanyi, eager to voice her thoughts, was halted by the elder spirit. Mind your tone. You still require this individual to lend you support? Grandmaster, he is clearly just brushing me off. That place must have been given to Ji Wushuang. And if he is dismissing you, what of it? Who can blame you for your lack of strength? Furthermore, even if the valley has been claimed by Ji Wushuang, you can still draw vitality from it. There is no need to reside there permanently. Consider this. It is the territory of Zilin Peak. Is it conceivable that access to the valley will henceforth be denied to those of Zilin Peak? Does Ji Wushuang possess such authority? That certainly cannot be the case. Exactly. As long as you can continue to enter, even if only for a brief moment each day, it will aid you in merging your spiritual roots. Achieving your goal is what truly matters. Do not fixate on the process. Instead of directing your ire towards Yu Qing and jeopardizing his goodwill, it would be wiser to leverage his guilt to garner some advantages. In an instant, Lanyi felt enlightened. Yes, I understand now. She swiftly composed herself, stating, Master, I have come to realize that the sect must have pressing matters to occupy the valley. And thus, I should be understanding. Lanyi's rationality brought Yu Qing a sense of relief, and he assured her, Rest assured, I shall select the finest cave for you. Thank you, Master. If there is ever a need from the sect in the future, I am willing to assist. Ha ha ha. Splendid. My little disciple is truly obedient. However, unbeknownst to Lanyi, that very afternoon, a terrifying grand formation rose ominously outside the valley, enveloping it completely and not allowing even a whisper of its essence to escape. To the outside world, the valley appeared as an isolated island, severed from all prying eyes. Imo strained to sense any vitality but found none, nearly succumbing to despair. The elder spirit was equally taken aback, murmuring, "How is this possible? What kind of formation is this?" After a prolonged silence, the elder spirit replied, "It is the 72-star Calamity Extermination Formation." The name alone suggested formidable power, and Imo felt her heart sink. Why is it here? Where is the vitality? Why is there none at all? The elder spirit probed with his consciousness, his tone grave. I did not anticipate that the Yunlan sect would possess such profound heritage. In addition to this 72-star Calamity Extermination Formation, there are further restrictions within, even my consciousness cannot penetrate. What does that mean? It means that the Yunlan sect has likely uncovered the secret of the vitality source and has thus safeguarded it. Your plan to merge your spiritual roots with the vitality is now thwarted. Do not fret. Your fortune remains strong. Once you have completely absorbed the fortunes of Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan, your spiritual roots will not encounter any issues for the next 30 years. During this period, with your fortune, do you truly fear not finding another vitality source? Thus, your immediate priority is to continue enhancing their goodwill towards you. Facilitating the absorption of their fortunes, Imo anxiety subsided instantly. I understand. Thank you, Grandmaster Danmem. While the elder spirit endeavored to comfort Imo, he harbored concerns regarding the sudden emergence of these restrictions and formations. The Yunlan sect still held trump cards. It seemed he would need to tread carefully in future dealings within the sect. Ji Wushuang remained oblivious to the fact that the formation she had imparted to the Dao Peak's master had inadvertently caused the elder spirit to retreat in caution. He was Imo greatest support, and now that he had adopted a more subdued demeanor, Imo own influence had diminished somewhat. For the past half-year, Chun Qingxian, the master of Dao Peak, had been enviously eyeing Zhan Fan, wishing he could curse Zhan Fan to suffer just enough to see him flaunt his achievements before him. Yet, who could have foreseen such a swift reversal of fortunes? Ha ha ha! In the blink of an eye, it had turned in favor of Dao Peak. Unlike the imposing Zhan Fan, Chun Qingxian possessed a more refined demeanor. Had it not been for his ethereal presence, one might easily mistake him for a scholarly gentleman. Chun Qingxian's fingers trembled as he caressed the restored formations and restrictions, murmuring, "Rest assured, little Wushuang, your offering of ancient texts to assist us in restoring the spirit lock restriction and the 72-star Calamity Extermination Formation will not be forgotten by Dao Peak. Whatever Zhan Fan offers you, we shall match it. No, we will add an extra 10%, Ji Wushuang replied with a smile. Master Chen need not be overly courteous. After all, my assistance in restoring the spirit lock restriction and the 72-star Calamity Extermination Formation is merely to secure my own peace. The Tianyuan fruit must be planted here, and it must be ensured without fail. After all, it is vital to me. What could be more reliable than ancient restrictions and formations? Thus, this is merely a small effort on my part. Only the owner of the Tianyuan fruit, Ji Wushuang herself, could freely traverse the formation and restrictions. Even the sect leader of Yunlan, the master of Zilin Peak, and the master of Dao Peak could not enter or exit. This conclusion was reached after discussions between the Mahayana ancestor Shirlei and the Nine Gates Taoist. The Nine Gates Taoist, a formation expert, was the one who led the leaders of Dao Peak in setting up the 72-star Calamity Extermination Formation. His word held weight in Dao Peak, and since he had spoken, others naturally had no objections. Ji Wushuang was not insatiable. Dao Peak had expended time, effort, and resources to set up the formation for her without asking for a single coin. How could she then accept points from Dao Peak? While she was willing to accept points from Hongfu Peak, she did not wish to accept from Dao Peak. What did this imply? Did she find the points from Hongfu Peak particularly appealing, or did she regard Hongfu Peak as her own, while viewing Dao Peak as outsiders? Chun Qingxian felt a pang of jealousy. He too wished to be regarded as one of Ji Wushuang's own. Had he known earlier, he would have approached her boldly while the Nine Gates Taoist was present. Now that the Taoist had left, how could he draw closer to Ji Wushuang, little Wushuang? Do you know of any other formations? Ji Wushuang nodded. Although she had not been adept at setting formations, she had observed and dismantled many. Perhaps she could assist Dao Peak as a gesture of gratitude for their help. How about this? Master Qin, please copy the incomplete formations, restrictions, and scrolls from Dowie Peak for me, and I will refine them. However, I cannot guarantee the effectiveness of the completed work. Chen Xingxian's eyes brightened suddenly. Is it truly possible? Of course. Excellent, excellent. I will arrange for someone to assist you. Ji Wushuang had initially intended to decline, but suddenly remembered that Lian Yuan seemed to be from Dowie Peak. A glimmer of inspiration struck her, then let Lian Yuan come. After all, Lian Yuan was the foolish apprentice of her second master. He might be of some help. Chen Xingxian smacked his forehead. Yes, yes, let Lian Yuan come. Lian Yuan, being a descendant of Lian Xing, could be considered one of their own, and having that young man frequently appear before Ji Wushuang would surely foster goodwill, making Dowie Peak feel like family. Oh dear, had I thought of this sooner, Zhan Fan would have no opportunity to flaunt before me. He felt foolish for not realizing it earlier. I shall go summon him at once. Chen Xingxian was filled with excitement, scarcely able to contain himself as he dashed off to Ji Wushuang. Feeling exasperated, Ji Wushuang decided to send her mount, the White Crane, to forage for food while she entered the formation first, intending to plant trees and wait for Master Chen to bring someone over. Once within the grand formation, the little black cat leaped from Ji Wushuang's arms, surveying the territory and remarking, "With this spirit lock restriction, I can sense it. It is indeed a vitality source." Little Wushuang, how did you know there was a vitality source here? It was just an intuition. Intuition? Yes, Ji Wushuang explained. I grew up in the divine tomb. When I faced dire circumstances, my master sought the source power of the divine tomb to temper my body. Perhaps that is related? The little black cat tilted its head. Although it was a descendant of Bai Zhe, it was not a complete being and was far from omniscient. It did not know what the source power of the divine tomb was. But it speculated that it was something akin to vitality, which explained why Ji Wushuang could now sense it. The little black cat wandered around the valley and pointed with its fluffy paw towards an ordinary patch of grass in the eastern corner. It was unremarkable, yet Ji Wushuang seemed to perceive a shimmering brilliance. There lies the core of the Yunlan sect's vitality source. Are you planning to plant the Tianyuan fruit there? No, we are merely borrowing vitality, not seeking to consume it. Once the Tianyuan fruit matures, it should be able to nourish the earth, benefiting both the sect and the fruit itself. Xiaobei, the little black cat, was exceedingly pleased with Ji Wushuang's decision. Let us begin then. First, we shall place the spirit soil, and then sow the seeds of the Tianyuan fruit. It will sprout in no less than a century. Ji Wushuang stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. How long? 100 years. Ji Wushuang's lips twitched. By the time it sprouts, she would indeed be a century older. Xiaobei then remembered Ji Wushuang's predicament and awkwardly said, "Ahem. Actually, we could also seek out some spirit springs and sprinkle them with spring water. You speak so lightly of it. Spirit springs are treasures bestowed by heaven and earth, not something one can find easily. Where shall I seek such springs? Yunlan's sect has them, meow, and they are of particularly high quality. It was the aura of the spirit spring that drew me here, but the aura has been intermittent, so I am not entirely certain of the direction. I ended up meeting you by a twist of fate. Meow. Drawn here by the aura of the spirit spring." A sudden thought struck Ji Wushuang. Recalling the time she had pierced Mo Lanyi through the heart with her sword, not only had she vanished from sight, but she had also returned to life, seemingly unscathed. At that moment, Ji Wushuang had suspected that Mo Lanyi possessed a high-level mustard seed space capable of accommodating living beings, and within that space, there must be a powerful treasure that could restore vitality. Perhaps that was the spirit spring Xiaobei spoke of. Given the heaven's peculiar favoritism towards Mo Lanyi, Ji Wushuang surmised that the spirit spring Xiaobei sensed was most likely connected to Mo Lanyi. As for the spirit spring, we shall take our time. For now, let us tend to the land. Oh, very well. Meow.1 was the fire spirit stone, imbued with the essence of fire, which had earned first place in the initial enlightenment. The other was a gem pendant belonging to Master Lu. Ji Wushuang laid both the fire spirit stone and the gem pendant before Xiaobei, asking, "What is contained within this gem?" "Oh, inside the gem is a spirit insect called Chuamong." "Spirit insect?" "Yes, with this little creature, all spiritual plants can thrive abundantly, for its excrement serves as excellent nourishment, so that's how it is," Ji Wushuang murmured, realizing that nurturing spiritual plants involved so many intricate details. Sword cultivators are rather uncouth and do not understand such matters. And what about this fire spirit stone? What kind of fire essence does it contain? Xiaobei's furry face displayed an expression of exasperation. Do you think I am omnipotent? Of course, you must open it yourself. Meow. You don't know? I don't know. Then what use are you? Are you being polite? For others, the fire spirit stone would simply absorb the spiritual energy and fire essence contained within it. However, Ji Wushuang could not absorb it. To her, it was merely taking up space, so she wished to see what was inside and whether it was worth keeping. If not, she would dispose of it, given the limited capacity of her space stone. After a heated exchange of words, Xiaobei, with a swift motion, grasped the fire spirit stone and bit down sharply, creating a fissure in it. As it gnawed, the little cat proudly declared, "Humph, we shall know once we bite it open." Ji Wushuang. What should one do if they wish to mistreat a small animal? As the two stared at each other, suddenly, an exceptionally intense and scalding aura burst forth from the fire spirit stone, singeing the whiskers of the little black cat. Meow. Hot, hot, hot. It's burning me alive. What is this? Ji Wushuang hurried over to rescue the little cat, retreating several steps while clutching the fire spirit stone, fearful that it would harm the newly planted Tianyuan fruit. The fire spirit stone became searingly hot. Even Ji Wushuang's robust physique, comparable to that of a Yuan Ying, struggled to withstand it. As the fire spirit stone shattered, a flurry of delicate feathers emerged, resembling a serene and radiant flame, gently descending into Ji Wushuang's palm. Chapter 40. Does she not care about her dignity? Ji Wushuang and Xiaobei stared in awe at the feather, which was a deep crimson, radiating a magnificent glow, yet exuding an aura of terrifying primordial power that flattened the little black cat's ears. After a moment of struggle to discern its essence, Xiaobei's eyes widened in excitement. Meow. Meow. It's a phoenix. A phoenix. Yes. There can be no mistake. It is undoubtedly a phoenix. This is the feather of a phoenix. Ji Wushuang suddenly recalled that this fire spirit stone was originally a prize for Imo Lanyi, awarded for her cunning. Thus, Ji Wushuang had accompanied her to class, snatching the first place and ultimately claiming the fire spirit stone as her own. Ji Wushuang. The heavens are truly biased. She grasped the phoenix feather, realizing that the residual power within it was exceedingly weak, so weak it was on the verge of dissipating, akin to a vast ocean dwindling to a mere drop of water. Were it not for this, the mere appearance of the feather would have incited a conflagration. What now? I have no idea. Xiaobei lamented, regretting their previous actions. Had it known that the feather belonged to a phoenix, it would not have foolishly bitten it open. The power of the phoenix was beyond its capability to absorb, and Ji Wushuang could absorb it even less. Could they allow such a monumental opportunity to vanish without a trace? What should we do? At this moment, calling for others to help absorb the power was already too late. Ji Wushuang lacked spiritual energy to activate a communication talisman. Oh, wait, this was a low-level spirit beast. Something akin to a fire oven chicken. It was named thus because cultivators lacking fire spiritual roots would capture it and use the fire energy in its beast core as fuel. However, this fire oven chicken appeared to be somewhat different, rather ugly. After all, other fire oven chickens had their vibrant and resplendent feathers. Ji Wushuang directly offered the phoenix feather to the pitiful little chicken, which stared blankly for a moment, gazing foolishly at Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang frowned. Can't you absorb the spiritual energy? You look rather clever, yet you seem quite dim. Let us find another chicken. The little chicken immediately perked up, flapping its wings eagerly in agreement, then cradled the phoenix feather with its wings to begin absorbing the power within it. First, the fire oven chicken transformed into a genuine little fire chicken, flames erupting all over its body. Ji Wushuang. I want to eat chicken wings. The little fire chicken, in the midst of crossing a life and death tribulation. Are you even human? This was an exceedingly long tribulation. Had Ji Wushuang not feared harming her Tianyuan fruit, she might have dozed off. Eventually, she resigned herself to sit down, wrapping the little black cat in her arms, yawning. Clearly, a phoenix remains a phoenix, even if only a drop remained. For a little mountain chicken, it was the highest mountain and the longest river. It would require all its strength and luck to possibly traverse the heights and cross the waters. Ji Wushuang sensed the presence of people outside the formation coming and going. Yet she did not greet them. 3 days and nights passed, while Ji Wushuang felt hunger pangs, wishing she could graze on some grass. the little fire chicken finally absorbed the aura of the phoenix. With a soft chirp, it soared into the azure sky, gliding gracefully, showcasing its red and black mottled feathers, which, to be honest, were less appealing than its original dark-hued. Ji Wushuang and Xiaobei exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. Fortunately, the little fire chicken seemed unconcerned. After a few circles in the air, it landed steadily by Ji Wushuang's side, lowering its head in deference. "I greet my master." Contrary to its rather unattractive appearance, the little fire chicken's voice was melodious and sonorous, quite pleasant to the ears. Furthermore, Ji Wushuang could sense a sacred and vast aura emanating from it. Seemed this little fire chicken was exceptionally fortunate. It likely possessed phoenix bloodline from birth, and with the feather activating it, it had returned to its ancestral form. However, it was not surprising, as the phoenix is the progenitor of all birds. Ji Wushuang sighed in relief. At least she had not completely doomed the little fire chicken. She smiled and said, "You need not regard me as your master. I merely wish to avoid wasting the phoenix feather." The little fire chicken was taken aback. It had never expected that its master would look down upon it. "Master, please accept me. I am quite formidable. After absorbing the phoenix feather, I awakened my phoenix bloodline and am now a third-tier spirit beast. Although I am not very powerful yet, I will surely grow stronger in the future. Please do not disdain me. Allow me to assist you." After awakening its bloodline, the little fire chicken recognized the identity of the little black cat. It was a descendant of the Bai Zhe, with its master possessing both the phoenix fire feather and a Bai Zhe divine beast. Its identity must be extraordinary, and its strength unfathomable. Perhaps it would not want it at all. However, the little fire chicken sought to repay its gratitude and thus boldly pleaded. Ji Wushuang understood the little fire chicken's misunderstanding and pointed to herself, saying, "Take a closer look at me. I cannot cultivate. If you wish to follow me, your future is bleak." Only then did the little fire chicken realize that Ji Wushuang's lack of spiritual energy was not due to profound cultivation, but rather an absolute inability to cultivate at all. It lingered for a moment, then leaped forth, pecking at Ji Wushuang's fingertip with its beak, forcing a blood contract into existence. A surge of contractual power gradually enveloped both the person and the bird. Ji Wushuang, wait, do you divine beast descendants think a contract is simply a matter of saying so? Does she not care for her dignity? Chapter 41. A smack on the bottom. Ji Wushuang gazed at her two contractors. Feeling somewhat at a loss. One was a pitch-black kitten, and the other a dark little mountain chicken adorned with crimson spots. They spoke sweetly of divine beast bloodlines, yet each was uglier than the last. And increasingly rude, they initiated the contract without even considering her opinion. Alas, Ji Wushuang addressed them seriously. "I believe it is imperative for us to sit down and have a proper discussion. Although you are my contractors, entering into this contract was not my desire, hence you cannot simply lounge about like idle masters." The little mountain chicken nodded obediently. "Rest assured, master, I shall work diligently to support the household. Since you are unable to cultivate, it is only right for me to make an effort. And you, Bai Yi?" The little black cat. "Wait." It formed a contract with Ji Wushuang to enjoy a life of luxury. Why must it suddenly bear the responsibility of providing for a family? Ji Wushuang seemed to perceive the little black cat's inner thoughts and smiled. "If Bai Yi does not wish to provide, then you may simply watch as we partake of spirit meals in the future. Why? I was here first. I am the elder. Yet, one cannot eat without working. Being the elder does not exempt you from this truth." The little black cat fell silent for a long while, conceding for the sake of the spirit meals, "I shall also strive to do my part." The little mountain chicken looked enviously at the little black cat. Its irritation boiling, whiskers twitching as it barked fiercely. "Why are you staring at me? Foolish chicken. Address me as elder." Elder." The little mountain chicken shrank its neck, merely envious that the elder had a name. The little black cat. Why do I suddenly feel like a bully?" Ji Wushuang chuckled as she patted the little mountain chicken's feathers, saying, "Shall I give you a name?" Yes, thank you, master. Do not call me master. Just refer to me as Wushuang." I see that the patterns on your body resemble flames, forged from fierce fire. How about the name Fenglian?" Upon hearing this name, Fenglian was instantly delighted. Its feathers standing on end. "Wonderful. I love it. But with my lineage, can I truly bear the surname Feng? Why not?" The little mountain chicken. "No, it should be Fenglian. beamed joyfully, truly wonderful. From this day forth, I shall be called Feng Lian. Just a few days ago, it was a clueless, ugly little chick, shunned by its companions. Yet in just a few short days, it had a master and an elder. How delightful! Ji Wushuang checked the condition of the Tianyuan fruit once more. Confirming that all was well, before departing the grand formation with Bai Yi and Feng Lian. As soon as they stepped out, they heard a series of sounds slicing through the air. Feng Lian, mistaking it for an enemy attack, immediately positioned itself protectively in front of Ji Wushuang, spreading its wings like a hen shielding her chicks. Ji Wushuang patted its head and turned to the sky, saying, I apologize for worrying you. Several figures appeared out of thin air. It was Lian Yuan, Zhan Fan, Qin Qingxian, Yao Cong, and of course, the second senior sister, Hua Fanyin, as well as the eldest senior brother of Hongfu Peak, Zhuang Xian, and the steward, Jin Fushi. If Ji Wushuang's soul lamp had not been intact, Lian Xing would have certainly contacted Shirley Ida. Lian Yuan looked at the unharmed Ji Wushuang, still in the throes of relief. A figure darted forward. Hua Fanyin, clad in a fiery red gown, rushed over and embraced Ji Wushuang tightly, inspecting her from head to toe. Once assured that she was unharmed, her expression suddenly darkened as she delivered a light smack to her bottom. Smack! This unexpected action bewildered not only Ji Wushuang but also Lian Xing disciple. This is our little ancestor. How could you resort to such measures upon first meeting? Although Ji Wushuang had not lived long in her previous life, her terrifying prowess had ensured that no one had ever dared to treat her with disrespect. Not even a gentle touch was ever bestowed upon her. In the divine tomb, her several masters treated her as a precious jewel. Never uttering harsh words, they followed her wherever she went, never leaving her side. She instinctively covered her bottom, gazing at Hua Fanyin in disbelief. The latter, softened by Ji Wushuang's doe-like eyes, steeled her resolve, saying, Do you understand your mistake? I made a mistake. Of course, if you wish to remain within the formation for research, you could at least inform us. Do you know how much Herr Master and I have lost worrying about you these past few days? You are still just a child. It is not that we do not want you to pursue your own interests, but you should communicate with us first. If it were any other senior brother, Hua Fanyin would not have been so anxious. However, Ji Wushuang could not cultivate and had gone missing from Zilin Peak. Everyone knew of that malicious girl's hatred for their little Wushuang. Should that girl attempt to cause trouble, she would surely peel her skin off. As Hua Fanyin's beautiful eyes began to blaze with fury, Ji Wushuang belatedly realized, Senior sister, I'm sorry, but previously, I had never encountered such a situation. Hua Fanyin assumed Ji Wushuang meant she had never been missing for days, and then Ji Wushuang continued, In the past, regardless of where I went or what I did, no one ever cared or worried for me. So I did not know to inform you. I apologized. In essence, Ji Wushuang had never had a living family. Her masters were all ghosts. They hardly counted as living beings. Hua Fanyin was taken aback. A wave of regret flooding over her as she hastily crouched down, her eyes reddening as she looked at Ji Wushuang. I am not blaming you. I am sorry. I did not know. Can little Wushuang forgive your senior sister? Ji Wushuang could feel the sincere concern emanating from the person before her. Though this emotion was somewhat unfamiliar to the sword sovereign of Wushuang, she did not dislike it. She gently smiled and grasped Hua Fanyin's hand, saying, All right, I did consider sending you a message, but I lacked spiritual energy and could not use the message talisman. However, it is no matter. I will modify the message talisman so that Bai Yi and Feng Lian can send messages for me in the future. Bai Yi, Feng Lian? Yes. Ji Wushuang bent down to lift the little black cat and the little mountain chicken, presenting them to Hua Fanyin. Though Hua Fanyin could not discern the little black cat's power, she was astonished to discover that this rather unattractive chicken was, in fact, a golden core spirit beast. Hua Fanyin herself was at the golden core stage, yet the little mountain chicken radiated an aura of divine beasts, exerting an unspoken pressure upon her heart. Thus, she could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension in its presence. Little Wushuang, is this your spirit beast? Yes. But how can Ji Wushuang, lacking spiritual energy, tame a golden core spirit beast? Fear not, senior sister. I have formed an equal contract with Feng Lian, so it will not harm me. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Lian Xing, was left dumbfounded. Wait. How on earth did a mere ordinary person manage to form an equal contract with a golden core spirit beast? Hua Fannin's beautiful face was a mask of astonishment as she hurriedly exclaimed, "Little Wushuang, how did you accomplish this? Please tell your senior sister. I will buy you delicious food." Hua Fannin had long desired a fourth-level spirit beast. Yet that little creature was exceedingly proud, declaring Hua Fannin to be weaker than it, adamantly refusing to form a contract with her. Yet here was her little junior sister, an ordinary person, able to contract a golden core spirit beast. Surely there must be some secret technique. Although Lian Xing, Zhan Fan, Chen Xingxian, and Yao Tsang feigned indifference, each had secretly perked up their ears, eager to learn what secret method Ji Wushuang possessed. Yet Ji Wushuang merely tilted her head in confusion, stating, "I do not know. It wanted to form a contract with me of its own accord. If you do not believe me, senior sister, you may ask it." Feng Lian nodded vigorously, then affectionately nuzzled Ji Wushuang's cheek, as if to assert, "Indeed, it is this beast that is pursuing you." The crowd, that although they were truly envious, why had no golden core spirit beast taken an interest in them, opting instead to contract with her? Chapter 42. The spirit spring lies within Imo Lanyi's grasp. Ji Wushuang cherished the sincerity of her senior sister. Although she had smacked her bottom, she still inquired, "Does senior sister have a spirit beast you like?" Ha ha ha, but never mind, that would be a nascent soul spirit beast. Shall we go take a look together next time? Huh? Ji Wushuang handed the little black cat to Hua Fannin, saying, "Little Bai Yi is very capable." All the spirit beasts listened to it. Perhaps if little Bai Yi persuades it, that spirit beast will heed its words. Meow, little Bai Yi eagerly nodded, responding sweetly, which greatly delighted Hua Fannin. Truly, it was a pet of the little junior sister. Just as affectionate as she was. "Thank you, little junior sister and little Bai Yi." Everyone present, except Yao Tsang, smiled, finding the scene warm and endearing. Yao Tsang. After some thought, Yao Tsang decided to keep little Bai Yi's identity as a Bai Zaya secret. Lian Xing cleared his throat, saying, "All right, little Wushuang, what was the situation inside?" Ji Wushuang still wished to ascertain the ownership of the spirit spring, asking, "Master, does our sect possess a spirit spring? If so, we could use some for the seeds. It might help them sprout." Lian Xing chuckled, "It seems we are on the same wavelength. Although our sect lacks a spiritual spring, we do possess some spiritual spring water, which was extracted from a secret realm by our ancestors sometime ago. It is specifically used for nurturing the spiritual plants within our sect. I have prepared some for you." Lian Xing handed over a jade vial, but Ji Wushuang found herself unable to open it. She casually passed it to the little black cat. The little black cat plopped down on the ground, using its paws to fiddle with the jade vial, eventually managing to pop the cap off with its mouth. A refreshing aroma wafted out, invigorating the senses. "Is this it, Xiaobei?" "Not quite." Xiaobei licked its paw. "The spiritual spring aura I sensed that day was of a higher quality. But this will still benefit the Tianyuan fruit." Ji Wushuang was now certain that Imo Lanyi possessed high-quality spiritual spring water. "Thank you, sect master, it's my duty," he replied with a hearty laugh. Ji Wushuang was about to say something else when a loud gurgling sound erupted from her stomach. "Everyone? Pahaha." Zhan Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Looks like our little Wushuang is hungry." Jin Fushi chimed in with a grin. "Don't worry, I've already arranged for a spiritual feast." Ji Wushuang had never felt so embarrassed. But thankfully she had thick skin. "Then I shall thank you, Deacon Jin and Peak Master Zhan." Zhan Fan waved his hand. "Let's go eat." Yao Tsang, who had not intended to follow, found himself inexplicably at Hongfu Peak, utterly stunned by the lavish banquet before him. So they really are a sect. Why is only their sword peak so impoverished? This is outrageous. I must eat more. Ji Wushuang invited everyone to take their seats, and they joyfully enjoyed a reunion meal. After feasting and drinking to their heart's content, she fell into a deep slumber for a day and a night. Upon waking, Ji Wushuang noticed two figures standing outside her window. Rubbing her eyes, she opened the window, yawning as she asked, "Who is it?" The two figures turned simultaneously, sunlight illuminating their distinctly handsome faces, which were indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Little junior sister. Little junior sister. They both bowed in unison. It was Lian Yuan and Lu Xingzhou. Ji Wushuang rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing their appearances, and noticed that the aura of fortune between their brows had dimmed somewhat. Particularly Lian Yuan's. Without a doubt, these two had interacted with Imo Lanyi again. Ji Wushuang pondered for a moment, and a question suddenly arose in her mind. Within Yunlan's sect, there were more individuals with fortune than just these two. If we speak of fortune, wouldn't the peak masters and ancestors possess even greater fortunes? Why then does Imo Lanyi focus solely on these two fools? Unless she could only pilfer fortune from these two fools. Little junior sister? Little junior sister? She tilted her head and asked, "What is wrong with you two?" Lu Xingzhou lowered his gaze and cleared his throat. "Little junior sister, would you like to freshen up first?" Only then did Ji Wushuang realize she was still wearing a thin garment. However, as a mere 12-year-old child, she thought there was nothing to see. Why were these two blushing? Oh, just wait for me. Little did she know that remnants of sleep still lingered on her face, her overall appearance soft and plush, with her usually clear and cold eyes now appearing misty and moist, resembling an exquisitely beautiful porcelain doll. Moreover, she did not shy away, gazing directly at the two, causing them to feel bashful. Once Ji Wushuang finished bathing and changing, she transformed back into that cool, delicate figure. She beckoned the two to sit and dine with her. And after a moment's thought, they accepted. Their master, the Peak Master, had tasked them with following little junior sister's lead. Although they were unsure why their elders placed such importance on her, they felt compelled to obey. After they had eaten their fill, Lien Yuan presented the items prepared by his master in a bag of holding. Extracting one after another, Lu Xingzhou did the same. But once they saw what they had retrieved, they were left speechless. This is actually a treasured fragment of the formation, or sword technique, from our sect. Moreover, it was a printed copy made for Ji Wushuang to read without spiritual energy. Any single one of these texts, if leaked, would incite a frenzy among the masses. Why were they all given to Ji Wushuang? Observing Ji Wushuang, she displayed no signs of being flattered, casually flipping through the copies while asking, "Is that all?" Lien Yuan and Lu Xingzhou exchanged glances. "There's nothing left in the bag." "All right, I understand. You can come back this afternoon to retrieve more, but Master and the Peak Master instructed us to stay by your side to see if we could be of assistance." "Oh, I see." Ji Wushuang paused, summoning the little black cat and the little fire chicken, placing one in each of their hands. "Here, your task today is to play with them. Now, go and have fun." The two. Chapter 43. Is a beast disguising itself as Bai Zhe? After being ushered out by Ji Wushuang, the two remained a bit dazed, however, forcing their way back and seemed rather impolite. Lien Yuan asked, "So, what should we do now?" Lu Xingzhou replied, How about we play with them?" Lien Yuan scoffed. "What do two little beasts need to be taken care of?" Lu Xingzhou countered, "But little junior sister said we should take care of them." Lien Yuan, feeling helpless, could only hold the two little black creatures and head towards the Spirit Beast Garden. The Spirit Beast Garden served as a training ground for spirit beasts under the Beast God Peak, a place for chi refining and foundation establishment-level spirit beasts to frolic. As staying cooped up in spirit beast bags could lead to illness in essence, it was a daycare for spirit beasts. Lu Xingzhou attempted to place the two little ones into a spirit beast bag, but was met with a paw slap from Xiaobei, who then turned its back to him. Lu Xingzhou. Fine then. He could only balance Xiaobei on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the little fire chicken flapped its wings and flew onto Lien Yuan's head. Lien Yuan wanted to shoo it away but feared harming it. So he reluctantly let it stay. Among the two new disciples, one had a cat perched on his shoulder while the other had a wild chicken on his head, and thus they made their way to the Spirit Beast Garden. The Spirit Beast Garden was also divided by strength. The chi refining level spirit beasts had 1 yard, while those at the foundation establishment level had another. Ji Wushuang, being without spiritual energy, was assumed by Lien Yuan and Lu Xingzhou to have spirit beasts of a similar caliber. So they brought her to the chi refining level spirit beast yard. The elder brother overseeing the Spirit Beast Garden was taken aback. As a golden core level cultivator, he could naturally sense the golden core spirit beast aura emanating from the little phoenix. What are these two junior brothers doing, bringing a golden core spirit beast to the chi refining level yard? Are they here to dominate the daycare? Once the name little junior sister was mentioned, the elder brothers instantly understood it was undoubtedly the sect's super genius, Ji Wushuang, who had yet to enter the chi refining stage. The sect truly doted on her, even gifting her a golden core spirit beast to play with. The elder brother smiled. "Since that's the case, come on in. Just make sure to keep a close eye on them and not let them bully the other spirit beasts." "Of course, we will," rest assured. Yes, Xiaobei and the little phoenix entered the yard like college students stepping into a kindergarten, dominating the place without restraint, snatching fruits from one spirit beast and jerky from another. The chi-refining spirit beasts trembled in fear, each one resembling a quail. The elder brothers watching over the spirit garden were puzzled, wondering why the spirit beasts were particularly quiet today. Once the cat and chicken had finished collecting their offerings from the little ones, they flitted over to the Foundation establishment spirit beasts. Upon arrival, they quickly realized that a leader seemed to already be present among the Foundation establishment spirit beasts. It was a pure white spirit beast with a single horn atop its head and wings on its back. Resembling a celestial steed, It stood gracefully at the center of the Foundation establishment spirit beasts, flapping its wings, its pure white feathers shimmering with a rainbow-like glow under the light, radiating a sacred brilliance that danced in the breeze. It was a breathtaking sight akin to the flowing Milky Way. In stark contrast were the dusty little Xiaobai and the scruffy little phoenix. Xiaobai. Little phoenix. The unicorn steed cast a fleeting glance toward the two newcomers, letting out a soft neigh that surprisingly turned into human speech. Do you wish to join us? If so, come forth. Xiaobai could discern that this unicorn steed was only at the peak of Foundation establishment. Yet it could speak human language. Either its bloodline was exceptionally pure, or it had consumed rare treasures capable of refining bones. Xiaobai did not believe that a creature whose true form it could not even identify had a particularly pure lineage. It was likely that it had consumed something unusual. Yet before Xiaobai could refuse, the steed's companions began to neigh loudly. Roar, awoo, chirp chirp. Though their calls were varied, Xiaobai understood their meaning. They mocked their appearance and told them to leave, claiming they were unworthy to stay near the esteemed Bai. The unicorn steed attempted to calm them, but for the agitated crowd, this only added fuel to the fire. Seeing Xiaobai's fur bristle with indignation, the little phoenix hurriedly asked, "What did they say?" "They called us ugly." Little Phoenix's eyes widened in disbelief. "They don't know anything." Little Wushuang said, "My patterns resemble flames. Flames are the most beautiful." Upon concluding her remarks, Xiao Feng Lian could no longer restrain herself and suddenly took flight, showcasing the formidable power of her golden core spirit beast. Indeed, Xiao Feng Lian unleashed a thorough beating upon all the spirit beasts within the Foundation establishment garden. Particularly, she targeted a unicorn Pegasus named Bai, plucking the hair from its head until it was left bald, rendering it contemptible of the others. Bai was left dumbfounded, his three-parted mouth agape in disbelief. Goodness, was this little fool truly so ferocious? When news of the upheaval within the Foundation establishment garden spread, people hurriedly rushed over, utterly bewildered by the scene, calling for assistance and summoning guardians. Ultimately, the peak master of the Divine Beast Summit, Lu Rutai, arrived. Upon witnessing the dire state of the unicorn Pegasus, he erupted in fury, dragging Bai Yi and Xiao Feng Lian to the Spirit Beast Garden, where he berated Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan mercilessly, demanding they summon their guardians as well. The two young men could only cover their faces in shame, yet they still called upon their respective masters to intervene. Lian Yuan's master was Mu Ziki, the esteemed elder of Daoyi Peak in the harmonization stage, while Lu Xingzhou's master was Yao Cong, the venerable elder of Tianhen Peak, also in the harmonization stage. It had been ages since they had faced such glaring scrutiny, particularly from a peak master whose cultivation level was inferior to theirs. However, given the misdeeds of their disciples, they had no choice but to accept the situation. Fortunately, Lu Rutai retained a modicum of rationality. After a few sharp words, he shifted his tone and began to lament, addressing the two esteemed elders. "It is not that this peak master lacks compassion, but do you know to whom this unicorn Pegasus belongs?" "To whom?" Lu Rutai raised his hand, signaling the others to depart, leaving only the two esteemed elders and the unicorn Pegasus behind. Then, after establishing a barrier, he lowered his voice, saying, "Bai, would you care to introduce yourself?" The unicorn Pegasus unfurled its wings, but this time its feathers were sparse and ungraceful, lacking any semblance of beauty. After a brief silence, it spoke. "I am Bai Zhe." Lu Rutai's face lit up with excitement. "Did you hear that? Esteemed elders, this is Bai Zhe, the divine beast Bai Zhe." Yao Cong remained silent, but Mu Ziki was already exclaiming in disbelief. "Is it true?" Lu Rutai assured him. "Absolutely. Bai Zhe is a divine auspice, knowledgeable in the heavens above and the earth below. It is said that Bai Zhe can understand the speech of all beasts, instilling fear and obedience in them, and they receive blessings from it. Otherwise, how could the spirit beasts in the Foundation Establishment Garden be so loyal to it? Yao Tsong, with a hint of amusement, inquired, "Oh, pray tell, where did you discover this by Zhe?" Lu Rutai replied mysteriously, "It is indeed a stroke of fortune. Though you know whose contracted beast by Zhe is? Whose? It belongs to Imo Lanyi of Zilin Peak. By chance, I uncovered this truth one day and persuaded Imo Lanyi to allow Bai Zhe to come to the Spirit Beast Garden to awaken the spirits of the beasts. Look, have our spirit beasts not become considerably more astute?" Yao Tsong chuckled softly. Lu Rutai, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Yao Tsong's laughter, continued to revel in his own discernment. Yao Tsong, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Since this unicorn has been harmed by the spirit beasts brought by our disciples, we shall take responsibility for this matter. I kindly ask Peak Master Lu to summon its owner for a discussion regarding the forthcoming arrangements." Very well. Upon hearing Yao Tsong's willingness to compensate, Lu Rutai breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to approach Imo Lanyi about borrowing Bai Zhe. As Lu Rutai went off to summon individuals, Yao Tsong called for his disciple, Lu Xingzhou, to enter. Casting a cursory glance at him, Lu Xingzhou felt compelled to bow his head in submission, only to be caught off guard when his master said, "You handled this matter commendably. Please invite Xiao Wushuang and the sect master to join us." Lu Xingzhou was left bewildered. Huh? Is he hallucinating? How am I being praised? Meanwhile, Lien Yuan found himself in a dire predicament. Receiving several reprimands from his own master, Muziki had initially opposed Lien Yuan's visit to Ji Wushuang, but after much pleading from Peak Master Chen Qingxian, he reluctantly permitted it. Little did he know such chaos would ensue. Uncertain if Imo Lanyi would demand an exorbitant price, Muziki reprimanded his disciple and sent him off. Outside the Spirit Beast Garden, when Lien Yuan and Lu Xingzhou met, one had been scolded while the other had received praise, leaving them both in a state of confusion. Lien Yuan, fuming, protested, "This is unfair. Why should you be praised while I am punished?" Lu Xingzhou handed Lien Yuan a small black cat and a little fire chicken, saying, "I have no idea either. Please take care of them for now. I must go summon others. Farewell." With a cat in his left hand and a chicken in his right, Lien Yuan bore the weight of disapproving gazes from every direction. There was no escape. Xiao Feng Lian's unruly antics had become notorious, and many disciples had come seeking retribution for their spirit beasts. Lien Yuan trembled, paralyzed by fear. Ji Wushuang had just emerged from her seclusion when she learned of her two little companions' raucous behavior. Momentarily taken aback, her first instinct being denial, it was impossible. Her two little ones were well-behaved in Ji Wushuang's eyes. Her two little companions, despite their penchant for eating, possessed no capacity for aggression whatsoever. The thought of them attacking other beasts was unimaginable. They were simply too well-mannered, too adorable. Lu Xingzhou realized why those two were so audacious. It was entirely due to the pampering from their little junior sister. With a resigned sigh, he suggested, "In that case, would you kindly accompany me? The sect master will also be present." Very well. Upon inspecting the tidy roster, Lu Xingzhou assumed Ji Wushuang intended to return it to them, but she declined, stating, "No need. I can take care of it myself." All right. When the two arrived at the summit of the Beast God Peak, all the expected attendees were present, including Imo Lanyi. Upon seeing Ji Wushuang, Imo Lanyi instinctively shrieked, "Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Why is this troublemaker here too? This can't possibly lead to any issues, can it?" Old Ghost Xian was equally astonished. It seemed that Ji Wushuang was everywhere. A sense of foreboding gripped him, yet he maintained a calm facade, saying, "What are you afraid of? No one has ever seen Bai Zhe. Who would know that your spirit beast is a counterfeit? Moreover, you haven't fabricated anything, as your spirit beast has indeed consumed the blood of Bai Zhe. If Bai Zhe were to vanish from existence, your beast would rightfully be Bai Zhe." On that day, when Imo Lanyi descended from Tianhin Peak, she had inadvertently taken a wrong turn due to her distracted state and stumbled upon a peculiar passage that transported her to an unusual valley. The valley was desolate, save for a conspicuous blood pool. Old Ghost Xian informed her that the water in the pool emanated the aura of the beast god, seemingly Bai Zhe. Overjoyed, Imo Lanyi was about to claim the pool's water for herself, but upon touching it, she was seized by excruciating pain. Old Ghost Xian explained that only the beast clan could absorb the power of divine beasts. "What now? Is it to be wasted? Do you not possess a spirit beast egg?" Bai Zhe is a light-type divine beast, and I have observed that egg is also of the light type. Why not place it within the pool and see what transpires? Oh, right. While in her contract space, Imo Lanyi had discovered a light-type beast egg and promptly placed it into the blood pool. Thus, the unicorn Pegasus was born. This unicorn Pegasus was itself a descendant of the light-type divine beast. Light nightmare, and due to its absorption of Bai Zhe's blood at birth, it became confused and instinctively believed itself to be Bai Zhe. Imo Lanyi then breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they had not lied. Bai Zhe had long ceased to exist, and thus, her Bai was rightfully Bai Zhe. Ji Wushuang first offered her respects to everyone before gazing at Imo Lanyi with a sly smile. Are you prepared to accept my challenge? Sister Imo? Imo Lanyi stuttered, caught off guard. She had never encountered anyone as petty as Ji Wushuang, who was so meticulous to the last detail. Imo Lanyi awkwardly replied, between fellow disciples, shouldn't we avoid conflict? Ji Wushuang retorted coldly, oh, so it is permissible for you to slander me and malign the peak master of the battle summit. Yet we are not allowed to seek retribution? Imo Lanyi's expression faltered. And she interjected, well, I have already apologized to you. Sister, I simply did not know the truth, which led to the misunderstanding. Can't you be magnanimous and forgive me? Ji Wushuang replied. Your apology is noted, but I do not accept it. Imo Lanyi glanced around at the gathered crowd, striving to redden her eyes. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Ji Wushuang were the unreasonable one. Ji Wushuang narrowed her phoenix eyes and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap across Imo Lanyi's face. The sound echoed, leaving Imo Lanyi's mouth askew as she mimicked Imo Lanyi's earlier expression, feigning innocence. Oh dear, my hand slipped. Surely, Sister Imo will forgive me? Imo Lanyi, clutching her cheek, exclaimed, ah, this wretched person. How dare you? Ji Wushuang smiled sweetly. Will you? Sister Imo? You are so magnanimous. Imo Lanyi swallowed hard, of course. However, no sooner had she uttered those words than Ji Wushuang struck her again. Oh dear, my hand slipped again. Surely, Sister Imo will forgive me. You are so generous. Oops, my hand slipped again. Sister Imo, you are so forgiving. Won't you? Slap. I truly ought to be damned. How is it that I cannot restrain my hands? O benevolent senior sister. Chapter 45. The descendant of a divine beast that speaks? Ji Wushuang, with a tone laden with contrition, uttered the words benevolent senior sister. Yet her lips bore a smile that showed no signs of abating, even as she flicked her wrist, evidently unsated. She had long yearned for retribution, but upon seeing Imo Lanyi, who evaded her like a mouse fleeing from a cat, she refrained from unleashing her wrath. After all, it was a rare occasion for them to be gathered together. It would hardly suffice to vent her frustration without turning her into a spectacle of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Rutai attempted to shield Imo Lanyi but was swiftly thwarted by others. As a senior, Lu Fengzhu should not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. Cause and effect. This was the consequence of Imo Lanyi's own reckless words, serving as a lesson to her about the dangers of speaking without thought. Indeed, Lu Fengzhu should refrain from intervening. With the sect leaders having spoken, Lu Rutai could only awkwardly fall silent. Realizing that she could not rely on Lu Rutai for protection, Imo Lanyi finally felt fear. She understood that Ji Wushuang was not one to prioritize face. She was even more shameless, wielding her influence to bully others. Imo Lanyi's eyes reddened, yet she obediently confessed. I was wronged. I should not have spoken carelessly, tarnishing my junior sister's reputation. Please forgive me, junior sister. Ji Wushuang inwardly scoffed, having thought Imo Lanyi a tough nut to crack, only to see her capitulate so swiftly. How dull. Ji Wushuang retrieved a pre-prepared apology letter from her spatial stone and stated, since you recognize your error, sign here. Sign? Indeed, sign it, then affix it to the monument of all things, so your supporters can see it, lest they later accuse me of bullying, which would tarnish the reputation of the sect leader. Lian Xing, little master ancestor, is truly considering him. How touching. Imo Lanyi warily regarded the apology letter, to which Ji Wushuang coldly responded. Rest assured, I am not you. This apology letter merely states the truth. Sign it, and after that, we can discuss my spirit beasts. It was then that Imo Lanyi realized that the spirit beast she had beaten was raised by Ji Wushuang. In a wonder, it was as arrogant and insufferable as she was. She was eager to see what excuses Ji Wushuang would conjure after her two unsightly creatures had attacked the dignified divine beast Bai Zhe. Ideally, both of those ugly creatures would be slain. And Bai would receive an apology. After signing, Imo Lanyi watched as Ji Wushuang contentedly stored the apology letter, adding, "By the way, before we commence our inquiry into today's calamity, I have something to present to all the esteemed elders." Imo Lanyi, on guard, asked, "What is it?" Surely she wasn't openly bribing the elders, was she? Ji Wushuang replied with surprise. "Of course it's a task assigned to me by the sect. I have completed it." "Is there an issue?" Imo's sister, "You possess quite the authority. Do I require your approval to undertake my duties?" Upon seeing the grim expressions of Yao Tsong and Mu Ziki, Imo Lanyi shivered. "No, that is not it. I merely wish to resolve the matter by being beaten as quickly as possible." Yao Tsong coldly remarked, "There is no need to rush. The truth will out, and falsehoods cannot stand." With that, he leisurely opened the restored tome that Ji Wushuang had prepared, his eyes shining with brilliance. But this was not the time to discuss the tome. Yao Tsong, trembling, stowed it away and glanced at Mu Ziki beside him. Yao Tsong was well aware of Ji Wushuang's capabilities, so he was mentally prepared and did not lose composure. Mu Ziki, however, appeared stunned, his breath growing increasingly frantic. The calm heart that had endured for millennia now raced as if it would leap from his chest. After a moment, Mu Ziki struggled to suppress the trembling of his hands, raising his gaze to Ji Wushuang as if she were a great treasure, intently observing her. "Oh no, little Wushuang, these tomes." Did you? Ji Wushuang nodded, smiling. "If the elder has doubts, we can discuss it later. For now, let us address the matter of my two little ones being wronged." "Wronged? Yes, indeed. They are certainly wronged. Little Wushuang's spirit beasts must be as delightful as she is clever. Charming, well-mannered, gentle, and law-abiding. There must be some misunderstanding regarding the alleged beating of the spirit beasts." Mu Ziki carefully secured the items, clutching his chinkuan ring as if fearing covetous gazes, cheerily saying, Come, let us get on with the matter." Imo Lanyi silently observed everything, a sense of foreboding brewing within her. Dear Grandpa Immortal, what precisely did Ji Wushuang just give them? The old ghost immortal shook his head. "I do not know either." Imo Lanyi's voice rose. "How can you not know? Can it be that even with your spiritual awareness, you cannot see through it?" The old ghost immortal explained helplessly. "I cannot see through it because it is ordinary paper, devoid of spiritual energy, rendering it imperceptible to my awareness. Do you understand?" Upon hearing it was merely commonplace paper, Imo Lanyi immediately felt relieved. She had thought it was some precious treasure. It was not? And that was good. As Lu Rutai presided over the proceedings, the spirit beasts were summoned, and aside from the two primary culprits, the rest of the foundational spirit beasts appeared in increasingly pitiful states. Upon seeing the two little ones, they all shrank back in unison, evidently terrified. Only then did Lu Rutai discern the suspect beasts and was taken aback. "Wait, why are they golden core spirit beasts?" Golden core spirit beasts are not permitted in the spirit beast garden. In a wonder, they had bullied the foundational beasts so thoroughly. They were golden core spirit beasts. It was akin to an 18 or 19-year-old child bullying a 3 or 4-year-old. How utterly shameless! Ji Wushuang blinked. "Lu Fengzhu, is there a clear, written regulation prohibiting golden core spirit beasts from entering the spirit beast garden?" Lu Rutai was momentarily at a loss. Of course, the sect had no such explicit regulation, as they had never encountered such shameless golden core spirit beasts before. Lu Rutai cleared his throat, about to speak, when a silver-white unicorn slowly approached from afar, regaining its noble and elegant demeanor. Clearly having sought to heal itself, being the descendant of Bai Zhe, it would not allow itself to appear weakened before others. In truth, the unicorn's lineage was exceptionally distinguished. It had merely just hatched from its egg and was already at the foundational stage. Given time, it would undoubtedly become a dominant force. Both Lu Rutai and Imo Lanyi's eyes lit up, with Imo Lanyi swiftly rushing over. "Bai, how are you?" The unicorn gently nuzzled Imo Lanyi's cheek, gracefully blinking its elegant eyes, stating, "This matter is truly a misunderstanding." Its voice was enchanting, as if bathed in holy light. Even Yao Tsong, who had been prepared, was taken aback. It speaks? How is this possible? Spirit beasts can only refine their bones upon reaching the transformation stage. and only after ascending to the great ascendant stage can they take on human form. Yet this foundational spirit beast can speak. Could it be that it is truly a descendant of a divine beast? Seeing everyone rendered speechless, Emolanyi felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. She raised her brows, looking down her nose at Ji Wushuang, eager to see if jealousy would darken her face. Humph! Even if you Ji Wushuang possess a golden core spirit beast, what of it? Grandpa Immortal has stated that golden core spirit beasts are merely mixed breed mountain chickens. How can they compare to her by, just wait, for having struck her by, she would surely make Ji Wushuang pay back double. Chapter 46. The Little Black Cat Riding? The unicorn gazed upon the crowd with compassion, stating, "These two spirit beasts sought to join us, but the other spirit beasts, seeing their inky black fur, uttered a few words, which ignited the conflict. Ji Wushuang felt no particular astonishment at the speaking spirit beast. After all, her ancestors had once been affluent, and she had encountered all manner of divine beasts in her past. Ji Wushuang asked indifferently, "What exactly did they say?" The unicorn replied, "They did not mean any harm." Ji Wushuang was quite insistent. "I only ask, what did they say?" The unicorn hesitated, for it naturally wished to protect its followers. Just as it pondered how to smooth over the situation, the little black cat had already bounded forth, meowing in front of everyone. Ji Wushuang, skeptical, asked, "Do you truly wish to? Xiao Baiyi, meow." "Yes, very well then." The crowd was left bewildered by the exchange between the person and the cat, unsure of the riddle they were playing. In the next moment, Ji Wushuang retrieved ink, paper, and brush from her spatial storage, setting them upon the table and even grinding the ink herself. The crowd? "What is happening?" Lu Rutai was stunned. "Ji Wushuang, what are you doing?" Ji Wushuang replied calmly, "It is said that in resolving a case, one must listen to testimonies. Elder Lu cannot simply accept one side's narrative as truth, can he? Naturally, we must hear both sides." Lu Rutai frowned. "Your spirit beast can speak? It cannot. How can one listen to both sides?" Lu Rutai had not finished speaking when he witnessed a scene that left him utterly flabbergasted. The little black cat was indeed holding the brush with its paw, starting to write. Yes, it was writing, stroke by stroke, and it was surprisingly proficient. This is utterly outrageous. Once both witnesses had provided their testimonies, Ji Wushuang finally revealed the letter, allowing everyone to see the evidence clearly. "Those spirit beasts had insulted me and Fengli a total of 39 times. They even claimed we were unworthy to remain by this horse's side. How absurd! In the realm of spirit beasts, strength reigns supreme. Regardless of one's eloquence, if you are weak, you deserve to be punished. Thus, today, both I and Feng Lian merely administered a lesson, out of the kindness of our hearts. Next time, they had better be cautious. Should we encounter them again, we shall not hesitate to strike." The crowd. Mu Ziki even pinched his own leg hard, then turned to his disciple beside him, saying, "You honor, I fear my eyes are deceiving me. Did I just see a cat riding?" Lien Yuan, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Master, I saw it too. Moreover, it wrote exceptionally well, even surpassing my own handwriting. Infuriating indeed." Lu Rutai scrutinized the testimony 6 or 7 times, ensuring he was not dreaming, before stepping forward, and said, "Ji, little Wushuang, may I see this little black cat?" Ji Wushuang glanced at little Baiyi, who nodded modestly. Lu Rutai then picked it up, examining it closely, and remarked, "Little Wushuang, your little black cat has injured its paw. I have some medicine here that could be beneficial for your feline." Little Baiye's wound had been present since the day they met. Although it had ceased to bleed, its healing process was exceedingly slow. Ji Wushuang speculated that this might be related to the divine beast's constitution. The spiritual energy here was insufficient, rendering it unfavorable for spirit beast's recovery. Ji Wushuang cradled the little black cat in her arms, noting it was nearly healed, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your concern." Lu Fengzhu. "Not at all," Lu Rutai replied, reluctant to part with the little creature, his eyes seemingly glued to little Baiyi. While it was indeed rare to encounter descendants of divine beasts, they were not entirely absent. For instance, he himself possessed a bash, a descendant of the ancient Tangsha. However, a beast capable of writing. This truly was the first of its kind. Lu Fengzhu. Emolanyi was incensed, her nose nearly crinkling in anger. Lu Rutai was indeed a fool. The little black cat had merely written a few words, and he had already switched sides. The other beaten foundation-building spirit beasts all had their masters, although they could not speak. Their intentions were still clearly conveyed to their respective owners. After hearing their spirit beasts, the disciples awkwardly lowered their heads, obediently admitting their faults. "We apologize, little junior sister. It was our spirit beasts who were in the wrong." "Indeed, little junior sister, please do not be angry. They will not dare again." The little black cat had not erred in one regard. In the world of spirit beasts, strength is paramount. Under normal circumstances, they believed their spirit beasts would never provoke golden core spirit beasts. They were not foolish enough to seek out a fight, let alone insult a beast's appearance. Their mistake lay in the presence of a spirit beast capable of human speech, which led them to misjudge the situation. Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Imo Shiji, have you heard the circumstances?" "Imo Lanyi." Ji Wushuang, holding the little black cat in one arm and the little black hen in the other, smiled cheerfully and said, "Imo Shiji, in truth, it is my spirit beast that has suffered injustice. How about you compensate with a little something to make amends?" Imo Lanyi did not even allow the unicorn to speak, waving her hand to dismiss it into her spatial realm, declaring, "My bai did not insult your spirit beast. It was other spirit beasts that did so. If compensation is due, you should seek it from those beasts. In the end, my bai is an innocent victim. You should compensate my bai instead." The owners of the beaten spirit beasts were equally displeased. To put it plainly, their spirit beasts had endured punishment to defend that white horse. So how could Imo Lanyi turn her back on them? Ji Wushuang, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Indeed, one can tell what sort of person raises what kind of spirit beast." Imo Lanyi, feeling insulted by Ji Wushuang's implication, nearly spat blood in frustration, yet she could not voice a single complaint. Instead, she clasped her hands towards Lu Rutai and said, "Lu Fengzhu, I regret that I can no longer lend bai to you. If it continues to be beaten daily, as its master, I cannot bear it. Farewell." With that, Imo Lanyi turned to leave, seeking to force Lu Rutai to take a stance. After all, if he wished to continue borrowing the divine beast by Zhe for spirit awakening within the sect, he would have to concede. However, she soon realized that her calculations had misfired. Upon seeing the riding little black cat, Lu Rutai found it far more appealing than an illiterate horse. Much more appealing. Chapter 47. Let us go deceive the spirit spring together. Of course, Lu Rutai was not the kind of person to discard a monk after finishing the meal. He even disregarded his status as a peak master and chased after Imo Lanyi out of the peak gate, kindly advising Imo Lanyi, "Since there is a misunderstanding, it would be best to clarify." "What misunderstanding?" Imo Lanyi replied coldly. "Do not forget, Bai is a descendant of Bai Zhe." Lu Rutai was well aware of what being a descendant of Bai Zhe entailed. Yet that did not mean it could incite other spirit beasts or engage in exclusionary tactics. The world of spirit beasts required no such human-like sentiments. Lu Rutai had yet to express an important point. The personalities of spirit beasts, particularly newborns, are largely influenced by their masters. He wished to advise Imo Lanyi that while she had talent and fortune, she ought to temper her temperament. Otherwise, she might not thrive in the long run. Seeing Lu Rutai hesitating to speak, Imo Lanyi believed she had seized his weakness and coldly declared, "Lu Fengzhu, you must consider this carefully. My bai is indeed by Z.Is that so?" Lu Rutai replied. Surely a venerable elder would not be so petty? They all believed that Bai Yi and Feng Lian had attacked the spirit beast due to its insults. Only Yao Tsong and Ji Wushuang understood that it was because Imo Lanyi's spirit beast had impersonated Bai Zhe. Ji Wushuang and Yao Tsong could not reveal Bai Ye's identity, yet they could not let Imo Lanyi off the hook either. They had to make her pay dearly. Ji Wushuang discreetly communicated her plan to Yao Tsong, who reluctantly took the stage. It was his first time playing the villain. Unsure if he was doing it convincingly, Imo Lanyi felt a chill run down her spine under Yao Tsong's piercing gaze. Lu Rutai was not foolish. He immediately sensed the underlying meaning in Yao Tsong's words and looked at Imo Lanyi in shock, asking, "What is true and what is false? Have you fabricated something?" Imo Lanyi struggled to maintain her composure and replied, "Oh, of course not." Yao Tsong's indifferent gaze seemed to pierce through her very soul. "No? Are you certain?" Imo Lanyi found herself frozen, her mind racing for help. A grandfather immortal. What does this Yao Tsong mean? Does his ancestor recognize Bai's identity? Grandfather immortal. Who is the ancestor he speaks of? Grandfather immortal, please respond. I am uncertain. Bai Zhe has vanished from the world for countless ages. No one should recognize it. How then could that ancestor recognize Bai Zhe? Furthermore, that pool of blood belongs to Bai Zhe unless that ancestor has also been to that blood pool. Emo Lanyi suddenly recalled that the passage to the blood pool was near Tianhen Peak. Could it be that Yao Cang's ancestor had indeed visited that place? Then, what should we do? If Lu Rutai discovered she had deceived him, she might find it impossible to establish herself in Yunlan's sect again. The old ghost fairy was not in a hurry, she softly said. What are you afraid of? Stay calm and do not reveal any flaws. They have no evidence. Bai is Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe possesses the gift to awaken countless beasts. You can achieve the same with spatial spring water. When the time comes, you shall strike them hard. The old ghost fairy's repeated tolerance towards Emo Lanyi stemmed not only from her unique constitution, but also from the precious life spring water in her spatial realm. Ranking 33rd on the list of heavenly spiritual treasures, life spring water was a rare gem of the spirit realm. Highly sought after. It could not only heal wounds, purify the spirit, awaken intelligence, and eliminate impurities, but also enhance physical attributes comprehensively. Otherwise, Emo Lanyi would not be becoming increasingly beautiful, with her spiritual roots growing more stable. Upon hearing this, Emo Lanyi could not help but calm down. She straightened her back and declared, I have never lied. My Bai is indeed Bai Zhe. Yao Cang narrowed his eagle-like eyes and asked, Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Yes, Bai Zhe, the divine beast of blessings, awakens all beasts. It is said that it is always born with auspicious signs. If you claim that horse is Bai Zhe, do you have any proof? Emo Lanyi held her head high and replied, I naturally have. Let me see it. What? You cannot produce it? Of course not. Even Lu Rutai looked at Emo Lanyi with curiosity, eager to see what she could present. Unexpectedly, Yao Cang suddenly shooed Lu Rutai away, saying, Lu Fengzhu, you may leave. I have been commanded by the ancestor to speak with Emo Lanyi privately. Lu Rutai? Being favored by a powerful ancestor is quite impressive, isn't it? Oh, how he yearned to gossip. Lu Rutai silently complained while maintaining a cheerful facade, saying, Ha ha ha, indeed, matters concerning the ancestor are of utmost importance. Then I shall take my leave. After Lu Rutai departed, Yao Cang set up a barrier around them and said, Now, present Itid, Emo Lanyi gritted her teeth and handed over a vial of life spring water to Yao Cang. Though reluctant, she realized that in order to solidify her position alongside Bai, she had to make this sacrifice. Yao Cang opened the vial and examined it, frowning deeply at the sight of the pale golden liquid. Is this all? Emo Lanyi was infuriated, exclaiming, What do you mean by just this? This is the life spring. Yao Cang calmly replaced the lid and replied, I am not well versed in spiritual liquids and need to send a portion to the ancestors for appraisal. Emo Lanyi was taken aback. What do you mean by ancestors? How many portions do they require? 19, he stated. What? If it weren't for the calm demeanor of the man before her, she would have thought he was attempting to rob her. 19 portions? How utterly shameless. Yao Cang replied nonchalantly, one for the Grandmaster ancestor, and one each for the 18 disciples of Yunlan, totaling 19. Emo Lanyi considered this and realized it made sense. However, the life spring was exceedingly precious, dripping down day by day. Over the years, aside from taking it daily to bolster her spiritual roots, she had only managed to collect 50 bottles. Despite her reluctance to part with the life spring, she ultimately surrendered 20 bottles to Yao Cang. Without a second glance, he waved his hand and accepted them all, leaving her with the remark that the ancestors would naturally come to her once they completed their evaluations and then departed. Emo Lanyi thought little of it. After all, a cultivator in the integration stage surely wouldn't deceive her, would he? In truth, Yao Cang sought out Ji Wushuang and handed her the 20 bottles of life spring water. His expression filled with exasperation. Little Wushuang, you had me swindle Mo Lanyi in the name of the ancestors, and it worked. But how did you know she had the life spring? You even had me exploit the ancestors' names to obtain as much as possible. Good heavens, when the ancestors discover that I used their reputation to dupe a chi refining stage girl, I fear I shall be beaten beyond recognition. He lamented the countless sacrifices he had made for the restoration of legacies and scriptures. Ji Wushuang took the jade bottles and assured him, Do not worry, the ancestors will not punish you. If they do, you may come to me, and I shall bear the consequences. Yao Cang, oblivious to the implications of her words, merely found her adorably naive. The ancestors were fearsome beings. Even though little Wushuang was a genius in swordsmanship, she would likely be frightened to tears at the mere sight of them, he thought. He would quietly bear the burden himself, die in any case. Now that he possessed the legacy scriptures, he could submit one to the sect and retreat into seclusion. As the saying goes, as long as no one can verify, no one can trouble him. With that, Yao Tsang produced a spatial scroll, tearing through the fabric of space to flee. Though his departure was striking, those present could discern the underlying panic in his retreating figure. Ji Wushuang. Lu Xingzhou. Chapter 48. Have two young beauties suddenly moved into the cave? Ji Wushuang and Lu Xingzhou stared at each other in astonishment for quite a while. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou found himself like a child without parental affection. He silently regarded Ji Wushuang for a moment before saying, "Since my master has gone into seclusion, I shall take my leave." Lu Xingzhou? Wait, little junior sister, are you jesting with me? Noticing the skepticism in Lu Xingzhou's eyes, Ji Wushuang replied coolly, "This is your master's command." Understanding his task was likely to protect the little junior sister, Lu Xingzhou agreed. After all, her spirit beast had already bested all the spirit beasts in the Foundation establishment garden. It was prudent to be cautious. Thus, he graciously accepted the responsibility. Ji Wushuang cleared a space beside her cave for Lu Xingzhou to reside, summoning Lian Xing to furnish the area, which startled Lu Xingzhou immensely. This is the sect leader. Little Wushuang is actually assigning the sect leader to work for him? No, it's unnecessary. We sword cultivators can manage with a simple arrangement. Lian Xing wasted no time and instantly conjured a spirit abode, which rose from the ground in the form of a 3-story building. Stunningly beautiful and brimming with spiritual energy, you shall reside here. Lian Xing had considered that since little Wushuang lacked spiritual energy, communication and such would indeed be inconvenient. Having a small assistant was just right. Lu Xingzhou. The impoverished sword cultivator was momentarily dazzled by the affluence. But this was merely the beginning. The following day, at the break of dawn, while Lu Xingzhou was still meditating, he heard a commotion outside his door. Assuming trouble had arrived, he hastily grabbed his sword and rushed out, only to find the esteemed individuals of Daoyi Peak. Why did he say individuals? Because not only was the Peak Master Qin Qingxian present, but also the esteemed elder Huanglong Taoist Mu Ziki, along with another elder he did not recognize, but who was likely another esteemed elder of Daoyi Peak, Jingxin Taoist Guaziyu. The three were laboriously engaged in setting up formations, seemingly a teleportation array. True to their expertise as high-level formation masters, they completed the arrangement in less than half an hour and then called out loudly, little Wushuang, it's ready." Only then did Ji Wushuang saunter out from the courtyard. Clad in a flowing white gown, her exquisite and beautiful visage still bearing traces of sleepiness and weariness, appearing ethereal and bewildered, akin to a spirit born of spiritual energy, Ji Wushuang politely smiled. "Thank you, esteemed seniors. No need, it is our duty." Qin Qingxian attempted to speak, but Mu Ziki pushed him aside and warmly approached Ji Wushuang. "Is there anything else you require? Do not hesitate to ask." Ji Wushuang shook her head, explaining that this teleportation array connected her cave to the Tianyuan fruit tree. Traveling back and forth daily would be an utter waste of time. Coincidentally, the Daoyi Peak individuals inquired about the compensation needed to restore the legacy scriptures, to which Ji Wushuang proposed the teleportation array. "Nothing else, thank you." Esteemed senior Mu Ziki was about to say something when he suddenly noticed Lu Xingzhou standing at a distance, momentarily stunned. Aren't you Yao Tsang's disciple? What are you doing here?" Mu Ziki. Inwardly, Mu Ziki cursed Yao Tsang 1,000 times. Who said sword cultivators lacked subtlety and did not understand these intricacies? That old rascal Yao Tsang was utterly shameless. He sent his disciple to win little Wushuang's favor, then expected her to help restore ancient texts for free? Shameless. No way. He had to join in. Mu Ziki's mind raced. One person cannot adequately protect little Wushuang. Luckily, my disciple is free and can come along. Ji Wushuang smiled. "Thank you for your kind offer." But Mu Ziki interjected before Ji Wushuang could finish. "No need to thank me. I will summon him right away." With that, he sent a message to Lian Yuan, shouting, "You brat, come to little Wushuang's place immediately." After which, he hung up, acting swiftly. Ji Wushuang. Well, whether one sheep or two, they are still sheep, so be it. Lian Yuan rushed over in a panic. Learning that he was to reside with Ji Wushuang from now on, leaving him utterly stunned, he was about to protest when he noticed his master's wide-eyed expression and the words caught in his throat. Yes, disciple obeys. Mu Ziki beamed as he patted Lien Yuan's shoulder. Very well, little Wushuang will be in your care from now on. Understood. With their objective achieved, Mu Ziki and the others engaged in further pleasantries with Ji Wushuang. Then, after her repeated farewells, they departed with lingering affection. Chapter 49. A young empty nester. Ji Wushuang's cave was the most spiritually abundant location within the star-chasing peak, unparalleled even by the main peak. After Lu Xingzhou and Lien Yuan settled in, they found themselves sharing a courtyard, initially feeling a bit awkward. However, upon Ji Wushuang gifting them a manual each, their situation swiftly transformed. These manuals, one titled Thunderclap Technique and the other Frostbite Technique, were crudely handwritten and appeared hastily compiled, at first. Neither of them was inclined to practice, but upon glancing at the pages, they felt an inexplicable familiarity. Wait, isn't this the advanced version of the techniques we are currently cultivating? They approached Ji Wushuang, who was basking in the sun while grooming her little black cat. She explained leisurely, these are improved versions by the ancestors. If you practice them, upon breaking through the first layer, you should be able to establish your foundations. Ji Wushuang pondered for a moment, realizing that Imo Lan Yi's theft of fortune had a crucial element. The opposing cultivator's level must be on par with her own. Otherwise, with so many prodigies and fortuitous individuals in Yunlan's sect, why would she only target these two simpletons? Now, for the next 6 months, you shall enter seclusion and may not emerge until you have established your foundations. What? Not satisfied? Wait, if we go into seclusion, who will protect you? Ji Wushuang regarded the two simpletons with a complicated gaze. They couldn't possibly think they were here to protect her, could they? She pointed to the now gleaming little phoenix Lien. When the day comes that you can defeat my little phoenix Lien, then we can discuss your role in protecting me. The two stared blankly. If memory serves, isn't that a golden core magical beast? Reluctantly, they had no choice but to comply and enter seclusion. As for the external notice of their seclusion, Ji Wushuang forbade them from issuing one. It was obvious that once they did, they would be stopped. And this was precisely what she wanted. With the two young ones in seclusion, Ji Wushuang's daily life became exceedingly simple. Petting her cat, tending to her chickens, and teleporting to the Grand Array to plant trees with the life spring water she had cleverly acquired. However, the Tianyuan fruit tree had yet to sprout, and Ji Wushuang was beginning to feel the strain. The formidable array of the 72 star killers, designed to vanquish the celestial beings, necessitates a fresh supply of high-quality spirit stones every 10 days. Although her disciples have generously provided her with a substantial quantity of spirit stones, it is imprudent to expend them recklessly, even if her family is affluent. Furthermore, with Ji Wushuang's 3 main beasts, each more gluttonous than the last, she finds herself in a quandary. While her disciples are more than willing to support her, Ji Wushuang detests the thought of being indebted to others. After much contemplation, she resolves to seek additional resources. The first step in this endeavor involves sending Bai Yi to the beast god Peak to awaken the spirit beasts. Bai Yi protests vehemently, meowing in distress, only to be met with Ji Wushuang's unyielding dismissal. The second step entails Ji Wushuang's decision to sell talismans. However, the talismans she crafts lack spiritual energy and cannot be sold directly. They must be activated first. The dilemma arises. Who shall activate them? Jin Fushi? Alas, no. He is far too preoccupied with the affairs of Hongfu Peak. The second senior sister? Regrettably, she has retreated into seclusion after seemingly grasping something profound from the new techniques Ji Wushuang had provided. The sect leader? Certainly not, as he is the head of the sect and Ji Wushuang is not his official disciple. After much deliberation, Ji Wushuang extends her ambitions toward the only idler within her cave abode. Oh no? Rather, the idle chick. Come now, Xiao Fenglian, try to infuse spiritual energy into the talismans to activate them. The plump little chick raises its head, pointing at itself with its wing. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Xiao Wushuang, are you calling for me? Indeed. Cluck, cluck, cluck. This is impossible. I am merely at the golden core stage, and it cannot be done. Ji Wushuang is aware that within the upper realms, spirit beasts, like human cultivators, may utilize talismans and treasures. Yet only those who have undergone the transformation Thunder Tribulation are capable of employing talismans. Although Fenglian is still far from that threshold, it possesses the Phoenix legacy. What if it succeeds? Ji Wushuang gently pats the chick's head, assuring it it's perfectly fine. Even if you fail, it's merely a matter of infusing spiritual energy. With repeated attempts, you will surely succeed. I have faith in you. Upon meeting Ji Wushuang's trusting and gentle gaze, Xiao Fenglian puffs up with determination. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Rest assured, Xiao Wushuang, I shall strive with all my might. The chick's resolve is resolute, yet the reality is starkly different from its lofty aspirations. After incinerating nearly 90 talismans, Xiao Fenglian adamantly refuses to practice any further. Although Ji Wushuang is not particularly concerned, each talisman represents a significant cost in spirit stones. With everyone consumed, it feels as if her heart is bleeding, and she fears her chick's head may become bald from worry. Seeing the once vibrant little chick now reduced to a state of despair, Ji Wushuang suddenly feels a pang of guilt. Cough, cough. Have I perhaps been too hasty? In her previous life, Ji Wushuang achieved sainthood through her physical body, and while she is somewhat familiar with alchemy, artifact forging, formation crafting, and talisman making, her understanding of controlling spiritual energy is entirely lacking. Moreover, the Ji family has no beast clan cultivators, resulting in a complete absence of relevant literature in her repository, leaving her utterly uninformed. Ji Wushuang clears her throat and states, though I lack spiritual energy, I believe that your failures stem from overloading the talismans with energy in a single attempt. You might try to refine the energy, allowing it to flow gently like a trickling stream. Xiao Fenglian looks up with a pitiful expression. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Xiao Wushuang, do you still believe in me? Of course I do. Ji Wushuang beams. You are the best. After all, I can't even activate spiritual energy myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fenglian's spirit is reignited. The little chick is innocent and straightforward. It sees Ji Wushuang as its savior, instilling hope in its life, and thus it feels compelled to protect her. Wiping away the tears at the corners of its eyes with its wings, Xiao Fenglian picks up a stack of talismans in its beak and retreats to a quiet corner to meditate. In an instant, Ji Wushuang finds herself alone in the cave. How truly lonely this feels. How is it that at such a tender age, she already senses the melancholy of an empty nest? No, she must find something to occupy her time. Chapter 50. Encountering Imo Lanyi's cousin in Yicheng, the outer perimeter of Yunlan sect is dotted with thousands of human city-states, inhabited by cultivation families that have formed a symbiotic relationship with the sect. These families continuously supply talents to the Yunlan sect, which, in turn, permits its disciples to assist these cultivation families, creating a bond akin to that between a great tree and its vines. Today, Ji Wushuang has arrived at a place known as Yicheng. This city, the largest under the aegis of Yunlan sect, is home to millions and resembles a miniature kingdom. Like many other cities, it is nestled against the Yunlan sect while facing the verdant sea, which is none other than the vast and primal mountain range where Ji Wushuang once vanquished Imo Lanyi. Before departing, Ji Wushuang left a note for the sect leader, deliberately donning a set of plain garments and strapping a sword to her back before utilizing the teleportation array to arrive at Yicheng. The city stands majestic and imposing. With both cultivators and ordinary people residing within, the atmosphere is lively and vibrant. As Ji Wushuang navigates through the bustling streets, she feels a sense of renewal. She curiously observes the passers-by, whose faces display a myriad of expressions, all brimming with vitality. It is evident that the city's administrators are benevolent, coupled with the protection of one of the 5 great immortal sects. Yunlan sect, the citizens here enjoy a quality of life surpassing that of many in the world. Finding a tea house, she promptly orders a cup of spirit tea. While the spirit tea here pales in comparison to what she enjoys within the sect, it is better than nothing. The young attendant, however, appears taken aback. As a cultivator himself, albeit at the 8th level of qi refinement, he quickly discerns that Ji Wushuang is merely an ordinary person. Young lady? If you are not a cultivator, drinking spirit tea might be unwise, and it costs a spirit stone per cup. Ji Wushuang removes her hood, and seeing the sincerity in his eyes, she smiles. Do not worry. Serve me the finest spirit tea. The attendant is momentarily dazzled by Ji Wushuang's radiant smile. Her fair skin, exquisite features, lustrous hair, and the glistening depth of her eyes evoke the splendor of a starlit sky. Despite her youth, her demeanor suggests she is no ordinary being. The attendant quickly bows his head, fearing he might have inadvertently encountered a scion of a prominent family, and hastily replies, Yes, I shall prepare it at once. Once the spirit tea arrives, Ji Wushuang takes a delicate sip before setting it aside, expanding her consciousness to eavesdrop on the surrounding discussions, eager to gather news about her fellow master sects. However, the conversations around her are filled with tales of treasures emerging. Infidelities among partners, vendettas leading to murder, and matrimonial alliances among various families. Mundane chatter lacking the information she seeks. With a resigned shake of her head, she prepares to leave when suddenly, a group of refined young men enters the tea house. The leader of this group exudes confidence and charm, yet his demeanor carries an air of arrogance, as he speaks leisurely, eliciting enthusiastic nods from his entourage. Among them is a woman with a look of indifference and impatience, whom Ji Wushuang recognizes as the senior sister she encountered before the Wuxin Dao. Since their last parting, Ji Wushuang has not had the pleasure of seeing this sister again. Reflecting on her own smooth entry into the Yunlan sect, which was in no small part due to this senior sister's assistance, she contemplates expressing her gratitude. Just then, the senior sister appears to sense something, furrowing her brow and glancing in Ji Wushuang's direction. After a moment of surprise, her expression brightens, transforming into a radiant smile that starkly contrasts with her previous demeanor, akin to a resplendent peony in full bloom. "Little junior sister," she calls out, drawing the attention of the entire gathering toward Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang rises with a smile. "Senior sister. Little junior sister, what brings you here?" The senior sister responds, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Qian of Zelene Peak." Upon seeing Ji Wushuang, Yi Qian appears as if she has found salvation. Blinking her eyes fervently as she speaks, Ji Wushuang chuckles softly, "Senior sister, I am Ji Wushuang." Yi Qian hurriedly lowers her voice, "Little junior sister, I know you. I need your help, please." Wu Huai raises an eyebrow, casting a nonchalant glance at Ji Wushuang. "Yi Daoist, your junior sister seems not to have yet cultivated to the qi gathering stage. While you possess extraordinary abilities, bringing along an ordinary person to contend for rare treasures may not yield favorable outcomes. My younger sister mentioned you as her fellow disciple, requesting us to look after you, which is why I took the initiative to ally with you. For the sake of our younger sister's peace of mind, it would be best for you to accompany us. This way, we can ensure your safety, right?" Yi Qian's gentle and beautiful face flickers with impatience, yet she responds, "Precisely because my junior sister's situation is unique. We must act independently to avoid any blame falling upon us should we fail to acquire the treasure." Wu Huai's brow furrows deeply. "Are you truly opting out?" "Indeed." "Very well then." Wu Huai smirks coldly. "I hope you won't regret this." "We certainly do not regret it." With Yi Qian's firm rejection, Wu Huai, feeling slighted, abandons the idea of enjoying tea and promptly departs with his companions, casting a chilling glance at Ji Wushuang as if she were a mere object. Ji Wushuang pays him no mind and instead beckons Yi Qian to take a seat. Yi Qian quickly apologizes. "I'm sorry, little junior sister, for causing you trouble." Ji Wushuang shakes her head. "It's no trouble at all. When I suddenly appeared at the sex trial site, it was thanks to your decision not to pursue the matter that allowed me to enter the Wuxin Dao. Otherwise, I would not have been able to join the sect." Yi Qian smiles warmly. "Your presence there signifies a connection with our Yunlan sect. I certainly would not have barred you from entering the Wuxin Dao. No, I must express my gratitude to my senior sister." On that day, Ji Wushuang appeared, her attire tattered and devoid of any spiritual energy, yet she emerged just in the nick of time. Had it been someone else, she surely would not have been so fortunate. Yi Qian understood Ji Wushuang's implication and playfully winked, saying, "Ha ha ha, if I understand you correctly, does this mean we are even now?" Ji Wushuang nodded indeed. "Once this matter concludes, we shall be even." Yi Qian was taken aback. "Ah? Is my senior sister not going to seize the treasure? I will accompany you to." Yi Qian was extraordinarily beautiful, possessing a gentle and radiant charm. Yet the man from earlier was clearly of dubious character. "Forgive my bluntness, senior sister, but who is that man's little sister he mentioned? I am unaware of any need for our Yunlan sect's disciples to rely on others in this I Ching." Yi Qian displayed a troubled smile. Responding, "That little sister referred to by Daoist Wu is my master's newly accepted disciple. Imo Lanyi is your junior sister?" Ji Wushuang narrowed her eyes, inadvertently spilling tea onto Yi Qian's wrist as she wiped it away, saying, "I apologize, senior sister." Seizing the moment when Yi Qian was unguarded, Ji Wushuang gently grasped her wrist, activating the Tianyuan diagram to deduce Yi Qian's fate. Chapter 51. Spring Mist Yiqian, a direct disciple of the Purple Forest Peak Master of the Yunlan sect. Though not possessing top-tier talent, was a dual spiritual root practitioner, with her spiritual root being an exceedingly rare tenfold spiritual root. Those endowed with such roots are naturally adept at nurturing spiritual plants, and all creatures tend to feel an affinity towards them. Consequently, Yiqian encountered only kind-hearted individuals within the sect. However, within the Tianyuan diagram, Yiqian's fate was starkly altered due to the influence of her little junior sister. Once, while Yiqian was on a mission for the sect, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the emergence of a rare treasure, promptly relaying the news back to the sect. The sect declared that it was her own opportunity and would not seize it. Encouraging her to pursue it, Yiqian was elated, and upon hearing the news, her junior sister was equally thrilled, informing her that her maternal family resided near Yeqing, with her cousins also having received word and eager to compete for the treasure. Inviting them to join, Yiqian, not wishing to refuse her junior sister's goodwill, agreed. However, this marked the beginning of a nightmare for her. The treasure turned out to be a certain aphrodisiac flower, and after entering the secret realm with her junior sister's brother, they fell under the flower's control, spending a night together. Upon their return, the little junior sister raged at her cousin, insisting he marry Yiqian. Yiqian was indifferent. Being a cultivator, she was not bound by such trivialities. Yet her junior sister wept daily, appearing as if she could never find peace unless Yiqian wed her cousin. Witnessing her increasingly gaunt junior sister, Yiqian ultimately acquiesced and married her cousin. After the marriage, she discovered that her cousin harbored affections for another, and she gradually became a vile person who exploited her cousin's kindness to ascend the social ladder. Yiqian had believed she could withstand the rumors. But as time passed, the vitriol surrounding her grew harsher, even affecting her family. Gradually, resentment began to fester within her heart. She loathed her junior sister for compelling her into marriage to soothe her own conscience. She resented the sect for not defending her. She despised her cousin's feigned affection. Especially after her daughter sacrificed herself to save her junior sister, she descended into madness. In the end, she repeatedly plotted against her junior sister, only to be exposed. Her despicable cousin crippled her, rendering her a helpless old woman, a stepping stone on her junior sister's grand life journey. Upon witnessing Yiqian's life, Ji Wushuang could hardly suppress the urge to roll her eyes. It was evident who the little junior sister was. Ji Wushuang gazed at the gentle smile of the woman before her, struggling to reconcile this visage with the hysterical figure from earlier. At that moment, the fortune at her brow remained, though less pronounced than the two little ones. She was still a person of great blessings. Both were destined for splendid lives. Why should one be relegated to the role of a supporting character? Sister Yi, I shall accompany you. Ji Wushuang reiterated her request with unwavering resolve, and Yiqian, concerned for Ji Wushuang's safety, acquiesced. Meanwhile, Wu Huai communicated with Imo Lanyi, informing her that her senior sister had encountered fellow disciples and had departed. Imo Lanyi was momentarily stunned, sensing that something was slipping from her grasp. She forced herself to remain calm, saying, "Cousin, my senior sister is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Competing for treasures is perilous. You must assist her." Wu Huai offered a resigned smile. "You are always so soft-hearted. In any case, I implore you, cousin. Since you insist, I shall keep an eye on her. Thank you, cousin. No need." After concluding the communication, Wu Huai held the transmission talisman, lost in thought before carefully stowing it away. 3 days later, at the Emerald Lake, 100 miles north of Yiqing, flowers bloomed in abundance, their fragrant aroma transforming the verdant lake into a sea of blossoms and scent. Numerous cultivators gathered, quietly awaiting the emergence of the treasure. In truth, there was but one treasure. Yet, amidst the throngs, most cultivators would not even catch a glimpse of it. However, a century prior, someone had attained enlightenment merely by witnessing the treasure's phenomenon, indicating that each emergence was a fortuitous opportunity. For cultivators without sect affiliations or backgrounds, it was a divine chance. Upon their arrival at the scene, Ji Wushuang and Yiqian discovered not only a multitude of cultivators but even more spirit beasts, a veritable sea of beasts. Yiqian was left dumbfounded. "Why are there so many people and spirit beasts? Sister, do you wish to proceed?" If Yiqian were to assert her status as a disciple of the Yunlan sect's peak master, she could indeed secure a favorable position. However, given that the sect had not sent anyone to claim the treasure, It indicated their willingness to let nearby cultivation families and loose cultivators contend for it. Thus, if she desired it, she could only rely on her own capabilities. The abundance of spirit beasts was somewhat foreboding. Let us wait here. Very well, as the fragrance in the air intensified, some cultivators began to sense something amiss. While the spirit beasts hastily converged from all directions, Yi Qian sensed danger and furrowed her brow. This flower's scent is too overpowering. Making me dizzy. Yi Wushuang contemplated for a moment, then observed the increasingly pale faces of the cultivators around them. She produced a talisman from her robe, saying, "Sister, use this." The 9 Lives Pestilence Avoidance Talisman was an 8th grade talisman. Even if Ji Wushuang was willing to offer it to Yi Qian, she feared it would be beyond her capabilities. Thus, Ji Wushuang bestowed upon her merely a commonplace 2nd grade talisman, crafted during the training of Jin Fushi and others, which had ultimately been given to Ji Wushuang, resulting in her possession of a significant quantity. While Ji Wushuang considered it unremarkable, to Yi Qian, it appeared exceedingly precious. She inhaled sharply. "Little junior sister, this is a premium pestilence avoidance talisman. You are giving this to me?" Ji Wushuang replied, "Sister, this flower's fragrance is rather unusual. It is best to exercise caution." Yi Qian had joined the sect only a year before Ji Wushuang, and as she was not a single spiritual root practitioner, her cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. She dared not be reckless. What if the flower's aroma truly posed a threat? Ji Wushuang shook her head and directed her gaze forward. Soon, the qi refining cultivators were overwhelmed by the floral scent, many retching as they fled the scene, while the foundation establishment cultivators hesitated to act. With so many spirit beasts around, a single beast estrule could easily drown them. Yi Qian, armed with the pestilence avoidance talisman, remained unaffected and noticed that the spirit beasts did not attack any cultivators, emboldening her. "Let us move forward." The two stealthily advanced, finally reaching the lake's edge, where the majority present were golden core cultivators. Directly ahead, the emerald lake was no longer the vibrant green it once was, but was instead blanketed with flower petals, layered upon one another like a romantic, resplendent ocean. Spirit beasts lingered at the lake's edge, some diving into the water to retrieve a flower before departing, while others frolicked in the lake, appearing remarkably orderly. Yi Qian, being the disciple of the Purple Forest Peak Master, immediately recognized the petals. These are Chuanxia. No wonder the scent is so potent, attracting so many spirit beasts. Chuanxia. Even Ji Wushuang had never heard of this spirit plant, underscoring its rarity. Yi Qian chuckled, explaining, "Indeed, Chuanxia is a sort of stimulant for spirit beasts." "A stimulant?" Ji Wushuang coughed. "I should say, a soothing agent." Low-tier spirit beasts have transcended the realm of ordinary creatures, yet they still experienced seasonal urges before fully awakening their intelligence. If harvested and administered to spirit beasts, it can help them through their mating season. However, Chuanxia is a flower that propagates with the wind, blooming without a fixed location and quickly wilting after flowering. Though be effective, one must harvest it at the moment it blooms. The spirit beasts have sensed its fragrance and come forth. Chuanxia can be sold to families and sects that cultivate spirit beasts. While not exorbitantly expensive, it is still quite valuable, with a single Chuanxia fetching a mid-grade spirit stone. If one were fortunate enough to acquire seeds of Chuanxia, they would be even more precious. Upon hearing that a single flower was worth a mid-grade spirit stone, Ji Wushuang's eyes brightened. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, exclaiming, "Sister, why are you still dawdling? Let us join in the harvest." Yi Qian. "What? Did you not see the overwhelming presence of spirit beasts inside? If they were to enter, they would surely be devoured in an instant." Chapter 52. For the mid-grade spirit stones, charge forth. Ji Wushuang pointed to the nearby group of spirit beasts and reassured her. "Sister, do not worry. These spirit beasts are in a remarkably tranquil state. Clearly, they find this scent comforting and are not agitated like the human race." Upon hearing Ji Wushuang's words, Yi Qian began to see the reason and responded. "Shall we then proceed? Let us go." Ji Wushuang produced 2 top-tier concealment talismans. Yi Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. "These are talismans meant for those in the golden core stage. Quickly, sister, activate one so we can apply it and move forward." In a daze, Yi Qian affixed the talisman, then consumed a pill to replenish her spiritual energy, quietly pulling Ji Wushuang along as they stealthily approached the lakeside. The vast majority of spirit beasts that frequented this area were in the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages. As the spring haze had little effect on golden core spirit beasts, making the top-tier talismans sufficient to evade all spirit beasts. Upon reaching the lakeside, they casually plucked a flower. Spring haze, as its name suggests, is as splendid as the clouds at dawn, layered and resplendent. Each blossom encapsulates the essence of heaven and earth, exuding a uniquely special aura. A top-tier talisman. 100 mid-grade spirit stones for just one is considered a bargain. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but laugh, surprised to discover that her seemingly gentle sister was quite the money enthusiast. Then let us gather more. All right. The two proceeded along the lakeside, one plucking while the other placed them into a jade box. Working seamlessly together, their brazen act of stealing from the spirit beasts did not go unnoticed. Young master, look over there. Isn't that the elder sister of the young miss? Someone pointed at the two from a distance. Filled with terror as they exclaimed to Wu Huai, are they out of their minds? How can they approach with so many spirit beasts around? The concealment talismans were only effective against those of golden core cultivation and below, and they concealed one's aura rather than rendering one invisible. The spirit beasts could not perceive them because they were in a state of utter relaxation. Beside Wu Huai stood a nascent soul protector, who quickly spotted Ji Wushuang and her companion. Upon his revelation, Wu Huai and others also took notice. Wu Huai's expression darkened. What is she doing there? He recalled his promise to Imo Lanyi. If he neglected them, would she not be furious upon discovering it? Surely she would be. Imo Lanyi, with her gentle and kind nature, had once pleaded for her sister after she had caused her so much harm. Sparing her life, how could he disregard this fellow disciple? Wu Huai remained silent for a long moment, then asked, is there a way to rescue them? The nascent soul cultivator hesitated, responding honestly, young master, there are thousands of spirit beasts here. If I were to enter, it might cause a stir, endangering other innocent cultivators as well. By the edge of the Emerald Lake, many cultivators lay in wait, seemingly hoping to pick up the pieces once the beasts dispersed. What about using the concealment talisman? The nascent soul cultivator replied awkwardly, young master, the concealment talisman is a top-tier item, extremely precious. Furthermore, I cannot be certain that an ordinary concealment talisman would evade the awareness of all spirit beasts, and as a nascent soul cultivator, I am unsure of the outcome if I were to use a top-tier talisman. After a prolonged silence, Wu Huai declared, then give me the talisman. He was truly willing to risk it all to avoid breaking his promise to Imo Lanyi. Young master, this is far too dangerous. Indeed, young master, please reconsider. Wu Huai raised his hand to silence their protests, coldly stating, no need to speak further. My mind is made up. Hand it over. The nascent soul cultivator, lacking alternatives, reluctantly surrendered the talisman to Wu Huai. After activating it, he carefully approached Ji Wushuang and Yi Qian. Wushuang sensed his movement and tugged at Yi Qian's sleeve, who had been lost in thoughts of mid-grade spirit stones. She looked up, excitement radiating from her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with the shapes of spirit stones. What's wrong, little junior sister? Mid-grade spirit stones. Oh no, wait, the spring haze is wilting. We must act swiftly. Ji Wushuang pointed into the distance, and Yi Qian turned to look. Even she, usually composed and gentle, could not suppress her urge to scold him as Wu Huai out of his mind. Why is he approaching? I don't know, but I feel we should prepare ourselves. Huh? His talisman-esque quality may not be sufficient. It could soon provoke the spirit beasts into a frenzy. Chapter 53. Little Wushuang bullying others with treasures. Mutated spring haze. Initially, Yi Qian harbored no significant animosity towards Wu Huai. She merely disliked the condescending gaze he cast upon her. However, at this moment, she wished nothing more than to slap him twice. Little junior sister, do you have any more concealment talismans? Yes, lend me one. I promise to return double later. Ji Wushuang handed a concealment talisman to Yi Qian, who swiftly flew to Wu Huai's side. Before he could utter a word, she directly pressed the talisman onto him. Lowering her voice, this talisman costs 100 top-grade spirit stones. Remember to pay. Are you out of your mind? Even with her refined upbringing, Yi Qian was furious now, coldly retorting, we were perfectly fine here. Completely unnoticed by the spirit beasts, yet you waltzed in with a low-grade concealment talisman. Who is truly instigating a ruckus among the spirit beasts? Furthermore, What I choose to do is none of your business. On what grounds do you dictate my actions? If it weren't for Yi asking me to look out for you, do you think I would bother? Yi Qian was utterly exasperated. Damn it. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm easy to push around? I implore you, stop acting like a fool. I don't care about your relationship with Yi. Don't pester me. Who is she to me? Even if she is my junior sister, what does that matter? Can a junior sister dictate a senior sister's affairs? And spare me the I am doing this for your own good nonsense. I think you need your head examined. Are you going to get it checked or not? I'm doing this for your benefit. Don't be ungrateful. Wu Huai was rendered speechless by Yi Qian's tirade. You? What about me? Yi Qian had long grown weary of Wu Huai constantly bringing up Imo Lanyi, using her name to control her. Her own mother had never been that overbearing. If it weren't for the fact that she genuinely liked Imo Lanyi as a junior sister, she would have already severed ties. Now, shut your mouth and stop your nonsense. Otherwise, I'll rip off your concealment talisman and let you be mauled to death by thousands of spirit beasts. Witnessing Wu Huai's expression shift to one of utter dismay, as if constipated, unable to articulate a response, Yi Qian felt a surge of satisfaction. Humph. Have you resolved it? Ji Wushuang asked with a smile. Yes, it's settled. I even secured the talisman payment for you. 100 top-grade spirit stones. Thank you, sister, it was nothing. Each spring haze flower fetched a mid-grade spirit stone, and the two gathered an abundant bounty, causing Yi Qian to beam with joy, her delicate features radiating vitality under the sunlight. Soon, the spring haze began to wither, and the spirit beasts gradually left, everything proceeding smoothly. Once the spirit beasts had departed, Wu Huai finally found his voice, glaring at Yi Qian, whose smile remained undiminished, and gritting his teeth, he said, You simply do not know what is good for you. Yi Qian, no longer concealing her disdain, retorted, Enough with the chatter. 100 top-grade spirit stones, pay up. When the guest elders and guards of the Wu family arrived, they witnessed Yi Qian demanding money from Wu Huai. One elder exclaimed in anger, What an ignorant child. If it weren't for our young master coming to your aid, you would have been torn to shreds by the spirit beasts, and yet you dare to ask for money. As he spoke, he unleashed the overwhelming pressure of his peak nascent soul cultivation. In an instant, Yi Qian felt the weight of the pressure, her face turning pale as she nearly collapsed. It was only when a hand gently rested on her shoulder, pulling her behind, that the terrifying force suddenly dissipated. One saw exactly what Ji Wushuang did. But the next moment, the nascent soul cultivator was sent flying over 10 feet, blood spurting from his mouth. Unconscious, all present were left dumbfounded, rushing to his side. Gua Zhenren. Upon witnessing the nascent soul cultivator incapacitated, Yi Qian's scalp tingled with fear. Little junior sister. Oh, that was me. I used a treasure. But he is a guest elder of the Wu family. I don't care. The Wu family members examined the condition of the nascent soul cultivator and soon surrounded Ji Wushuang and Yi Qian like a tide, causing Yi Qian's face to blanch. No, little junior sister acted to help me. She must not be implicated. Yi Qian hurriedly lowered her voice. Little junior sister, do not be afraid. Just remain silent. I will take the blame. Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, observing the girl who was clearly terrified yet striving to protect her, and felt a sense of amusement. She produced a communication talisman from her bosom, instructing, Sister, send a message to the sect leader, stating that someone is trying to kill me. Huh? Hurry up. All right. Yi Qian activated the communication talisman, while Ji Wushuang extravagantly summoned a second treasure, a protective formation disc. A violent surge of energy erupted, encasing both Ji Wushuang and Yi Qian securely within. The Wu family members were forcefully sent flying by the power of the formation, collapsing to the ground and crying out in pain. Their expressions conveyed not only physical agony but also the terrifying pressure emanating from high-ranking cultivators. The more fragile individuals even fainted from the overwhelming fear. Wu Huai fixed his gaze on Yi Qian, exclaiming, You, how dare you? I shall see how the Zelene Peak raises such a venomous woman. Yi Qian longed to slap Wu Huai twice, but with her junior sister currently reporting to the sect leader, it was best to remain silent. On the other end of the communication talisman, Lianxing was exasperated. Who is this fool? Ji Wushuang replied. A member of the Wu family from Yulan sect. Oh, I believe he is the cousin of Imo Lanyi. Little Wushuang, Stay within the formation and do not come out. We will arrive shortly. All right, thank you. Please, don't confront them head-on. Just hide obediently. Understood. Once the communication concluded, Ji Wushuang decisively pulled Yi Qian down to sit beside her and retrieved some spirit fruits from her spatial stone, sharing several with Yi Qian. The fire is about to scorch my backside, and you can still eat, little sister? Ji Wushuang watched as the crowd flailed about in distress, her gaze shifting toward the center of the Emerald Lake. A water flower, entirely silvery white, emerged from the lake, standing gracefully that it resembled Chuanxia, yet it was not pink, but silver white. Ji Wushuang expanded her spiritual sense, traversing through dense forests, towns, and lakes, until she located Xiaobei, who was struggling as a teacher for the spirit beasts in the Beast Spirit Garden on the Beast God Peak of Yunlan sect. She poked at his plump rear with her spiritual sense. Who? It's me, Ji Wushuang? Yes. Xiaobei lifted his cat-like head to look around, failing to spot Ji Wushuang, surrounded instead by the silly spirit beasts. Where are you? I'm still by the Emerald Lake in Yiqing. Xiaobei gasped. Although he was a descendant of Bai Zhe, his spiritual sense was quite limited. If it were a life contract, the parties involved could communicate without distance barriers. However, since Xiaobei and Ji Wushuang had an equal contract, their spiritual communication distance was very restricted. Why could they converse despite being so far apart? Was her spiritual sense truly that formidable? Xiaobei inwardly criticized Ji Wushuang but pondered. It must be a variant of Chuanxia. Oh? What effect does this variant have? How would I know? The heavens are unpredictable. I only know of events that have already transpired. After that, he unceremoniously ended the call, infuriating Xiaobei, who slammed his paw against the blackboard. The children in the nearby kindergarten class finally noticed that Bai Xinzhai's paw pads were, in fact, pink. How adorable! It was entirely incongruous with Bai Xinzhai's imposing demeanor. Chapter 54. Please contact parents. After Ji Wushuang hung up, she turned to Yi Qian and said, Wait for me here. Yi Qian assumed Ji Wushuang was about to face the Wu family and urged, Little sister, don't act impulsively. Ji Wushuang smiled. No, I'm just going to pick a treasure. From the trajectory revealed by the Tianyan diagram, Yi Qian understood that the decline in her life was due to the aphrodisiac flower and her entanglement with Wu Huai. However, ordinary Chuanxia would have no effect on people. It was this variant Chuanxia that posed a risk. Currently, this Chuanxia had yet to bloom and was still in the bud stage. If it were to flower, who knows what influence it might have? Therefore, she decided to destroy it first. Without hesitation, Ji Wushuang dove into the water like a little fish, stealthily swimming towards the center of the lake. As she approached, she sensed an exceptionally pure aura. Was it a spirit plant that had transformed into a light attribute? Ji Wushuang surfaced, her clear eyes surveying the spring flower, which was larger than her fist, and suddenly felt that destroying such a beautiful plant would be a pity. Instead, why not relocate it next to the Tianyuan fruit tree to keep it company? Yes, that would do. Ji Wushuang submerged into the lake, intending to uproot the spring flower. Unexpectedly, as soon as she touched it, its roots entwined around her wrist. In that intimate gesture, Ji Wushuang faintly sensed a feeling of dependence. Did it possess a nascent intelligence? Ji Wushuang quickly emerged from the water, astonished as she gazed at the exquisite silver-white spirit being, recalling Yi Qian's trajectory. In the end, who did this spirit plant belong to? Was it Mo Lanyi? TSK. With a light spirit root paired with a light attribute spirit plant, the heavenly Tao truly favored her. With a smirk, Ji Wushuang decisively uprooted the spring flower. Instead of storing it in her spatial stone, she allowed it to cling to her shoulder. To prevent it from wilting, she even shared a drop of the life essence from the Tianyuan fruit tree with it. The silver-white spring flower seemed to relish the life essence, happily attaching itself to Ji Wushuang's shoulder, resembling a floral necklace adorning a delicate and graceful neck, both elegant and charming. Yi Qian rushed to Ji Wushuang's side, using her spiritual power to dry her clothes while murmuring, It's actually a daming bird. Daming bird? Yi Qian looked at Ji Wushuang in astonishment. The daming bird was the contracted spirit beast of your master, the sect leader. It was said to be a descendant of a divine beast, likely bearing the bloodline of the white phoenix. Ji Wushuang admired it for a moment, and then the white bird descended gracefully upon the surface of the Emerald Lake, a person alighting from its back. With each step, the surrounding spiritual energy surged. Yi Qian focused her gaze, realizing that not only had the sect leader arrived, but also several other significant figures, including the reclusive Eugean Taoist Yaozong. Each one of them could stir the realm with just a cough. Indeed, her little sister was quite favored. Yet, if such an affectionate little sister were to receive such attention, Yi Qian felt no jealousy. On the contrary, she believed Ji Wushuang deserved it. No amount of pampering would be excessive. Although Wu Huai did not recognize Li Yanqing's appearance, he was familiar with the damning bird and sensed the imposing aura that radiated from Li Yanqing. Promptly stepping forward to pay his respects, Junior Wu Huai of the Wu family from Yiqing, greetings to the esteemed seniors. Tio saved face for his little master uncle. Li Yanqing donned an extravagant and imposing robe. His expression, devoid of words and smiles, instilled fear deep within the bones. And the Wu family? Junior is from the Wu family. Wu Huai had no opportunity to finish his sentence as his legs buckled, and his throat felt constricted by some terrifying force, rendering him utterly immobile. Li Yanqing cast a cold glance at him, the look akin to that of observing an ant. Wu Huai understood Li Yanqing's unspoken message. He lacked the right to speak to him. Yet, the only other cultivator present with higher cultivation, a Yuanian guest elder, was currently unconscious and spitting blood. Who then had the right to utter another word? Fortunately, Wu Huai did not wait long, as the elder of the Wu family hurriedly arrived. The Wu family elder was also a cultivator at the integration stage. This was precisely why the Wu family could dominate Yiqing. Integration stage cultivators were rare gems among the cultivation clans, appearing like phoenix feathers. If the major sects did not intervene, the Wu family need not fear even a small sect, easily stirring up the winds and clouds. Wu Neng recognized Li Yanqing, and by coincidence, he and Li Yanqing had known each other for a long time. Back when they first met, Li Yanqing was merely a young lad. However, he had witnessed Li Yanqing's cultivation soar since then. Meanwhile, he had remained stagnant for thousands of years without making any further progress. In another 50 years, if he still could not break through, his lifespan would reach its end. But what of Li Yanqing? If he was merely speculating, if only he had been favored by the sect leader of Yunlan's sect back then, becoming the sect leader's personal disciple, then the one commanding respect and admiration would have been him. Alas, the sect leader had deemed him unworthy, claiming his temperament was unstable. He, in turn, believed himself exceptionally gifted and looked down upon being below others, opting instead to join another sect. As he looked at Li Yanqing, a wave of intense unwillingness surged in Wu Neng's heart. Chapter 55. This little girl is truly despicable. Although Wu Neng was no weakling, the members of Yunlan's sect appeared anxious, having summoned 4 integration stage cultivators at once. Sect leader Li Yanqing, Eugean Taoist Yaozong, Huanglong Taoist Mu Ziki, and another integration stage cultivator whom Wu Neng did not recognize, but whose aura was unmistakably powerful. Wu Neng initially thought that if it were only Li Yanqing, perhaps he could still put up a fight, for he had learned the truth through transmissions. The Wu family had kindly protected the younger generation of Yunlan's sect, yet the younger ones repaid kindness with malice, injuring the Wu family with secret treasures. However, with 4 integration stage cultivators present, Wu Neng could only suppress his fury, coldly staring at the Yunlan sect leader, Li Yanqing. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, the Wu family will ensure that Yunlan's sect pays dearly. Li Yanqing, relieved to confirm that Ji Wushuang had not been harmed, finally exhaled. If she had lost even a strand of hair, he would likely face the wrath of his master and ancestor. Li Yanqing straightened his posture and replied solemnly, Wu Neng, that statement should be made by us at Yunlan's sect. If your Wu family does not provide us with an explanation, we shall not rest easy either. What? Wu Neng was taken aback, infuriated to the point of laughter. What explanation do you seek? 2 disciples of the Yunlan sect, one at the foundation establishment stage and the other devoid of any cultivation, have intruded into a throng of countless spirit beasts. We came to your aid, yet you fail to recognize our goodwill, coercing the younger members of my Wu family into providing you with spirit stones, and injuring many of my fellow cultivators. Do you truly believe that the people of the Wu family are easy to bully? Suddenly, the previously silent female cultivator broke into a smile and raised her hand, tossing a talisman towards Wu Neng, who caught it deftly. The female cultivator remarked, Open your eyes wide and see clearly what this talisman is. It was merely a 3rd-tier concealment talisman. She regarded Wu Neng with a look of incredulity. Merely? Do you not realize that this is a 3rd-tier supreme talisman? A supreme talisman is one that is infinitely close to a fourth-tier talisman. Our Yunlan sect had already predicted the spring mist beast tide. Since it follows the natural order, we did not intend to intervene. The spirit beasts influenced by the spring mist are all of the first and second levels. In other words, with the enhancement of this talisman, which is nearly at the fourth-tier level, the spirit beasts caught in the spring mist would not even detect our disciples. Yet your people have clumsily come to create chaos. Are you certain you are here to assist us, rather than to sabotage us? Truly, there seems to be an abundance of fools this year, does there not? The female cultivator possessed an extraordinarily perfect visage, as radiant as a lotus flower and as resplendent as the dawn. Even while speaking, she maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet her words were cutting, irrespective of whether her interlocutor was a core formation cultivator or not. She would admonish whomever she chose, employing the gentlest tone for her rebukes. The reason was simple. She was Chen Xuanji, the esteemed elder of Hongfu Peak. Tio adopt the name Tianyuan as her title reveals the extraordinary talent she possesses. She had just recently turned 10,000 years old. And aside from being at the peak of the core formation stage, she was also a 7th-tier talisman master. Indeed, with her core formation cultivation, she could craft 7th-tier talismans. Across the entire continent, Chen Xuanji stood as a peerless prodigy. The aura emanating from the talisman was surprisingly that of Lian Xing. Absurd. How could Lian Xing, a mere talentless individual in the realm of talismans, possibly forge a talisman treasure? Infuriated, Chen Xuanji pursued Lian Xing for many days, employing various tactics until Lian Xing could no longer restrain himself and divulged the matter concerning Ji Wushuang. If it were another exceptionally gifted genius, upon hearing that someone possessed even greater talent, the immediate reaction would undoubtedly be one of indignation. Yet, Chen Xuanji was elated. She was delighted to finally find someone who could join her in the pursuit of advancement in the art of talismans. It is indeed lonely at the top. After all, to finally have a companion was a cause for joy. Upon learning that Ji Wushuang was being bullied outside, Chen Xuanji, who usually refrained from meddling in others' affairs, rolled up her sleeves to defend Ji Wushuang. Upon further observation, she was astonished to find both Yu Jian Daoran and Huang Long Daoran present as well in an instant. The four of them regarded each other as if they were gazing into a pool of jade. One thought resonated in their minds. They sought to compete for Ji Wushuang's favor, but that was out of the question. Wu Neng's face turned ashen as he was berated by Chen Xuanji. Casting a fierce glance at the recently revived nascent soul cultivator, the latter unexpectedly possessed a 3rd-tier supreme concealment talisman. Such a critical matter, why had they not clarified it sooner? What a disgraceful situation. The nascent soul cultivator was equally vexed. After all, Ji Wushuang appeared devoid of spiritual energy, presenting as a waste. Who could have anticipated that this so-called waste was so favored within the Yunlan sect? He had presumed that the concealment talisman belonged to Yi Qian. However, Wu Neng soon regained his composure and retorted, "We acted out of goodwill, and that does not justify your bullying." Chen Xuanji, with a smirk, replied, "I perceive your impatience. Could it be that your advanced age has led you to take too many concubines? In my view, the impediment between your legs is hindering your cultivation. Perhaps it would be better to sever it." Lian Xing and the others. Upon hearing this, Wu Neng's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Chen Xuanji pressed her lips together in a smile. "Do not be angered, Wu Neng. I mean well. Wu Neng. Damn. This madwoman? Ultimately, it was your Yunlan sect that initiated the conflict. You harbored ill intentions, wishing to bring harm to the disciples of my Wu family? Bah! Look at my Wu family's disciples. Do you dare deny it?" Regardless, Ji Wushuang and her companion initiated the confrontation first, thus making them at fault. Yet, Chen Xuanji would never concede. She was about to speak when the usually silent Ji Wushuang interjected. "Pardon me, I possess evidence." The fury that had been welling within Wu Neng finally found an outlet. "Who do you think you are to speak here?" The four prominent figures of the Yunlan sect. "Are you longing for death? Who are you shouting at?" Their eyes glinted with menace. Yet Ji Wushuang boldly stepped forth, unperturbed by Wu Neng's aura. She nonchalantly produced a stone from her robe and tossed it onto the ground. The stone bore an unfamiliar talismanic totem. As it struck the ground, a scene materialized before them. It was, in fact, a recording stone. The image within the recording stone depicted the nascent soul cultivator approaching with an air of indignation, shouting, "What an ignorant child! Had it not been for my young master's assistance, you would have been torn to shreds by the spirit beasts and still dare to demand payment. Next was the image of Yi Qian. Her face drained of color, nearly collapsing under the pressure exerted by the nascent soul cultivator. The members of the Wu family gazed at Ji Wushuang with newfound respect. This little girl is quite cunning. To employ a recording stone clandestinely, could she truly be only 12 or 13 years old? Observing Ji Wushuang, who remained unfazed despite the pressure from Wu Nong, the Wu family members thought, "We truly had no idea how pitiable you were." Chapter 56. A recording stone? Wu Nong could never have anticipated that it was, in fact, the Wu family who had initiated the conflict. What a bunch of useless fools. If one were to act, they should have simply dispatched them, avoiding all this unnecessary trouble. Wu Nong understood the Yunlan sect. Within the sect, only disciples at the Golden Core stage or above could light the soul lantern. These two, one at the foundation establishment stage and the other devoid of spiritual energy, should have been easily dealt with, thus eliminating any subsequent issues. Wu Nong fixated on the scene, his mind racing as he quickly seized upon the flaw within the recording stone. Coldly retorting, "Do you still have the audacity to speak? Our Wu family guest elder acted against you due to your extortion. Tell me, how many spirit stones did you demand from us?" At that moment, the nascent soul cultivator's voice rang out again. Still daring to demand payment, Wu Nong's confidence surged, and he sneered, "A dignified disciple of the Yunlan sect, yet you are such a treacherous and cunning individual. You shame your sect." Ji Wushuang raised her gaze, lightly chuckling as she countered. "That is because this Wu fellow, relying on a mere ordinary concealment talisman, ventured into the midst of the beast horde. The effectiveness of an ordinary concealment talisman is well known, lasting only the time it takes to burn an incense stick. After that, how many pieces do you suppose this Wu lad would be torn into by the spirit beasts?" Wu Nong furrowed his brow, glaring intently at Wu Huai. "Is this true? Thus, I and my senior sister gifted him a third-tier supreme concealment talisman, requesting 100 superior spirit stones from him. Is that too much to ask?" Wu Nong was rendered speechless. Chen Xuanji swiftly took the opportunity to draw closer to Ji Wushuang, gently grasping her hand and gazing at her with affectionate admiration. "My dear little Wushuang, having already been taken advantage of by you, was generous enough to offer you a third-tier supreme concealment talisman, merely requesting a small token of spirit stones to cover costs. Yet you became enraged and sought to harm my little Wushuang and her Foundation Establishment companion. Ye Foundation Establishment Disciple Qian, esteemed elder, if you cannot recall the names of your disciples, there is no need to include them. Enough." Lian Xing cleared his throat and continued. "Now that there is a recording stone as evidence, it is clear that your Wu family acted recklessly and harmed my personally taught disciple first, only to then turn the tables on us. You ought to consider how to apologize properly." The phrase personally taught disciple underscored Lian Xing's resolve. The Yunlan sect would undoubtedly serve as Ji Wushuang's most steadfast support, and no one would dare to bully her Wu Nong. Wu Nong could hardly believe that this seemingly talentless girl was, in fact, Lian Xing's personally taught disciple. He was now filled with regret, wishing he could eliminate Wu Huai. "Just look at this troublesome lad." Wu Huai, too, was frightened and hastily interjected, "But we truly acted with good intentions." Ji Wushuang, with a smile that was neither here nor there, responded, "Was it good intentions or ill intentions? You insisted on following my senior sister, all the while being a useless burden, claiming to protect her. You nearly caused her to be attacked by spirit beasts. Wait, you wouldn't have done this intentionally, would you? Seeking to injure my senior sister? How malicious of you." Wu Huai, oblivious to the trap in Ji Wushuang's words, quickly replied, "No, I truly meant well, as my cousin is your senior sister's junior disciple." Ji Wushuang tilted her head innocently. "Master, this situation is quite strange. Does Molanyi know that Wu Huai is a burden? If she does, why would she allow him to impede my senior sister? If she does not, oh dear. How unfortunate for my senior sister to be burdened by a Molanyi, a perfectly fine person entangled in such nonsense." Although Ji Wushuang's words appeared innocuous, upon closer analysis, it became evident that she had framed Molanyi as either having a heart of malice or being a victim of bad luck. Presently, Molanyi was regarded as a person of integrity and kindness. The label of malicious intent could not be pinned on her just yet. So Ji Wushuang was content to bestow upon her the title of unfortunate soul. Within the body of Ji Wushuang, the heavenly Tao's purple aura was in a state of turmoil, cursing and grumbling. On the path of the destined child, even the smallest butterfly could stir up tremendous waves. This would leave the destined child with an impression of misfortune, potentially affecting her future fortunes. Wu Huai was so enraged that his nose twisted. He, a golden core cultivator, was being insulted by a mere mortal claiming to be worthless? Yet, he found himself unable to retort, his heart simmering with suppressed anger. Ultimately, overwhelmed by fury, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Wushuang quickly pulled Yi Qian away, whispering, "Senior sister, let us keep our distance. If we get splattered with the blood of a worthless one, we might just end up unlucky too." The crowd. In the end, Wu could no longer endure, shamelessly claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Assuring that the Wu family would provide an explanation to Ji Wushuang and Yi Qian. After uttering these formalities, the Wu family departed. Heads hung low. No sooner had they left than Chen Xuanji immediately remarked, "Little Wushuang, may I have a look at that imaging stone?" Of course. The imaging stone was exceedingly precious and rare, all of its mineral resources controlled by a prominent family. Thus, even the 5 great sects possessed only a limited quantity of imaging stones. Given Ji Wushuang's identity as a direct disciple, no one doubted the authenticity of the imaging stone, except for Chen Xuanji, a genius in talismans, who recognized it was not an imaging stone but an ordinary high-grade spirit stone. Chen Xuanji scrutinized the stone, her gaze growing increasingly fervent, murmuring, "Remarkable. If one inscribes runes directly onto a spirit stone, it can be utilized as an imaging stone." What? This is not an imaging stone? Good heavens. It truly isn't. This. The 4 gazed at Ji Wushuang, their eyes gleaming with excitement. If all spirit stones could be transformed into imaging stones, then in the future, the dissemination of teachings and resolution of doubts would be significantly simplified. After all, there were far too many disciples in the Yunlan sect. Typically, disciples would teach one another, leading to potential deviations and causing many pearls of wisdom to be obscured. There were even cases of individuals going astray, which was exceedingly regrettable. If all the disciples of the Yunlan sect could perhaps receive teachings directly from the Peak Master, wouldn't that elevate the Yunlan sect to a position of dominance? Chapter 57. Longevity Pill. Is this method one you devised, little Wushuang? Chen Xuanji inquired eagerly, her demeanor suggesting she wished to seize this technique immediately. Unbeknownst to Yaocong, who was unaware of Ji Wushuang's identity, Mu Ziki felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing it was improper for someone of their age to solicit something from a young girl. However, Lian Xing and Chen Xuanji, knowing Ji Wushuang's true status, felt justified. Ji Wushuang was their little grandmaster. Technically, she should be referred to as their great ancestor. What was wrong with asking their little grandmaster for something? Yaocong quickly said, "Little Wushuang, ahem, the sect does not wish to take advantage of you. If you share the method of transforming spirit stones into imaging stones with the sect, they will certainly offer you compensation." Ji Wushuang smiled. "No need for compensation. The sect treats me well, and I will reciprocate in kind." Initially, Ji Wushuang held little attachment to the Yunlan sect. It was merely a temporary refuge for her. However, she gradually grew fond of the sect. Yaocong and Mu Ziki were moved to the point of tears. With such a tender sapling in their sect, how could they not envision a prosperous future? They had to find a way to restore Ji Wushuang's body so she could cultivate. Chen Xuanji hurriedly approached Ji Wushuang. "Little Wushuang, shall we proceed to the lecture now?" Ji Wushuang shook her head. "No, we are going to the Wu family." She was determined not to give the Wu family time to devise a counterplan. It was best to strike while the iron was hot. The others were puzzled as to why she was in such a hurry. Ji Wushuang explained, "This spirit stone transformed into an imaging stone is not a true imaging stone. A genuine imaging stone can store images for a millennium or more, but once the spiritual energy of this spirit stone is depleted, it can no longer display anything. If the Wu family discovers this and drags their feet in acknowledgement, there will be no evidence left." The others. Goodness. Little Wushuang was essentially attempting to swindle them with a counterfeit imaging stone. Lian Xing immediately declared, "Let us go, this instant." As for how the Wu family would slander the Yunlan sect, who cared? Wu family of Yiqing, as the foremost cultivation family in Yiqing. The Wu family's estate was astonishingly vast, nearly occupying half of the city, adorned with various spirit formations, rich in spiritual energy, and boasting picturesque scenery with carved railings and jade structures. Compared to the carefree Yunlan sect, this place was a veritable display of earthly splendor and immense wealth. Wu could hardly contain his fury as he glared at Wu Huai, bellowing, "Why are you still standing there? Go kneel and apologize at the ancestral hall." "Yes, grandson obeys." "Wait, ancestor, please instruct." "You, immediately sever ties with your cousin on your mother's side," Wu commanded angrily. "What a jinx, dragging our Wu family into this mess for no reason." Indeed, Wu Huai was not a legitimate son. He was merely a son of a concubine. However, due to his exceptional spiritual root, being a pure water-type single spiritual root, his standing within the Wu family had risen significantly. Moreover, in recent years, as Wu Huai's cultivation soared, he had ascended to the golden core stage, becoming the foremost among the younger generation, which garnered him the Wu family's attention. Yet, it was evident that no matter how talented he was, in the eyes of Wu and the others, he remained merely the son of a concubine. Wu Huai was taken aback, unable to refrain from pleading on behalf of Imo Lanyi, "Ancestor, Yi is not a jinx. She possesses a single light spiritual root and has become a direct disciple of the peak master of the Purple Forest Peak in the Yunlan sect. She will surely achieve great things in the future." Had this been in the past, Wu would have encouraged Wu Huai to forge a good relationship with Imo Lanyi. But now, the mere thought of her filled him with displeasure. What single light spiritual root? If she were truly so remarkable, why did Lian Xing not accept her as a disciple, but instead took in a worthless one devoid of spiritual energy? In any case, you are to sever ties with her. "Ancestor, if you continue to disobey, I shall break your legs." With that, Wu left, ordering his men to take Wu Huai away to the ancestral hall for reflection. As Wu Huai pondered in the ancestral hall, the more he felt guilty towards Imo Lanyi. She was so gentle, a favored child of heaven, yet all misunderstood her. Fortunately, Wu had not confiscated Wu Huai's belongings, and he promptly sent a message to Imo Lanyi. Upon hearing the situation, Imo Lanyi could hardly contain her anger, wanting to lambaste Wu Huai immediately. That incompetent fool who only brings ruin. However, she lacked sufficient support, especially no major cultivators in the integration stage. Though the Imo family was also a cultivation family, their ancestor had only reached the transformation stage. Thus, Imo Lanyi had been striving to establish a good rapport with Wu Huai, hoping to gain favor with a major cultivator in the integration stage. After ending the communication, Imo Lanyi anxiously said, "Grandfather Immortal, Wu is a cultivator in the integration stage. I cannot allow him to develop a negative impression of me. Old Ghost Immortal, what do you intend to do?" Imo Lanyi gritted her teeth. "I've heard that Wu's lifespan is drawing near. What if I were to give him a longevity pill?" The space Imo Lanyi had acquired was an immensely powerful independent realm, filled with various treasures and restrictions, which would unlock as her strength grew. Among the treasures at the Qi refining level were life springs, divine beast eggs, phoenix trees, and calming woods, along with some techniques and pills, such as the semi-immortal weapon, the soul-extinguishing bow, that she had previously utilized. The old ghost immortal had inspected her collection and identified that one of the pills was indeed a longevity pill. This longevity pill was exceedingly rare. Regardless of cultivation level, consuming it would extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Do not underestimate that century. While it may seem fleeting to high-level cultivators, it is a decade of life-altering potential. What if one were to make significant progress during that century? However, the longevity pill was an 8th grade pill. For a Qi refining stage cultivator like her to produce an 8th grade pill, it was uncertain whether it would bring fortune or disaster. The old ghost immortal, I do not advise you to give him the longevity pill. Why not? Wu may not be a good person. Shall I simply watch as a cultivator in the integration stage cuts ties with me? Upon hearing Imo Lanyi's frantic voice, the old ghost immortal knew his advice would be in vain. Consider it carefully. Imo Lanyi did not hesitate for long. She quickly sought out Yu Qing, lamenting that her good intentions had inadvertently led to trouble, asking Yu Qing to punish her. Yu Qing was taken aback after hearing the entire story, then promptly reassured her, "Do not worry. Your senior sister cares for you. You know that well. Besides, this is merely an accident." Imo Lanyi thought to herself that Yi Qian was indeed easy to fool. But with Ji Wushuang around, there was a problem. Seeing Imo Lanyi still brimming with tears, Yu Qing sighed, How about this? I will accompany you. How does that sound? Is that truly possible? Yes, let us go. Thank you. Master. Although Yu Qing did not hold a particularly high position within the Yunlan sect, she was at least the leader of a peak, and the Wu family would surely give her face. But before we seek out senior sister, shall we make a trip to the Wu family first? Yu Qing was taken aback. To the Wu family? Indeed, it would be wise to first extend an apology to the Wu family. For this entire situation has arisen due to my actions. Yu Qing furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discomfort within. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Yi Qian who had suffered the most. After all, she was his beloved disciple and the senior sister of his apprentice. How could she be so preoccupied with the Wu family? Emolani interjected, your senior sister is one of us. While the Wu family remains an outsider, we can discuss matters privately among ourselves. But what if the Wu family becomes hostile towards our sect? The Wu family, after all, is the foremost cultivation family in Yicheng, contributing significantly to the sect's interests each year. If we can transform hostility into harmony, how splendid that would be. Yu Qing reluctantly accepted this reasoning and resolved to visit the Wu family. However, Mo Lanyi had not divulged the entire truth to Yu Qing, such as the involvement of Ji Wushuang and the participation of Lian Xing and others. He had always believed it to be a mere conflict among the younger generation. Chapter 58. The opportunistic Ji Wushuang. Due to Mo Lanyi's urgency, Yu Qing accompanied her to the Wu family that very day. The Wu family members were taken aback upon learning of the visit from the master of Zilin Peak of Yunlan sect. Fearing he had come to cause trouble, yet, upon seeing Yu Qing's amiable smile, they realized he was there for reconciliation. Wu Neng burst into laughter, ready to make a sarcastic remark, but Mo Lanyi preemptively stood up, saying, Senior Wu, this misunderstanding is entirely my fault, stemming from a moment of weakness. Neither my cousin nor my senior sister is at fault. It is merely a misunderstanding, a case of miscommunication. I have prepared some gifts and kindly ask that you do not blame my cousin. Mo Lanyi's tone was gentle, her ethereal aura akin to a piece of exquisite jade that captivated anyone who laid eyes upon her. Indeed, even the hostility in Wu Neng's expression softened slightly as he replied, Very well, as you are but a junior, I shall not hold it against you, but the other juniors from your sect are rather arrogant. Other juniors? Yu Qing frowned, pondering whether there were others involved besides Yi Qian. Just as he was lost in thought, Mo Lanyi had already placed the gifts before Wu Neng. Please take a look, senior. Yet, Wu Neng merely nodded coldly, not bothering to examine them, for he considered her a mere qi-refining junior, unable to present anything of value. Accepting her gift was already a significant honor for her. Mo Lanyi grew anxious, lamenting internally, why wasn't he opening it? What if he failed to notice the longevity pill within? Would that mean her precious pill would go to waste? All right, Yu Qing suddenly interjected, since the apology has been made, let us take our leave. Although Yu Qing was a mild-mannered and affable individual, he could not help but notice his disciple's excessive flattery toward Wu Neng, even more so than towards him, her own master. Was it merely because Wu Neng was a core formation cultivator? Master Mo Lanyi began. Yu Qing lowered his gaze, his tone growing slightly chilly, it is getting late. We must go and fetch your senior sister. However, before Mo Lanyi could continue, a servant hurried in to announce that the members of Yunlan sect had arrived. Yu Qing was puzzled. Had they not already come? Was there another group arriving? Before Wu Neng could respond, a piercing cry reverberated through the air, shaking the entire Wu family. Some disciples of lesser strength nearly knelt in submission. Yu Qing recognized that the sound and the overwhelming pressure belonged to the divine Ming bird, the contract spirit of the sect master. He quickly rose to greet it, watching as the silver-white divine bird descended gracefully, resembling a celestial phoenix. Upon its back were not only Lian Xing but also 3 esteemed elders. Upon seeing Yu Qing and the exquisite jade figure beside him, the expressions of Lian Xing and the others shifted subtly. With Qin Xuanji lowering her voice to ask Ji Wushuang, little Wushuang, is that Mo Lanyi? Ji Wushuang nodded, yes, indeed, that is her. Qin Xuanji replied, fear not, little Wushuang, I shall seek justice for you. Ji Wushuang thought, do you truly believe she is not afraid? In Qin Xuanji's eyes, there was no sense of shame in overpowering someone weaker. She diligently cultivated precisely to indulge in such unrestrained pleasure, doing as she pleased. If she had to conceal her support for her little ancestor, what would be the point? Qin Xuanji chuckled softly. Oh, So the Zen true person is aware that her foundation disciple has been wronged and has come to support her, Yi Qian thought to herself. At this point, it hardly matters if she is nameless. She is unworthy of a title. Yu Qing promptly stated, Zen pays her respects to the sect master and the esteemed elders, and no need for formalities. Chen Xuanji replied with a smile, Zen is indeed a good master, aware of her disciples' grievances and coming to her aid. Even Yu Qing, despite his simplicity, grasped the underlying implications in Chen Xuanji's words. His face flushing with embarrassment. Master? Yi Qian, unable to bear seeing her master in such a predicament, leaned out from the bird's back, exclaiming, Master? I am fine. Do not worry. Yu Qing's heart softened, and he suddenly felt that accompanying Imo Lanyi to apologize to the Wu family had been a moment of folly. Indeed, why had he come? How strange. When the four formidable figures, no, rather, the four esteemed elders, descended from the back of the divine Ming bird, Wu Nong was nearly seething with rage but had to suppress it, only managing to say, Esteemed elders, did we not just part ways? Why have you come again? Lian Xing replied cheerfully, Dear Wu, you are mistaken. We mentioned we would seek an explanation for our little Yi Qian and little Wu Shuang. Hence our return. You truly are getting on in years, forgetting so quickly. Yi Qian let out a small cry of joy. Finally someone remembered her name. It had been so difficult. Long live the sect master. Wu Nong felt as though he might spit blood. How could they not survive until tomorrow? Must they arrive one after another? Wu Nong's gaze shifted to the pale and diminished Imo Lanyi. And suddenly an idea struck him. However, your Zelene Peak master and disciple stated that this is merely a misunderstanding, a case of miscommunication, and they have delivered gifts to my Wu family in acceptance. The four esteemed elders simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Yu Qing, causing him to feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as he stammered, I that is not. This. Ji Wushuang, observing Yu Qing's panic-induced perspiration, began to speculate that the one who had presented the gifts was most likely Imo Lanyi, and Yu Qing had merely accompanied her. Perhaps Imo Lanyi had even lied, leading Yu Qing to believe this was merely a conflict among the younger generation. Glancing at Wu Nong, she thought, although somewhat lacking in capability, he was still a core formation cultivator Mo Lanyi had dashed over, perhaps in hopes of clutching onto the leg of a core formation expert. Therefore, the gifts must surely have been prepared by Imo Lanyi herself. If Imo Lanyi was to curry favor and present gifts, they would undoubtedly be of high quality, perhaps even a life-sustaining spring. If Imo Lanyi failed to seize this opportunity, she would be a fool. Ji Wushuang immediately declared, Did your senior sister apologize to the wrong person? It was Yi Qian who was wronged, and thus the gifts should rightfully be presented to her. Senior Wu, as a distinguished core formation elder, surely would not overlook the compensation owed to my senior sister? Wu Nong, having no knowledge of the contents of the box, was indifferent. Since the one wronged was Yi Qian, then she should take the compensation. Come, bring the items forth and present them to Yi Qian. Imo Lanyi was utterly stunned. No, that was her longevity pill, damn Ji Wushuang. Chapter 59. Another batch of supporters arrives. At this moment, Imo Lanyi felt as though a piece of her flesh had been cut away. She longed to shake Wu Nong by the collar, exclaiming, You truly live up to your name as an incompetent fool. This was a longevity pill. How could you give it away to another? Swiftly, Wu's servants approached, carrying the jade box. Ji Wushuang, observing Imo Lanyi's futile attempts to conceal her agony, recognized that it must contain something valuable. Without hesitation, she took it and handed it to Yi Qian, saying, Senior Sister Yi, this is a token of apology from your junior sister. Yi Qian's cheeks flushed slightly, unsure whether to accept it or not. Before she could voice her thoughts, Ji Wushuang pressed, causing her chest to tighten. Senior Sister Yi, you must accept it. If you refuse, it implies you do not wish to forgive Imo's senior sister, and think of how heartbroken she would be. Imo Lanyi thought, What the hell, Ji Wushuang? You little rascal, of course it's true. After a moment of silence, Yi Qian ultimately accepted the gift, gently assuring junior sister, Do not be too upset. I am not angry. Mo Lanyi felt as though her teeth might shatter from the pressure. Yet she forced a smile, saying, Hey, thank you, senior sister. Ji Wushuang nodded, turning her gaze toward Wu Nong. As for the internal conflicts within Yunlan sect, there is no need for you to concern yourself. Now, how do you intend to compensate my senior sister? You wish for compensation? Naturally. Wu Huai was ungrateful from the start, and your nascent soul cultivator injured someone thereafter. In the end, your Wu family members banded together to attack me and my senior sister, forcing me to utilize two 7th grade spirit tools for self-defense, a Thunder Pearl and a Thunder Array Disc. Both are renowned creations of the illustrious 7th grade refiner, Kwangjiu. Surely you do not intend to deny me compensation? Wu Nong was left speechless. What jest is this? You, a mere qi refining novice, could not possibly possess such treasures. Ji Wushuang smirked. Well, then, do keep your eyes peeled and do not blink. Ji Wushuang huffed and puffed while opening the spatial stone. An array of 7th grade spiritual artifacts emerged before the crowd, and astonishingly, even 8th grade artifacts were present. 8th grade artifacts, treasures worthy of the Great Ascension stage. However, as Wu Nong focused his gaze, he discerned that these were not genuine 7th or 8th grade artifacts, for the aura emanating from them was rather feeble. Ji Wushuang elaborated. Oh, it's because I lack spiritual energy. Hence, these artifacts are one-time use items that do not require activation through spiritual energy. Once depleted, they are rendered useless, akin to the Thunder Pearl and the Thunderstorm Array Plate, serving merely as tools for my self-preservation. Wu Nong felt his garments nearly drenched in sweat. Who exactly are you? Where did you procure these items? Ji Wushuang blinked innocently. Your question is rather amusing. These were all gifted to me by the ancestors of our sect, fearing that those with ill intentions might take advantage of me. Especially since I lack spiritual power and cannot cultivate naturally, I must take precautions. Wu Nong was left utterly astounded. This Ji Wushuang was indeed a treasured existence within the Yunlan sect. No wonder she could casually produce a recording stone. They had truly struck a nerve. Yet, Wu Nong, having advanced to this point, was adaptable and resilient. He forced a smile and said, Rest assured, young friend, your artifacts, the Wu family will compensate for them. Also, my 3rd grade premium concealment talisman. Yes, of course, we will compensate for everything. I shall fetch the compensation right away. Ji Wushuang expressed her satisfaction and added, Thank you very much, but do hold your horses. What? Our witnesses have yet to arrive. Just as Ji Wushuang's words fell, a rustling wind was heard from a distance, and 3 formidable figures, whose cultivation far surpassed those present and were even close to the Great Ascension stage, approached. Ji Wushuang stood on her toes and waved at them. Seniors, you have arrived. The 3 reached Ji Wushuang's side in the blink of an eye, gazing at her as if she were their cherished darling. Oh dear little Wushuang, you've been bullied. Why didn't you call for me sooner? Yes, call for me earlier. If Yunlan sect cannot protect you, Rain Mirage sect will ensure that no harm comes to you. Rain Mirage sect is too far. Our talisman association would be better. How about you come to us as a guest elder? We can send 10 or 8 nascent soul cultivators to accompany you around the clock. The more they delved into the inheritance Ji Wushuang had imparted, the more astonished they were by the essence of such profound simplicity. The great elephant is formless, the grand sound is but a whisper. Yet they found themselves unable to comprehend it. However, their attempts to send messages to Ji Wushuang were repeatedly intercepted by the ancestor of Yunlan sect, Shirlei, who stated that Ji Wushuang had pressing matters to attend to and could not meet with guests. The 3, lacking the strength of Shirlei, could neither argue nor retaliate, and thus continued to wait. They waited day and night, nearly losing their hair, until finally receiving word from Ji Wushuang, who requested their presence as witnesses, offering each of them 5 6th grade talismans devoid of spiritual energy as a token of gratitude, provided they prepared the necessary materials. 5 6th grade talismans without spiritual energy. This could empower 5 6th grade talisman masters. An immeasurable fortune. Surely, they would have to face countless challenges and traverse mountains and rivers to obtain them. On their journey, the 3 had already ascertained the reason Ji Wushuang summoned them. It turned out she had been bullied by someone from a sect-affiliated family. Wasn't this a heavenly opportunity to snatch talents from Yunlan sect? The 3 wore smiles more sycophantic than the last, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Particularly Chen Xuanji, who pinched Lian Xing's arm fiercely, nearly obliterating his authority as the sect master. Lian Xing silently grimaced, transmitting to Chen Xuanji, What are you doing? What do you mean? I'm asking you. Are these 3 the ones I remember? Why are they all grinning at little Wushuang like blooming flowers? Indeed, they are. They were invited by little Wushuang. Chen Xuanji's beautiful eyes widened, fixated upon Ji Wushuang, fearful of missing any detail. After exchanging pleasantries with the 3, Ji Wushuang turned to the now utterly flustered Wu Nong, saying, "Oh, allow me to introduce. This is the talisman ancestor of Fengxian sect, Xingyue Daoist. This is the talisman ancestor of Rain Mirage sect, Miaobi Daoist. And this is the vice president of the Talisman Association, Master Lu, a 7th grade talisman master. These esteemed Taoists are all highly respected elders. Having them as witnesses hardly constitutes bullying you, does it?" Wu Nong. Wu Nong had entirely surrendered to despair. 4 cultivators in the harmonization stage were not enough. Now 3 more in the tribulation stage. What merit had he to stand before them? Perhaps he ought to simply end his life to provide some entertainment for the esteemed elders. Chapter 60. The astute little Wu Shuang with so many formidable figures present. Wu Nong and the Wu family were akin to fish on a chopping board, ready to be sliced at will. If Ji Wushuang desired to sever its left fin, it would dare not extend its right fin in defiance. However, Ji Wushuang had paid a hefty sum to invite her muscle, and her intentions extended beyond mere fins. She desired their spine. Just hand over the spiritual mine you discovered 500 years ago to Yunlan sect. Ji Wushuang's cold and clear voice echoed, plunging the surroundings into silence. Even the 4 notorious figures of Yunlan sect Kuden Ti suppressed their gasps. Goodness, they initially thought themselves to be quite sinister. But little Wushuang surpassed their wickedness. This spiritual mine was, in fact, located within the territory of Yunlan sect. However, at that time, the Wu family had accomplished a significant task for Yunlan sect and specifically requested that piece of territory. The Yunlan sect sent personnel to inspect the area but found nothing of particular interest, thus acquiescing to the Wu family's demands. Yet, the Wu family had discovered a spiritual mine hidden within. Consequently, the other 4 major sects had mocked Yunlan sect, claiming they were blind to the riches before them. On their way to the Wu family, Ji Wushuang had inquired about numerous matters concerning the Wu family. And her ultimate goal was this. How exhilarating, too exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Wu Nong instinctively retorted, "You must be dreaming, a deluded dreamer. This is absolutely impossible." Over the past 5 centuries, the Wu family had ascended to become the foremost cultivation family in Yicheng. Intricately linked to this spiritual mine, Ji Wushuang's audacity to demand the mine outright was shameless. Unless he were to die. Ji Wushuang blinked innocently, but other forms of compensation hold little value for me. As I lack for nothing, Ji Wushuang then glanced at the array of 7th and 8th grade spiritual artifacts not far off, rendering Wu Nong speechless. Good heavens! Had the old geezers of Yunlan sect gone mad? They had spoiled this little wretch to the point where she had no idea how to be satisfied. Wu Nong's eyes turned red, for that spiritual mine was the lifeblood of the Wu family. Was she demanding that they sacrifice their entire lineage in atonement? Did she not fear divine retribution? Ji Wushuang pouted. "What? Is it my fault that your Wu family possesses nothing of value? TSK, does weakness justify your claims? Does your foulness grant you the right to be indignant?" Wu Nong. As Wu Nong appeared on the verge of explosive rage, Lian Xing, fearing he might recklessly retaliate against Ji Wushuang, hurriedly interjected. "Ahem, little Wushuang, Wu Nong is merely older. We ought to show some deference to our elders." Ji Wushuang pouted. "If that is the case, then grant us 100 years of usage rights. After a century, Yunlan sect shall return this spiritual vein to you." Had Ji Wushuang initially requested 100 years of usage rights to the spiritual vein, the Wu family would have undoubtedly refused. However, since she first proposed an even more outrageous demand and then retreated to merely requesting 100 years, this was already a stroke of fortune for the Wu family. Indeed, Wu Nong's bloodlust diminished considerably. The spiritual vein of the Wu family was substantial, and the most critical part had been concealed using secret techniques from the sect Wu Nong had belonged to in his youth. That sect had since been utterly destroyed, meaning that aside from him, no one else could access the secret techniques. The true treasures within the spiritual vein would not be pilfered by Ji Wushuang and Yunlan sect. The ancestor spoken of, naturally, referred to the formidable and ferocious Shirlei of the Great Ascension stage. Wu Nong recalled the oppressive aura of Shirlei, and after a brief hesitation, ultimately nodded in agreement. 100 years. 100 years. How many spiritual stones would they lose in that time? That Ji Wushuang was truly heartless. Wu Nong nodded, and the subsequent proceedings became far more manageable in the presence of Xingyue Daoist. Miaobi Daoist and Master Lu, both parties swore oaths and signed a contract. From this day forth, the The spiritual mind would belong to Yunlan's sect, the way of heaven's purple chi. What does it mean to kill and harm the heart? What does it mean to sever Imo Lanyi's path to seeking support? This is it. It seemed that a lifetime would not suffice to mend the rift. It was too weary to even struggle. Let it be whoever it may. Perhaps Wu Nong might even think he and Ji Wushuang were colluding to deceive for the sake of this spiritual vein. Imo Lanyi felt a surge of blood in her throat, her mind screaming in desperation. Despicable, utterly despicable. I must kill Ji Wushuang. The old ghost immortal felt a throbbing headache. You would do well to abandon any hope of forming a relationship with Wu Nong. But, unless you wish for death? Moreover, with Ji Wushuang protected by these old-timers, you are not. Wu Nong's inability to harm Ji Wushuang does not mean he cannot harm you. Before you possess the strength to confront him, it is advisable to cling tightly to the individuals of Yunlan's sect and behave submissively. However, within the depths of her intuition, matters did not seem to align as such. In her perception, Wu Nong ought to dote upon her immensely. Where had the miscalculation occurred? Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang tilted her head, batting her glistening eyes, and remarked, Imo Shiji, I am indeed thanking you. Imo Lanyi's heart seethed with outrage. Cursing, thank your entire family. She dared not even glance at Wu Nong, forcing a strained smile as she quietly positioned herself behind the four notorious villains. Little did she realize that her actions only solidified Wu Nong's conviction that Imo Lanyi, Ji Wushuang, and Yi Qian had conspired together to deceive the Wu family, all in a bid to swindle their mining rights. Very well. If this grievance remained unavenged, he, Wu Nong, would write his name backward. Chapter 61. The Legend of One Person, One Cat, and One Bird with a great appetite. The news of Ji Wushuang's shrewd acquisition of a century's worth of spirit mine extraction rights from the Wu family swiftly spread throughout Yunlan's sect. The disciples, who had previously held some reservations about Ji Wushuang, were nearly left agape in astonishment. Had the little junior sister truly become such a formidable force? She had even managed to seize control of the Wu family's mine. Oh, it was not solely the prowess of the little junior sister. Imo Shiji had also played a significant role. It was said that Imo Shiji had acted with righteous indignation, even implicating her own kin. Yet whether this was intentional or incidental remained a mystery. Imo Lanyi, with a few trusted allies within the sect, trembled with fury upon hearing these words. This was a plot to bring about her downfall. No. If this continued, a genuine rift between herself and the Wu family would ensue. The old ghost immortal, however, reminded her, rather than fixating on this, you should hasten to absorb the fortunes of Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan. With a resigned sigh, the old ghost immortal fell silent. After bidding farewell to Yu Qing, Imo Lanyi proceeded to apologize to Yi Qian, and upon witnessing the little one's pitiable demeanor, both master and disciple softened their stance. Yes, master. If your mother scolds you, do not take it to heart too much. Thank you, master and Shaji. Yet now her reputation was somewhat tarnished. It would be prudent to wait for the storm to pass before addressing it. Yes, soon as Imo Lanyi departed the sect, Ji Wushuang finally extricated herself from the clutches of Xingyue Taoist, Miaobi Taoist, Master Lu, and Chan Xuanji. The four were akin to inquisitive children, bombarding her with an unending barrage of questions. Yet, Ji Wushuang relied predominantly on her semi-saintly experience for talisman crafting. There was no explaining it to them. She could only attribute it to innate talent. The complex gazes directed at her by the four were laden with unspoken sentiments. At that moment, they all shared a singular thought. Fortunate were they to be seasoned individuals who had endured countless trials and emerged resilient. Their resolve was steadfast, lest they be disheartened by Ji Wushuang's seemingly nonchalant claim of talent, which could have rendered them unable to muster a smile for 3 days. Yet, such is the merciless nature of the great Tao. Some are endowed with extraordinary gifts, while others languish like withered wood. However, heaven too harbors envy for the talented, and the path of the great Tao is fraught with inequity. Observing Ji Wushuang's vacant aura, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, they pondered that if they were in her position, possessing such unparalleled talent yet unable to cultivate, they would likely have succumbed to despair or even harbored resentment toward existence itself. Yet Ji Wushuang remained unfazed. This fortitude left them feeling inadequate. After bidding farewell to Xingyue Taoist, Miaobi Taoist, and Master Lu, Ji Wushuang took her leave from Chan Xuanji and finally accepted Yi Qian's invitation. Preparing to divide the spirit stones, coupled with the spirit stones and the revenue from the spiritual vein that Ji Wushuang contributed, she mused that she would no longer need to worry about the sustenance for Tianyuan fruit. She first planted the silver-white spring haze beside the Tianyuan fruit before arriving at Yi Qian's cave dwelling. Little junior sister, you have arrived. Yi Shiji. I have prepared everything. Please come quickly. Yi Qian's abode exuded an ethereal elegance, creating an atmosphere that invited relaxation the moment one stepped inside. Yi Qian led her to the courtyard, which was filled with various spiritual plants, and at the center stood a small pavilion, where a wooden table was laden with exquisitely delicate pastries, with tea steaming invitingly. Jinfulu was the establishment of Jin Fushi, the steward of Hongfu Peak, and its spiritual cuisine was quite extravagant, particularly the intricately crafted pastries. Ji Wushuang did not decline Yi Qian's generous offer, saying, "You have gone to great expense, but is this not excessive? I cannot possibly consume it all." "Not at all. Jinfulu specifically prepared this banquet for you. And they even gave me a discount." Ji Wushuang could not help but chuckle. "I see. When I usually order from Jinfulu, it includes provisions for my 2 little ones as well. 2 little ones? Indeed, my cat and that bird." Ji Wushuang initially intended to say chicken but recalled the true form of Xiao Feng, deciding on bird instead. Yi Qian's eyes brightened. "Then let the little cat and little bird join us." Ji Wushuang replied, "They have quite the appetite." Yi Qian, ever generous, patted her chest. "Do not worry, little junior sister. The spirit stones from Chuanxia have already been redeemed by Beast's God Peak. They are positively ecstatic. But it's only a little cat and a little bird. How much can they eat?" Ji Wushuang, sensing the absurdity of the situation, relented. Since Yi Qian was so insistent, she prepared to let her witness the darker side of the world. She immediately conveyed to her 2 little ones, in no time. A small black cat rode atop a plump little bird, both vocalizing their respective calls of meows and chirps. Yi Qian beamed with delight. "They adore you so much, little junior sister." "How enthusiastic," Ji Wushuang interjected. "No, they are actually cursing at you." Once the 2 little ones landed, they lunged for the table, only to be restrained by Ji Wushuang, who interjected, "You haven't even greeted our hosts yet." The 2 little ones then adorably nodded at Yi Qian. "Meow, chirp." Their calls, innocent and endearing, melted Yi Qian's heart. "Hurry, take a seat. Do not be so polite." The 2 little ones obediently hopped onto the table. And then they transformed into little bandits, voraciously consuming everything in sight. Ji Wushuang could not possibly let them win. She too had a fondness for Jinfulu's pastries. Watching as 1 person, 1 cat, and 1 bird devoured all the delicacies in a whirlwind of motion, even squabbling over an extra piece, scratching and pecking at each other, left Yi Qian dumbfounded. Ji Wushuang, pressing her lips together, sternly admonished, "You two, tone it down. Yi Shiji has yet to eat." Realizing her oversight, Yi Qian stammered, "Ah, I do not require any. I can consume a fasting pill." After expressing this, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate and politely inquired, "Have you 2 eaten enough? Would you like a little more?" The little black cat and little black bird simultaneously turned their gaze toward Yi Qian. Yi Qian. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt the urge to guard her purse tightly. Chapter 62. Ultimately, it was the bird that bore the brunt of it all. The thought of clutching her purse soon dissipated for Yi Qian, for she was not a miserly person. Having offered to treat, she naturally wished to be generous. After all, without the little junior sister, she would not have earned this money. She promptly sent another message to Jinfulu and arranged for an additional feast. In the end, 1 person, 1 cat, and 1 bird all found their bellies pleasantly round, particularly the little black cat and little black bird, who sprawled languidly under the sun, their fur shining like satin. "Exceptionally beautiful." Yi Qian, unable to resist, remarked, "Little junior sister, may I pet them?" Ji Wushuang replied with a smile, "You should ask them." Ultimately, the 2 little ones eagerly extended their paws and wings to rest upon Yi Qian's hand. The little black cat remained oblivious, while the little black bird suddenly opened its eyes, staring intently at Yi Qian. Mistaking its gaze for affection, Yi Qian was overjoyed, unable to contain her excitement, and began pulling out various treats for the 2 little ones, only to be stopped by Ji Wushuang. "Do not spoil them. They are so adorable. What harm could come from a little pampering?" As Yi Qian rummaged through her belongings, she unexpectedly unearthed a jade box, which she promptly presented to Ji Wushuang, saying, "Little junior sister, this is for you." Ji Wushuang recognized the box as the apology gift from Mo Lanyi to Wu Neng. Did Shiji not open it to take a look? No, I intended to give it to you together. Although Yi Qian was soft-hearted, she remained relatively clear-headed. This gift was meant for Wu Neng, not for herself. Since it was not a genuine apology, she had no desire for it. After a brief silence, Ji Wushuang accepted the jade box and opened it. The moment she did, an aura that was all too familiar enveloped her, a scent reminiscent of the celestial realm. It seemed that Mo Lanyi's space not only contained spirit springs capable of housing living beings, but also exuded celestial energy. How remarkable! As the celestial energy dissipated, a verdant, fragrant pill lay serenely nestled within the silken fabric. Yi Qian inquired with curiosity, "A pill? What sort of pill is this?" Ji Wushuang recognized it at a glance, stating, "This is the longevity pill." Yi Qian, though not a pill master, had heard of many elixirs but had never encountered one by the name of longevity pill. "What is this longevity pill?" Ji Wushuang calmly closed the box and handed it to Yi Qian, explaining, "This pill, when consumed, grants an additional 100 years of life, regardless of one's cultivation level." Yi Qian's hands trembled as she held the box. Is this true?" "Of course." Looking at Yi Qian's trembling hands, Ji Wushuang still anxiously remarked, "Sister Yi, do hold it steady. Otherwise, it could lead to some trouble if it falls." Yi Qian tightly clutched the precious box to her chest, her expression a mix of confusion and anxiety as she said, "This is far too valuable. How could junior sister give me something so precious?" "This item was meant for Wu Neng, not for me," Ji Wushuang replied. "Although Wu Neng is at the integration stage, he has been unable to make further breakthroughs, and it seems his lifespan is nearing its end. If the Meng Lani elixir is successfully given to him, then Meng Lan Yi will indeed be a great benefactor to Wu Neng." Yi Qian remained silent. Yi Qian stared blankly at the treasure in her hands, and after a long pause, she suddenly said, "I understand now. Thank you for your reminder." Her eyes sparkled with clarity and composure. Clearly unaffected by the overwhelming opulence, Ji Wushuang smiled, rising to lift both little creatures onto her shoulders, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, sister. We shall not impose any longer. Wait, had it not been for the longevity elixir." Yi Qian would have said nothing further, but now she felt compelled to speak. Currently, Yunlan sect has seized the spiritual vein of the Wu family, and the rift between Yunlan sect and the Wu family is irreparable. Since Meng Lan Yi is a disciple of Yunlan sect, she ought not to harbor such sentiments towards the Wu family. Ji Wushuang nodded. "All right, thank you for your reminder. Please take care of yourself, as the Wu family likely harbors deep animosity towards you. Rest assured." Little Wushuang, quickly, take a look at this. Though the aura was faint, Xiao Fenglian and Xiao Baiyi both reacted with alarm. Clearly sensing its formidable presence, Ji Wushuang was taken aback as well. "Oh my, is that the aura of a ghostly immortal? Where did it come from?" "Extracted from the hands of a good person." Though Xiao Fenglian, being treated to delicacies by Yi Qian signified goodness. Thus, when it felt the ominous aura upon her touch, it instinctively pulled it out. How could there be ghostly immortal energy? Could it be that Meng Lan Yi has a ghostly immortal aiding her? Judging by the intensity of this aura, it must be from a true immortal realm. Tsk. No wonder she is the child of fortune. The questions in Ji Wushuang's heart were finally resolved. She had often wondered why Meng Lan Yi, who was impulsive and quick to anger, could consistently maintain her composure at critical moments and experience rapid growth and cultivation. Even Ji Wushuang had to admit that, in this realm, her rate of advancement was astonishing. Truly remarkable. The little black cat and the little black chicken retreated a considerable distance, huddling together and asking, "Little Wushuang, how should we deal with this?" Ji Wushuang was equally uncertain. In her past life, she would have simply dispersed it. But now, Ji Wushuang glanced at her slender hands, hesitated for a moment, and then withdrew a jade hairpin from her hair, aiming it at the ghostly immortal energy and striking with a swift motion. The ghostly immortal energy dissipated in an instant, only to coalesce again. Unscathed, Ji Wushuang, undeterred, unleashed a second strike, yet the result remained unchanged. Perhaps if she utilized her sword intent, she could disperse it, but that would risk backlash against her own body, proving to be a futile endeavor. The Wushuang, The two little creatures. The little black cat raised its paw. Agreed. Xiao Fenglian's eyes widened in disbelief. Ultimately, the trio exchanged glances, deciding that the little black chicken should conceal the ghostly immortal energy beneath its wings. After all, it had successfully hidden it en route. And neither Ji Wushuang nor the little black cat had noticed, had they? Xiao Fenglian lamented. Sigh, it's truly unfair that I, a mere bird, must bear the brunt of this. Chapter 63. The waters of the underworld sea. Once Ji Wushuang had concealed the ghostly immortal energy. She patted the little black chicken's head, her mind racing with thoughts about its origins. Like the phoenix, the dragon is merely a collective term. Dragons and phoenixes, shaped by the energies of heaven and earth, possess varied bloodlines and forms. For instance, there are fire phoenixes symbolizing life and fervor, as well as those representing destruction and demise. Generally, the energy of the deceased, especially from higher realms, tends to adversely affect those who come into contact with it. This could explain Yi Qian's sudden personality shift, as deduced by the heavenly evolution diagram. Yet, Xiao Fenglian remained completely unaffected, leading Ji Wushuang to speculate that its ancestry might trace back to the mythical nether phoenix. However, given that Yi Qian harbored ghostly immortal energy, what of second sister and Lu Xingzhou, or Lian Yuan? Might they also possess similar attributes? But since all three were currently in seclusion, Ji Wushuang could not ascertain their conditions and decided to set that inquiry aside for now. Ji Wushuang entrusted Lian Xing with the keys to the spirit lock and the 72-star evil-quelling array, imploring him to safeguard her vital treasure, the Tianyuan fruit, as she hastily packed her belongings for departure. Ji Wushuang nodded indeed. She desired to observe whether Wu Nong would take action against Meng Lan Yi and whether the heavens would strike him with lightning. If he were indeed struck, it would signify that Meng Lan Yi's fortune still held strong, and she could not move against her yet. Conversely, if he were not struck, it would indicate a decline in Meng Lan Yi's fortune, allowing her to act both openly and covertly. The heavenly Tao's purple aura responded. Duh. This little girl possesses a rather dark heart. Lian Xing frowned. Little Wushuang, should I send someone to protect you? As Lian Xing grew more familiar with Ji Wushuang, he had come to regard her as a true matriarch. Not only could she enhance the success rates of all talismans crafted by the talisman masters, but she also possessed comprehensive knowledge of ancient and modern sect traditions, including sword techniques, talisman arts, and formations, and could even transform ordinary spirit stones into capturing stones. She was not a burden left to them by the supreme ancestor, but rather a treasure bestowed upon them. Therefore, they must ensure her safety. Ji Wushuang shook her head. No need. Sending someone would only draw attention to me. It's better for me to remain unencumbered. Lian Xing, anxious, said, but what if you encounter danger alone? Ji Wushuang blinked and then, with a display of excessive confidence, produced a plethora of 7th and 8th grade spiritual artifacts from her spatial stone. Look, I have plenty of spiritual artifacts. There's no need to worry. Lian Xing. That the impoverished fool is actually me? I take my leave. Though the Mo family now languished at the bottom tier of the cultivation families, they had once thrived and, after aligning with the Wu family, their fortunes gradually improved. The Mo family resided in the city of Mo Yun, located in the Wu Yu mountain range under the Yunlan sect's jurisdiction. This region was known for its simple folk, the majority of whom were ordinary people without spiritual roots who could not cultivate, yet engaged in martial arts to strengthen their bodies. Thus, the Mo family held a position akin to that of a local tyrant. Upon Ji Wushuang's arrival in Mo Yun City with the little black cat and little black chicken, she noticed the bustling townsfolk moving about in haste. After inquiring, she learned that a celestial event was about to occur. What is this celestial event? The celestial event, Ji Wushuang murmured for a moment before suddenly laughing aloud. Ah, I understand now. Little girl, if you intend to leave, you should do so promptly. Otherwise, you may find it too late. Thank you for your reminder, but I shall stay. I am here to witness the celestial event. As I've heard, it is quite spectacular. The elder lady was momentarily speechless, both amused and exasperated. You young ones truly fear nothing, but even so, you should quickly find an inn to stay in. All right, thank you, elder. You're welcome, you're welcome. The elder lady took a liking to this polite and pretty girl, offering her many well wishes before departing. Ji Wushuang nodded and found an inn surrounded by spiritual energy. Clearly the most luxurious establishment in Mo Yun City. The innkeeper initially hesitated to attend to Ji Wushuang, seeing no spiritual energy emanating from her and observing the cat and bird accompanying her, mistakenly believing they were merely a shelter for beasts. However, upon witnessing Ji Wushuang produce a mid-grade spiritual stone, his demeanor promptly shifted. "Are you here alone, young friend?" Before Ji Wushuang could respond, the little black cat and the little black chicken shot him a look of disbelief. The innkeeper quickly corrected himself. "Ah, young friend, you are here with a cat and a chicken. Yes, this is a bird. Oh, cough cough, my apologies. Please prepare a table of spiritual delicacies for us, and also, do enlighten me about this celestial event." The innkeeper's expression faltered. Well, Ji Wushuang produced another mid-grade spiritual stone, prompting the innkeeper to smile broadly, calling for a waiter to prepare the meal while incessantly chattering away. This celestial event is a thunderstorm. After each storm, the spiritual energy in Mo Yun City becomes abundant, as if the divine spirits have descended to bestow blessings, hence it is called the celestial event. Oh, such a phenomenon exists? Why have I never heard of it before? Indeed, isn't it fascinating? However, although the spiritual energy becomes rich, compared to other places, Mo Yun City's energy is still quite impoverished, which is why it is not widely known. In essence, it is somewhat of a novelty. Haha, but certainly spectacular enough to warrant a visit. As night fell, a wild wind rose. Thunder and torrential rain arrived just as anticipated. Ji Wushuang sat quietly by the window, observing the night rain, which felt profound and intense, as if a chasm were collapsing before her. The atmosphere was dark and boundless, engulfing the heavens and earth. In addition to this, there exists an endless sense of void. Ji Wushuang furrowed her brows, extending her hand to catch the falling raindrops. In an instant, that overwhelming feeling of emptiness vanished, leaving in her palm a pool of crystal-clear spring water. Ji Wushuang's eyes gently narrowed. Could it be that she was experiencing an illusion? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily snatched up a nearby little black chicken, clamping its wings together to gather a handful of water. This time, what Ji Wushuang beheld was a pool of black water, possessing the darkest hue imaginable. Yet astonishingly clear, it resembled the night sky, gathering the stars, quietly condensed within arm's reach. Ji Wushuang had encountered this black water before, and the memory lingered vividly, for it was a rare and exquisite sight she had witnessed in her previous mundane life. The chaos of heaven and earth intertwined with the brilliance of stars converged at that very point, both splendid and resplendent, mysterious yet perilous. Unfortunately, at that time, she had been on the brink of death, with no leisure to savor the view. Noticing Ji Wushuang's unwavering gaze upon the water she cradled, Xiao Fenglian suddenly spoke. "Xiao Wushuang, what is this? Why do you look so intently?" Ji Wushuang released the chicken's wings, and the black water trickled down its feathers, transforming into ordinary rainwater upon contact with the outside world. Ji Wushuang replied with a smile. "This is the water of the underworld sea." "Xiao Fenglian, Xiao Bei?" The two little ones' feathers bristled with alarm. The water of the underworld sea was also present in their ancestral memories, but it was said to be a horrific sea water capable of corroding all things. Chapter 64. The little boy. "Oh no, little black chicken, your wings won't rot, will they?" "Squawk, Xiao Wushuang. My wings won't rot, will they?" Observing the two little ones flitting about in a panic, Ji Wushuang couldn't help but smile slightly. She raised her hand and gave each of them a reassuring pat, saying, "Rest assured, your wings will not rot. The underworld sea is not as cruel and tyrannical as the legends suggest." "Look, am I not just fine?" The two little ones paused. "Oh, right. There are many rumors in this world that diverge from the truth, and the underworld sea is no exception." Conversely, it was in her past life that Ji Wushuang had experienced the gentlest moments. For when her body sank into its depths, she felt an unprecedented warmth, as if tenderly wrapped and lulled to sleep. The little ones cautiously touched the rainwater, discovering it truly posed no danger, and then asked, "But how did the water of the underworld sea end up here?" "Yeah, that's quite strange." Just as Ji Wushuang was about to respond, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, rumbling. Ji Wushuang lifted her gaze, finding the pitch-black night sky devoid of lightning. Yet the turbulence of heaven and earth was undeniably real. The two little ones covered their ears, questioning, "How peculiar! Why do we only hear the thunder but not see any lightning?" Ji Wushuang remained silent for a moment before responding. "No, there is thunder." "Huh. Where?" "It is black lightning, fully merging with the night, which is why it remains unseen. Huh? There's black lightning? Xiao Bei racked his brain, recalling his lineage, but it seemed no mention of black lightning existed. I've seen it above the underworld sea. I can't be mistaken. Once again, with the water of the underworld sea and now black lightning. Could there be a secret here? Something related to the underworld sea? Ji Wushuang suddenly stood up, swiftly donned a waterproof raincoat, and instructed the two little ones to wait at the inn, as she needed to witness the essence of this mystery. The little ones insisted on accompanying her, but Ji Wushuang firmly said, "No one knows what lies in the depths. I possess no spiritual energy, so I will not be affected by the underworld's miasma. However, you are different. You carry the bloodline of divine beasts. It's better to be safe than sorry. You must stay here." Having spoken, she offered no opportunity for protest, leaving behind a disposable restriction array and quickly vanished into the night. As Ji Wushuang traversed the rainy night, she resembled a nimble swallow darting through a storm, gliding over the tumultuous waves until she reached the epicenter of the thunderous roar. Astonishingly, it was right in the heart of Mayun City. If memory served her correctly, this should be the residence of the Mo family. Ji Wushuang elegantly scaled the high walls, discovering the Mo residence to be exceedingly luxurious and grand, its intricate layout a veritable labyrinth for any stranger. She had not anticipated just how wealthy the Mo family truly was. Following the guidance of the thunder, Ji Wushuang advanced through numerous courtyards, ultimately arriving at the central region. However, there stood a formidable barrier, not just any ordinary obstruction, but one from the upper realm, likely crafted by that old ghostly immortal beside, Mo Lanyi. Ji Wushuang circled the barrier, ultimately discovering a means of entry. With a single step, she crossed over to another world. Inside the barrier, in stark contrast to the raging thunderstorm outside, lay an extraordinarily tranquil space. A serene little courtyard quietly nestled at the center. Surrounding it were countless exotic flowers and plants vying to bloom. This idyllic scene resembled a paradise Ji Wushuang had never envisioned. Had she misjudged her assumptions? Ji Wushuang furrowed her brow but decided to investigate further. Like a nimble cat, she approached the house and was just about to push open the door when she suddenly heard the sound of a wheelchair rolling. Creak! The window opened. Ji Wushuang met a pair of pure black, unblemished eyes, reminiscent of an eternal night sky unfurling before her. Before her stood a remarkably youthful boy, appearing around 12 or 13, his skin as white as fresh snow, with long, fluttering eyelashes that could slice through all light. His exquisitely sculpted nose was complemented by lips of a rich hue, evoking the first blush of peach blossoms in early spring. Utterly beautiful. He appeared as if he were a divine being, born from the convergence of the world's spirit, cold and ethereal, untouched by the mundane. The boy gazed intently at Ji Wushuang, seemingly appraising her, yet also filled with curiosity. Fortunate for Ji Wushuang, who was known for her thick skin, she cleared her throat and said, "Hello, little brother. I accidentally took a wrong turn and ended up here. My apologies." The boy slowly blinked, as if finally recognizing her, his lovely lips parting to reveal a voice so cool it sent shivers through her soul. "You're here?" His tone was familiar, laced with an affectionate undertone. Huh? Ji Wushuang was certain this was her first encounter with him. How could he say, "You're here?" Yet, she nodded earnestly. "Yes, I am here. You're very slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Huh? The little boy smiled faintly, his brows curving gently, inexplicably reminding Ji Wushuang of the serene, tender underworld sea she had once seen. "But it's all right. I can wait for you as long as it takes." Ji Wushuang finally understood. This child must have mistaken her for someone else. Was she deceiving him? A small pang of guilt washed over her, and just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard footsteps outside the barrier. Point 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Ji Wushuang glanced around, and the little boy suddenly grasped her hand, pulling her into the room and hiding her away. Ji Wushuang. What a curious turn of events. Moments later, 3 figures entered the courtyard, and Ji Wushuang recognized one of them, Mo Lanyi. Zhu Yan, I've come to see you. Chapter 65. Flowers, a gift for you. Beside Mo Lanyi stood 2 others, one being the Wu family's ancestor, Wu Nong, and the other a strikingly handsome young man who bore a resemblance to Mo Lanyi. Ji Wushuang surmised that he must be related by blood. As for Zhu Yan, was that the boy's name? It was quite pleasant. Mo Lanyi chuckled softly, Zhu Yan, how do you feel today? Zhu Yan's dark eyes fixed intently on Emolanyi for a moment before he replied, You're a liar. Emolanyi, expression stiffened, I did not deceive you, Zhu Yan asserted confidently. You are a liar, deceiving me. The young boy's gaze was remarkably innocent, his words simple and naive, clearly a blank slate. Wu Neng sneered coldly. Is this the person you claimed could help me enhance my talent? He is clearly a fool. Zhu Yan furrowed his delicate brow at this remark. I am not a fool. Emolanyi awkwardly chuckled, leaning closer to Zhu Yan as if soothing a child. Zhu Yan, could you give me a bit more blood? Just this once, I promise. Zhu Yan shook his head. I want to give it to you. You're a liar. Emolanyi. Seeing Emolanyi, so submissive. Wu Neng impatiently remarked, Why are you wasting words with him? Is it because of his blood? Just take it. As he spoke, he moved to take action, but Emolanyi was too late to intervene. Just as Wu Neng grasped the boy's wrist, a mysterious force erupted, spreading from Wu Neng's palm, like a dazzling flower blooming in fury, then swiftly withering away. Along with it, Wu Neng's hand also decayed. The flesh quietly melted away, and the bones silently shattered, falling to the ground, ultimately dripping into a pool of putrid liquid. Yet the boy's pitch-black eyes bore no trace of emotion, remaining as calm as ever. Ah, my hand! Wu Neng screamed in terror. My hand! My hand! Emolanyi's scalp tingled as she shouted, Quick! Chop off your arm! What? Wu Neng felt his heart tear at Emolanyi's words. What nonsense was this dog saying? If you don't do it, you will turn into a puddle of rotten water. Was the arm more important than the person? Wu Neng's scalp prickled, yet he resolutely took out his long sword from the spatial realm and decisively severed his own arm. Emolanyi rushed forward, using her light-based spiritual energy to staunch his bleeding, and offered him the life spring water to consume. The spread of death finally ceased, but the faint scent of blood lingered in the air, confirming that everything that had transpired was not a mere illusion. Once the bleeding was under control, instead of expressing gratitude towards Emolanyi, Wu Neng struck her atop her head with a slap. He harbored a thought of wanting to turn her into a pulp. This dog had mocked him time and again. If he did not kill her, no, if he did not annihilate her entire clan, he would never find peace in his heart. But then a twist of fate occurred. Emolanyi, whether by intuition or foresight, suddenly crouched down and picked up Wu Neng's half-corroded arm, flinging it towards his face. The putrid liquid splattered right into Wu Neng's nostrils. Wu Neng clutched his throat, howling in agony, his cries resonating like a beast's mournful wail before death. The rotten fluid soaked through his limbs and bones, inch by inch stripping away his skin, blood vessels, muscles, and bones. He squirmed in a grotesque manner, his fingers curling in deep agony, suffering so intensely that he even forgot he could self-detonate and obliterate the entire Emo clan. That bizarre posture, from a distance, resembled a blood-red flower blooming on the other side of the yellow springs. After the bloom, comes the withering. Once Wu Neng completely transformed into a puddle of rotten water. That water gradually turned clear like the rain outside, taking on a harmless appearance. Emo Chen stared intently at the scene before him, and after a long while, he finally spoke. Did you kill Wu Neng? Emolanyi gasped for breath, her face paled. In that moment, an extreme sense of danger had nearly boiled her very soul. In an instant, her mind went blank. Instinctively, she felt the need to save herself. Hence, she acted accordingly. Emolanyi took a deep breath, bent down, and gathered all of Wu Neng's belongings into her spatial realm, then opened her clear, bright eyes to plead with Emo Chen. Father, we do not know where Ancestor Wu has gone. One of us is in the nascent soul stage, and the other is in the Qi refinement stage. How could we possibly kill the merged stage Ancestor Wu? Wouldn't you agree? Father, once I ascertain what Ancestor Wu possesses, I shall donate everything to the Emo clan. Indeed, this was Wu Neng, the merged stage ancestor. He must possess immense wealth. Thus, the Emo clan could rise to even greater heights. Emo Chen smiled, reaching out to ruffle Emolanyi's hair. Good, is the most obedient, but what about this child? What should we do? This is too dangerous. Should we continue to let him stay in the Emo clan? Emolanyi replied earnestly. Father, Zhu Yan is a treasure. His blood can enhance a person's potential. As you are well aware, Mo Chen was taken aback. After a while he exclaimed, So it was because of him? Indeed, it was precisely because of him. Previously, regardless of how hard he trained, Imo Chin's foundation and talent only allowed him to reach the foundation building stage. It was only after Imo Lan provided him with the life spring water, claiming it to be a rare treasure, that he broke through and reached the nascent soul stage. After he attained the nascent soul stage, the Imo clan also began to flourish, so it turned out that everything was due to this child's blood? Imo Lan continued, if I am not mistaken, the phenomenon of Tianlin is also because of this child. Therefore, we must keep him. But he said you deceived him? Imo Lan shouted, I did not deceive him. He approached me of his own accord. She had encountered this boy 10 years ago, or rather, 11 years ago. He had appeared in the forest, bewildered. Countless ferocious beasts that sought to attack him had all turned into rotten water. She had been terrified, wanting to flee, yet he floated before her and asked, Is it you? At that moment, Imo Lan felt a strong instinct. If she denied it, she would likely share the same fate as those beasts. So she answered affirmatively, and he tilted his head, regarding her with a strange, suspicious, yet understanding gaze. After a while, he suddenly cut his hand and squeezed out a drop of blood for her. This drop of blood was pure and dull. Imo Lan's hair stood on end. She was reluctant to accept it. Yet the elder celestial being insisted that the energy within that drop of blood was immense, urging her to accept it. With it, they would no longer need to hoard life spring water and could reshape their spiritual roots. Imo Lan accepted that drop of blood, and with its aid, successfully reshaped her spiritual roots, surpassing her elder sister. Then she finally understood that this young boy was a treasure. She decided to keep him in the Imo clan and isolated him with restrictions from the spatial realm, preventing anyone from approaching him. After the young boy settled in, the phenomenon of Tianlin appeared in Imo Yun City, and the spiritual energy grew more abundant year by year. Although the increase was not significant, if it continued, Imo Yun City would eventually surpass Yi City. Over the span of 10 years, the young boy had never consumed anything. His appearance had not changed in the slightest. His only hobby was to admire flowers and plants, particularly the colorful, vibrant fairy flowers. Thus, Imo Lan sought various spiritual herbs for him. During this time, she had also asked Zhu Yin for blood several times. Each time she did, he became slightly weaker than before, to the point where he eventually had to sit in a wheelchair. If not for the fact that she had offended Wu Neng so gravely this time, she wouldn't have come to take his blood. But unexpectedly, it resulted in inadvertently killing Wu Neng. That's fine. After all, Wu Neng harbored deep hatred towards her. His death was for the best. Imo Lan forced a smile and said, Zhu Yin, rest well here. I will come to see you again. Zhu Yin remained silent, his eyes gently lowered, gazing at the flowers and grass on the ground, as if Imo Lan were merely a transparent person. Imo Lan did not take offense. She produced several spiritual plants for Zhu Yin and finally, with a firm bite of her lip, presented him with a 7-colored brocade flower. This was the 7-colored soul brocade, which I had expended considerable effort to obtain. I hope you like it. With that, Imo Lan gestured for Imo Chan to leave together. Once the restrictions closed again, the young boy slowly lifted his head, cradling the 7-colored brocade in his hands, wheeling his chair towards the inner chamber, and politely knocked on the door. Wu Shuang found it amusing. This was his home, yet he was knocking at the door? She opened it, ready to say something, when the young boy looked up, revealing a delicate, almost unreal beauty, with a faint smile gracing his face, his bright and earnest gaze fixed on her as he eagerly raised the 7-colored flower. A flower, for you. Chapter 66. Please guide me, little Zhu Yin. Ji Wushuang was struck by the purity and beauty of the young boy's smile, her heart fluttering. She glanced down at the little flower, which indeed boasted 7 vibrant colors, captivating in its appearance. Why give this to me? Because you like it. Ji Wushuang raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had indeed favored bright, beautiful, and innocent things in her previous life. Why? It was simply that the more one lacked something, the more one yearned for it in her past life. She had battled against heavens and earth, spilling countless blood, leaving no distinction between good and evil. Man and woman in her previous existence, she lacked nothing. Yet this was the first time someone sincerely gifted her a little flower. It was tender, pure, and full of life. Ji Wushuang decided to accept the flower. even if it had been brought by Mo Lan. Thank you. The young boy's dark eyes seemed to sparkle like stars. No need to thank. Ji Wushuang gently tucked the flower in front of her and said, Since I have accepted your flower, I will grant you one request. How about I take you to find your family? Though it had been only a few words, Ji Wushuang understood Mo Lan Yi's intentions to deceive the young boy into staying here to exploit his blood. Of course, she needed the young boy's consent. She did not wish to become like Wu Nong, a drifting dust in the world. The young boy tilted his head and suddenly extended his hand towards Ji Wushuang. I want to go with you. His fingers were slender and pale, resembling exquisite jade carved from pure snow. Indeed, the beauty of this boy was unparalleled from head to toe. Ji Wushuang chuckled softly. I won't end up like that Wu Nong, will I? The young boy replied earnestly. No. Ji Wushuang, feeling agreeable, gently grasped the young boy's fingertips. His touch was icy, akin to holding a piece of jade from a frozen river. She activated the celestial diagram, but this time, she saw not a trace of imagery. Ji Wushuang. Is the celestial diagram broken? Indeed, old antiques are not to be relied upon. You are the one that's broken. Old antique. You will turn to ashes in your lifetime. The precious treasure is still intact. The celestial diagram cursed in her heart, and Ji Wushuang paid no mind, instead widening her eyes to observe the young boy. Under her clear gaze, the young boy's cheeks gradually flushed, yet he maintained an unwavering stare, resembling a stubborn little kitten. The two individuals stared at each other for a long moment, and then Ji Wushuang suddenly inquired. Do you remember your name? Where do you live? Zhu Yin. Which Zhu? Which Yin? The Zhu from to punish, and the Yin from color. Where is your home? I don't remember. Then what do you recall? I remember that I came to find you. The young boy's tense face was filled with solemnity and seriousness, as if all he could see and think about was Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang felt inexplicably bewildered by his gaze. She was certain she did not know this strikingly beautiful child. She chuckled. Why do you keep mistaking people? First, you confused me with Mo Lan Yi, and now you've mistaken me again, Ji Wushuang. Seeing her skepticism, the boy's eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. I truly came to find you. Ji Wushuang smiled. All right then, tell me, what is my name? Zhu Yin. Ji Wushuang teased him. You see? You can't say it, which means you've mistaken me. Zhu Yin looked at her in a fluster. His clear, dark eyes seemingly filled with a profound sense of grievance. How should one describe it? It was akin to the not-so-bright little dog raised by second sister. Would it be impolite to compare such a beautiful youth to a puppy? Yet it truly seemed so. The only difference was that he lacked drooping ears and a wagging tail. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but curl her lips as she gently caressed the colorful flowers before her, finally making a decision. With her other hand, she patted his head and said, Zhu Yin, if you have nowhere to go, then come along with me. In this lifetime, she had no spirit bone, and how long she could live was uncertain. Perhaps 50 years, perhaps 60, but as long as she was alive, she would take good care of him until he found his family. Ji Wushuang smiled. I look forward to your companionship, little Zhu Yin. Oh, and I am Ji Wushuang. The name Ji Wushuang instantly illuminated the boy's eyes, like the brilliance of countless stars and the Milky Way cascading down. It gathered in the depths of his gaze. Ji Wushuang. The young boy softly murmured her name, revealing a bright, radiant, and carefree smile. Ji Wushuang. I finally found you. Chapter 67. Little Zhu Yin, you must grow tall and strong. To take little Zhu Yin away, Ji Wushuang naturally dug up all the ethereal flowers and spiritual plants in the garden. Even if these spiritual plants were intended for Mo Lan Yi, it mattered not. Once gifted to little Zhu Yin, they became his. The surrounding earth, watered, even the restrictions, Ji Wushuang spared none, packaging everything up. However, the issue was that Ji Wushuang's space was not that vast. Just then, the obedient little Zhu Yin pulled out a black ring from his bosom and said, I can store them here. Ji Wushuang assumed it to be an ordinary storage ring and patted his head. This is too small. Little Zhu Yin puffed up his cheeks. This is not small. This is a Shumi mustard seed. A Shumi mustard seed. A world in itself. Ji Wushuang stared at him in astonishment. I didn't realize you were so affluent. Little Zhu Yin's cheeks flushed slightly. If Wushuang wants it, I will give it to you. Ji Wushuang waved her hand with a smile. No, you need not give it to me. I cannot use it without spiritual energy. Little Zhu Yin nodded. Then I will give it to you when you have spiritual energy. Ji Wushuang smiled but felt reluctant to shatter the boy's goodwill, so she refrained from saying more. The two of them toiled together as little gardeners, packing everything from the yard as they dug deep. Noticing the boy's legs, which struggled to walk, Ji Wushuang paused and said, "Come, I will carry you." Little Zhu Yin stared at Ji Wushuang as if in a daze. She was puzzled. "Don't you like being carried? Shall I hold you instead?" Little Zhu Yan's ears turned red, yet he chose to obediently lie on Ji Wushuang's back, his body tense as if he were a log. Ji Wushuang chuckled. "Don't be so tense." Little Zhu Yin trembled slightly, evidently growing more anxious the more she spoke. Ji Wushuang smiled gently, teasing him. "Has no one ever carried you before?" Little Zhu Yin seemed to recall something and whispered softly. "Not exactly. Someone has carried me." "Then why are you so tense? Are you worried that I am too thin and might drop you?" "Rest assured, I won't." The young boy gazed at Ji Wushuang's ear, gently tightening his grip around her neck, his lowered eyelids revealing an incredibly tender expression. "Thank you, and no need for thanks." After they quietly slipped out of the Mo family, the sky had already darkened. Ji Wushuang curiously asked, "Is the darkening sky related to you?" Little Zhu Yin nodded. "Yes, I need to absorb nutrients to grow, so it rains." Without the darkening sky, the spiritual energy that had gradually become abundant in the Mo family would likely begin to wither away once more. Perhaps even more than before. You grow by relying on rainwater, sunlight, and dew are necessary for growth. Suppressing her amusement, Ji Wushuang stated seriously, "All right then, little Zhu Yin, you must grow tall and strong." Little Zhu Yin nodded, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. "Caw, caw, caw, little Wushuang. How could you steal someone? Meow." "Stealing people is wrong, Ji Wushuang." Stealing people? I never said anything of the sort." Ji Wushuang's lips twitched as she lightly tapped the heads of the cat and the chicken. "Stop spreading nonsense. This child has lost his family, and until he finds them, he will live with us." The cat and the chicken finally sighed in relief, glad to know she was not a kidnapper. Ji Wushuang stowed away the formation plate, noticing that the spiritual energy within it had already dwindled significantly. Once it was exhausted, this high-level formation plate would become worthless. What a pity. With little Zhu Yin unable to walk. "Do you two think you can keep up?" "Caw, caw. We can. Meow." "Absolutely. Well then, let us set off." Without waiting for dawn to break, Ji Wushuang led the two little ones. Oh no, now three little ones. On their journey home, Mo Lanyi was currently examining Wu Neng's wealth in the space, completely unaware that her true treasure had already been stolen. Wu Neng, a formidable being in the integration stage, possessed an abundance of various spirit stones. Even mountains of top-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were myriad spiritual tools, talismans, and elixirs, dazzling to behold. Wu Neng even had a spiritual treasure in his possession. Mo Lanyi murmured to herself, "No wonder they say that killing people and setting fires comes with golden rewards. If I could eliminate a few more integration stage cultivators, I would have no worries for my lifetime of cultivation." The old ghost immortal remained silent for a moment before saying, "What does that matter? It's merely a spiritual treasure. Your aspirations lie in the immortal realm." Mo Lanyi smiled. "Rest assured, senior, I will not forget my goals." Only then did the old ghost immortal relax. "As long as you understand, you should expedite your seclusion and cultivation. Recently, you have been distracted by these trivial matters. Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan have not appeared for quite some time. I wonder if they have gone into seclusion somewhere. If they complete their foundation before you, you will temporarily be unable to draw upon their fortune." "Yes, I will certainly work diligently." Mo Lanyi complied, but in her heart, she felt some disdain, because in recent days, she had made significant progress. She was now a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator, and she was confident that within 6 months, she could achieve great perfection and prepare to establish her foundation. Such talent surpassed even those with heavenly roots. Yet her immortal grandfather remained ever so anxious. What was there to worry about? Throughout her life, she had always attained what she desired, such as Wu Neng, since she could not win his favor. She could successfully take his place. What was there to fear? Even if Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan established their foundation before her, she could still continue to draw upon their fortune after establishing her own. Did they truly believe they could escape from her grasp? Although the old ghost immortal and Mo Lanyi did not share a direct soul contract, he had watched her grow up. Seeing the slight arrogance in her demeanor, he knew she had not heeded his words, which made him feel a headache coming on. Well, Given the favor of the heavenly Tao towards Imo Lanyi, even integration stage cultivators could be easily annihilated by her. And there should be little that could harm her. Furthermore, her cultivation speed was indeed impressive. Those two would certainly not surpass Imo Lanyi. He merely hoped that everything would proceed smoothly from here. Chapter 68. Little Wushuang, is this your brother? Yun Lanzong. Lian Xing was filled with questions, unable to suppress a gasp as he cautiously asked, Little Wushuang, who is this? This is little Zhu Yin. He will temporarily live with me. Is that all right? Facing Ji Wushuang's gaze, Lian Xing felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. He understood that if he were to say no, she would undoubtedly take the boy and leave immediately. Her inquiry indicated that she had not yet considered Yun Lanzong as her true home. She felt like a mere visitor, hence seeking the owner's permission. Yet she had done so much for the sect. Why did this child always seem so distant? It's fine, but this child's legs seem unable to walk. Are you sure you can take care of him alone? Lian Xing deliberated. How about I arrange for someone else to look after him? That would be better for both of you. Ji Wushuang, still a child herself, surely lacked the energy to care for another child. She shook her head. No need. I can manage. Thank you, sect leader. Very well, it is your decision. Ji Wushuang nodded slightly and glanced at Xiao Zhuyin. Signaling him to thank Lian Xing, Zhuyin immediately spoke softly. Thank you, sect master. His cool, youthful voice melted Lian Xing's heart. Ah, this child is quite polite. Ji Wushuang seemed to take the compliment personally and proudly remarked. Yes, Xiao Zhuyin is very well-mannered. This child, soft, quiet, adorable, and respectful. Although he knows nothing, he learns quickly. Like a tender sprout striving to grow. Every time she sees him, Ji Wushuang feels a peculiar softness in her heart. With Lian Xing's permission, Zhuyin stayed in Ji Wushuang's cave dwelling. Unlike Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan, who had a different treatment, he resided in the same courtyard as Ji Wushuang, separated only by a wall. This arrangement was made for better care of him. If she were to lose a single hair, they would roll up their sleeves to fight. However, the young boy seemed somewhat frail and delicate, looking quite pitiful. Not only did he share meals and living quarters with Ji Wushuang, but he also openly lived in her courtyard, where Ji Wushuang treated him with great patience, akin to how one would treat a younger brother. Given Ji Wushuang's domineering personality, was this even possible? Soda, was this child truly the younger brother of Xiao Wushuang? Oh dear, Xiao Wushuang, is this your brother? You two indeed resemble each other remarkably. Yes, it's uncanny. Come, this is a welcoming gift for your brother. The tongues of several Taoists were quite swift. Ji Wushuang barely had time to explain. Yet upon hearing that he was her brother, Zhuyin looked at her with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. His eyes sparkling like a lake filled with starlight, Ji Wushuang found herself unable to refuse. If she denied it, he would surely be saddened, wouldn't he? This is my brother, Zhuyin. Zhuyin's entire being seemed to brighten, his fair cheeks glowing with vitality, and Ji Wushuang couldn't help but smile in return. Observing this, the Taoists reached a consensus in their hearts. It seemed they would need to treat this boy well in the future to surely enhance Xiao Wushuang's favorability towards them. By the way, Xiao Wushuang, you must be unaware of the happenings between the Wu and Mo families during your extended absence. Qin Xuanji smiled gently and said, Wu Nong went to the Mo family and then mysteriously disappeared. Ji Wushuang feigned surprise. Really? Indeed. Qin Xuanji continued mysteriously, I have reliable information suggesting he might have encountered a grave incident, perhaps even fallen, as his life token shattered while at the Wu family, yet the Wu family has shown no reaction, leaving us uncertain of the truth. Nonetheless, we speculate that even if he is not dead, he is likely on the brink of death. Ji Wushuang understood the Wu family's actions. After all, a missing ancestor in the harmonization stage is far more valuable than one whose life token has shattered. If news of Wu Neng's death were to spread, the Wu family would crumble within 3 months. Therefore, Wu Neng must survive, and he must live. The Wu family also dared not provoke the Mo family, for fear of drawing unwanted attention. The Mo family thus reaped an immense benefit. One cannot help but say, heaven truly favors Mo Lanyi. Yao Tsang nodded. Regardless, Wu Neng's near-death state is advantageous. At least it poses no threat to your safety. So you need not worry, Mu Ziki added. Indeed, that's precisely the case. Qin Xuanji pouted. We had originally planned to take turns guarding you. These old fellows had also intended to seize the opportunity to seek Ji Wushuang's guidance. Only for Wu Neng to pass away at this moment. Truly a useless person. Ji Wushuang felt a bit flattered, thanking the Taoists for their concern, but she genuinely did not require it. The Taoists expressed understanding. Had they been in Ji Wushuang's position, they too would not relish seeing their old faces daily. Confirming that Ji Wushuang was unharmed, they presented gifts to little Zhu Yin and politely took their leave. If you need anything, do not hesitate to contact us. Here, take this communication talisman, it's all prepared. Just find someone to activate it when the time comes. Take care. After sending off the guests, Ji Wushuang noticed Zhu Yin gazing at her like a little puppy and couldn't help but chuckle. Little Zhu Yin, what is it? Zhu Yin's ears reddened. I can protect you. Ji Wushuang replied. Zhu Yin mustered his courage, so you need not be afraid. Ji Wushuang burst into laughter. This child was simply too adorable. She affectionately ruffled his hair, much like she did to Bai Yi and Feng Lian, enough to bring joy to Zhu Yin. Well then, thank you, our little Zhu Yin. However, this person can no longer instill fear in me, because he is already dead. Do you remember the one who was corroded by the Yin water? Upon hearing Yin water, Zhu Yin's eyes flickered momentarily, filled with a hint of guilt and fear. He worried that Ji Wushuang might despise such a version of himself, one filled with ominousness and feared by the world. Yet Ji Wushuang once more patted his head. Everything must be credited to little Zhu Yin. You are truly remarkable. Zhu Yin's ears flushed once again, his lips curving into a youthful smile filled with joy. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but reflect once more, children are indeed delightful. The lives of Ji Wushuang and Zhu Yin gradually settled into tranquility. With the mining resources from the Wu family, both the spirit-locking forbidden area and the 72-star evil extermination formation had their spirit stones secured. Thus, Ji Wushuang, along with her feline companion and chicken, all became lethargic. What was the point of going to Beast God Peak to awaken spirit beasts? A trivial gain, abandoned. What of drawing talismans for spirit beasts? A long and arduous journey, also abandoned. The two, along with the cat and the chicken, spent their days either planting flowers or trees. The trees were of the Tianyuan fruit variety, while the flowers included the mutated Chuanxia and seven-colored soul brocade, creating a serene pastoral ambience, until one day, when Ji Wushuang achieved a slight breakthrough in spirit beast talismans and decided to take Zhu Yin out to Jinfu Tower to celebrate. She happened to encounter Mo Lanyi, who had successfully advanced to the great perfection of qi refining and was preparing for further ascension. With Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan in closed-door cultivation, Mo Lanyi had enjoyed boundless glory during these past months, becoming the most dazzling presence among the current disciples. Moreover, with her advancement to the great perfection of qi refining, her reputation far surpassed that of Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan, establishing her as the foremost among the newly promoted disciples. As for Ji Wushuang, aside from her initial enlightenment, making a splash during the 10,000 Affairs Monument, and when spirit beasts fought in groups, she had subsequently neglected tasks, skipped classes, and refrained from participating in assessments. Many had already forgotten her. The two parties crossed paths at Jinfu Tower, and when Mo Lanyi caught sight of the young boy beside Ji Wushuang, her smile instantly froze, overcome with endless terror. Zhu Yin, why is Zhu Yin beside Ji Wushuang? Chapter 69. Please accept me as your disciple, senior sister. Mo senior sister, what is wrong? Mo senior sister, why are you sweating so profusely? Mo senior sister, who is that person? Why are you staring at her like that? Mo Lanyi struggled to force a smile as she addressed them. I suddenly remembered some matters I need to attend to. You all go ahead and eat. I will join you shortly. As she walked away, she silently screamed in her heart. Grandmaster, was that person Zhu Yin? The old ghost immortal replied in silence. I am uncertain. He looks like him, but feels entirely different. Could it be a twin? Not sure. Ask the Mo family. Mo Lanyi crushed a communication talisman to contact Mo Qian. Mo Qian hurriedly went to check, only to discover that the restrictions had vanished, leaving nothing behind, not even a blade of grass. In other words, Zhu Yin had also left. Mo Lanyi, furious, cursed through the communication talisman. Are all the people in the Mo family useless? They can't even keep watch over a fragile child. Of course, we must retrieve him, Mo Lanyi declared. Come over here, and bring that useless one as well. Mo Lanyi had considered that if she simply sought Ji Wushuang for the boy, Ji Wushuang would certainly refuse. Hence, she intended to play the familial card. Previously, Zhu Yin had not interacted with anyone in the Mo family due to his special and dangerous nature. One misstep, and those serving him could be corroded into a pool of stagnant water by his powers. Naturally, if those individuals learned about his uniqueness, they might attempt to deceive him for his powers. Thus, she had her legitimate sister care for Zhu Yan, since the legitimate sister was of no use now. At the main guest hall of Jinfu Tower, Ji Wushuang was serving food to little Zhu Yan while curiously extending her spiritual senses. Mo Lanyi should have seen little Zhu Yan just now. Why didn't she rush over to claim him? It seemed her impulsive nature had matured, and she had reached the great perfection of qi refining point. One must admit, Mo Lanyi was indeed exceptional. Ji Wushuang mused. With such talent, had her heart been purer and not led astray, perhaps her future achievements would be remarkable. Little Zhu Yan tilted his head in confusion. Her? Ji Wushuang nodded. Yes, Mo Lanyi. Little Zhu Yan replied with a puzzled expression. Who? Ji Wushuang, seeing little Zhu Yan's bright eyes, evidently had not remembered Mo Lanyi's name. Couldn't help but chuckle. You've been around her for so many years and still haven't remembered her name. You mean that swindler? Yes. Xiao Zhuyan spoke softly. A deceiver is a deceiver. Her talent does not belong to her. Ji Wushuang was taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao Zhuyan pointed to her own chest and replied. Her spiritual root.it was taken from someone else. Though Xiao Zhuyan's words were fragmented, Ji Wushuang managed to piece together the implications. Are you saying that Mo Lanyi's spiritual root was stolen from someone? Yes. Ji Wushuang recalled her own body, which had been rendered incapable of cultivation due to the extraction of her spiritual bone. Her masters had lamented her fate, and even in death, they still worried for her. And no wonder, she felt an immediate aversion to Mo Lanyi. It turned out she was a thief. In Ji Wushuang's eyes, stealing a spiritual root was as despicable as stealing a spiritual bone, even more contemptible than usurping one's fortune. I asked the heavenly Tao blind. How could it choose such a person as the destined child? Suddenly, Ji Wushuang remembered something and gently grasped Xiao Zhuyan's hand, frowning. So you often give her your blood to reinforce her spiritual root. Is that why you seem so weak? Looking at her hand held by Ji Wushuang, Xiao Zhuyan blinked innocently. Ji Wushuang's disdain for Mo Lanyi deepened. What a vile creature! Xiao Zhuyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, a vile creature. Ji Wushuang choked momentarily and quickly covered Xiao Zhuyan's mouth, awkwardly saying, Haha, now. Little one, let's refrain from using such language. With her fan-like lashes fluttering, Xiao Zhuyan obediently nodded. Then neither should Wushuang, Ji Wushuang. She is hardly a proper child. Yet, faced with the soft, bright gaze of the young boy, Ji Wushuang nodded, determined to set a good example. However, Xiao Zhuyan did not reveal that it was he who had willingly given his blood to Mo Lanyi, believing her to be worthy of it. Before encountering Ji Wushuang, Mo Lanyi's deceit had gone unchallenged. He thought her actions of stealing spiritual roots and usurping fortunes were justified since without a spiritual root or fortune, she could not cultivate. After meeting Ji Wushuang, he realized Mo Lanyi was not her, thus, all her actions were wrong, rendering her a complete villain. In Xiao Zhuyan's eyes, there had never been a distinction between good and evil. His sense of righteousness was solely linked to her. If she was well, then all was well. If she was not, then everything should be annihilated. Ji Wushuang, now a little wealthy lady, naturally would not hesitate to part with a few spiritual stones. However, since the Jin family was the ancestral home of Jin Fushi, she would not refuse their goodwill and said to the shopkeeper, If your master wishes to see me, let him come. The shopkeeper, perplexed, could not fathom what capability this young girl possessed to instill such trepidation in the third master, who not only entertained her with fine food and drink, but also packed some for her without stipulating any conditions unless she initiated a summons. Was this a ghost story? When third master Jin Shoshi learned that Ji Wushuang was willing to meet him, he hurried along, even checking with the shopkeeper if his attire was appropriate before entering the main guest building. The shopkeeper remarked, One might think you were going to meet your ancestors. I am Jin Shoshi, paying my respects to Miss Ji. The man before her bore a resemblance to Jin Fushi, yet due to his more prosperous life, he appeared more tender and refined. Despite being at the golden core stage, he emanated the aura of a typical wealthy gentleman. Ji Wushuang smiled. Indeed, Jin Sanshu and Jin Jishur are brothers. The name was well chosen. It was evident he was Jin Fushi's sibling, the trio of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, names that radiated cheerfulness. Upon hearing Ji Wushuang address him as Jin Sanshu, Jin Shoshi's face lit up with joy. Yes, we are all family, Ji Wushuang responded with a smile. I see that Jin Sanshu's business is thriving, but in the spirit of commerce, you should accept these spiritual stones, no? Jin Shoshi scratched his head, smiling obsequiously. No, no, please keep these spiritual delicacies for yourself. One should not benefit without merit. Seeing Ji Wushuang's calm and bright demeanor, Jin Shoshi felt compelled to confess. Well, the truth is, I have never had a talent for talisman crafting since I was young. I was utterly clueless. However, by chance, I managed to acquire some special talismans from my brother. I thought they were ordinary paper, so I secretly infused them with a bit of spiritual energy, and to my surprise, it unlocked my understanding. Talisman crafting became remarkably simple for me. Not only can I create first and second level talismans, but I can also draw third level ones. I secretly began a talisman business behind my brother's back, and made quite a fortune. When my brother discovered this, he gave me a good beating and told me it was all thanks to your assistance, and that I should be sure to express my gratitude. So, as soon as I heard you were here, I rushed over. After hearing Jin Shoshi's words, Ji Wushuang was the one left astonished. A person completely ignorant of talisman crafting could, in the blink of an eye, create third-level talismans? Could it be that this fair-skinned, plump middle-aged man was, in fact, a prodigy in talisman crafting? Seeing Ji Wushuang gaze at him with surprise, Jin Shoshi could no longer contain himself and knelt. Lifting the hem of his robe, Miss Ji, please take me as your disciple. I will work hard at talisman crafting, Ji Wushuang. Chapter 70. Xiao Wushuang, are you perhaps playing with me? Ji Wushuang never anticipated that a simple meal would lead to the emergence of a disciple, no. Rather, an older disciple. However, Ji Wushuang did not believe she had the qualifications to be a mentor, especially in the realm of talisman crafting. If it were swordsmanship, she might have felt more confident. I fear I cannot accept you. Jin Shoshi had already prepared himself for Ji Wushuang's rejection and tearfully implored, Master, I beg you, please accept me. Ever since Jin Shoshi had his epiphany, he developed an indescribable passion for talisman crafting. It felt as though he could not bear a day without drawing at least 2 talismans. Merely learning from others seemed inadequate, always leaving him with a sense of frustration. If not for this urgency, he would not have knelt before a mere child. He still had his dignity to consider. Ji Wushuang looked at the middle-aged man before her, weeping profusely, and her lips twitched in amusement. If her inadvertent actions had indeed altered Jin Shoshi's fate, then was this karmic bond something she should bear? Perhaps it was worth calculating? Pretending to assist Jin Shoshi to his feet, Ji Wushuang subtly activated the celestial diagram, gradually uncovering the entirety of Jin Shoshi's life. Oh, rather, 2 lives. Like countless others whose destinies were influenced by the chosen ones, it turned out that Jin Shoshi shared a similar fate to Lu Xingzhou, Lin Yuan, and Hua Fanyin, serving as stepping stones in her life. Yet, compared to Lu Xingzhou and Lin Yuan, Jin Shoshi's life was far simpler. He was a man of great potential in talisman crafting, destined to possess an extraordinarily terrifying talent. However, like true gold, the greater the talent, the harsher the trials one must endure. Such a genius must strive to overcome the threshold of enlightenment to truly awaken their potential. Unfortunately, in the predetermined trajectory, Jin Shoshi never reached enlightenment, as he could not withstand the repeated disappointment of being deemed a hard stone. Thus, he easily relinquished talisman crafting and lived a life of ease thanks to the Jin family's wealth. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune remained unclear. But now, with Ji Wushuang's appearance, his previously inert talismans unexpectedly ignited Jin Shoshi's potential. Thus, a new talisman prodigy was born. Ji Wushuang could only remain speechless. What on earth was happening? Watching Jin Shoshi, who seemed ready to cling to her legs and wail, Ji Wushuang fell silent for a moment before finally handing him a communication talisman. Here, activate this. Jin Shoshi still had tears on his face. What is this? It is a communication talisman from the Grand Elder of Hongfu Peak. The celestial fate Daoist Qinshuanji. Go and request her to take you as her disciple. As for Ji Wushuang herself, she truly could not do so. She was merely a half-baked talent, the Grand Elder of Hongfu Peak. The celestial fate Daoist Qinshuanji? That name, I have heard it in my brother's praises. Jin Shoshi's plump face quivered with excitement. I am unworthy, Ji Wushuang sighed. Infuse your spiritual energy, and I will speak with her. Hurry up, I have no spiritual energy. Jin Shoshi suddenly recalled the rumors about Ji Wushuang, that the last direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's master. was a waste. Good heavens, had he just committed a foolish act? Not meaning to poke at Miss G's sore spot, Jin Shoshi instantly turned timid, obediently infusing his spiritual energy, and soon the communication talisman relayed a bright, resonant voice from the other end. Xiao Wushuang. Are you looking for me? Taoist, did you not wish to find someone to discuss the path of talisman crafting? I have found a disciple for you. A flurry of sounds erupted from the communication talisman, followed by Chun Xuanji's eager voice. Is it true? Is he a genius like you? More genius than me? Where are you? I'll come right away. Ji Wushuang revealed the address, and the communication talisman was abruptly disconnected. Jin Shoshi stood there, utterly stunned, pointing at himself and stammering. Every day. A genius? Are you referring to me? Ji Wushuang nodded, suddenly recalling something and kindly advised. Your future master is an extremely fastidious beauty. You would do well to wash that snot off your face. Jin Shoshi. Flustered, Jin Shoshi hurriedly tidied himself up, only to see a stunning beauty in a crescent white long gown descending gracefully from the sky. Her beauty was as radiant as the moon, elegant and ethereal. The exquisite woman looked around anxiously, exclaiming, Xiao Wushuang, where is my dear disciple? Ji Wushuang pointed to the chubby figure with red-rimmed eyes beside her. Chun Xuanji, Xiao Wushuang, you must be jesting. This is it. Chapter 71. Your fortunate child has lost another precious gem. Ji Wushuang immediately discerned the confusion in Chen Xuanji's eyes and cleared her throat, saying, You are not mistaken. It is indeed him. Had it been anyone else, Chen Xuanji would have erupted at the suggestion of taking a middle-aged man as her disciple, especially one so greasy. Did she not despise such types? However, since it was Ji Wushuang's recommendation, she pinched her nose and prepared to test him. If he passed, she would reluctantly accept him. Yet, if he failed, even with Ji Wushuang's endorsement, she would not acknowledge him. After the assessment, Chun Xuanji discovered that Jin Shoshi's talisman skills were quite commendable. But his foundation was shaky, suggesting he relied on talent without diligent effort. Chun Xuanji herself was exceptionally gifted, yet she understood the importance of hard work. Talent without effort is akin to a towering edifice built on unstable ground. Inevitably, it will collapse. Moreover, this fellow was over 300 years old, merely a golden core cultivator and a third-level talisman master. A truly lazy disposition. Chun Xuanji did not hide her thoughts and stated candidly, his talent is indeed impressive, but at his age, to only be a third-level talisman master indicates a lack of diligence on his part. If this is his temperament, then even with exceptional talent, I will not accept him as my disciple. Jin Shoshi felt his cheeks flush crimson at Chen Xuanji's words, but did not retort, for he knew he had not persevered in the past. Indeed, his temperament had been unstable. Now, he regretted it, deeply regretted it. Ji Wushuang nodded calmly, saying, The Taoist speaks truly, but what if I told you he has been in contact with talismans for less than a year? Chen Xuanji was momentarily stunned, and on her exquisite, ethereal face, a question mark seemed to emerge. What? Ji Wushuang declared with seriousness, he should be among the first beneficiaries of the spiritless talismans I created. Since my talismans enlightened him, in less than a year, he has already become a third-level talisman master. With such talent, I believe he may one day become another talisman master of our Yunlan sect. Chen Xuanji finally grasped Ji Wushuang's meaning and grasped Jin Shoshi's hand tightly. You've been practicing talismans for less than a year. Jin Shoshi's chubby cheeks trembled. Yes, it has not yet been a year. Clueless. Chen Xuanji, like a fierce eagle, was infuriated. How could your family be so foolish with such talent? Why didn't you start studying talismans earlier? How frustrating. If Jin Shoshi had diligently practiced talismans from a young age, he surely would not be merely a third-level talisman master now, Jin Shoshi stammered. I don't know why. I simply couldn't understand talismans before. It was only after receiving Ji Gongju's talismans that I accidentally grasped the essence. Alas, I realized too late. Is it too late now? Ji Wushuang smiled warmly. This may well be heaven's test for you. Merely 300 years old. Golden core cultivators have a lifespan of 500 years. If you cultivate earnestly, in the future, you'll bear offspring and transform your spirit. Life is long. It is never too late. Chen Xuanji wholeheartedly agreed. You need not worry. Under my guidance, I will ensure you undergo a transformation and reach the pinnacle of your abilities. Jin Shoshi was moved to tears. Really? Is that true? Of course. Now kneel and pay your respects. Yes, yes, master. Please accept your disciple's bow. Jin Shoshi respectfully knelt before Chen Xuanji, bowing 3 times. At last, Chen Xuanji was pleased. She waved her hand and pulled Jin Shoshi close, turning to Ji Wushuang. Xiao Zhu. Cough, Xiao Wushuang. Consider this a significant favor I owe you. Ji Wushuang waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. Let us go then. Observing the burgeoning fortune emanating from Jin Shoshi's brow, Ji Wushuang felt an immense sense of joy, not forgetting to tease the Taoist essence within her. What do you think? Your fortunate child has lost another precious gem. Taoist essence. As long as I continue to feign ignorance, Ji Wushuang will not direct her ire towards me. Meanwhile, Imo Lanyi, having concluded her communications with the Imo family, found herself once again standing in front of Jin Fu building. Unexpectedly witnessing a cloud of auspicious mist parting the skies, it was Chan Xuanji, resembling a celestial maiden, whisking away a plump young man. In that moment, a profound sense of loss washed over Imo Lanyi, as if something had slipped away from her grasp. Seeing Imo Lanyi staring intently at the sky, the old ghost immortal followed her gaze, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that a person with talisman energy? Talisman energy? What is that?" Much like the innate Tao body, innate sword bone, and innate wood body, it is a person destined from birth to forge a path in the realm of talismans, capable of attaining sanctity through talismans. I never expected that in this humble lower realm, such a genius could exist. Is it not really that impressive? You arrived a little late. It is evident that his talisman energy has only just awakened. Had you come earlier, we might have devised a plan to steal that energy. What a pity. Upon hearing that this was something that should have belonged to her, Mo Lanyi's heart ached as though it were bleeding. It felt as if she had once possessed it, only to lose it again. Mo Lanyi was infuriated by Ji Wushuang's gaze, which seemed to pierce through her very soul, almost as if it were saying, "Mo Lanyi, cease your longing. No matter how much you desire it, what does not belong to you can never be yours." Fuming, she retorted, "What are you staring at?" Ji Wushuang replied nonchalantly, "Make way for the dog blocking the road." Only then did Imo Lanyi realize she was obstructing the entrance to Jin Fu building. How dare she, to insult her as a dog? You. Enough. Please move aside. Ji Wushuang pushed Zhu Yin past Imo Lanyi, who suddenly called out, "Ji Wushuang, what are your intentions in abducting my intellectually challenged brother? Return him to me." Ignoring Imo Lanyi, Ji Wushuang mounted a white crane with little Zhu Yin and departed gracefully. Imo Lanyi chased after them for several steps, shouting about returning her brother and pleading that Ji Wushuang not harm him, her face awash with deep concern and tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, the newly initiated disciples of Yunlan's sect emerged from Jin Fu building after their spiritual meal. Hearing Imo Lanyi's cries, they hurried over, asking, "Sister Imo, didn't you say you had something to attend to? What has happened?" With red-rimmed eyes, Imo Lanyi replied, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, I had to leave abruptly today because my father sent a message saying my intellectually challenged brother has been abducted." "What? How outrageous! Who dares to abduct your brother?" "We, the disciples of Yunlan, are not to be trifled with." Imo Lanyi sniffled and said, "I am not certain, but just now, I saw a boy resembling my brother near Ji Shimi. My brother has difficulty speaking and cannot walk properly. His health is poor. You know the conflict between me and Ji Shimi. I fear that she intentionally took my brother because of that. I am truly worried." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, igniting a sense of righteous indignation among the passionate youths. "Sister Imo, do not fear. We will seek justice from the sect leader. Indeed, if Ji Wushuang has truly taken your brother, we will ensure justice is served. Yes, the sect will not stand by idly." Chapter 72. Let us go. Support our Xiao Wushuang. Zhu Yin is her little brother. No one shall take him from her. She mused that it might be a bit challenging to create a spirit beast talisman on her own. Perhaps Chen Xuanji and Jin Shoshi could accomplish it, with successors on the horizon. Ji Wushuang resolutely shifted the responsibility onto them. In the days that followed, Ji Wushuang indulged in her meals and leisurely interacted with her kittens, chicks, and little Zhu Yin, living joyfully. Until one day, she sensed 2 auras emanating from the neighboring cave, indicating successful foundational cultivation. Ji Wushuang smiled, noting that Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan seemed to be doing quite well. Although it took them several months to establish their foundation, it appeared they had not consumed foundation-building pills. This natural foundation would pave a smoother path for their future endeavors. Ji Wushuang conveyed the delightful news to their master, Yu Jian Daoren Yaosong and Huanglong Daoren Muziki, who both beamed with joy. These two mischievous youngsters have successfully established their foundation so smoothly. Indeed, being by the side of Xiao Wushuang is undoubtedly the wisest choice, isn't it? The two wished to visit Ji Wushuang to express their gratitude. But she graciously declined, as Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan were still solidifying their cultivation. They must fully stabilize before emerging. Yao Tsong and Mu Ziki. In truth, they merely sought an excuse to bask in Ji Wushuang's presence. The news of Ji Wushuang finding an exceptionally talented disciple for Chen Xuanji had already spread throughout the ears of all the Taoists. Previously, they had perceived Chen Xuanji as aloof and unassuming, disinterested in competition or ostentation, a fairy-like figure who roamed freely. What nonsense! That woman has impossibly high standards. She wouldn't even look at ordinary individuals. Thus, after much deliberation and with Ji Wushuang's assistance, she managed to find a prodigious talent who became a third-level talisman master within a year. How could she not boast about such a divine stroke of luck? Every day, she flaunts it. The Taoists from other peaks were seething with jealousy. How outrageous! Was it merely a stroke of good fortune from Xiao Wushuang that they sought to share in? They too wished to partake in the glory. Unfortunately, Ji Wushuang seemed to see through their intentions and coldly rejected them. Once the communication talisman was severed, the other Taoists, having received the news, clamored, "How about us? Can we go over? Is it permissible? I also wish to pay a visit to Xiao Wushuang. Let us go together." Yao Tsong retorted with annoyance. "Go, go, go. Off you all go." Xiao Wushuang said, "My disciple isn't out yet, so we cannot visit for now." The other Taoists grumbled and dispersed in disappointment. They had come to Yao Tsong seeking a reason to establish a connection with Xiao Wushuang, not to witness the aging faces of Yao Tsong and Mu Ziki. "Farewell, Yao Tsong and Mu Ziki. Doth these old fools come here to sip their spirit tea and nibble on their spirit fruits, then scamper off without a care? How scandalous! How wonderful, how wonderful, Dada. No, no, I misspoke. It is unfortunate, unfortunate. Someone is seeking trouble with Xiao Wushuang, and we can justifiably lend her our support. Mu Ziki, would you care to listen to the nonsense you are all spouting?" Yao Tsong furrowed his brows. "What is it? Isn't Xiao Wushuang still at Zhuxing Peak, not having gone out? Who dares to cause her trouble?" The one who laughed the most brightly, or rather, the one most eager to support Ji Wushuang, was a burly middle-aged man with a face full of stubble, resembling a rugged hero. He was none other than the supreme elder of the Forging Peak, Lai Yang Daoren Luo Zhuyang. Initially, Luo Zhuyang felt indifferent toward Ji Wushuang, who had been making waves in the sect, neither favorably nor unfavorably. As a blacksmith, his passion lay solely in his craft. Even during the recent recruitment, Forging Peak had not sent anyone to participate. However, while he might disregard others, he was particularly concerned about Chen Xuanji, as he had always viewed her as his lifelong rival. He must surpass her professionally, even if they belonged to entirely different fields. Yet, this inexplicable desire to compete had persisted for countless years since their acquaintance, and no matter how hard Luo Zhuyang tried, he always seemed to lag slightly behind Chen Xuanji, which infuriated him. But there was one thing. Luo Zhuyang had an exceptional disciple. A century ago, while traveling, he encountered a prodigious talent with unique flames and took her as his personal disciple. This had brought him considerable pride before Chen Xuanji. Upon learning that Chen Xuanji had acquired an extraordinary genius from Ji Wushuang, Luo Zhuyang could no longer sit still. He hurriedly rushed out, eager to meet Ji Wushuang and assess the reliability of this prodigy. However, Ji Wushuang refused to meet anyone. He had initially thought, given his position in the sect, that it would be easy to meet anyone he wished. Yet upon inquiry, he realized it truly wasn't that simple. Ji Wushuang had brushed him off, leaving him utterly powerless. Finally, when an oblivious fool dared to seek trouble with Ji Wushuang, was that not the perfect opportunity for him to make his move? Luo Zhuyang brandished his signature meteor hammer, grinning widely as he declared, "Let us go. We will support our Xiao Wushuang." Chapter 73. The Taoists who bring trouble at Zhuxing Peak. Lian Xing observed the indignant disciples before him with a faint smile, finding the situation rather amusing. Having served as the sect leader for many years and having taught numerous new disciples, he had never witnessed such unity among them. After all, those who entered Yunlan's sect were all proud and ambitious individuals, Who would willingly lower themselves for another, especially to band together in support of a single person? If there were no ulterior motives, Lian Xing would gladly turn his name upside down. Nonetheless, it was beneficial for these proud young talents to receive a lesson. To understand the world's treachery, Lian Xing smiled warmly and inquired, "Speak, you claim Ji Wushuang is guilty of heinous crimes, deserving of punishment, but do you possess evidence? Of course. Where is it? As long as the sect leader does not shield Ji Wushuang and is willing to handle matters fairly, we shall present both witnesses and evidence forthwith." Lian Xing, unfazed by their doubts, continued to smile and countered, setting a trap for these younglings. "And if, upon investigation, it is determined that Ji Wushuang has committed no wrongdoing, how will you respond?" The disciples declared their willingness to take responsibility. Indeed, they were ready to bear the consequences. Just as Lian Xing was about to speak, a clear voice interrupted. "Very well, if upon investigation it is confirmed that I am blameless, you shall serve me for 3 years. What is this? Moreover, why does the little ancestor gaze at these 8 or 9 disciples with an expression akin to that of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey?" Ji Wushuang regarded the youth before her, who was handsome and possessed an extraordinary aura. Although he was a new disciple this year, his actual cultivation level was already at the mid-foundation stage. His brow radiated brilliance, indicating a flourishing destiny, a singular spiritual root seemingly protected by a secret method, which not only shielded him but also concealed his true strength from being discerned. In a wonder, he was clearly on par with Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan. Yet he had not absorbed fortune nor been influenced by the likes of Sister Yi Qian. However, Ji Wushuang could not discern the specifics of this secret method and thus asked, "Very well. But what is your name, and which peak do you belong to?" The youth stood tall and replied, "I am Shecheng from Luoyu Peak." Luoyu Peak? Within Yunlan sect, where combat is revered. It is indeed the foremost peak. This young man, so carefree and uninhibited, must hold a significant position there. "Who is your master?" "My master is none other than the peak master of Luoyu Peak, the illustrious fairy Luo He, Song Dan Feng Dao." Seeing Ji Wushuang remain unfazed, seemingly in complete control, Shecheng's disdain for her grew even stronger. This fellow surely believed himself to be the sect leader's disciple, thinking he could act with impunity within the sect, right? "Humph, Shecheng," Lian Xing announced, "you may summon your witnesses and evidence." Shecheng nodded, his youthful face radiating the unique vigor of youth. He not only showed no fear of Lian Xing but seemed to carry a sense of command. "Very well. But before that, Ji Wushuang should hand over the person in question." "Lian Xing? Who?" "Shecheng, that little fool. What was his name?" "Zhu Yan." Ji Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. She could tolerate provocations from the likes of Emolanyi, but would never allow them to refer to Zhu Yan as a fool. However, this brat's surname was sure, if she guessed correctly, he should be a descendant of the little stone. She couldn't deal with this brat. But could she not report him? Ji Wushuang decisively produced a communication talisman and handed it to Lian Xing. Upon seeing the talisman, Lian Xing was taken aback. Was this not the exclusive talisman of the ancestors? Children quarrel like this, playing on such a grand scale. Ji Wushuang's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Lian Xing, who could only clear his throat and activate the communication talisman. After a brief, secret conversation, Ji Wushuang heard Lian Xing's voice relay. "Xiao Wushuang, the ancestor has stated that you may strike the child freely without hesitation. He shall arrive shortly." "Oh, then I shall not hold back." Shecheng, still oblivious to the impending danger, continued to demand Ji Wushuang to bring out Zhu Yan. What awaited him was Ji Wushuang's sudden, almost instantaneous punch. Bang! The girl's fist, seemingly light as a feather, sent Shecheng flying 10 zhang away. Her clear voice rang out, unhurried. Article 3656 of the Yunlan Disciples Code states that disciples who speak ill may be punished. Shecheng's front teeth loosened, and blood gushed from his nose. He had never anticipated Ji Wushuang would strike, and so fiercely. Moreover, she had yet to activate her spirit. On the surface, he appeared to be at the 10th level of qi refinement. But his true strength was at the foundation level. How could he have been sent flying by her single punch? Ambush. You lack martial ethics, and what have I done to deserve such slander? Ji Wushuang retracted her fist. Little Zhu Yin is not a fool. Your baseless slander constitutes a transgression. Furthermore, this is not an ambush. It is merely a matter of skill. Shecheng bristled like an agitated lion. I refuse to accept this. Zhu Yin is a fool. That was clearly stated by Sister Imo. If you refuse to accept this, come again, and I shall beat you until you do. How infuriating! As Shurching charged forward once more. It was evident that he was exerting himself with considerable force, prompting the other disciples to silently rally behind him. They were well aware of Shurching's prowess. Despite being at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he had the ability to teach a lesson to those who had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, or even the early stages of foundation establishment. In their eyes, he was undoubtedly a formidable warrior. Yet, this very champion found himself utterly defenseless against Ji Wushuang's relentless blows. Initially, Shurching endured the onslaught, but soon he was reduced to cries for mercy. This lamentation was not born of pain, but rather from the shame of his own inadequacy. In simpler terms, he felt utterly humiliated. How could this be? He was clearly a foundation establishment practitioner, yet he was unable to best an ordinary individual. It was a disgrace of the highest order. Ultimately, Shurching had no choice but to yield. Stop hitting me. Do you recognize your mistake? I understand, I shouldn't curse at others. Very well. Ji Wushuang nodded in satisfaction and said, Wait here. I will summon Zhu Yin. You should also bring forth your witnesses. Shurching covered his bruised face, his heart boiling with indignation. How could he be compelled to call out for assistance like this? Ji Wushuang's eyes narrowed dangerously as she inquired. What? Can you not comprehend human speech? Shurching. I'm scared. I'm scared. By the time Ji Wushuang pushed Zhu Yin forward, the witnesses from the Imo family had already arrived. Imo Chun, the head of the Imo family, and Imo Lanxin, the eldest daughter. To Ji Wushuang's astonishment, Imo Lan Yi was absent. It seemed she was increasingly adept at avoiding danger, perhaps fearing that Zhu Yin might unleash fury and incinerate everyone present. Lian Xing spoke up. Speak up, present your evidence and testimonies. Although Imo Chun had been bolstered by Zhu Yin's blood and possessed strength surpassing that of an ordinary nascent soul practitioner, he appeared as insignificant as an ant in front of Lian Xing. Lian Xing continued, You claim to have raised this child for 10 years. Do you have any evidence? Why does he not even glance in your direction? Imo Chun replied, That is because this child has some intellectual challenges and is not fond of speaking. As for evidence, he shot a glance at Imo Lanxin, who understood his cue and approached slowly, whispering Zhu Yin, Do you still recognize me? Upon hearing Imo Lanxin's voice, Zhu Yin lifted his gaze slightly to acknowledge her. Although Imo Lanxin and Imo Lan Yi shared similar names, their appearances could not have been more different. In comparison to Imo Lan Yi, Imo Lanxin resembled mere mud on the ground. Her face bore grotesque scars. With hardly a patch of unblemished skin, her voice rough and grating, and she walked with a pronounced limp, her breathing akin to a wheezing bellows. She seemed like a mere shell of a person. Her vitality slowly withering away. Zhu Yin's expression remained unchanged as he nodded gently, indicating that he still recognized Imo Lanxin, for she had devoted many years to caring for him and his plants. Seeing Zhu Yin respond, Imo Lanxin finally exhaled in relief, while Imo Chun displayed a triumphant smile, saying, See, the little one did not lie. Ji Wushuang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Shurching, do you know who I am? Shurching was taken aback. Of course I know you. The villainous Ji Wushuang had just delivered a thorough beating to him. There was no way he could forget her. Ji Wushuang sneered, Oh, then I will say that you are my grandson. Shurching, flustered and agitated, retorted, Why do you insult me? I merely recognize you. It's not, yes. Simply recognizing someone does not establish any connection. Imo Lanxin steeled herself, raising her hand to the heavens in oath, Imo Lanxin, swear by my soul to the heavens that I have devoted myself entirely to caring for Zhu Yin for 10 years, treating him as my own brother, without a hint of negligence. If I speak a single word of falsehood, may thunder strike me, may my soul perish, and may I never attain rebirth. As she spoke, tears welled in Imo Lanxin's eyes as she gazed at Ji Wushuang. Lady Ji, please return Zhu Yin to me. I truly cannot bear to be apart from him. If Zhu Yin were to be lost, her mother would be left with no recourse but death, while her own demise might not matter. She could not bear to see her mother meet such a fate. Ji Wushuang clicked her tongue, unable to deny that Imo Lan Yi was indeed ruthless. She had devised such a scheme, uttering half-truths while cleverly exploiting the loopholes in the heavenly oath. It was utterly despicable. If Zhu Yin were truly a mute simpleton, he would have been entirely at Imo Lan Yi's mercy, yet he was not. Ji Wushuang smirked coldly, fixing her gaze on Imo Lanqin. Why do you not speak the whole truth? Imo Lanqin's heart sank, and she listened as Ji Wushuang continued. Your diligent and meticulous care for Zhu Yin is because he has brought immense benefits to your Imo family. Thus, he is not your brother but rather a distinguished guest, a benefactor of your clan. Imo Lanqin's temples began to bead with cold sweat as Ji Wushuang's piercing gaze sent chills through her. Now, repeat what I just said. Imo Lanqin trembled all over, clenching her fists as if she had finally made a resolution. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Wushuang interrupted her. Oh, do not use your own oath. Use the oath of your blood relatives, for instance, your mother? Imo Lanqin looked up, flustered and filled with malice, fixing her gaze fiercely on Ji Wushuang, as if questioning, why must you force me so? Why? Ji Wushuang scoffed, then turned her attention to Imo Chen. Oh, I suddenly feel that it would be better for the head of the Imo family to take the oath. Come now, Imo Chen, repeat my oath. If you have any ulterior motives regarding Zhu Yin, may you be struck by 5 thunders, your soul extinguished, and may you never attain rebirth. How outrageous! A mere waste without spiritual awakening dared to compel him, a nascent soul practitioner, to take an oath? Who do you think you are, a commoner forcing a nascent soul practitioner to swear by their soul? This is Yunlan sect. Ji Wushuang is a direct disciple of Yunlan sect. A voice, thunderous and furious, erupted. The fierce breath of flames swept into the hall, akin to an invisible heat wave, causing the blood within to boil, as if the very soul were on the verge of escape. Luo Zhuoyang strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Stepping beside Ji Wushuang, his gaze blazing. Little Wushuang, do not fear. Uncle Luo is here to back you up. Imo Chen staggered, his insides racked with pain, spitting blood repeatedly, yet he found a reason to excuse himself, forcefully injuring himself further to feign grievous harm, crying out in despair. Are you so brazenly bullying us in Yunlan sect? Luo Zhuoyang, oblivious to the trap laid before him, believed he was providing support to Ji Wushuang, and was exceedingly pleased. Stop the nonsense. Will you take the oath or not? If you refuse, it is evident you have a guilty conscience. Imo Chen, increasingly wounded, wept more mournfully. Yunlan sect is utterly shameless. How intolerable. Silently observing Luo Zhuoyang's blundering assistance to Ji Wushuang. This Taoist, I truly thank you. Chapter 74. It turns out that the little junior sister is the gentlest and most tender-hearted person in the entire sect. Luo Zhuoyang, unaware of the scorn directed at him by Ji Wushuang, stood tall as he met her clear gaze, puffing out his chest and declaring, Little Wushuang, rest assured, I am here. Mo Chen glared at Ji Wushuang with resentment, declaring, if this continues, you shall meet a most unfortunate end. Your Yunlan sect will also be utterly disgraced. These words were not merely an insult directed at Ji Wushuang, but rather a curse upon the Yunlan sect itself. The implication was clear. If Yunlan sect continued to indiscriminately favor its disciples, it would inevitably face the scorn of the world. Ji Wushuang suddenly laughed, producing a spirit stone from her robe, and remarked, since your Imo family refuses to heed the warnings, I shall oblige you. Master, kindly send word to the Wu family in Yicheng, stating that there may be news regarding Wu Nong. Upon hearing the name Wu Nong, Imo Chen's very soul trembled. She knew of Wu Nong's whereabouts. Could it be that Zhu Yin had informed her? Or perhaps what she held was something capable of revealing the truth? Imo Chen fixed her gaze intently upon the stone in Ji Wushuang's hand, realizing it was merely an ordinary spirit stone, albeit adorned with bizarre carvings, and she sighed in relief. What are you prattling on about? We are discussing my adopted son. I shall reiterate. Zhu Yin is not your adopted son, though not assume that because he is taciturn, we can be so shameless to ask for whether I am digressing. You will soon find out. Oh, by the way, do you know what this is? What? This is a recording stone. Absurd. This is merely an ordinary spirit stone. Do you not believe me? Then take a look for yourself. Ji Wushuang said, handing the spirit stone to Zhu Yin, who obediently activated it, revealing a scene of Shicheng being beaten just moments ago. Shicheng. Do not play it. Do not play it. I will be utterly humiliated for the rest of my life. Have you seen clearly now? Ji Wushuang regarded the terrified expression on Imo Chen's face with a smile that was not quite a smile. This contraption, she said, was crafted by the elder of my Yunlan sect during a moment of leisure. Upon meeting Zhu Yin, I learned that during his years as a guest in the Mo family, they had failed to repay him the spiritual stones owed. Naturally, I was incensed and specifically requested the elder to create a batch of recording stones for him, intended for the collection of evidence. How fortuitous it is that we inadvertently captured some intriguing footage. It is truly terrifying, though I wonder if you would like to see it as she spoke. Ji Wushuang produced an artificial recording stone and handed it to Zhu Yin. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yin activated it, and the images that emerged were all too familiar to Mo Chen. They depicted the very courtyard that had imprisoned Zhu Yin. Every flower, blade of grass, stone, and tree was rendered with stunning clarity. Ji Wushuang gazed at the images with a smile, remarking, it appears to be a veritable paradise. I wonder who shall come to visit Zhu Yin next? Oh, do you hear that thunder? It seems to be emanating from the recording. Mo Chen fixated on the images, his heart racing with madness. This was undoubtedly the Mo family's courtyard. There could be no mistake. Zhu Yin had never been a fool. He had secretly recorded everything within the courtyard using the recording stones. But had he captured the moment of Wu Neng's demise? Did he? If so, the Mo family would be doomed. No, it must not have been recorded. If it had, why had they not made it public by now? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, and then he heard his daughter's voice emanating from the recording. Zhu Yin, I have come to see you. Then Mo Chen beheld the faces of himself, Mo Lanyi, and Wu Nengdai in the recording. Mo Lanyi was laughing lightly, saying, Zhu Yin, how do you feel today? I did not deceive you. You are a liar, deceiving me. The subsequent images were obscured from view as Mo Chen suddenly surged forward, snatching the recording stone and shattering it with a fierce crash. His fierce demeanor belied the grievous injuries he had sustained. Ji Wushuang, witnessing this, smiled and said, smash it all you like. It matters not. The sect dotes on me, and thus we possess an abundance of recording stones. She then produced a large handful of recording stones from the air. Beaming, you may break as many as you wish if this matter does not spread throughout the world. If it is not witnessed by every member of the Wu family, that would be my dereliction of duty. Mo Chen gazed upon the pile of recording stones, akin to a small mountain, wishing he could faint on the spot. What sort of madness was this Yunlan sect? Why would they provide such precious recording stones to a worthless individual like Ji Wushuang? Realizing that if he did not swiftly kneel and admit fault, the Mo family would be finished, he quickly uttered, I am sorry. It is our Mo family that was in the wrong. Ji Wushuang chuckled lightly. Oh, and where exactly did you go astray? It was our Mo family's mistake. Zhu Yin is indeed not our adopted son, but rather a guest we invited, as we did not wish for him to leave the Mo family. Which is why we spoke falsehoods, and what else? Mo Chen was momentarily at a loss. What more was there? I mentioned earlier that Zhu Yin has worked as your guest for so many years. Yet you have compensated him not a single coin. You do not intend to renege on that, do you? Mo Chen understood that Ji Wushuang would undoubtedly demand a steep price, and they would have to pay it, whether they wished to or not. Yes, we shall certainly compensate Zhu Yin. And what else? Why is there more? Ji Wushuang rolled her eyes. Your daughter, Mo Lanyi, spewed venomous words, and with a mere flick of her tongue. Zhu Yin became your adopted son? Is that not an ill omen? Zhu Yin would surely be haunted by nightmares of revulsion. Is there no need for compensation? Mo Chen was forced to relent. We will compensate. We shall. And what else? Why is there still more? Ji Wushuang sneered, grabbing hold of the battered Shecheng. Our senior brother Shi has been reduced to this state. Do you not owe him compensation? Mo Chen. If his memory served correctly, the first recording stone had captured the incident in clear detail, revealing that it was Ji Wushuang who had struck him. Why should they be liable for damages? Ji Wushuang narrowed her eyes slightly. If it were not for that fool Mo Lanyi inciting discord, insulting me and Zhu Yin, and deceiving senior brother Shi and the others, who are all amiable and kind, how could they have come to trouble me? Had they not troubled me, I would not have struck them. If I had not struck them, they would not have lost face. Is that not worth your compensation? Shecheng and the others gazed at Ji Wushuang with profound gratitude. After Mo Chen revealed the truth, they felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground in embarrassment. They had never anticipated that the reality of the situation would be so mocking. They had accused Ji Wushuang of abducting their foolish brother, when in fact she was merely a guest of the Mo family. They had bullied this guest, believing her to be mute and simple-minded. attempting to exploit her. How utterly shameless. And now she had come to their aid, demanding compensation on their behalf. They realized Ji Wushuang was truly the gentlest and most compassionate person in the entire sect. They would remember this kindness and repay it manifold in the future. Chapter 75. A Wicked Heart Revealed. Imo Chen cursed Ji Wushuang, the bandit, 1,000 times in his heart, yet he still readily accepted all blame. The truth is, my daughter was unaware. It was I who informed her that Zhu Yin was my adopted son. That is why she was misled. As for the unintended involvement of you gallant heroes, I will ensure compensation. And what else? Imo Chen's ingratiating expression nearly faltered. Gritting his teeth, he said, I beseech you, Ji Xiaoyu, to be explicit. Ahaha, Ji Wushuang scoffed. Do you truly believe that by slandering me, you can escape unscathed? Imo Chen trembled all over. I beg for your forgiveness, Xiaoyu. Ji Wushuang readily replied. If you wish for my forgiveness, it can be granted. Before Imo Chen could feel relieved, Ji Wushuang suddenly twirled her sword, producing a peachwood sword from seemingly nowhere, and declared, I shall not be overly demanding. Simply accept a single strike from me, and I shall forgive you. Imo Chen's heart swelled with joy. A mere sword strike from Ji Wushuang, a seemingly powerless individual, could not possibly harm him. Without hesitation, he agreed. Very well. Ji Wushuang smiled subtly, and no one could discern how she moved. Her actions were so gentle, graceful, and simple. Yet after the strike, Imo Chen suddenly convulsed and collapsed. Almost immediately, he felt an unparalleled agony radiating from his abdomen. Intense, terrifying, and unstoppable. Ah, ah, ah. Imo Chen knelt on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, and then he felt his yuan in cultivation begin to collapse and regress. Step by step, he withered away, as if all his essence had been drained from him. Adopt my cultivation. My cultivation. Ji Wushuang sheathed her sword and said coolly, All right, I have now forgiven you. All present were taken aback by Ji Wushuang's ruthless display. She had crippled a Yuan Ying with a single strike? Was she not without cultivation? Only Zhu Yan's eyes sparkled with understanding. He knew that Ji Wushuang had not acted out of vengeance, but rather to repay the debt Imo Chen owed him. For Imo Chen had forcibly enhanced his talent and physique using Zhu Yan's blood. He regarded Ji Wushuang with admiration and joy, feeling that she was just as she had always been, impetuous and just in her vendettas. It was the very image he had always aspired to. Ji Wushuang observed the cracks forming on the wooden sword and pouted in dismay as she stowed it away. You may leave now. Imo Chen glared at Ji Wushuang, as though he loathed her and the individuals backing her. After all, to Imo Chen, how could a mere ordinary person wielding an ordinary wooden sword possibly incapacitate him with a single blow? Surely, it was someone behind her who had struck in secret. Was it that bearded man? Or Lian Xing? How despicable! What a base and shameless sect, the Yunlan sect. Coincidentally, after the initial shock, others shared Imo Chen's sentiments. Surely, a formidable figure had aided Ji Wushuang from the shadows, the disciples. We cannot provoke them. Lian Xing and Luo Zhuyang. Who robbed him of the chance to strike. Especially Luo Zhuyang, irate, feeling he had lost a golden opportunity to earn favor. Imo Chen struggled several times to rise, only to find himself utterly drained of strength. He turned to the seemingly dazed Imo Lanyi, cursing, You fool! Come help me up, you wretched creature. I should have strangled you the moment you were born. With this reminder, everyone recalled the presence of Imo Lanyi, who had forged the false documents. She lowered her head and hurried to Imo Chen's side, but as she reached out to assist him, he struck her face with a resounding slap. Useless. I should have killed you. It is all your fault. Though Imo Chen's cultivation had been shattered by Ji Wushuang's strike, he still had the strength to hit Imo Lanyi. She bore the humiliation in silence, having seemingly endured this 1,000 times before, as she silently helped Imo Chen to his feet, preparing to leave. Ji Wushuang suddenly interjected. Wait, Mo Chen glared at her with malice. Do you have any further instructions, Your Excellency? Ji Wushuang chuckled lightly. Of course, you have yet to write your confession. Confession? Imo Chen retorted. Indeed. Words alone are insufficient. A signature is required. After all, there are countless disciples in Yunlan sect, and not everyone is privy to the truth. Once I hang your handwritten confessions on the monument of all matters, everyone will see them, Mo Chen. Blood spurted from his mouth once more. His anger palpable. For the first time, He regretted heeding Imo Lanyi's words. Damn it! Had he not listened to Imo Lanyi, he would not have to endure this humiliation here. Hurry up, Ji Wushuang urged, write quickly, or I shall reveal the recording stone to the Wu family. Imo Chun nearly ground his silver teeth to dust. I will. Right? Very well, do be sure to write it clearly and distinctly about Imo Lanyi's slander. Her defamation of me, and how she incited my senior brother's emotions, among other details, he added with a strained voice, I will write it clearly. Once Imo Chun completed the confession and handed it to Imo Lanhui, she cradled it and approached Ji Wushuang. When Ji Wushuang received the confession, she gently grasped Imo Lanhui's emaciated wrist, perusing the document while holding her hand. Imo Lanhui attempted to break free, but her strength was insufficient, leaving her at Ji Wushuang's mercy. After a considerable time, Ji Wushuang remarked, well written. Remember to compensate as promised. She casually handed the confession to Shi Cheng. Take this confession and place it on the monument of all matters. Without a second thought, Shi Cheng accepted it, only to find himself jumping in agitation. Wait, why should I listen to you? Ji Wushuang's mood seemed quite foul as she replied, do not forget your promise to me. If the investigation confirms my innocence, you shall serve me for 3 years, starting from today. The disciples. Good heavens, any shred of gratitude they had for Ji Wushuang vanished in an instant. What happened to the best little junior sister? She is nothing but a heartless fiend. Chapter 76, The Ultimate Stepping Stone of the Son of Destiny. Upon returning to the city of Imo Yun, Imo Lanhui endured constant beatings from Imo Chan. Seemingly the only outlet for his pent-up rage, Imo Chan and Imo Lanyi withdrew to converse privately, leaving Imo Lanhui with a moment to catch her breath. She took a common medicinal pill, and once the pain from her injuries subsided, she made her way to the rear courtyard to see her biological mother. In stark contrast to the pitiful Imo Lanhui, her mother, though frail and bedridden like a fading beauty, possessed an exquisite visage, her eyes like autumn waters, her gaze reminiscent of sapphire waves, every detail from her hair to her fingertips a testament to elegance. It was evident that she had led a relatively comfortable life in the Imo family. Moreover, her courtyard retained the glory it once had, with servants attending to her every need, adorned in fine garments and lavish meals. Beside her bed lay a young boy, who, upon seeing Imo Lanhui, grimaced in disgust and shouted hysterically, You wretched girl, what are you doing here? Are you trying to kill my mother? Get lost. Get out. Imo Lanhui forced a smile, withdrawing a pouch of spirit stones and placing it down. This is for you. Who wants your filthy spirit stones? Get out. You bring misfortune. She sat silently in her place. As night fell quietly, the creaking of the dilapidated courtyard doors signaled someone's arrival. Imo Lanhui took a deep breath and looked up, only to be met with an unexpected figure. Adieu? Ji Wushuang frowned as she regarded the girl nearly engulfed in darkness, recalling the images she had seen in the heavenly projection diagram, and fell into a rare silence. Ji Wushuang was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but the person before her, if left unattended, would lead to countless souls' suffering. The heavenly projection diagram revealed that Imo Lanhui should have been an unparalleled genius with a singular light, spiritual root, destined to lead the continent to new heights. However, influenced by the Son of Destiny, she had unintentionally lost her spiritual root and became a mere waste. In the diagram's projections, she would succumb to inner demons, gradually descending into the abyss, ultimately unlocking the heavenly void seal and causing the deaths of countless innocent lives. In the end, the heavenly void would be sealed again by the Son of Destiny, who would ascend to the higher realms, embarking on a journey to a broader and more resplendent world. If Lu Xingzhou, Lin Yuan, Hua Fanyin, and Yi Qian were the initial stepping stones for the Son of Destiny, then the myriad of lost souls and the common people were the ultimate stepping stones. Ji Wushuang found it amusing, almost wishing to lash out and strike the Son of Destiny dead on the spot. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, the heavenly Tao's purple energy within her began to retaliate, causing a fierce clash between her semi-holy soul and the will of the heavenly Tao, ultimately leaving Ji Wushuang injured. Thus, she was compelled to seek an alternative approach and turn to Imo Lanhui. Under normal circumstances, a woman who would swear a venomous oath to protect her mother would not descend into madness and neglect the suffering of the world. But the tragedy lay in the fact that Imo Lanhui's spiritual root had been extracted by her own mother, who had sacrificed her daughter in exchange for a youthful elixir, deceiving Imo Lanhui into believing it was an accident. This was all because Imo Lanhui's mother harbored deep love for Imo Chun, yet she was merely a mortal. Without the elixir, her beauty would quickly fade. In her eyes, her daughter was merely a part of herself, to be utilized as she saw fit. After all, she was just a girl. Extracting the spiritual roots of others incurs divine retribution. Yet if the extraction is performed by a blood relative, the retribution would never fall upon the user. Imo Lanyi had exploited this loophole, transforming from an ordinary person into a practitioner of the light spiritual root. Coupled with the blood and life essence of Zhu Yin for nurturing, no practitioner could discern that her spiritual root was usurped. Consequently, Imo Lanhui's mother fell into a lingering illness. Fearing that Imo Lanhui would rise again, Imo Lanyi subtly urged her mother to declare that it was Imo Lanhui's ill fate that caused her own illness. Imo Lanhui's mother complied, and the unsuspecting Imo Lanhui believed it, ultimately earning the hatred of her own brother. She silently endured all this injustice, hoping only for her mother to recover swiftly. One can only imagine how deranged Imo Lanhui would become upon uncovering the truth. Her mother had sacrificed her own spiritual root to maintain her beauty. Her father, aware of the suspicious origins of her sister's spiritual root, nonetheless condoned it all to protect his daughter. Everything was a lie. Everything was malicious. Everything was ugly. Thus, Imo Lanhui grew to despise the world and all within it, ultimately breaking the seal to bury the world alongside her. Alas, no one believed her sorrowful past. Everyone thought she was merely jealous of Imo Lanyi, a madwoman deserving of her fate. Unlike Lu Xingzhou, Lin Yuan, Hua Fanyin, and Yi Qian, when Ji Wushuang encountered them, they stood at the crossroads of their lives where everything remained uncertain. Yet in Imo Lanhui's case, all the harm had already been done. She simply remained unaware of the truth. Ji Wushuang faced two choices. 1. To meticulously guide Imo Lanhui, or 2. To slay her with a single stroke. Although she was a crucial stepping stone for the Son of Destiny, she was not the Son of Destiny himself, and her death would not provoke the wrath of the heavenly Dio. Imo Lanhui had suffered immensely in the Imo family. Thus she had learned to read expressions and discern Ji Wushuang's murderous intent. She couldn't understand how she had offended this exalted and unparalleled maiden. Why did she wish to kill her? Was it merely because she was Imo Lanyi's sister? That seemed utterly ludicrous. After an indeterminate silence, Ji Wushuang sighed. Come with me. Imo Lanhui was momentarily taken aback, muttering, You. Why? I will inform Imo Chen that you are the compensation for his grievances against me. From now on, you shall have no further ties to the Imo family. You will follow me diligently in your cultivation. I will guide you to success. However, should you ever dare to act in a manner that betrays the world or wrongs the innocent, I shall personally slay you and then descend into the nether sea to extract your soul. Reducing it to dust, Ji Wushuang stated with a calm demeanor, as if uttering the most benign of statements. Imo Lanhui gazed dazedly at the elegant figure clad in a bamboo green dress, and without a second thought, she stepped forward in acquiescence. This single step would alter not only her own destiny but that of countless lives. Chapter 77. Ji Wushuang comes to the Imo family for a person in the Master-S courtyard of the Imo family. To appease Imo Chen, Imo Lanyi had bestowed upon him numerous spirit stones and treasures, managing to placate his discontent. Father, you have suffered greatly this time, Imo Chen sighed. If anyone is to blame, it is that Ji Wushuang. So despicable as to record everything with the recording stone. Abominable. Imo Lanyi seethed with anger. This Ji Wushuang must be at odds with me. How can there exist such a despicable little wretch in this world? Rest assured, father, once my cultivation progresses, I shall avenge you personally. Well, my dear Yi, your heart is in the right place, Imo Chen comforted, but then suddenly recalled something. However, will this incident affect your reputation in Yunlan's sect? Imo Lanyi forced a bitter smile and said, although father has taken everything upon himself, there will still be some consequences, but it is of no concern to me. Seeing Imo Lanyi's thoughtfulness, Imo Chen felt greatly comforted and replied, Our Yi is indeed the best. Rest assured, the Imo family will always be your strongest support. Thank you, father. Between a father and daughter, what is there to thank for? As they were speaking, a servant suddenly stumbled in, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, The head of the family has arrived. He.s. here. Imo Chen slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Look at you, in such a state of panic. What kind of demeanor is this? Do you think a ghost has come? Speak properly. Yes, it's Ji Wushuang who has come. Imo Chen. Imo Lan A. Damn it. This is even more frightening than a ghost. Imo Lani quickly rose and said, Father, I cannot meet this person. I will go hide for a while. Imo Lani realized that any contact with Ji Wushuang would bring her misfortune. All right, you go quickly. After Imo Lani concealed herself, the servants respectfully escorted Ji Wushuang into the main courtyard. Imo Chen frowned and said coldly, Ji Xiaoyu, how dare you intrude upon the Imo family at such a late hour? Do you truly believe there is no one here? Ji Wushuang had no fondness for this beast and did not bother with pleasantries, stating plainly, very well, then I shall seek out the Wu family. I believe they would be interested in what I possess. Mo Chun choked on his words, cursing Ji Wushuang's entire family in his heart. Yet he forced a smile. Ji Xiaoyu's sudden visit. Is there something you require? An apology. I have decided. Mo Chen's heart leapt to his throat. What is it that you want? Her. Following Ji Wushuang's gaze, Mo Chen finally spotted his unfilial daughter. She was actually with Ji Wushuang? Do you know each other? None of your concern. She is now mine, and from this day forth, the bond with the Mo family is severed. Should you meet again, you will be strangers, do you understand? In a flash, Mo Chen pondered many things about how Ji Wushuang had infiltrated the Mo family and entangled with Zhu Yin, and how Ji Wushuang had learned of Zhu Yin's peculiarities, and so on. If one were to claim that the Mo family had no traitor, not even a 3-year-old would believe it. The truth had finally come to light. It turned out it was all orchestrated by this unfilial daughter. Mo Chen pointed at Mo Lan Xin, his face contorting with rage. You have actually betrayed the Mo family. Mo Lan Xin felt a wave of desolation wash over her as she met her father's predatory gaze. Though she harbored resentment for his favoritism and coldness, the Mo family was, after all, her blood kin. How could she possibly betray them? Yet, it was evident that Mo Chen would not believe her. Seeing Mo Lan Xin remain silent. Mo Chen's words pierced like daggers. Had I known you were such a rebellious daughter, I should have suffocated you at birth. Ji Wushuang scoffed. Enough of this nonsense. Now, you shall swear an oath. Severing all ties henceforth. Should you breach this oath, well, you know the consequences. Mo Chen swore without a second thought, using the most venomous words, leaving no room for retreat. Ji Wushuang nodded, and also the birth mother of Mo Lan Xin. Ji Wushuang said coldly, do you think you have a choice? Mo Chen waved his hand, and soon someone fetched Mo Lan Xin's birth mother. Ji Wushuang gazed at the frail woman, pondering that indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Upon hearing that Mo Chen wanted her to sever ties with Mo Lan Xin, the woman's first reaction was rejection. Mo Lan Xin's birth mother, even if she learned of her daughter's misdeeds in the future, she could not bring herself to harm her. But if they severed ties, what would happen when Mo Lan Xin sought revenge after learning the truth? The woman, wiping her tears, wept, I cannot. Xiner is a piece of my flesh. Even if everyone knows she is a bane to her parents, I still cannot sever our bond. Mo Chun, growing impatient, roared, if you are unwilling to sever ties, then get out of here with her. The woman's expression stiffened, and after a long pause, she forced a smile at Mo Lan Xin. Xiner, I'm sorry, but your mother cannot be without your father. Mo Lan Xin had long grown accustomed to such situations. In her mother's heart, she would forever be overshadowed by her father and her brother. Just as the woman was about to speak, Ji Wushuang suddenly interjected, wait. All eyes turned to her as she smirked coldly. It is said that one's body and appearance are bestowed by their parents, and the grace of parents should not be severed. However, once you take this oath today, all debts of gratitude and entanglements between you will be settled. The woman's eyes flickered. No, I do not agree. I love my daughter so much. How can you make us completely sever our mother-daughter relationship? If they truly settled all debts, how would Mo Lan Xin seek revenge in the future? Ji Wushuang ceased her chatter, directly tossing out a talisman that adhered to the woman's forehead. Startled, she attempted to struggle, only to hear Ji Wushuang's chilling voice, do not move. This is a truth-telling talisman. From now on, should you dare to utter a single lie, this talisman will explode, turning you into a pile of flesh. Do not doubt me. I am a disciple of the Yunlan sect, and your husband must obey my commands. Now, repeat after me. I love my daughter so much. Mo Lan Xin's heart raced. She looked at her mother with both anticipation and anxiety, waiting for her to repeat the words, but all she received was a long and suffocating silence. Imo Lan Xian's soul grew colder, as if she had entered an abyss of despair. It turned out that all the love was merely a lie. Chapter 78, Ji Huan, you dare not speak now? Ji Wushuang said impatiently, if so, then cease your meaningless chatter. What do you mean? If you say it again, I will have to ask even more piercing and unspeakable questions. The woman's eyes filled with panic. You re-talking nonsense? I have no unspeakable matters. Oh, really? In truth, Ji Wushuang wanted to directly inquire about Imo Lan Xian's spiritual root, but the truth-telling talisman was merely a pretext. Moreover, Imo Lan Xian was currently emotionally unstable. If she asked and Imo Lan Xian reacted poorly, it would all be in vain. Thus, Ji Wushuang chose to remain silent. But Imo Lan Xian was no fool. Seeing her mother's evasive expression, she knew her mother had done something detrimental to her interests. An emptiness filled Imo Lan Xian's heart, but what followed was not the pain of betrayal, but a sense of relief. She suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to her mother, saying, Mother, regardless of what wrongs you have done to me, I will forgive you. Let us sever our ties today, and when we meet in the future, let us be as strangers. Before uttering those words, Imo Lan Xian thought she would feel sorrow. Yet after speaking, she felt an unprecedented lightness, as if the shackles of pain and pressure that had weighed her down had vanished. She realized her mother did not love her, never had, throughout her life. When she still had her spiritual root, her mother would even occasionally cast her a resentful glare, as if she were an enemy. Now, exchanging her faults for freedom seemed quite agreeable. From this day forth, she would no longer be shackled by the Imo family. She was free. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the woman rejoiced. Is this true? Regardless of what I have done before. You will forgive me? Yes. Excellent. The woman raised her hand. Let us strike a pact. Imo Lan Xian stood up and clapped hands with the woman thrice. From then on, their blood ties were severed. Ji Wushuang had not anticipated that Imo Lan Xian would possess such a carefree disposition, and she nodded in satisfaction. Very well, the matter of the Imo family head slandering me is hereby concluded. Imo Lan Xian, though, you are no longer a member of the Imo family. Do you wish to retain your original name? Imo Lan Xian thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I will not change it. Then inform me when you wish to change your name. All right. Ji Wushuang departed, casting a glance towards the rear courtyard, saying, Imo family head, stolen goods, no matter how well nurtured, will remain stolen. Take care of yourselves. Imo Lan Xian listened to Ji Wushuang's words, remaining silent for a long time, until they exited the Imo family and boarded the white crane soaring into the sky. The biting cold wind relentlessly pierced Imo Lan Xian's limbs, prompting her to finally speak. Miss, is what you mentioned related to the accident from my past? Ji Wushuang looked at her in surprise. I thought you wouldn't ask this question. Imo Lan Xian smiled bitterly. I am not a fool. Why yes, Imo Lan Xian took a deep breath, and after a long while, she said, Mother, no. And Rume exchanged my spiritual root for something. Didn't she? The retaining youth pill. The retaining youth pill.it is indeed the retaining youth pill. Imo Lan Xian realized that the thought of her spiritual root being stolen had long since entered her mind. Because such a rare light spiritual root had emerged twice from the Imo family, who would believe it? Moreover, just after her accident, her sister had been reported to possess a light spiritual root. How could such coincidences exist in the world? She had also considered the possibility of her father's favoritism. I pondered over various intrigues and schemes. Yet, I never considered that it could be due to a longevity elixir. She is of her own blood, but does her beauty eclipse her lineage? I understand now. Thank you, Mississippi. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, Ji Wushuang discerned a sense of fragility in Imo Lan Xian's tone. Ji Wushuang, though cold-hearted, held no obligation to love simply because she bore you. Human nature is perpetually intricate. Some cherish their offspring above their own lives, while others regard them merely as tools. Your misfortune lies in encountering a scoundrel. What is it? Why do you gaze at me so? It is nothing. You should perhaps come to terms with this. I am not one to offer comfort. Yet, if you wallow in self-pity, believing the world has wronged you, feeling twisted and tormented, I could easily cast you down to hasten your release from this painful existence, allowing you to be reborn, to die and find liberation sooner. Ji Wushuang was not jesting. Had she confirmed that Imo Lanxin might succumb to darkness and seek to obliterate the world, she would have acted decisively. Lanxin glanced at the altitude of 1,000 meters, recalling the dreadful fate of her shattered form upon impact. And a shiver coursed through her. She stammered, "Actually, I'm not that sorrowful. Really?" She always felt that she ought to be filled with grief and despair. Had she discovered the truth within the Imo family? Had she remained trapped within their confines? But now, gazing at the vast expanse of heaven and earth, under the infinite stars, feeling the biting cold wind, and observing the clarity and depth in the eyes of another, that sorrow and despair seemed so minuscule. With a gust of wind, they dissipated like smoke. Imo Lanxin found herself both amused and exasperated. "Then, thank you, Mississippi, no need for thanks." The young lady's spirits lifted. Her brows slightly arched, radiating vitality, which in turn brightened Imo Lanxin's mood. Suddenly, she said, "Miss, please bestow upon me a new name. How about Huan, signifying a renewed life?" "Huan?" Imo Lanxin, reflecting on this name, suddenly exclaimed, "Ji Huan? My gratitude for your naming Mississippi." Ji Wushuang was taken aback that she wished to adopt her surname. Yet so be it, although she had little attachment to the Ji name. Before the cave dwelling of the Star Pursuit Peak, Lian Xing, nearly bursting with anxiety, leaped upon seeing Ji Wushuang. "Little Wushuang, why have you ventured out alone again?" Were it not for the familial ties, Lian Xing would have certainly rolled up her sleeves to confront her. Ji Wushuang blinked and replied, "I have accepted a sword apprentice. This is Ji Huan. Ji Huan, meet the sect master." This left Lian Xing utterly bewildered. "This is Imo Lanxin?" "Not at all. Imo Lanxin has severed ties with the Imo family. This is my sword apprentice, Ji Huan." Lian Xing felt a throbbing ache in her forehead. With both Zhu Yin and Ji Huan involved, and they appeared rather unhinged. What kind of shelter for the disabled has little Wushuang created? Ji Huan respectfully bowed to Lian Xing. Ji Huan pays respects to the sect master. Lian Xing waved her hand. "Enough, enough. Since little Wushuang has taken you under her wing, you are henceforth a member of Yunlan's sect. Remember, you must treat your master with utmost respect. Should there be even a hint of betrayal, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Ji Huan dutifully acknowledged this, receiving a token, and officially became a servant disciple of the Star Pursuit Peak in Yunlan's sect. Meanwhile, Imo Lanyi, having overheard Ji Wushuang's warning before her departure, discerned that those words were ostensibly directed at Imo Chan, yet undeniably applicable to herself. Imo Lanyi's face twisted in anger. What stolen possessions? Once the light spirit root entered her body, it became hers. She was the rightful owner of the light spirit root. Furthermore, she would cultivate it to become the most radiant existence under heaven. Ji Wushuang, you shall see. Chapter 79. The Taoists returned to enhance their favorability. On the day Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan emerged from seclusion, the entire sect's Taoists gathered at the Star Pursuit Peak to offer their congratulations. This left Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan utterly astonished. Wait, they merely closed themselves off to establish their foundations? Why are the Taoists here to celebrate them? Moreover, many of these Taoists were unfamiliar to them. Oh dear, congratulations, esteemed disciples. Congratulations, congratulations. Ha ha ha. The two stood in a daze, accepting the Taoists' well wishes, only to find the Taoists plopping down in their courtyard. Seemingly glued to the spot, all eyes fixed on the main hall, Lu Xingzhou, Lian Yuan. Observing their disciples' foolishness, Yu Jian Taoist and Huanglong Taoist remarked with exasperation. What are you gaping at? Go prepare spirit meals for your esteemed masters and uncles. Yes. The two youngsters, bewildered, set off to prepare lavish meals, yet to their surprise, the esteemed guests feasted to their heart's content and remained seated, as if their posteriors were glued to the chairs. Utterly unmoving, even Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan, though not the sharpest, recognized that the Taoist motives extended beyond mere hospitality. They had come to see their junior sister. But if they intended to visit, why must they use them as mere pawns? Confounded, the two could only continue preparing spirit meals, spirit teas, and spirit wines. Their already depleted coffers grew ever thinner, and both felt their hearts bleed as they lamented internally. Perhaps their prayers were heard. For the teleportation array in the courtyard finally illuminated. 8 or 9 weary figures crawled out of the formation like dead dogs. They were none other than Shi Cheng and the others who had lost a wager to Ji Wushuang. Shi Chang had never expected that Ji Wushuang, aside from her beauty, possessed a heart as dark as her hands and was utterly unrelenting in her commands. They were made to rear insects and produce compost daily. How absurd! What kind of insects consumed so much that merely dealing with their waste left them in disarray? As the group emerged, they immediately spotted their peak's master and the elders, tears welling in their eyes. Upon seeing their master, the peak master of the falling moon peak, Fairy Luo He, Shi Chang felt as if he had found a pillar of support, rushing forward while crying out, "Master, at last. You have come to rescue your disciple." That Ji Wushuang is insufferable woo-woo. Fairy Luo He swiftly used her spiritual power to keep her disciple at a distance of 10 zhong, gently covering her nose. "What brings you here? And why do you smell so foul?" Shi Chang. Shi Chang, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Master, that Ji Wushuang somehow acquired a spirit insect called Chun Mang, and each day it's a cycle of eating and excreting. Then she makes us clean up after them, woo-woo." Shi Chang. Not the master. Your disciple has been bullied so, and you appear unfazed. Other disciples shared Shi Chang's existential doubts. Including Shi Chang, 8 disciples were each admonished by their peak master or elders, instructed to uphold the spirit of the contract, to accept their losses, and to obediently heed Ji Wushuang's commands. What? Do not even think about it. Serve Ji Wushuang dutifully. The 8 or 9 young men hung their heads low, looking utterly dejected. At that moment, the teleportation array activated once more, and out stepped Ji Wushuang and Zhu Yin. Ji Wushuang, struck by inspiration, remembered that Zhu Yin could summon the rain of the underworld. So she had sent him to test the 72-star slaughtering formation, and indeed, the rain of the underworld complemented the water of life, with the addition of life points and spiritual soil. The spiritual energy at the core of the formation surged. Ji Wushuang could even sense a faint connection with the Tianyuan fruit. If all went well, it wouldn't be long before the Tianyuan fruit would sprout. Ji Wushuang was elated, practically floating as she praised Zhu Yin, causing his cheeks to flush and his eyes to sparkle. Upon seeing the gathered Taoists, Ji Wushuang beamed with joy. "Esteemed Taoists, you have arrived?" Ji Wushuang had received the invitation early, knowing that the Taoists were here to congratulate Lu Xingzhou and Lian Yuan on their successful foundation establishment. Although Ji Wushuang did not comprehend why one ought to be congratulated for establishing a foundation, the Taoists, taking her thoughtfulness into account, appreciated the space she had provided for them, even sending away the little black cat, the little black chicken, and Ji Huan. She was indeed considerate. Fairy Luo He cleared her throat and stood first. "Little Wushuang?" "Pardon the interruption." "Not at all, not at all." Ji Wushuang smiled radiantly, understanding that the esteemed Taoists were merely concerned for their juniors. It was perfectly reasonable, so take your time. After her words, she hummed a tune, pushing Zhu Yin along as she departed. The Taoists, "No, do not leave, quickly. Someone think of a way to open the conversation." It was then that the elder of Wanlian Peak, Luo Zhuyang, spoke up. "Wait." Luo Zhuyang hastily added, "Little Wushuang, look, this spirit chair is specially crafted by me. It not only serves as a defensive spiritual weapon capable of withstanding attacks from core formation cultivators, but it is also comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. With mental control, one can move freely while seated, making it much more convenient for Zhu Yin to travel." Ji Wushuang's eyes sparkled. She had long wished to craft a new spirit chair for Zhu Yin. However, he had firmly rejected the idea, leading her to abandon the notion. Little did she expect that Luo Zhuyang would assist her so greatly. Ji Wushuang expressed her gratitude, saying, "That's wonderful, thank you, Elder Luo Taishang." Luo Zhuyang exhaled in relief. He had not yet had the chance to rejoice when he suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him. It turned out to be Zhu Yin. Luo Zhuyang was perplexed. Wait a minute. He just provided this young lad with a new chair free of charge. Why is he not elated? Chapter 80. Half-step spatial immortal artifact due to Luo Zhuyang's thoughtful gift to Zhu Yin. Ji Wushuang graciously accepted his invitation to visit Wanlian Peak in a few days. This news sent the entire Wanlian Peak into a flurry of activity. Not only did they need to clean every nook and cranny, but even the prized molten fire beast, Rong Rong, was whisked away to the Beast God Peak for a thorough wash, leaving it gleaming and radiant. After all, Luo Zhuyang had heard that little girls adore small animals. Hadn't he? When Ji Wushuang arrived at Wanlian Peak with Zhu Yin and Ji Huan, She was taken aback by the sight of a fearsome beast, towering at 2 meters, its scales a deep, shadowy black, entwined with flickering flames. Goodness, this was unmistakably a fire spirit beast. Seeing Ji Wushuang's rapt attention on the molten fire beast, Luo Zhuyang smiled and said, "Little Wushuang, this is our treasure, the Rongrong beast. Isn't it particularly lovely? Come, Rongrong, perform a display of your fire." A howl erupted from the beast. Ji Wushuang swore she detected a hint of grievance in its cry. Ji Wushuang pondered, "Does this mean I should bestow some New Year's money?" Gritting her teeth, she retrieved half a fire spirit stone and handed it to the molten fire beast, saying, "Your name is Rongrong, right? Here, this is a token of our first meeting." Rongrong blinked its large, dark eyes, let out a joyful roar, and extended its massive paw to receive the spirit stone. It then let out a triumphant howl, rubbing its fluffy head against Ji Wushuang. "Thank you." Ji Wushuang chuckled and gently patted its scales, replying, "No need for thanks, as a master craftsman." Luo Zhuyang naturally recognized the extraordinary nature of the fire spirit stone, realizing it might even assist Rongrong in enhancing its cultivation. He beamed with delight. "How could I possibly accept this? Please, do keep it." "Ha ha ha, then I shall not be polite. Come, come, let us proceed inside." Luo Zhuyang was well aware of Ji Wushuang's vast knowledge. His primary intention for inviting her was to explore the ancient tomes in his storeroom, hoping to glean insights akin to those derived from formations, talismans, and sword techniques. Regarding this matter, Ji Wushuang truly felt at a loss. Yet, confronted with Luo Zhuyang's sparkling gaze, she could only acquiesce to accompany him to the storeroom. The treasure vault of Wanlian Peak resembled an infinite labyrinth, housing not only an array of crafting materials but also secret techniques for forging, fragmented ancient relics, spirit artifacts, and semi-finished products. Since the sect's accumulated points could be exchanged for crafting materials and spirit artifacts from the vault, several disciples were present as well. Upon seeing Luo Zhuyang personally escorting Ji Wushuang through the vault, each disciple instinctively stepped aside. Luo Zhuyang's notorious temper was well known at Wanlian Peak. Should anyone err in his eyes, regardless of their status as a direct disciple, they would face his wrath. He tolerated neither fools nor incompetence. Both the peak master and the most junior of workers had felt his scorn. The two roamed the vault for the better part of the day, leaving Ji Wushuang's feet sore, while Luo Zhuyang remained undeterred. "What about this one? Not bad. And this? Very good. How about this? Also excellent." Their seemingly trivial exchanges continued for quite some time until Luo Zhuyang expectantly inquired, "So, little Wushuang, do you have any suggestions for our Wanlian Peak?" Ji Wushuang, realizing that unless she articulated her thoughts clearly, she might never leave Wanlian Peak, reluctantly pointed out a few minor flaws. "I believe that the half-immortal artifacts should be stored properly. If carelessly piled nearby, their celestial energy may easily dissipate." Luo Zhuyang looked utterly bewildered. "Huh? What immortal artifacts?" Now it was Ji Wushuang's turn to be astonished. "What? You are unaware that your storeroom contains half-immortal artifacts?" Luo Zhuyang, Ji Wushuang. "So you genuinely did not know?" Luo Zhuyang picked up his dropped jaw and stammered, Where? Where exactly?" "Right in the Ding-level spirit artifact storeroom," she replied. This revelation sent Luo Zhuyang into a frenzy, hastily dragging Ji Wushuang toward the spirit artifact storeroom. Why the urgency? Because the Ding-level spirit artifact storeroom was open to disciples, allowing them to exchange points for spirit artifacts. At that moment, Mo Lanyi's heart raced with anxiety. "Grandfather Immortal. Hurry! Ji Wushuang is here. Ji Wushuang is here." The tone was laden with dread, akin to a spectre-s arrival. The old ghost immortal was equally anxious. Today, Mo Lanyi had finally saved enough points, 10,000, to select a spirit artifact from the storeroom. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed a faint celestial energy. If her instincts were correct, there should be immortal artifacts within. However, just as she relayed the news to Mo Lanyi, she had yet to pinpoint the location of the immortal artifacts when Ji Wushuang unexpectedly appeared. Why was this tormenting spirit so persistent? "Do not rush. The more you urge, the more likely you are to misjudge." "I do not wish to rush, but what if Ji Wushuang snatches it away?" "Impossible. No one here, apart from myself, recognizes the immortal artifacts. Otherwise, they would not have remained hidden for so many years." "Then please find it quickly." Ji Wushuang couldn't help but chuckle. Was Imo Lanyi akin to a bloodhound? So adept at sniffing out treasures? If her suspicions were accurate, it was likely the old ghost immortal beside Imo Lanyi who had provided her with assistance. Found it? It's to the left. Which left? It's too far to discern. We need to get closer. The old ghost immortal finally pinpointed the general vicinity of the half-step immortal artifact and urged Imo Lanyi to approach. Just then, a figure darted past them, stepping out with the agility of a nimble swallow. A small, walnut-shaped vessel, gray and palm-sized, landed in Ji Wushuang's palm, which she casually tossed to Luo Zhuyang. Elder Taishang, this is it. Luo Zhuyang carefully caught the walnut boat with both hands, staring blankly. Is this it? Indeed, that is it. The other disciples were oblivious to the silent exchange between Ji Wushuang and Luo Zhuyang. But the old ghost immortal gasped in shock. Indeed, that is the spirit vessel in Ji Wushuang's hands. If I am not mistaken, this vessel can perform spatial jumps, an artifact of the half-step immortal level. How did Ji Wushuang discern that it was a half-step immortal artifact? Imo Lanyi's heart shattered, releasing a piercing scream. Why? Why am I always a step too late? No, I cannot allow Ji Wushuang to obtain this spatial immortal artifact. Absolutely not. Imo Lanyi took a deep breath and quickly approached, saying, Little junior sister, this spirit artifact is one I have my eye on. May I not know, but I got here first. I should have the first choice? And only after I choose can you select. Imo Lanyi gazed at Ji Wushuang with tear-filled eyes, biting her lip in a display of utmost grievance. Before Ji Wushuang could respond, Luo Zhuyang interjected. His voice gruff and commanding. Which peak do you belong to? You stood here for ages without selecting a spirit artifact, and now that little Wushuang has made her selection, you claim it as your own? How rude of you! Did your master not teach you that such behavior lacks decorum? What is your name? I shall report your actions to your master. It is the master's failure not to teach you properly. If I do not punish you, I shall certainly punish your master. Chapter 81. Are even the beasts not spared? Imo Lanyi had initially hoped to coerce Ji Wushuang into relinquishing the walnut vessel through public opinion, only to be reprimanded for her lack of upbringing. The old man before her was fearsome, and her fellow disciples showed no inclination to support her. With tears shimmering in her eyes, she sought assistance from the two seniors who had guided her to Wanlian Peak. To her dismay, those two had already lowered their heads to the ground, avoiding her gaze and nodding in silent agreement with Luo Zhuyang. As if acknowledging her lack of decorum, Imo Lanyi was baffled. Were these two disciples not her loyal followers? Imo Lanyi pouted. Senior brothers, please, help me. The two practically wished to seal Imo Lanyi's lips. Sure enough, Luo Zhuyang turned his attention to them. Are you disciples of Wanlian Peak? What are your names? Do you recognize her? Which peak does she belong to? The two hastily introduced themselves, eager to distance themselves from Imo Lanyi. Yes, we are not familiar with her at all. Upon realizing that this man was the elder Taishang, Imo Lanyi struggled to contain her tears. Why did Ji Wushuang have such good fortune? She had the elder Taishang supporting her wherever she went. Even if you are the esteemed elder, fairness and impartiality should prevail. This spiritual vessel ought to be chosen by me first, followed by Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang smiled and said, You choose as you wish. No one is stopping you, Imo Lanyi replied. But this spiritual boat. Oh, this one is not mine. It belongs to the sect. Luo Zhuyang scrutinized Imo Lanyi, recognizing her as the disciple who wrongfully accused little Wushuang. He initially thought she would be an unlikable girl. Yet her charisma was unexpectedly engaging. In a wonder, she could become a direct disciple of Zelene Peak. What a pity. Such admirable charm, yet her intentions are dubious. Luo Zhuyang's expression darkened as he coldly remarked. Indeed, this spiritual boat belongs to the sect, but how do you know it is a boat? One must understand that unless a spiritual artifact has been refined, one typically cannot ascertain its specific nature. For instance, some artifacts may appear as silk, yet upon refinement reveal themselves to be a large cleaver, while others may resemble a bell, only to transform into a flying vessel. In short, they can be quite deceptive. Disciples exchanging for items in the D-class spiritual artifact repository first consult the catalog before making their selections. However, it is evident that Imo Lanyi has not perused the catalog. Luo Zhuyang's gaze was piercing as he regarded Imo Lanyi. Seemingly attempting to penetrate her very soul, a chill ran through her, and in a flustered tone, She stammered. I just thought it looked like a walnut boat. Merely a guess. Well, it seems fortune is on your side. He replied. How could Amo Lanyi withstand the scrutiny of a nascent soul? She was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly exclaimed. I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. I shall return another time. Farewell. She nearly fled in panic, fearing that if she lingered, Luo Zhuoyang might uncover something. Luo Zhuoyang's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he resolved to have a serious discussion with Yu Qing. Clearly, his direct disciple was exhibiting peculiar behavior. Once again, a twist of fate thwarted Amo Lanyi's opportunity, almost making Ji Wushuang laugh out loud. Accompanying Luo Zhuoyang to the inner peak of Wanlian Peak, she meticulously examined the walnut boat and slowly addressed Luo Zhuoyang. This is indeed a half-step immortal artifact, though it has sustained damage. However, I am uncertain how it might be repaired. Luo Zhuoyang, however, was thoroughly satisfied, knowing that identifying it as a half-step immortal artifact was more than sufficient. This would provide ample material for their research for quite some time. Thanks to you, little Wushuang, he said. Otherwise, that disciple named Amo Lanyi would have certainly exchanged it away. Luo Zhuoyang paused before adding, I perceive that Amo Lanyi harbors rather impure intentions, yet her demeanor is distinctly innocuous, a puzzling contradiction. Though not let your guard down, Ji Wushuang found herself increasingly admiring Luo Zhuoyang. She had not anticipated his keen attention to detail. The charm exhibited by Amo Lanyi did not belong to her alone, but rather was a trait of the light spiritual root, indicating it once belonged to Ji Huan. Wushuang sighed inwardly. Bemused, yet chose to remain amiable, saying, very well. The pitiful treasure of the peak, after performing a bow, was to serve as a means of transportation. The molten fire beast, however, found Ji Wushuang quite agreeable and consented to let her ride upon its back. Besides Ji Wushuang, Zhu Yin could also join, while Ji Huan would have to walk. Ji Huan protested, You are far too kind. I would not dare to sit. Upon mounting the molten fire beast, Ji Wushuang gently stroked its warm scales. Feeling the gentle flames enveloping her, radiating brightness without causing harm. Intrigued by the creature's unusual docility, knowing that typical fire beasts possessed explosive tempers, she discreetly unfurled the celestial evolution diagram to uncover its origins. However, she was taken aback by the images that surged into her mind. Ji Wushuang exclaimed, What in the world? This Amo Lanyi not only exploits people but even preys upon beasts? How outrageous! Chapter 82. Brainwashing the Molten Fire Beast? The celestial evolution of the Molten Fire Beast was not as intricate. It was originally an innocent and adorable creature that fell for the favored beast of the Fated One, only to be deceived both in heart and body. It is crucial to note that here, heart and body refer to their true meanings. Ultimately, this gentle giant would be mercilessly torn apart, its essence used for charms, artifacts, and so forth. The earth fire within it would also become the Fated One's. With the earth fire as a foundation, the Fated One would smoothly integrate other flames, step by step, eventually capturing the spirit fire listed on the heavenly fire rankings, becoming a master in refining weapons and concocting elixirs. Poor Molten, long since reduced to a pitiful state in the initial deduction, the Fated One initially dismissed the Molten Fire's value. But due to the fact that the phoenix feather, originally belonging to the Fated One, was inadvertently seized by Ji Wushuang and gifted to Feng Lian, the Fated One reluctantly settled for the Molten. Thus, Ji Wushuang felt that, to some extent, she had inadvertently caused Molten's decline. Upon returning to Starfall Peak, Ji Wushuang did not allow Molten to depart immediately, but instead summoned Bai Yi to serve as a translator. Ji Wushuang had Molten sit directly across from her, her expression tense, lowering her voice to speak in a mysteriously ominous tone, while a small black cat beside her continually nodded in agreement. Molten, she began, you are now a big child, but you must understand that some beasts will deliberately approach you, enticing you to become their companions. Yet their intentions are far from kind. Meow, meow, meow. Especially those that appear pure as snow, radiant and holy. Those who seem to care for you, offering you delightful treats. The more attentive they are, the deeper their malice runs. Meow, meow, meow. Once they have gained your trust, they will butcher you like a pig. Your blood will be used for charms, your skin for crafting, your innate fire will become theirs, and your flesh will be roasted, generously seasoned to sizzle and drip. Meow, 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 Molten. Molten's scales bristled in alarm. They stood on end, its innocent, dark eyes transformed into slits, flames erupting from its body, wishing to curl into a fiery ball. Woo. So terrifying. Please stop. Molten does not want to become barbecue. Ji Wushuang narrowed her eyes. Remember, if you wish to avoid becoming roasted, you must steer clear of those beasts who show you unwarranted kindness. It is said that those who offer unsolicited flattery are either thieves or schemers. Furthermore, keep your distance from those who claim to be looking out for you while meddling in your affairs. Understand? Meow, meow, meow. The immense beast nodded vigorously, fearful that Ji Wushuang might continue, potentially giving it a psychological scar. Pleased with this response, Ji Wushuang affirmed that she did not wish to frighten Molten unduly, but life was paramount. You are the most treasured gem of Wanlian Peak. Many beasts harbor ulterior motives towards you. So do be vigilant. Woo. Before long, the inhabitants of Wanlian Peak noticed that their usually amiable and approachable giant beast, Molten, had suddenly turned exceedingly aggressive and difficult to approach. Even strange beasts attempting to befriend Molten were met with a fiery blast. What? You ask who was scorched away? Oh, it is said to have been a strikingly beautiful pure white unicorn. One fiery breath nearly left that unicorn bald. Luo Zhuyang and the others speculated whether Molten was in heat. Otherwise, why such volatility? In the ensuing months, Molten's meals were exclusively spring mist, transforming it into a herbivore. The loss of fate was profoundly detrimental. It had to find a way to replenish its energy elsewhere. Coincidentally, word reached it about the molten fire beast of Wanlian Peak, leading to thoughts of seizing its earth fire. To their surprise, the supposedly gentle giant was, in fact, a veritable powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. No, it was explosive even without provocation. The unicorn, with its graceful form and pure demeanor, captivated the hearts of all spirit beasts. Yet, this colossal creature had particular tastes. Upon encountering the unicorn, it unleashed a torrent of fire, singeing the unicorn's mane to oblivion, inciting pure rage. Unbeknownst to Imo Lanyi, when the unicorn appeared, the words of Ji Wushuang echoed in Molten's mind. Pure as snow, radiant and holy, goodness. Every detail aligned perfectly. It did not wish to be turned into barbecue. No, it must preemptively roast them. Thus, in an act of self-preservation, Molten unleashed its fiery breath upon Imo Lanyi's unicorn. The earth fire was no ordinary flame. The wounds it inflicted were not easily healed, even with Imo Lanyi's possession of the life springs. Consequently, the unicorn lost its most significant asset, its appearance, diminishing its influence on Beast God Peak. This was a significant setback for Imo Lanyi. Although the Peak Master of Wanlian Peak compensated her with a considerable amount of spirit stones and treasures, enough to incite envy in many, she found no joy in it. Upon hearing Imo Lanyi express her intent to take the spirit beast into seclusion for recuperation and to attempt foundation establishment, Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, go ahead. In truth, Yuqing had been quite frazzled lately, uncertain how Imo Lanyi had offended the esteemed elder Liang of Wanlian Peak. Liang insisted that Imo Lanyi harbored ulterior motives, suspecting her to be a spy from another faction sent to pilfer treasures from Wanlian Peak, demanding a thorough investigation. What more is there to say? Rongrong, who burns no one, has chosen to incinerate the spirit beast that belongs to, which surely indicates their own issues. Yun, however, upon careful observation, who has been in the sect for over a year, is already on the verge of foundation establishment. Such exceptional talent is commendable, and aside from a few peculiarities, she is indeed a good child. As for the serendipitous selection of that walnut boat, it must simply be a coincidence. The spirit beast being scorched by Rongrong is merely unfortunate, perhaps. Now, is tending to the spirit beast's injuries and then retreating to establish her foundation. This should help temper the temper of the fiery young Taoist. When Sa Yuqing agreeing without hesitation, an unexpected discomfort welled up within her. Other senior brothers and sisters had informed her that when Yuqian established her foundation, Yuqing had specifically held her back for 2 or 3 years, insisting that she solidify her own foundation. Why, then, was he so eager for her to establish her foundation? Does this imply that, in his eyes, she is inferior to Yuqian? This pompous fellow claims to care for her, yet in truth, he is merely a coward, fearful of the pressures from Lian Xing. How infuriating. How did she end up with such a mentor? Given the choice, she would never have chosen him as her master. The Divine Dragon Island owes Yu Qing a tremendous favor, thus bestowing upon him a guest elder token. For all these years, Yu Qing has been reluctant to utilize it. Yet this time, for the sake of, he has truly invested heavily. Nevertheless, remains ungrateful, her dissatisfaction with Yu Qing growing, especially considering how far the Divine Dragon Island is from the Yunlan sect. Is he intending to abandon her and pledge allegiance to Lian Xing? Ha! Once she soars to great heights in the future, she will ensure Yu Qing pays the price. Chapter 83. Neither humans nor spaces are good things, whether by coincidence or some other reason. On the 99th day of discreet departure from the Yunlan sect, the Tianyuan fruit that Ji Wushuang had waited so long for finally began to sprout. Tender green shoots unfurled slowly, emerging from the vitality of the Yunlan sect and, in turn, revitalizing it, refreshing everyone within the sect, including spirit plants and spirit beasts. Even some disciples who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time showed signs of breakthrough. The magnitude of this change was astounding, so much so that even Shirley and others received the news, finally realizing that the Tianyuan fruit Ji Wushuang had planted in the life vein was genuinely thriving. The respect and affection that Shirley and the 18 disciples of Yunlan held for Ji Wushuang stemmed from the fact that she is a disciple of Lian Beihai. They were fully prepared to do whatever it took to care for Ji Wushuang and help her reshape her spirit bones. Unexpectedly, they had brought nothing for her, yet Ji Wushuang had brought such immense joy to the sect. The Tianyuan fruit. The benefits of the Tianyuan fruit for cultivators include improving physical constitution, stabilizing spirit roots, enhancing divine consciousness, cleansing marrow and bones, and stabilizing divine personality, but all of this is merely the least of its effects. It is called Tianyuan because it can nourish the heavens and the earth. If a place possesses Tianyuan fruit, it can benefit future generations for millennia. Shirley sent a communication talisman to Ji Wushuang. And upon connection, he burst into tears. Little martial ant, you've sacrificed so much for the sect. How can we ever repay you? Ji Wushuang. Unable to bear it, Ji Wushuang held the talisman a little farther away to protect her ears from the onslaught. No wonder the second master said that little Shir is a crybaby. This is truly excessive. I haven't done anything. I merely obtained this fruit by chance, and it sprouted effortlessly. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Zhu Yan. Ji Wushuang had an inexplicable intuition that without Zhu Yan's power, the Tianyuan fruit would likely remain dormant for another millennium. Yet Shirley believed not a word of Ji Wushuang's claims. How could such a precious Tianyuan fruit sprout so easily? And who is this Zhu Yan? Surely, little martial ant is concealing the arduousness of the process to prevent them from feeling guilty. Little martial ant, please don't say that I will ensure your greatness is known throughout the Yunlan sect. Ji Wushuang. What can I do if you don't believe me? Ji Wushuang pouted, saying, all right, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Wait, little martial ant. I have good news to share with you. Aren't you a dual fire and wood spirit root? Generally, if one possesses both fire and wood origins, supplemented with secret techniques and other treasures, it is possible to reshape your spirit bones. I had planned to wait until I acquired the wood origin before sharing this good news, but I couldn't contain my excitement any longer. I believe I may have found the wood origin. Just wait for my good news. Hearing the joy in Shirley's aged voice, Ji Wushuang felt a sudden softness in her heart. Thank you, little Shir. Looking at the depleted communication talisman, Ji Wushuang sighed softly when someone gently tugged at her garment. Looking up, she saw Zhu Yan and couldn't help but smile at him. What is it? Zhu Yan? Ji Wushuang had been at the sect for nearly 2 years, and now she appeared as a 14-year-old girl. She had grown slender and graceful, her skin luminous as jade, with just one smile. It was as if countless stars had burst forth, an exquisite sight to behold. Zhu Yan's eyes flickered as he softly said, do not. What should I not do? Wood, fire, do not. Ji Wushuang understood. Zhu Yan did not want her to reshape her spirit bones using the wood and fire origins. Why not? Little Zhu Yan remained silent, his small face taut, stubbornly gazing at Ji Wushuang. It was not merely the spirit bones of this body, but those belonging to the unparalleled Ji Wushuang, the sword sovereign. In her previous life, Ji Wushuang had honed her combat skills through countless battles, ultimately forging the unparalleled sword Qi Bone. With sword intent that traversed the heavens, rendering her invincible beneath the saints. Even those who had attained the status of a saint would not dare to confront her head dash-on. Dio reshape her bones again. It was not impossible. However, Ji Wushuang's mortal form would not afford her such luxury of time. Sigh, if only Wuming were here. Ji Wushuang couldn't help but murmur. Wuming complemented her perfectly. They were embodiments of each other. If Wuming were here, why would she need spirit bones? She could wield her body as a sword and her sword as bones. Conquering the world, Ji Wushuang paused, then burst into laughter. How did you know who Wuming is? I know, Dado. Then tell me, who is it? Your friend. Friend. Ji Wushuang's eyes grew warm, gently pinching Zhu Yan's cheek. She smiled. Yes, you're right. He is my friend, my dearest friend. Ji Wushuang sniffled and added, by the way, do you know why the Tianyuan fruit suddenly sprouted? Zhu Yan nodded. That trickster has left here, which is why the Tianyuan fruit has sprouted. Trickster? Ji Wushuang was taken aback. You mean has left the Yunlan sect? Only then did Ji Wushuang realize that had already departed the sect for over 3 months. Due to recent events, she had not paid much attention to. No way, the beginning is always the hardest. Everything will change from here on, secretly siphoned human fortune, while the space she carried siphoned the world's fortune. Neither humans nor spaces are inherently good. Yet this thought lingered in Zhu Yan's mind, unsure how to convey it to Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang did not consider this either. She was merely curious about its whereabouts, wondering if she would bring misfortune to others again. Chapter 84. Arrival at Divine Dragon Island. Divine Dragon Island is located in the vast ocean to the east of Tianlan continent, where countless spirit beasts of unfathomable cultivation reside, some of which have already entered the Great Ascension stage, merely awaiting an opportunity to ascend. Divine Dragon Island can thrive amidst the treacherous waters thanks to its formidable strength and heritage. Upon entering the waters of Divine Dragon Island with Yu Qing's token, realize that although Yunlan claims to be the foremost sect in the eastern continent of Tianlan, it is not necessarily the strongest. For deep within the eastern continent, various forces intertwine and occupy territory, simply choosing not to vie for reputation. For instance, Divine Dragon Island. As soon as she stepped inside, the old immortal immediately warned her of the presence of Great Ascension spirit beasts nearby, urging her to exercise utmost caution. The difficulty for spirit beasts to reach the Great Ascension stage far surpasses that of humans. Spirit beasts possess innate divine abilities, and their physical attributes vastly exceed those of humans. Thus, the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao on spirit beasts are significantly more stringent than those on humans. The Great Ascension spirit beasts on Divine Dragon Island must have existed for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, such a terrifying and potent aura would be impossible to possess. Old Immortal, if Shirley were to clash with this Great Ascension spirit beast, who would prevail? The old ghost Immortal quickly grasps intentions. She intended to provoke a conflict between Divine Dragon Island and Yunlan sect, letting this Great Ascension spirit beast deal with Shirley. A clever idea, but this is a Great Ascension spirit beast, not just any ordinary creature. How could it heed the instigation of a mere young girl? Yet, observing the increasingly potent fortune surrounding, the old ghost Immortal paused and remarked, if no other factors are involved, this spirit beast has a winning probability of over 60%. S eyes brightened. To her, Ji Wushuang's arrogance stemmed from having Shirley backing her. If Shirley were to perish, she would relish the opportunity to see if Ji Wushuang could remain so arrogant. However, what? However, this Great Ascension spirit beast is of considerable age. It may very well have the ability to transform into human form. Possessing exceedingly high intelligence, if you wish to approach, you must exercise great caution. Rest assured, regarding this, had already formulated some plans. The two of them, holding Yu Qing's token, entered the water city of Divine Dragon Island. Cherished City, the first city leading to the Divine Dragon Island, derives its name from its purpose of dispelling the ocean's malevolence and tumult. Although smaller than Yiqing, its walls are constructed from the rare water-repelling stones excavated from the depths of the sea, which not only possess a high density capable of withstanding the ocean's erosion, but also inherently possess defensive qualities. When complemented by intricate formations, the entire city stands as an impregnable fortress, resplendent in its grandeur. Above Cherished City, not only do cultivators from the eastern continent of Tianlan arrive with their spirit beasts, but practitioners from the other 4 continents also traverse vast lands and treacherous waters. Drawn by the unparalleled methods of spirit beast taming unique to the divine Dragon Island, Molanyi has discerned countless individuals brimming with fortune, some even hailing from distant lands like Luxingzhu and Lianyuan. She murmurs, who would have thought the Tianlan continent harbors such vast talent? Old Guasian chuckles, that is but natural. However, even the most gifted are merely at the foundation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If you remain grounded and diligent, one day, you shall surpass all. Molanyi, marked as a favored child of destiny by the heavens, undoubtedly possesses remarkable abilities. Old Guasian's words seem to resonate deeply within her. And soon after, her foundational barriers are effortlessly breached. Waves of spiritual energy surge towards her, creating a magnificent spectacle. Even the passing cultivators pause in astonishment. Whose child is this, to break through in such a bustling place? No. It appears she is not merely breaking through. There seems to be an epiphany. Is it truly so? Remarkable. Look at the transformation in her aura. It is extraordinary. Whose disciple is this? Such talent, truly astonishing. I wonder. Look, the master of the divine Dragon Island is approaching. Is that not Taoist Bishin? She has come personally to protect this disciple. Could this be a newly emerged genius of the divine Dragon Island? People chatter excitedly, their sentiments a mix of jealousy, exhilaration, admiration, and disdain. Yet, none dare to disturb her, not when they see Taoist Bishin of the main island stepping forth to safeguard the young girl. To interrupt her would surely invite the wrath of the entire divine Dragon Island. It is fitting that they witness how a prodigy ascends in the foundational realm. Prior to Molanyi's arrival, Taoist Bishin had received a message from Yuqing, indicating that his prized disciple was encountering a bottleneck and requested her to offer some guidance. Years ago, Taoist Bishin owed Yuqing a significant favor, and now was the time to repay it, without hesitation. After all, caring for a mere chi-refining girl posed little difficulty. Unexpectedly, this young girl attained enlightenment upon entering Chushire City. Such talent elucidates why Yuqing harbored such concerns for this disciple. Taoist Bishin set up formations for Molanyi and dispatched someone to explain matters to the authorities of Chushire City. Before settling in mid-air, patiently awaiting her breakthrough, a day and night passed. Molanyi finally achieved her foundation establishment. As she opened her eyes, celestial phenomena erupted in the sky. Radiance blazed like the dawn. Ethereal melodies resonated. That sacred glow seemed capable of cleansing the heart and soul. While extraordinary phenomena accompanying ascension are not uncommon, they typically manifest during the breakthroughs of those with immense fortune at higher cultivation levels. Yet, a mere foundation establishment cultivator could summon such phenomena. This is truly remarkable. All present were captivated, contemplating the extraordinary luck of the divine Dragon Island to host such a fortuitous prodigy. This celestial manifestation was, of course, not an authentic phenomenon of heaven and earth, but rather an environment conjured by old Guasian's own celestial energy, a mere trick to dazzle the onlookers. However, this act drained the precious energy he had painstakingly gathered. Yet, if it could elevate Molanyi's standing, it would undoubtedly be worth the cost. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Rest assured, Grandfather Immortal. I shall not let your efforts go to waste. Molanyi forcibly contained her excitement. Slowly opening her eyes, her pure, unblemished face radiating a childlike innocence and naivety. Tilting her head, she asked, what has happened? Her voice, soft and gentle, and her gaze more innocent than a fawn's, instantly endeared her to Taoist Bishin. She stepped forward, reaching Molanyi with a single stride, and spoke warmly, You must be Molanyi? I am Bishin, a friend of your master, Ziyin. You may call me Elder Yi, and Molanyi beamed sweetly, respectfully bowing to Taoist Bishin before explaining. I am Molanyi, disciple of the Yunlan sect's peak master of Zilin, and a child of the divine Dragon Island. Upon stepping into this place, I inexplicably entered a profound state, and then established my foundation. It was not my intention to trouble the people of the divine Dragon Island. I hope you will forgive me, Elder Een. Her words, though seemingly self-praising, subtly extolled the virtues of the divine Dragon Island. After all, is it not the land of extraordinary talents? Were it not for the blessings of heaven and earth, how could she have broken through so effortlessly? It is worth noting that she is a disciple of the Yunlan sect, yet had not succeeded in her breakthrough there. This indirectly casts subtle shade on the Yunlan sect in comparison to the Divine Dragon Island. Indeed, Taoist Bixin was charmed by Molanyi's words, her face breaking into a broad smile. If you enjoy your time on the Divine Dragon Island, please stay longer. I shall explain to your master on your behalf. Thank you, Elder. Come, let me take you to the main island. Yes. With great fanfare, Molanyi was escorted by Taoist Bixin to the main island, all while countless cultivators in Chushir City marveled at the young girl named Molanyi. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang, who was registering entry details, rubbed her ears in disbelief. Did she just hear the name Molanyi again? How strange. The elderly man assisting Ji Wushuang with the registration noticed her frown and scowled. What is it? Are you unaware of your spirit beast's condition? We do not welcome those who do not care for their spirit beasts here. You may leave. Chapter 85. Taking Rong to see the doctor, the elderly man handling Ji Wushuang's registration was frail. With long eyebrows, wrinkled skin, and drab clothing, his eyes particularly murky. His cultivation level barely reached the qi refining stage. Indeed, were he a higher-level cultivator, Ji Wushuang would not even be eligible to register with him. This old man was specifically responsible for the records and fees for cultivators of the Golden Core stage and below. Ji Wushuang, undeterred by his harshness, smiled gently. I apologize, sir. I was merely contemplating how to explain my spirit beast's condition to you. It is quite healthy, just a bit overly cautious, leading to some discomfort, resulting in The old man raised an eyebrow. Resulting in what? Resulting in constipation. Upon hearing this, not only did the old man freeze in surprise, but so did the other cultivators present who had brought their spirit beasts for treatment. The Divine Dragon Island lies in the treacherous depths of the ocean, and while spirit ships do arrive, the costs are exorbitant. Few would venture such a distance with their spirit beasts unless it were for a grave illness or urgent matter. After all, the fare is a considerable expense. Besides, once on the Divine Dragon Island, countless resources are consumed. Did they just hear this little girl say her spirit beast is constipated? You would go to such lengths to bring your spirit beast to the Divine Dragon Island for constipation? What a prodigal child you must be, coughing. Perhaps the old man's emotions were a bit unstable. Ji Wushuang felt a twinge of guilt, pondering whether she had frightened Rong too much. Poor little creature, overly defensive, growling at everyone. That simply wouldn't he do. Is that so? Yes. The old man took a deep breath and glared at Ji Wushuang, named Ji Wushuang. Which sect? Yunlan sect. Token. Ji Wushuang produced her token. The token of a direct disciple may appear similar to that of an ordinary disciple, yet it harbors profound significance, especially since this one belonged to the sect master's direct disciple. The old man glanced at it and instantly recognized Ji Wushuang, the fortunate girl with chaotic spiritual roots who had become Lianxing's prized pupil. He scrutinized her closely and remarked, So, it is you. Very well, pay the spirit stone fee, and you may enter. Thank you, elder. This time, Ji Wushuang brought Rong to see the doctor, accompanied by Zhu Yin, Ji Huan, Xiao Bei, and Xiao Fenglian. Since Zhu Yin possessed a mustard seed space, Xiao Bei and Xiao Fenglian had all hidden inside, preferring not to endure the hardships of the spirit beast pouch. The trio of Ji Wushuang, with their youthful faces and lack of cultivation, stood out distinctly on the bustling streets of Chushir City, teeming with cultivators. Thankfully, being on the Divine Dragon Island, no one dared to cause trouble. Otherwise, Ji Wushuang would surely face endless disturbances. Although there were spirit beast healers available in Chushir City, due to Rong's special status as the cherished treasure of the Hualian Peak, Ji Wushuang was not at ease with a typical healer. Thus, she submitted an application for the main island. Unlike peripheral towns like Chushir City, entering the main island of the Divine Dragon Island requires approval and entails significant fees, even for Ji Wushuang, who is the direct disciple of the Yunlan sect's master. Coincidentally, the same elderly man was again the one to attend to Ji Wushuang. Frowning, he looked at her and said, What brings you here again? I wish to apply for entry to the main island. Were you not just coming to address a case of constipation? The main island, however, is exceedingly expensive, I am aware, yet I harbor reservations regarding the average spirit beast master. The elder, intrigued, inquired, What manner of spirit beast do you possess? It is a Rong earth-fire beast. Upon hearing this, the elder's demeanor shifted, and he promptly removed the lightheartedness from his expression, producing a pair of spectacles from seemingly nowhere and urged, Come, let me see it. As this was the registration hall for entering the main island, there were few people around, and each area was individually isolated by formations, rendering the outside unable to perceive what transpired within. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Wushuang released Rongrong. Aware that Rongrong's psychological issues stemmed from her own words, Ji Wushuang willingly took on all expenses for Rongrong's visit to the Divine Dragon Island. The people from Wanlian Peak repeatedly insisted it was unnecessary, but Ji Wushuang remained resolute, leaving the Peak Master with no choice but to acquiesce. Upon first sight of the imposing giant, engulfed in tumultuous flames, the elder's eyes brightened suddenly. He rose, bent his back, and approached Rongrong to scrutinize her, adjusting his spectacles while murmuring analyses. The scales gleam brilliantly, splendid. The temperature of the earth fire is perfectly controlled, excellent. The gaze is clear. Very good indeed. The aura is also calm and restrained. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, but that belly seems a tad large. It appears you are genuinely constipated. Rongrong. To be frank, had it been anyone else to paw at her like this, she would have erupted in fury, especially after being frightened by Ji Wushuang recently. She had been particularly mindful of maintaining her distance from others. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself utterly still under the elder's examination. Ji Wushuang was equally perplexed, wondering why Rongrong was so compliant today. Ji Wushuang blinked in astonishment. Is it really this simple? Indeed, just so. What about the spirit stones? The elder waved his hand dismissively. Spirit what stones? Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall not collect any. You need not bother visiting the main island. It would be a waste of your resources. Ji Wushuang mused privately that she had encountered a living bodhisattva. Saving herself a significant sum of spirit stones, how might she express her gratitude to this elder? A thought struck her. Ji Wushuang retrieved a newly crafted talisman from her spatial stone and presented it to the elder, saying, Elder, this is my latest creation, the Divine Concealment Talisman. It is a non-grade talisman. By inputting spiritual energy, you can activate it, allowing those 3 ranks above you to be unable to perceive your aura. For instance, if you are currently at the Qi refining stage, once activated, even those in the nascent soul realm or lower would be unable to see through you. It is an exceptional item for preserving one's life. The elder's lips twitched as he pondered how this young girl could boast so grandly, fearing her words might burst from the weight of their embellishment. Fiske. The Yunlan sect seems to be faltering. Their younger generations are increasingly vain. Whether it be this girl or the one who had just arrived and already established a foundation, both are creatures of vanity. Understood. You may leave now. Thank you. The elder dismissed Ji Wushuang as one might shoo away a fly, while the talisman she had offered was carelessly stuffed into his sleeve. Chapter 86. The Egg and the Broken Sword. Following the elder's advice, Ji Wushuang gathered some bitter summer herbs to brew for Rongrong. Initially, Rongrong was resistant, for bitter summer is indeed bitter and unpleasant to drink. However, after receiving a few encouraging glances from Ji Wushuang, she reluctantly complied. After drinking, she experienced a sudden and overwhelming release, nearly causing her legs to buckle. Ji Wushuang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The elder had suggested using bitter summer to brew, but had not specified how much to consume. Had she perhaps overdone it? In any case, Rongrong was temporarily unable to move. Fortunately, the abundant spiritual energy on the Divine Dragon Island was highly conducive for the rehabilitation of spirit beasts. Even in the outermost area of Chushui City, Rongrong could gradually recuperate. With a flourish, Ji Wushuang rented a residence in Chushui City for their temporary stay, and both Xiaobei and Feng Lian emerged from the mustard seed space. While the mustard seed space was pleasant, it could not compare to the real world. The 2 little ones were ravenous, each tugging at Ji Wushuang's sleeves without relent. No matter. Today we feast. Indeed, after spending over half a month in the mustard seed space, we've both lost weight. Let us dine lavishly. Indeed, spirit beasts permitted on the Divine Dragon Island must possess significant value, either through strong lineage or formidable strength. No one would bring a spirit pet to the island without reason. That would be a waste of resources. Thus, the seemingly naive demeanor of Xiaobei and Feng Lian led many cultivators to regard Ji Wushuang as an ignorant spendthrift, especially when they observed her devoid of spiritual energy yet dressed splendidly and exuding an air of carefree innocence. Surely, she must belong to a prominent family or a prestigious sect, they thought. Ji Wushuang, beleaguered by the incessant chatter of the two little ones, finally took them to the island's grandest, most opulent tavern. Ordering an extravagant feast for them, at the time of payment, the bill amounted to 3 top-grade spirit stones. The onlookers who had been trailing Ji Wushuang gasped in disbelief. 3 top-grade spirit stones. To feed spirit pets? This was akin to throwing money into the sea. Were this not the divine dragon island, Ji Wushuang would have been robbed countless times. But here, the crowd resorted to various schemes to deceive her. One fairy claimed to possess a treasure that could activate spirit beast bloodlines. Another friend asserted they held a spirit beast pill capable of dramatically enhancing a spirit beast's strength. All manner of treasures, spirit items, spirit beast pills, and spirit beast eggs were presented in a dazzling array. Ji Wushuang, far from feeling impatient, found the situation amusing. She listened with a beaming smile, appearing utterly naive, which only fueled the deceiver's enthusiasm. Yet, as the swindlers later reflected, astonishingly, no one had managed to swindle a single spirit stone from this foolish girl. However, during their conversations over tea, it was invariably Ji Wushuang who footed the bill. Was this girl truly simple-minded, or was her foolishness just an act? Ji Huan, witnessing her master outsmart yet another con artist, questioned, "Miss, you are well aware these individuals are frauds. Why do you not expose them? Why engage in their banter, even covering their tea expenses?" The expenditure of spirit stones left Ji Huan feeling apprehensive. Ji Wushuang replied with a smile, "Oh, naturally, I do so out of boredom. Who knows, I might encounter something intriguing? Consider it payment for a story. In truth, Ji Wushuang was attempting to gather information regarding the other master's sex. Sigh, why have they gone silent? Ji Wushuang had long discerned that Zhu Yin was not a foolish child. He was merely a blank slate. Given time, he would mature. Before Ji Huan could respond, a ragged man approached from a distance, carrying a broken sword on his back. After hesitating for a moment, he fixed his gaze upon Ji Wushuang for quite some time before resolutely making his way to her side and respectfully saluting. "Greetings, young friend." Ji Wushuang observed the man's sword, which was free of grime and dust, presenting a stark contrast to his disheveled appearance. It was evident that the broken sword was his most cherished possession. A radiant smile graced Ji Wushuang's face. "Do you require assistance, friend?" The man gritted his teeth and retrieved a pitch-black spirit beast egg from his spirit beast pouch, stating, "Young friend, this is the egg of a Gui Tu Xiao, a spirit beast of the integration stage. Its bloodline should be remarkable. I ask for merely 100 top-grade spirit stones. Will you accept it?" The Gui Tu Xiao, a highly intelligent spirit beast endowed with psychic talents, could typically eliminate cultivators directly. It was not merely a matter of contracting a Gui Tu Xiao. Most individuals could not even capture one. If this truly was a Gui Tu Xiao's egg, then 100 top-grade spirit stones would be an extraordinary bargain. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at the man's words. "You? A Gui Tu Xiao's egg? Little girl, do not be deceived by this fellow. Indeed, this man has been wandering the divine dragon island for months, seeking a fool to swindle." Ji Wushuang, examining the pitch-black egg with faint silver patterns, suddenly produced a small black cat from her robes and gently shook it awake. The spiritual energy of the divine dragon island benefited all spirit beasts, and not only had Rongrong's health improved, but Xiao Bei and Feng Lian had also begun to doze off. Unlike humans, spirit beasts with bloodline heritage ascend not through conflict but purely through awakening, which is best achieved through deep slumber. The little black cat, roused from sleep, meowed irritably. "Meow, what are you doing? Come take a look. Is this a Gui Tu Xiao?" The cat, visibly annoyed, bared its tiny white teeth and shifted its gaze to the spirit beast egg. Its pupils suddenly narrowing into slits, it elegantly approached the egg, gently poking the shell with its paw. After a moment, it curled its lip and said, "Meow. This is not a Gui Tu Xiao. This is a Gui Tu Jiao Jiao." It is essential to note that while Gui Tu Xiao and Gui Tu Jiao sound similar, they are entirely different spirit beasts. If a Jiao encounters wind and rain, it can transform into a dragon. To think there are Jiao on this continent. Meow, do not rejoice too early. This Jiao egg has long since withered. Devoid of vitality, or rather, it has petrified. Unfit even for frying an egg. Ji Wushuang could only chuckle, giving the little cat a gentle rub before addressing the man. "Your egg appears to have perished." The man stiffened, lowering his gaze to reveal a bitter smile. How could he possibly be unaware of its demise? Yet, he exerted tremendous effort, enduring countless trials, to seize this egg from the secret realm. Initially intending to sell it at a good price on Divine Dragon Island, thus allowing him to forge a new sword. To his dismay, the inhabitants of Divine Dragon Island informed him that the egg was already lifeless. Undeterred, he began to inquire far and wide, hoping for a stroke of luck. The man's gaze flickered, as he could hardly believe his ears. You? What did you say? You purchased it? Indeed, Ji Wushuang nodded, producing exquisite spirit stones for the man, saying, Here, the quantity you requested. Please count it yourself. Ji Wushuang's generosity, without a hint of bargaining, left the onlookers gasping in astonishment. They remarked that this young girl was simply naive and affluent. As anticipated, cursed be it, had they known, they too would have brought a dead egg to deceive her. Upon hearing this, the man's cheeks flushed crimson. It was a dead egg, thus it should be cheaper. Ji Wushuang stored the spirit beast egg and handed it to Zhu Yin, then remarked, No worries, I value it, and thus it is worth this price. Furthermore, 100 exquisite spirit stones may be insufficient to repair your sword. If you don't mind, take this. Ji Wushuang produced a talisman and presented it to the man. The man, bewildered, inquired, What is this? A communication talisman. It belongs to a craftsman I know. He may have the means to mend your broken sword. What are you waiting for? Activate it, right? The man activated the talisman, and a frantic voice resonated from the other end. The urgency in the voice suggested a longing to sprout wings and arrive instantly. The man was taken aback, for his sword was no ordinary blade. Most craftsmen could not repair it, and a careless attempt might result in being harmed by its sword aura. While this young girl meant well, should she inadvertently endanger the craftsman, it would be a grave misdeed. Just as he was about to explain, Ji Wushuang continued, This is a formidable sword, likely crafted by a master. The totemic imprint upon it resembles your style. Albeit slightly distinct, its aura is rounder and more profound than yours, leading me to speculate it may be the work of the enlightened Taoist. The enlightened Taoist was none other than one of the renowned Yunlan's 18 disciples, and also the master of Luo Zhuyang. Through her interactions with Luo Zhuyang, Ji Wushuang learned that he had reached a bottleneck, yearning to surpass his master, which had become a source of inner turmoil. Unfortunately, the enlightened Taoist had sealed his hammer, leaving Luo Zhuyang's turmoil as insubstantial as a floating reed, unable to find solid ground. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity for a challenge. Upon hearing Ji Wushuang mention the enlightened Taoist, the man's expression transformed. He had acquired this sword under rare circumstances, and when he inquired about the craftsman's name, he was merely told it was not to be spoken. After his treasured sword broke, he sought countless illustrious craftsmen, all to no avail. Could it be that his sword was indeed salvageable? The man clutched his spirit sword tightly, holding his breath, fearing any misstep might disrupt the communication talisman. After a lengthy pause, Luo Zhuyang resolutely declared, Very well. Have this individual bring the broken sword to Yunlan's sect to find me. All right. After the communication concluded, Ji Wushuang handed the man a token. The one who promised to mend your broken sword is the esteemed elder of my Yunlan sect, the enlightened Taoist Luo Zhuyang. Use this token to seek him out. The man stood motionless for a long while, before suddenly clasping his fists together, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he bowed deeply to Ji Wushuang. The kindness of the little Taoist friend shall be etched in Xiao Feng's heart forever. Ji Wushuang smiled and returned the gesture. In truth, Ji Wushuang was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet this man, despite being in a dire state, cherished his sword with the utmost care. A sword is a companion for a swordsman, a part of oneself, and at times, even a reflection of one's own soul. Given this, why not extend a helping hand? Ji Wushuang's identity was finally revealed. Not merely a commoner, but a disciple of the esteemed Wanlian Peak of Yunlan sect. It was no wonder she was so generous. Cursed be it, had they known of her noble status, they ought to have endeavored more earnestly to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. A lifeless spirit beast egg had fetched 100 exquisite spirit stones, indicating her immense wealth. How enviable! They wondered if it was still not too late to curry her favor. He produced the spirit beast egg, raising his gaze, eyes sparkling, and addressed Ji Wushuang. Wushuang, do you like it? Just moments ago, Zhu Yan had clearly heard Ji Wushuang express her fondness for this egg. Ji Wushuang paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that Zhu Yan had misunderstood her intentions. Her willingness to purchase the egg was merely to assist the swordsman. As a swordsman herself, she understood all too well the agony of a broken life-bound sword. For others, a sword might merely be a weapon. For a swordsman, the sword is a friend, a part of oneself, sometimes even another self. Meeting Zhu Yan's expectant gaze, unwilling to disappoint him, she nodded, "Yes, I like this spirit beast egg." Zhu Yan nodded in approval. "Wushuang, as long as you like it, that's sufficient." Ji Wushuang observed Zhu Yan's earnest expression, feeling a swell of tenderness mixed with concern. This little fellow seemed to always prioritize her preferences, so pure and simple. If, in the future, she inadvertently caused him distress, how would she address it? As Ji Wushuang contemplated how to reassure Zhu Yan, she noticed him suddenly biting his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the spirit beast egg. The blood coursed along the silver veins of the egg, illuminating with a crimson glow. A celestial sound resonated from beyond the heavenly path. A life force, capable of swallowing heavens and earth, erupted suddenly from the lifeless spirit beast egg. The life force spread forth, ultimately forming a patterned array centered around them, the profundity of which made even the heavenly purple aura within Ji Wushuang tremble involuntarily. Chapter 87. Because I like Zhu Yan the most. In the vast expanse of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Throughout the ancient primordial chaos, amidst the myriad pathways, only life and death endure eternally. Between life and death, there exist great emperors who govern the immeasurable eye in their hands. Life is death, and death is life. Throughout countless lifetimes, it is but a thought away. This was a tale Ji Wushuang had heard in her previous life, a legend concerning the Lord of the Underworld. Yet, no one had ever laid eyes upon him. Nor did anyone possess the power to reverse life and death. Even though Ji Wushuang had stepped half into the realm of saints, she remained unable to escape death. Until this moment, a miracle unfolded before her eyes. Zhu Yan, the ghost-headed dragon, began to stir within the eggshell, producing bubbling sounds. Yet, Ji Wushuang felt no joy. She pressed her hand firmly against the boy's wound, resolutely stating, "Zhu Yan, regardless of whether I like it or not, you must not harm yourself." Zhu Yan blinked, confusion evident in his bright eyes. Yet more than that was the reflection of her figure. Ji Wushuang could even see her own image within them. "Why? Did you not say you liked it?" Zhu Yan was perplexed. Having done something Ji Wushuang favored, why was she still not pleased? Zhu Yan's ears flushed crimson, and his fair face seemed to be painted with rosy hues. "How much is very much?" "Very much is a lot, Wushuang. A lot. A lot. Like Zhu Yan?" "Yes, a lot. A lot like Zhu Yan." "What about little black chick?" Ji Wushuang glanced at the sleeping Feng Lian beside her and decisively replied. "More than little black chick." "What about little black cat?" "More than little black cat as well." The not-so-asleep little Bai Yi rolled her eyes discreetly, deciding not to vie with the little fool. After all, she was Ji Wushuang's first contractee, so she must be loved more. Zhu Yan cautiously asked, "Am I the most liked?" "Yes, the most liked." With the sweet words now spoken, Ji Wushuang found herself increasingly eloquent, insisting that Zhu Yan must take good care of himself and never get hurt. "Understood. Because I like Zhu Yan the most." Zhu Yan smiled bashfully, his cheeks reddening like cherries, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. "All right, Zhu Yan will take good care of himself and not get hurt." With Zhu Yan's promise secured, Ji Wushuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out to ruffle Zhu Yan's hair and gazed thoughtfully at the dragon egg. Pondering, "What shall we do about this?" Zhu Yan cradled the egg, saying, "Wushuang, contract, master and servant." Zhu Yan failed to notice, but Ji Wushuang observed that the ghost-headed dragon within the eggshell paused momentarily, as if it understood Zhu Yan's words. Ji Wushuang chuckled. "Perhaps we should forego that. If we were to establish a master-servant contract, should I perish, the ghost-headed dragon would meet the same fate. The dragon, a progeny of true dragons, is a creature of auspiciousness birthed by heaven and earth. Even if the ghost-headed dragon is known for being bloodthirsty, cunning, combative, and fierce, it is still a dragon. Even if it were to live its life in idleness, it would naturally possess a lifespan of several millennia. To form a master-servant contract with Ji Wushuang, a mere mortal, would be an act of cruelty, would it not? An equal contract? Let us not entertain that notion," A creature as proud as the ghost-headed dragon would never willingly agree to an equal contract with Ji Wushuang. It would only comply while it was newly hatched and weak. Once the ghost-headed dragon's scales hardened and it could wield its powers, Ji Wushuang would barely be able to lay a finger on it. Upon encountering the enigmatic Ji Wushuang, who expressed no desire for the ghost-headed dragon, Zhu Yin observed the disdainful glint in her eyes directed at the dragon egg and calmly remarked, "If Wushuang has no interest, then we shall proceed to fry the dragon egg for consumption." The ghost-headed dragon interjected, utterly bewildered, "Hold on. Am I not a dignified offspring of a dragon? Is this how you address me, you insolent brat?" As Zhu Yin spoke, he summoned a large black cauldron, swiftly igniting a fire beneath it, ready to crack open the dragon egg, which caused Ji Wushuang to panic and grasp his hand in haste. Zhu Yin tilted his head, perplexed by Ji Wushuang's reaction. "What is the matter?" Ji Wushuang gazed at the innocent figure thrashing within the dragon egg and protested. "You cannot possibly intend to consume it." "This is a dragon," Zhu Yin replied earnestly. "If you do not form a contract with it, it serves no purpose. It would be better to eat it." Ji Wushuang was left speechless, realizing the absurdity of his logic, and she cautiously suggested, "Well, I simply do not enjoy fried eggs." The ghost-headed dragon, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are quite rude as well." Zhu Yin inquired further, "How about boiled?" "But boiled eggs are not appealing either. How would Wushuang prefer to eat it?" Ji Wushuang's lips twitched in frustration. Must she truly consume this dragon egg? Clearing her throat, she rationalized, "Ahem. It has been many years. It must be too old to eat. What if it causes an upset stomach?" Zhu Yan's eyes lit up with understanding. Wushuang is correct. A bad egg could lead to a stomachache. The ghost-headed dragon sighed, disinterested in the antics of these two individuals. Just as Ji Wushuang and Zhu Yin exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure of how to deal with the egg, a knocking sound echoed from outside the barrier. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, quickly. Knock, knock, knock. Open up." Ji Huan's anxious voice resonated from beyond. "Miss, it is the guards from Chushui City." Suddenly, Ji Wushuang recalled a treaty established prior to entering the island, which imposed severe penalties for unauthorized barriers within the territory of Shenlong Island. The rationale was simple. Previously, individuals had set up barriers on the island to conduct nefarious activities, causing significant losses to Shenlong Island. Ji Wushuang hastily instructed Zhu Yin to dispel the barrier and prepared to admit her wrongdoing. The lead enforcer, a formidable presence at the nascent soul stage, glared at Ji Wushuang, demanding, "Why have you established a barrier without permission? What has transpired within? Speak honestly." Ji Wushuang maintained a respectful demeanor, explaining, "Fellow cultivator, my spirit beast is about to hatch, and I feared it might cause trouble for Shenlong Island. Hence the barrier." This was no lie. Should the ghost-headed dragon hatch, it would unleash a domain of chaos. In other words, its bloodline pressure would intimidate surrounding spirit beasts, potentially injuring those of lower bloodlines. However, the enforcer appeared skeptical of Ji Wushuang's claims, dismissing the notion that any spirit beast hatching could cause trouble on Shenlong Island. "Your deceit is clear. Capture them and take them to the city lord for interrogation." Chapter 88. The hatching of the dragon. Ji Wushuang understood that resisting capture would only complicate matters, so she complied and followed the guards to the city lord's residence. After many years since the last incident, no one dared to set barriers on Shenlong Island again, prompting the city lord of Chushui City to personally investigate what he presumed to be a significant issue. Xiang Tao, the city lord, a direct descendant of Shenlong Island and a cultivator at the early stage of the integration realm, donned his ceremonial robes and prominently displayed his life spirit weapon. Upon reaching the grand hall and observing the three individuals before him, who appeared to be ordinary mortals devoid of spiritual energy, he was momentarily taken aback. "Good heavens, 3 mere mortals, and I have gone to such lengths to prepare, making me look like a fool." Ji Wushuang reiterated her earlier explanation, but Xiang Tao, being more cautious than Zhao Fei, inquired, "Where is your spirit beast egg?" "Present it for inspection." Ji Wushuang nodded and produced an egg that Xiang Tao recognized immediately. "Isn't this the egg belonging to that brat Xiaofeng? How did it end up in your possession? Did you buy it from him?" Ji Wushuang confirmed, "Indeed." Xiang Tao regarded her incredulously. "You spent 100 premium spirit stones on this?" Ji Wushuang nodded once more. Xiang Tao was rendered speechless. "I initially thought you were a dangerous individual, but it appears you are merely a simpleton." This egg was boasted by Xiaofeng to be an extraordinary spirit beast egg. Yet it is nothing more than a lifeless shell. It was evident that this naive girl had fallen for Xiaofeng's tall tales, believing the ghost-headed dragon to be on the verge of hatching, thus causing this troublesome situation. "Which sect do you belong to?" he asked. "Yunlan sect," Ji Wushuang replied. Xiang Tao scoffed. "Ah, it all makes sense now. A foolish child with a wealthy background. Even if this is a misunderstanding, your actions have still violated the laws of Shenlong Island. I hereby sentence you to 3 years of cleaning the beast pens and a fine of 100,000 superior spirit stones. Do you have any objections?" Ji Wushuang was taken aback. Such a harsh punishment? The spirit stones are one thing, but I absolutely refuse to clean the beast pens. Xiang Tao retorted, "Harsh? When you spent 100 premium spirit stones on this worthless egg? Did you think it was a bargain? Must you impose a penalty?" "Absolutely. Consider yourself fortunate that I am lenient due to your connection to Yunlan sect," Ji Wushuang murmured, "but we truly intended to assist Shenlong Island. If it hatches, it could lead to chaos." Xiang Tao could only laugh in disbelief, glaring at Ji Wushuang. "If you have the ability, let it hatch for me to witness. If it causes chaos on Shenlong Island, your guilt will be absolved." Ji Wushuang hesitated. "That might not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate?" "Now, at once, let it hatch. Otherwise, you will be cleaning the beast pens and shoveling dung." With no other choice, Ji Wushuang shook the egg in her hands, which was as quiet as a chicken, and urged, "I know you are inside. Hatch quickly. If you do not, I shall resort to boiling you." The ghost-headed dragon, feeling thoroughly insulted, thought to itself, "This little girl truly does not regard me with any respect." After a brief pause, it summoned its strength and propelled the egg into the air, releasing its aura as storm clouds began to gather. Xiang Tao was left dumbfounded. What? The beast egg is actually alive? Moreover, why was there a thunder tribulation? It was known that only the offspring of exceptionally pure divine beasts would be born amidst such phenomena. Could it be a divine beast egg? Before Xiang Tao could ponder further, the thunder struck the city lord's residence. The small spirit beast egg soared upwards, eagerly charging toward the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding cracks, the shell shattered, and a small dragon emerged, voraciously consuming the remnants of its shell. As it grew, its form swelled to an impressive size. 10 zhong, 20 zhong, 30 zhong, ultimately transforming into a majestic ghost dragon, its body shimmering with a dark hue and flickering with azure flames, coiled in the air. Eyes ablaze with vigor, letting out a resounding roar. All spirit beasts within Chushui City trembled. Some immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, while others fled their spirit beast bags, frozen in fear. Even Xiang Tao was compelled to muster his energy in an effort to maintain his composure. The ghost dragon, having finally released its pent-up frustration, gracefully descended beside Ji Wushuang. Its elegant form resembled a piece of exquisite black jade. Ji Wushuang admired the ghost-headed dragon before turning to Xiang Tao, innocently stating, "See, I told you it would have an impact. You did not believe me, but do you now?" Xiang Tao could only remain silent, utterly humiliated. Having not anticipated that the egg Xiaofeng had claimed was lifeless actually contained a living dragon. However, he recalled having checked and deemed it a dead egg. Ji Wushuang pressed on. "So, can I be exempt from punishment now?" Xiang Tao gritted his teeth. "No fines. Just take your dragon and leave, if you do not depart promptly. The pressure from this dragon will surely cause chaos among the spirit beasts in Chushui City. If it were any other dragon, perhaps they could benefit from it. But a ghost-headed dragon, it's utterly worthless." Ji Wushuang nodded, looking up at the ghost-headed dragon. "Did you hear that? You have hatched. Now you may leave. Remember, you owe me 100 premium spirit stones, and oh, you still owe Zhu Yin a life. Do not forget to repay that in the future." The ghost-headed dragon wore a complex expression, so it was not that it refused to contract with her, but rather she did not want it. Yet, being a creature of freedom, the ghost-headed dragon was indeed reluctant to bind itself to a human, even in an equal contract, as it had many places to explore and things to accomplish. How could it be tied to a human for a lifetime? Xiang Tao interjected. What? What do you mean? You may leave. Wait a moment. Is this not your spirit beast? Not at all. We have no contract. Xiang Tao was left utterly bewildered, a freshly hatched dragon, yet to be contracted. Ji Wushuang. Observing the realization dawn upon Xiang Tao, calmly advised, City Lord, I suggest you give up on any such thoughts. You cannot seize it. The ghost-headed flood dragon is indeed an extraordinary creature. One cannot fathom how many years it has been trapped within its egg. After consuming the blood of Zhu Yin, its bloodline has become even more robust. Upon its birth, it was met with a bloodline tribulation, which it traversed unscathed. Moreover, the nascent form of dragon horns can be seen faintly emerging from its head. Ji Wushuang firmly believes that as long as this ghost-headed flood dragon does not engage in malevolent deeds or court disaster, it is destined to become a true dragon. This is the favor that the heavens bestow upon flood dragons. Any who wish to form a contract with this flood dragon, unless they gain its acknowledgement, will surely meet a dismal fate. Xiang Tao. Xiang Tao felt his face flush with embarrassment as he was chastised by a younger generation, and he retorted in exasperation, I am well aware. I am not so ignorant of the world. I merely advised it to be cautious on its journey, as there are many nefarious individuals along the way. Ji Wushuang. I believe you now. Chapter 89. Refusal of arranged beastly affairs. The inherently free-spirited ghost-headed flood dragon lowered its head and rubbed its burgeoning dragon horns affectionately against Ji Wushuang. This was both a blessing and a farewell. It expressed gratitude to Ji Wushuang and Zhu Yin for saving it and for not coercively binding it to stay. With a resounding roar, the ghost-headed flood dragon elegantly unfurled its magnificent body and soared into the heavens. Ji Wushuang watched its graceful and robust form, a smile playing upon her lips. Xiang Tao, in a huff, remarked, What are you smiling about? You just lost 100 top-tier spirit stones. Ji Wushuang replied with a gentle smile. It matters not. At least I no longer need to clean the beast pins. Xiang Tao, momentarily at a loss for words, waved dismissively. Let us go. Let us go. Just looking at you makes my eyes ache. Thank you, esteemed city lord. Let us depart. Ji Wushuang bowed to Xiang Tao and then took Zhu Yan's hand, leaving. Zhao Fei stood there, dumbfounded. This, city lord, you are just letting them go like this? What else should I do? Should I go back on my word and be inconsistent? Zhao Fei certainly did not mean that. He had seen the spirit beast egg of Xiao Feng, which was clearly a dead egg. How could it have been revived? Ahem, the beast pin can be excused, but there is one thing you must explain. Speak, we have all seen that egg. It was indeed a dead egg. How did you manage to bring it back to life? Regarding this matter, Ji Wushuang had long pondered. After all, no one witnessed Zhu Yin resurrecting the flood dragon egg with blood. As long as she adamantly denied it, all would be well. It was never truly dead. Impossible! Xiang Tao denied vehemently. I have viewed it countless times. It was clearly lifeless. Ji Wushuang blinked innocently. Is it not possible that you simply misjudged? After all, none of you have ever seen a flood dragon egg. How could you discern whether it was alive or dead? Xiang Tao. Zhao Fei. What a logical argument. How could one refute it? You truly did not lie. Not at all, Ji Wushuang replied innocently. I am merely an ordinary disciple, tasked with bringing the precious spirit beast from the peak for treatment due to its constipation. In truth, I did not waste that 100 top-tier spirit stones. My willingness to assist Xiao Feng stemmed from recognizing his broken sword, which was crafted by the ancestral master of our Yunlan sect's Hualian Peak, hence my aid. The ancestral master? The Taoist master of warnings? Xiang Tao inhaled sharply, pondering why no one could repair Xiao Feng's broken sword. It turned out to be the work of the Taoist master of warnings. Having been convinced to a significant extent, he still inquired, what spirit beast resides in your peak? The Rongrong Earthfire beast. Xiang Tao. The Earthfire beast of Hualian Peak is a renowned treasure throughout the eastern continent. With it present, both crafting and alchemy can yield tremendous results. You brought the Rongrong Earthfire beast? Indeed. And where is it? Thanks to the assistance of the seniors from the Divine Dragon Island, it is currently recovering. Once Rongrong has rested sufficiently, we shall depart. Xiang Tao rubbed his hands together in excitement, unconsciously adopting a sycophantic smile. If it's not too much trouble, might I have the privilege of meeting the Earthfire beast? Ji Wushuang could certainly refuse, but Xiang Tao was a decent person. And since she had technically violated the rules of Divine Dragon Island, it should not be an issue to allow him to see Rongrong, right? Very well. After Ji Wushuang agreed, she fetched Rongrong. Upon seeing the dignified Earthfire beast, Xiang Tao's eyes sparkled with delight. What a fine specimen, robust and sleek. Truly magnificent. It appears to be in its prime. Xiang Tao lowered his voice, cough, cough, young friend. Might I inquire if this earth-fire beast has a partner? Ji Wushuang. Faced with Ji Wushuang's clear, bewildered gaze, Xiang Tao suddenly felt a tad inappropriate. However, for the sake of his precious daughter, he pressed on ahem. The thing is, my daughter. Oh no, I mean, my spirit beast is also of the fire element. Though it is not of earth-fire caliber, its talent is remarkable. Furthermore, my daughter, my spirit beast is lively and beautiful, gentle and amiable. What do you say? As Xiang Tao spoke, he gestured with his hands. Before Ji Wushuang could respond, Rongrong wailed in protest. No, no. I refuse to have my fate dictated by others. Ji Wushuang coughed lightly. I must apologize, esteemed city lord. Our Rongrong rejects arranged marriages. IT values the freedom to choose its own partner. Xiang Tao sighed, patting Ji Wushuang's shoulder. No worries, no worries. We are all open-minded parents. Ha ha ha. Whether suitable or not, let them young beasts explore together. Is that really appropriate? Of course, how can a young beast remain single forever? Ji Wushuang. In truth, Ji Wushuang felt a twinge of guilt, fearing that Rongrong might be deceived by a son of destiny, thus scaring it into such a state. If this continued, would it develop a fear of the opposite gender? That would indeed be a grave sin. Ji Wushuang gently patted Rongrong's large head, softly saying, Why not go take a look? What if it turns out to be a charming and lively girl? Besides, it's just making friends. What harm can come of it? Rongrong shook its head vigorously. Ji Wushuang's lips twitched, and she resorted to her trump card. If you go, I will give you the other half of the fire spirit stones. Rongrong's heart fluttered at the enticing offer. After hesitating for a moment, it ultimately agreed. At worst, it would just be cautious. In any case, that pure, flawless, radiant, and sacred beast would be 100,000 miles away. Rongrong's sudden need to attend a matchmaking event necessitated informing the sect, as Rongrong was a cherished treasure of the Yunlan sect. Ji Wushuang instructed Xiang Tao to activate the communication talisman to inform Luo Zhuyang of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Luo Zhuyang paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. It is indeed time for Rongrong to consider matters of the heart. It was precisely because Rongrong had been single for so many years that its temperament had undergone such a change, leading Luo Zhuyang and the beast god Peak to mistakenly believe it was in heat. Otherwise, Rongrong would not have suffered from spring sickness due to overeating. This matter is entrusted to you. Little Wushuang. Understood. After the communication talisman was deactivated, Xiang Tao also smiled, cheerfully suggesting, How about this little friend stays at the city lord's mansion? If the matchmaking is successful, wouldn't this little friend become family? Naturally, one must be courteous. Ji Wushuang feigned hesitation, but we have rented a courtyard. Xiang Tao quickly interjected, No worries. I will have someone return the spirit stones to you. Ji Wushuang chuckled. Hee, you offered to refund them. Not I demanded it. So it seems I must trouble the esteemed city lord. Of course, of course. The two exchanged smiles, both quite pleased with the outcome. Only the unfortunate Rongrong found itself inexplicably thrust into a matchmaking scenario. Left wondering what sort of beast awaited it. Rongrong. Whimper, whimper. Chapter 90. The desire to set sail. Once Ji Wushuang was settled, Xiang Tao immediately reported the happenings in Chushui City, not concealing the matter of the flood dragon egg. In truth, he could not hide it. The grand spectacle of the flood dragon soaring into the sky and overcoming the tribulation had captured the attention of many. News had spread throughout the entire Divine Dragon Island. Bixindo-Ren, a powerful figure in the late stage of integration, held a status even higher than Xiang Tao, the city lord. Residing in her estate on the main island, Imo Lanyi had become the apple of her eye due to her exceptional talents and kind-hearted nature. Consequently, some trivial matters were permitted for Imo Lanyi to overhear. When the guards of Chushui City reported the recent disturbances, Bixindo-Ren was taken aback, asking, Are you certain? A flood dragon? Indeed, it appears to be a flood dragon of the Yin attribute. Such a rarity, and what of the flood dragon? It is said to have already departed. Was there no contract formed? Bixindo-Ren concurred with this statement, nodding. If that is the case, it indicates that our Divine Dragon Island is fated to have no connection with this flood dragon. So there is no need for further concern. Yes, the city lord expressed the same sentiment, but we feared that the esteemed ones might harbor doubts. which is why we sent subordinates to explain personally. I shall take my leave. With a polite nod of consent, and once the guards had departed, Imo Lanyi chuckled lightly. I never anticipated it would be a Jiaolong. It appears that our Shenlong Island is indeed a land of fortune. Were it not so, a Jiaolong would not have come into being. I am merely left wondering what this Jiaolong truly looks like. So many have witnessed it, yet I was absent. Alas, how I wish I could have seen it. Imo Lanyi's voice was imbued with a childlike innocence, her words saturated with regret and solitude. Yin Qing, momentarily taken aback, replied with a smile, "It is merely a Jiaolong, not a true dragon. If you did not see it, then so be it. Moreover, that Jiaolong possesses an attribute belonging to the realm of darkness, which contradicts your light power. So it is perhaps for the best that you did not behold it." "Indeed, Senior Yin speaks wisely. I have learned much from your words, and now I shall retreat to cultivate," Imo Lanyi responded, her face aglow with gratitude. "Go then, but do remember to rest. Young people should allow themselves some leisure." Yin Qing advised warmly. "Certainly, I will keep that in mind." Imo Lanyi chirped sweetly as she took her leave from Yin Qing, her heart racing as she fervently thought, "Have you discovered the whereabouts of that Jiaolong yet?" Old Ghost Immortal replied excitedly, "I have found it. It lies in the peripheral waters of Shenlong Island. If I can obtain the blood of this ghostly Jiaolong, my soul will become more solid. Perhaps I may even escape from this space, enabling me to assist you further." Despite the formidable prowess of Old Ghost Immortal, he remained but a remnant of a soul. Yet the aura of this ghostly Jiaolong was so pure, even heralded by a thunderous tribulation. "Excellent. Let us make haste." Imo Lanyi thought little of the potential dangers posed by the ghostly Jiaolong, as she possessed an instinctive feeling that this Jiaolong was destined to be hers. Indeed, this intuition was strikingly strong. In truth, Imo Lanyi's intuition was not misplaced. Had it not been for Ji Wushuang's emergence, the ghostly Jiaolong egg would have rightfully belonged to her, providing Old Ghost Immortal with a vessel for nurturing. This would have laid a solid foundation for Old Ghost Immortal's resurgence to greatness. However, now that the ghostly Jiaolong had unexpectedly been birthed, everything had changed. Imo Lanyi feigned cultivation for a few days before requesting permission from Yin Qing to take a stroll and admire the scenery of Shenlong Island. Yin Qing readily acquiesced, recognizing that Imo Lanyi had been working tirelessly, day and night, fearing the young one might feel wronged. Yin Qing presented Imo Lanyi with a storage bag, filled not only with abundant spirit stones, but also with several high-tier spirit artifacts. Her generosity leaving Imo Lanyi astonished. Shenlong Island truly possessed immense wealth. Concerned for Imo Lanyi's safety, Yin Qing even entrusted her care to his grandson, Yin Tan. Yin Tan was a standout among the new generation of Shenlong Island, having reached the pinnacle of golden core at under 50, with a singular affinity for water. Such talent would make him a paragon even among the 5 great sects. Yin Tan was also quite fond of Imo Lanyi. After all, a flower-like young girl, so grounded and diligent at such a tender age, with extraordinary talent and an irresistible charm. Who could possibly resist liking her? As Imo Lanyi strolled beside Yin Tan, she only reached his shoulder, her petite stature exuding an adorable aura. She smiled sweetly at Yin Tan. "Thank you, Brother Yin. I hope I'm not imposing on your cultivation." Yin Tan replied with a gentle smile. "Not at all. In fact, I should be thanking you. Your company brings joy to our ancestor," Imo Lanyi responded earnestly. "It is the least I can do. I hold great affection for Senior Yin as well." Yin Tan's smile grew even warmer. After all, even among the direct lineage, there existed barriers. Yet Imo Lanyi's innocence and kindness resembled a refreshing breeze, dispelling the burdens of those around her. How delightful! Yin Tan guided Imo Lanyi on a leisurely tour of the main island before venturing to nearby towns, eventually arriving at Chushui City at a comfortable pace. "Brother Yin, I wish to explore the waters beyond the city. Would that be permissible?" Imo Lanyi inquired. Yin Tan expressed surprise. "You wish to venture out to sea?" "Indeed, I have a great fondness for the ocean. I find that gazing at the sea brings me unparalleled tranquility," she replied. Yin Tan hesitated. After all, the waters surrounding Shenlong Island were not the tranquil seas Imo Lanyi envisioned. Though breathtakingly beautiful, they were also unpredictable and fraught with peril. However, upon meeting Imo Lanyi's eager gaze, he paused momentarily before deciding to acquiesce. "Very well, I will summon the city lord's people to accompany us." Imo Lanyi's eyes sparkled as she lowered her voice and playfully protested. Must we really invite them? I would prefer not to be accompanied by outsiders. Yin Tan, buoyed by Mo Lanyi's affection, remained resolute. Yes, we must. Their presence will ensure our safety. Mo Lanyi pouted slightly. Then so be it, if they come along. They can serve as distractions for the ghostly Jiaolong, allowing me to procure its blood more easily. Chapter 91. This sounds like bad luck personified. Yin Tan presented a visit request to City Lord Xiang Tao. Initially, Xiang Tao was disinclined to respond, preoccupied with his daughter's marriage, which was of utmost importance. However, given that the request came from Yin Qing's most cherished grandson, he begrudgingly agreed to meet with Yin Tan. Upon learning that Yin Tan's request was to venture out to sea, Xiang Tao frowned. Young master should be aware that there is little of beauty in the waters near Shenlong Island. Yin Tan chuckled lightly. Ah, City Lord Xiang, you are mistaken. My ancestor has a cherished guest, a disciple of Yunlan sect, who wishes to see the ocean since her sect is far removed from it. Fear not, City Lord. It is merely a glimpse, and I assure you it will not be too troublesome. Upon hearing cherished guest from Yunlan sect, Xiang Tao immediately thought of Ji Wushuang. Earlier that day, she had mentioned wanting to visit an old friend. Could it be that she was seeking out Yin Qing? Ah, why not just tell me? Would I refuse her? Xiang Tao mused, his expression softening. Very well, I shall arrange for brothers Xiangda and Xiang to protect you. Yin Tan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat flattered. After all, Xiangda and Xiang were Xiang Tao's trusted aides, akin to deputy city lords in Chushui City, both accomplished cultivators at the transformation stage. Did Xiang Tao truly hold him in such high regard? Thank you, City Lord Xiang, Yin Tan expressed earnestly. Not at all. Xiang Tao laughed heartily. Do enjoy yourselves and ensure that the cherished guest is well entertained. Yes, rest assured, Yin Tan replied. Xiang Tao called for Xiangda and Xiang instructing them to lead a contingent of 15 nascent soul cultivators to ensure the utmost protection for Yin Tan and his esteemed guest. With that, he merrily continued to observe, or rather, spy on his daughter and son-in-law's interactions. Is this what it feels like to be valued and cherished? Look at Shenlong Island. Even the smallest of requests are met with utmost sincerity. In stark contrast, consider Yunlan sect. The disparity is simply staggering. Feeling buoyed by Mo Lanyi's adoring gaze, Yin Tan's spirits soared. Let us depart. Thank you, brother Yin, and thank you, City Lord, Mo Lanyi expressed gratefully. Surrounded by formidable cultivators, Mo Lanyi boarded the flying shuttle, soaring towards the coastline, and of course, she had no old friends to visit. That was merely a pretext, as she felt acutely aware of the pitiful gaze Rong Rong directed at her. As though she were a brothel keeper coercing a reluctant girl. In truth, it was a manifestation of her own guilt. Xiang Mimi was Xiang Tao's spiritual beast and daughter, a stunningly robust golden flame tiger. The moment Ji Wushuang laid eyes on Xiang Mimi, she understood why, despite Xiang Mimi's noble lineage and pure blood, she remained single. Who wouldn't be intimidated by a feline capable of shattering boulders with a single paw? Ji Wushuang stealthily approached Xiang Mimi's quarters and looked up to see two flames entwined. One dark, unmistakably Rong Rong, and the other a brilliant golden flame, likely belonging to Xiang Mimi. The two flames danced together, seemingly in a harmonious relationship. Ji Wushuang, astonished, turned to Zhu Yin beside her and exclaimed, "Who would have thought that Rong Rong had a penchant for wild girls?" Zhu Yin, ever the loyal follower of Ji Wushuang, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I hadn't noticed. The only voice of reason, Ji Huan, interjected, "Miss, are you certain this isn't just Rong Rong getting beaten up?" And rather loudly, at that, as the trio engaged in hushed deliberation, a curious voice rang out from a distance. "Ah, Ji Xiaoyu, why are you still here? Were you not meant to set sail?" Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, I never intended to set sail." Xiang Tao was equally bewildered. Then who was the cherished guest from Yunlan sect that Yin Tan brought along? That scoundrel! How dare he deceive the city lord? The two of them quickly pieced together the misunderstanding. Xiang Tao smacked his forehead, recalling the earlier arrival of a Yunlan sect prodigy, the very same girl who had attained enlightenment in the streets of Chushui City. Remembering this, Xiang Tao felt a surge of irritation. That girl had hurried off after her breakthrough, leaving behind a trail of chaos that had kept him occupied. How dare she now request protection for her coastal outing? Xiang Tao's expression darkened. I actually sent Xiangda and Xiang along, granting that little rascal and that girl a sense of importance. Ji Wushuang's curiosity piqued. She inquired about the girl, finding more and more similarities to Imo Lanyi. What sudden realizations occur in the streets, what foundations are laid in public view, and what topics ignite fervent discussions? Recollecting her first day here, it seems she heard the name Imo Lanyi. Could it be mere coincidence? Wait, Ji Wushuang suddenly recalled that Imo Lanyi possessed an old ghost dragon. For ghost dragons, the essence of great darkness is a potent elixir, and the ghost-headed Jiao should not have ventured far. It might still be lurking in the nearby waters. Therefore, is Imo Lanyi seeking the ghost-headed Jiao? Ji Wushuang furrowed her brow and said, Lord Xiang, if I am not mistaken, the ghost-headed Jiao should still be near Shenlong Island. If they encounter it at sea, it would be disastrous for either side if any harm were to befall them. Let us go and investigate. The more formidable the existence, the more it adheres to the principle of cause and effect. For instance, divine beasts and great practitioners alike. The Exclusion Water City has indirectly aided the hatching of the ghost-headed Jiao and has not obstructed its departure. Should the ghost-headed Jiao eventually transform into a dragon, it would be a great merit for the Exclusion Water City, gradually influencing the fortunes of both Exclusion Water City and Shenlong Island. However, if the dragon were to perish due to the fall of Exclusion Water City, that would spell disaster. Xiang Tao exclaimed in shock, could it be mere coincidence? Ji Wushuang solemnly replied, Lord Xiang, you may not know, but if I am correct, this disciple's name is Imo Lanyi. There is something mysterious about her. Her cousin aided her, and as a result, their entire family is on the brink of ruin. Her father dotes on her, yet has now become incapacitated. Her master protects her, but has attracted considerable trouble, and the elders in her sect are greatly dissatisfied with her master. Even Rong Rong, after associating with her, underwent a drastic change in character. Xiang Tao responded, What? This sounds like a calamity incarnate. Indeed, it is true. Imo Lanyi came to Shenlong Island precisely because she could no longer remain in Yunlan's sect. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tao could no longer sit still, jumping up as if he were sitting on fire. No wonder she had increased his workload so much upon her arrival. It turns out she was born under a bad omen. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to drive away this misfortune. This is absurd. His daughter has finally encountered a beast she likes, and she must not let this calamity ruin everything. Chapter 92. Imo Lanyi's devious schemes sparked great chaos in the outer seas of Shenlong Island. Dense black clouds churned ominously in the sky, with flashes of lightning and the silhouette of a Jiao dragon appearing amidst the clouds. The sounds of Jiao roars and serpent hisses intermingled as two colossal beasts clashed within the stormy seas, altering the very colors of heaven and earth, while the surface of the ocean erupted in violent winds, torrential rains, and towering waves, causing the spirit ship to sway precariously. Xiang De fixed his gaze on the dark clouds and coldly declared, Young Master Yin, we cannot approach any closer. It is evident that high-tier spirit beasts are engaged in a fierce battle ahead, and getting closer would be perilous. Yin Tan nodded, turning to Imo Lanyi. We cannot venture any nearer. There is danger ahead. Imo Lanyi was exceptionally skilled at forming connections with others. In just half a day's interaction, Yin Tan had already taken to calling her E. How could Imo Lanyi be unaware of the danger? After all, the ghost-headed Jiao was right before them. Her divine grandfather had mentioned that the ghost-headed Jiao's opponent was a peak-level 7th-tier water serpent. The peak of the 7th tier signifies the pinnacle of tribulation, just a step away from becoming the most formidable existence on this continent. Yet, this water serpent seemed to have been trapped at the peak of the 7th tier for many years. Unable to advance further, it was precisely because of this that it dared to risk heavenly retribution to hunt down this newly born Jiao dragon. If it could devour the Jiao dragon's beast core, it would surely break through its confinement and ascend to the 8th tier. However, the ghost-headed Jiao, being a Jiao, possessed an overwhelming aura of Jiao dragon might that a mere water serpent could not dare to desecrate. As the two sides entangled, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue. This presented an unparalleled opportunity for Imo Lanyi. She absolutely could not simply turn away, with a glimmer in her eye. Imo Lanyi whispered, the beings entangled ahead are the Jiao dragon and the 7th-tier spirit beast. If we can endure until the battle reaches its climax and approach during their mutual injuries, perhaps we can reap the benefits as outsiders. That is a Jiao dragon. If Brother Yin could form a contract with this Jiao dragon, would it not mean soaring to great heights? It must be said, Imo Lanyi was adept at exploiting the weaknesses of others' hearts, Even Yin Tan found himself tempted. Yet, the next moment, Xiangda dismissed their thoughts. Both of you, do not entertain such ideas. This Jiao Dragon is the one our City Lord released. The City Lord has stated that the Jiao Dragon is in the heavens and not under our control. You too should abandon these thoughts. Yin Tan flushed with embarrassment at Xiangda's words. While Imo Lanyi boldly asserted, so this Jiao Dragon has such a connection with us, then we should assist it, should we not? Xiang Er was already growing impatient. Assist it? How do we assist? That is a peak-level 7th-tier spirit beast. One breath from it could scatter you. One must have self-awareness. Xiangda no longer allowed Imo Lanyi to speak, issuing a command, enough talk. We shall return immediately, as the spirit ship began to turn back. Imo Lanyi grew anxious. Grandfather Immortal, think of a way. We cannot simply leave. The old ghost dragon said, that ghost Jiao is about to be defeated. You should go to the cabin, take a vitality pill, crush it, and throw it into the cabin. The aura of the vitality pill will surely attract that 7th-tier spirit beast. If it comes, you must hide in the spatial realm, and then we will stealthily approach the Jiao Dragon to collect its blood. This is indeed leading misfortune away. However, should Imo Lanyi truly proceed with this plan, every person aboard the spirit ship would perish at the hands of the 7th-tier spirit beast. If Imo Lanyi possessed even the slightest conscience, she would not agree to the old ghost dragon's scheme, yet she consented without a moment's thought. All right, let us act immediately. If Imo Lanyi had been obstinate, Xiangda and Xiang Er would have been justified in their anger. But with her sudden change in attitude, they could not express their displeasure. Coupled with Imo Lanyi's innate charm, even Xiangda and Xiang Er began to reflect on their own behavior. Had they been too harsh just now? It's fine. As long as you understand, they thought. Seeing Imo Lanyi so composed in her actions, Yin Tan felt an increased fondness for her. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, Imo Lanyi interjected, Brother Yin, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. I will rest for a moment. Yin Tan was startled. Is it serious? Do you need some pills? Imo Lanyi paled slightly, gently shaking her head. Thank you for your concern. Brother Yin, I just need to rest a bit. All right, then hurry and take care of yourself. This vitality pill was an 8th-tier elixir, possessing an extraordinarily pure essence, invaluable to cultivators and spirit beasts alike on the continent. Yet, within Imo Lanyi's spatial realm, it was as abundant as desired. Xiangda and the others had never encountered vitality pills, so they were unaware of what was transpiring, only feeling a sudden wave of comfort throughout their bodies. Even some chronic ailments and hidden injuries gradually healing. As they reacted, it was no surprise that the spirit beasts, already sensitive to such auras, responded even more vigorously. Even the peak-level 7th-tier water serpent, which had been battling in the sky with the Jiao Dragon, abruptly halted. This moment's pause allowed the ghost-headed Jiao to find a flaw in the water serpent's defenses, suddenly glaring fiercely and unleashing a barrage of shadowy blades aimed at the water serpent's vital point. Hiss, hiss, yet the water serpent, with its tough, armored skin, felt pain at the vital point, but its defenses were not breached. It flipped over, its long tail transforming into a colossal hammer, crashing down viciously upon the side of the ghost-headed Jiao's neck. Roar, hiss, hiss, however, this time, the water serpent could not escape unscathed. In that critical moment, the ghost-headed Jiao unexpectedly grasped another innate divine ability, corrosion. An endless, terrifying aura of darkness began to corrode the water serpent's flesh starting from its scales. The water serpent, feeling the pain, decisively severed its own tail. Blood gushed forth like a torrential downpour, raining down upon the ocean's surface. Blood, vitality, raging winds, torrential rains, Jiao dragons, divine beasts, a multitude of elements that stirred the blood of spirit beasts intertwined, causing even those oceanic spirit beasts who had initially hesitated to become restless. Cultivation, striving against heaven and battling against the earth. The spirit beasts were inherently a proud and rebellious lineage, unwilling to submit to bloodlines or oppression. Otherwise, the water serpent would not have attacked the ghost-headed Jiao. Now, both the ghost-headed Jiao and the water serpent were injured. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. If they consumed them, they could absorb their power and advance further. Coupled with the intoxicatingly sweet aroma wafting through the air, akin to the very essence of life, they could no longer hold back. They could not resist. They aimed to devour them all, the Jiao Dragon. the water serpent, and all that vitality. Chapter 93. She claims she is truly innocent. Will they believe her? Ji Wushuang was hastening towards the open sea alongside Xiang Tao when an ominous aura surged within her heart. She abruptly grasped Xiang Tao's hand, coldly stating, "Wait. What is it?" "We're almost there." Xiang Tao's mind was preoccupied with teaching that insufferable Yin a lesson, and he was unwilling to wait. However, Ji Wushuang's grip was surprisingly strong, rendering him immobile, forcing him to halt. "What is it, young friend Ji?" Ji Wushuang's piercing gaze fixed upon the heavens, coldly declaring, "Please inform the island master of Shenlong Island to activate the island's protective array immediately." "What?" Xiang Tao nearly thought he was hallucinating, for he could hardly believe he had heard such an absurd request. "Young friend Ji, even if you are a relative of my son-in-law, no, my daughter-in-law, you cannot present such an outrageous demand." Ji Wushuang solemnly replied, "If I am not mistaken, a great calamity is about to unfold. Shenlong Island is situated at the heart of treacherous seas, having naturally withstood various calamities. However, each catastrophe is usually preceded by a warning. Why then has this disaster struck so suddenly? Could it be a tsunami? No, that seems implausible." Ji Wushuang, no longer hesitating, promptly activated the communication talisman to summon Xiang Tao. Xiang Tao complied, and the voice that emanated from the talisman was resplendent like celestial music. "Little Master Uncle, you called for me?" "No, that voice sounds so aged. How can I address you as Little Master Uncle?" Ji Wushuang declared resolutely, "Little Shirtu, there has been unusual activity near Shenlong Island. A great calamity is imminent. But the residents of Shenlong Island do not believe me. Please convey this message to their leader and urge them to activate the island's protective formation immediately." Shirley had unwavering faith in his little master uncle. Responding quickly, "Understood. I shall do so at once." With that, he ended the communication. Xiang Tao observed Ji Wushuang's expression, which was a complex mix of emotions. He found it hard to believe that Ji Wushuang's apprentice possessed the influence to compel their island master to activate the protective formation. Truth be told, this scene was rather comical. If it were anyone else putting on such a show in front of him, he would have slapped them without hesitation. Yet, this was his son-in-law's family. Should he advise her to tone down her boasting? While Xiang Tao contemplated this, the Shenlong secret order suddenly illuminated, and the island master's grave voice resonated. "Damn it, could it be true? It's a beast tide. The situation is dire. Hurry here." Yes. Although Shirley did not possess the communication talisman of the Shenlong Island master, he did have that of the former master. As soon as the old master heard Shirley's report, he immediately expanded his spiritual sense to investigate. The old master was also at the integration stage, and it was not difficult for him to discern the surrounding disturbances. He quickly uncovered the cause of the spirit beast uprising. A Jiao dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with a peak-level 7th-tier spirit beast, both sustaining injuries. Under normal circumstances, these spirit beasts would have been terrified into retreat by the aura of the peak-level 7th-tier beast. Yet today, for reasons unknown, these lower-tier spirit beasts seemed insatiably driven to devour them. It was as if they had been driven mad. Indeed, more and more spirit beasts congregated, gradually forming a tide of beasts. Thankfully, the old stone had alerted him. Otherwise, it would have been a grave mistake. Xiang Tao rushed towards the main island, of course, without forgetting to bring Ji Wushuang along. After all, she was a valuable asset. On the main island, in the Shenlong Feiyu Hall, the core area of Shenlong Island, the city lords from the eastern, southern, western, and northern major cities, as well as various practitioners from within the island, had gathered. Those who could serve as city lords were all cultivators of the integration stage, and the practitioners within the island were no less formidable. In such a context, the appearance of Ji Wushuang and Zhu Yin was particularly conspicuous. By Exine Daoist, concerned upon learning of the beast tide occurring in the outer seas, while her beloved grandson and Emolanyi were in the outer sea beyond the defenses of Chushir City, felt her mood worsen. Upon seeing Ji Wushuang, she immediately lashed out. "Xiang City Lord, this is a critical moment for discussing the beast tide. Why have you brought such a useless person?" And by Xian's view, if Xiang Tao had not sent someone to protect Yin Tan and Emolanyi, they would not have ventured out and faced danger. Thus, she held Xiang Tao entirely responsible. Xiang Tao, not one to be easily provoked, immediately darkened his expression and retorted, "By Exine Daoist, she is a distinguished guest from Yunlan's sect. If it were not for her warning, we would not have discovered the beast tide so swiftly. Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed derisively. You speak falsehoods without a shred of evidence. How could a mere girl devoid of spiritual energy possibly detect a beast tide? Xiang Tao understood how incredulous it all sounded. Yet it was indeed Ji Wushuang who had alerted them. He wanted to speak further but was silenced by the island master's reprimand. Enough. What time is it? Activate the formation first. We shall discuss the rest later. Yes. The island master of Shenlong Island was also a practitioner of the integration stage, but at the pinnacle of IT to IT seemed that like those from Yunlan's sect, once they broke through the tribulation, they would not remain in their homes but venture forth to seek the next opportunity. Ji Wushuang was taken outside the hall, where she was kept under guard. As a mere insect, she naturally lacked the qualification to witness the core of Shenlong Island's protective formation. However, as the formation activated, it was as if a realm slowly ascended before Ji Wushuang. Intricate and profound patterns illuminated like countless stars, one after another, in an instant. Mountains, rivers, day and night, and the winds of the world were all enshrouded by an invisible and mysterious power, safeguarding them. Though Ji Wushuang was not adept in formations, she could still sense its grandeur and majesty. With eyes wide in admiration, she quickly began to mentally construct the patterns of the formation. However, the formation was completed with remarkable swiftness. Before Ji Wushuang could fully appreciate it, she heard someone call her back inside. Upon re-entering the Shenlong Feiyu Hall, the gazes of everyone towards Ji Wushuang were exceedingly complex, filled with wariness, scrutiny, and hostility, particularly by Xian Daoist, whose cheeks flushed either from anger or embarrassment, directed a gaze at Ji Wushuang that brimmed with murderous intent. The island master, Mu Chenfeng, donned a robe intricately woven with gold and silver threads, approached Ji Wushuang with a graceful demeanor, his garments seemingly drifting like clouds. Slightly bowing, he appeared amiable and approachable. Thank you, young friend, for alerting us to the peril. It seemed Mu Chenfeng had already discerned the circumstances and recognized Ji Wushuang as the one who first detected the turmoil among the spirit beasts outside the island. Hence he made the appropriate gesture of gratitude. Mu Chenfeng did not look down upon Ji Wushuang simply because she was a girl without spiritual energy. He was indeed the leader of a great power, and his composure was worthy of admiration. Yet, Ji Wushuang suspected this was merely a facade of diplomacy before potential aggression. As expected, Mu Chenfeng's tone shifted, and with sharp and icy eyes, he scrutinized Ji Wushuang. But I wonder, how did you come to know of the spirit beast disturbances? Furthermore, I have heard that the ghost head Jiao was originally a dead egg, and the seller claimed it was a ghost head Xiao. How did a dead egg suddenly become a living one? How did you manage to hatch it, and why did the type of spirit beast change? Moreover, it incited a beast tide upon its emergence. This series of pointed inquiries nearly accused Ji Wushuang directly of orchestrating this entire affair to bring calamity upon Shenlong Island. Ji Wushuang. Could she assert her innocence, and would they believe her? Chapter 94. The Shenlong Feiyu Hall split in two. Ji Wushuang met Mu Chenfeng's gaze, calmly stating that Ghost Head Xiao was indeed the Ghost Head Jiao. It was merely that you did not recognize it. Moreover, the Jiao was never dead. I possessed the life spring, and upon using it, it was revived. Mu Chenfeng had heard of the life spring, which had been auctioned at the top-tier auctions in the Eastern continent since a decade ago, fetching astronomical prices each time. He never expected that such a young girl would possess a life spring. Bixn Daoist scoffed. Fine. Even if you managed to hoodwink us with that, how did you detect the disturbances of the spirit beasts in the outer sea? Even we, as cultivators of the integration stage, did not notice. How could a mere girl without cultivation possibly perceive it? Ji Wushuang replied unabashedly. Oh, because I have a treasure. Bixn Daoist did not believe it at all. What treasure could a worthless girl possess? Ji Wushuang, though usually patient, could not contain her anger at being called a waste repeatedly. Who are you calling worthless? Worthless? You? Ji Wushuang nodded, smiling sweetly. Oh, so it is worthless calling me then. Upon realizing this, Bixn Daoist was infuriated and suddenly struck at Ji Wushuang. You seek death, given Bixn Daoist's superior cultivation. Xiang Tao would have been too late to protect Ji Wushuang even if he had wanted to. Quick! Dodge! This statement was indeed ludicrous. How could a blow from an integration stage cultivator be evaded by a mere girl devoid of cultivation? she could only escape to the Yellow Springs. Mu Chunfeng watched quietly, preparing to intervene only when Ji Wushuang was on the brink of death, for he needed to ascertain the truth, and interrogation was essential. However, the scene everyone expected did not unfold. Instead, golden light radiated from Ji Wushuang's body, and an overwhelming aura of the Great Ascension erupted from the jade hairpin atop her head, transforming into ethereal, towering mountains that crashed down upon by Exine Daoist. Boom! In an instant, the entire Shenlong Feiyu Hall split in two. Not only the hall but even the mountain upon which it stood trembled. This devastating blow had severely injured Shenlong Island from within. Mu Chunfeng recognized this strike. Good heavens! This is not the formidable technique of the irritable and domineering Great Ascension ancestor from Yunlan's sect. The mountain-toppling seal? Looking at by Exine Daoist, she was now crumpled on the ground, unaware of her own fate. And Ji Wushuang? She remained unscathed, her calm demeanor suggesting that she was not the one who had just faced imminent peril. The Shenlong Feiyu Hall was engulfed in a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Ji Wushuang. After a long while, she pouted and remarked, "You all owe me for the spirit tool. It was specially crafted for me by my esteemed ancestor. And it was wasted like this, TSK. Everyone. Is she even human?" Ji Wushuang then looked back at Mu Chunfeng, asking, "Can you now believe me?" Mu Chunfeng, his face dark, ordered that by Exine Daoist be taken away, and then said, "I did not realize that young friend is a descendant of the Elder Sure. My apologies for the abruptness. We were compelled to be cautious due to the uncanny coincidences." Ji Wushuang nodded. "I have no objections. Just remember to compensate me for the spirit tool." After a moment, she blinked and asked, "May I go and observe the beast tide?" Mu Chunfeng. "In ordinary circumstances? For a person devoid of spiritual power to seek out the beast tide would be akin to courting death. Yet, who knows how many treasures lie within Ji Wushuang? If she wishes to see, then let her go. Otherwise, given that old coot's temperament, the entire Divine Dragon Island would surely be thrown into chaos." Thus, Ji Wushuang was escorted by a throng of integration stage cultivators aboard the spirit ship, sailing towards the location where the Grand Formation met the open sea. Fortunately, the Grand Formation activated early, sparing Divine Dragon Island from the beast tide's wrath. However, the cultivators traversing the outer seas were not so fortunate. Countless lives were claimed due to this abrupt turmoil. Their eye sockets were crimson, their murderous intent laid bare, all seemingly driven mad with bloodlust. Even the once azure sea had transformed into a pitch-black abyss. It was blood. An overwhelming amount of blood had turned the ocean into a purgatory of death. Naturally, the protective formation of Divine Dragon Island was of the highest quality, capable of isolating even the most sanguine of heirs. Ji Wushuang stood at the forefront of the spirit ship, gazing upwards at the rumbling thunder, within which something seemed to be entangled. Expanding her divine sense, she discerned the figure of the ghost-headed flood dragon. Engaged in battle with the ghost-headed flood dragon was a peak 7th-tier spirit beast, the water serpent. Mu Chunfeng murmured. Whether it be the blood of the ghost-headed flood dragon or that of the water serpent, it would serve as a tremendous boon to the spirit beasts below. Xiang Tao, feeling trepidation. "No wonder the beast horde has gone so out of control." One cultivator inquired, "What should we do now? Should we wait for the beast tide to pass?" Mu Chunfeng nodded. "That appears to be our only option." However, Ji Wushuang harbored doubts about this statement. Would the mere presence of the water serpent and the ghost-headed flood dragon truly incite such madness among the beast horde? Under normal circumstances, ordinary spirit beasts would surely avoid a confrontation between divine beasts and peak powerhouses, wouldn't they? No, there must be something more to this, as Ji Wushuang pondered. She suddenly caught sight of a dilapidated spirit ship bobbing amidst the waves. Ji Wushuang furrowed her brow, alerting Xiang Tao, "Lord Xiang, is that not our ship from Shui City?" Xiang Tao's initial reaction was to dismiss it, for both Xiangda and Xiang Er were seasoned veterans. How could they knowingly sail into trouble? They were not foolish enough to seek death. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed their own vessel, and he immediately felt a sense of dread wash over him. Chapter 95, Little Flood Dragon, your godfather has come to rescue you. Xiang Tao cursed Xiangda and Xiang Er 100 times in his heart, but still, he respectfully bowed to Mu Chunfeng, pleading, "Island Master, Xiangda and Xiang Er are aboard that spirit ship. I beg you to save them. Mu Chunfeng gazed at the spirit ship, struggling to hold its ground in the midst of the beast horde, and immediately issued a command. Right wing of the Divine Department, heed my command. Proceed to assist. This is unwise, Island Master. Lu Man, the Lord of Shui City, interjected hastily. If we send people to assist, we must deactivate the Grand Formation. But outside are spirit beasts. Should the formation be opened, it would surely endanger Divine Dragon Island. Indeed, Island Master, ensuring the safety of Divine Dragon Island must take precedence. Island Master, think carefully. Lord Xiang, do not jeopardize the lives of everyone on Divine Dragon Island for your own desires. Xiang Tao fell silent, yet he understood the truth in the words of the other lords. Should the Grand Formation be activated and lead to Divine Dragon Island's downfall, he would be deemed a historical sinner. Yet, he could not bear to watch as Xiang Da and Xiang Er were consumed by the spirit beasts. Xiang Tao gritted his teeth. Then let me go. After I leave, you must immediately deactivate the formation. This way, we can minimize the impact on Divine Dragon Island. Lu Man and Xiang Tao were both lords of the 4 cities of Divine Dragon Island, hence they were in a competitive relationship. However, one could not deny that Xiang Tao's unwavering spirit earned Lu Man's admiration. Old Xiang, remain calm. The spirit beasts outside blot out the sun. If you go out, you are merely delivering yourself as a meal to them. What purpose does that serve? But I cannot stand idly by and watch them perish. Old Xiang, do not act out of impulse. I am not. A girl's voice suddenly pierced through, capturing everyone's attention. Mu Chunfeng was taken aback. What did you say? Are you jesting? A cultivator in the integration stage coldly remarked, our island's protective formation is a composite formation. Even rules that transcend the Great Ascension stage cannot breach it. Ordinary talisman laws cannot penetrate the formation at all. Ji Wushuang nodded. You mentioned ordinary talismans, but the Divine Escape talisman can. No, that is impossible. We shall see if it is, Ji Wushuang replied calmly. Lord Xiang, I can't provide you with the Divine Escape talisman, but I have one request. I must accompany you, and you must ensure my safety. Xiang Tao was dumbfounded. You also wish to go? Yes. Since the ghost-headed flood dragon was born of her and Zhu Yin, she might as well be considered the little flood dragon's godparent, and it simply cannot die like this. Oh, put it bluntly, Ji Wushuang absolutely would not allow Zhu Yan's blood to go to waste. Moreover, she wanted to see what exactly was causing the beast tide on Divine Dragon Island. Xiang Tao glanced again at the small ship that was on the verge of breaking apart from the impact of a giant beast. Gritting his teeth, very well, I agree. I will risk my life to protect you, deal. Just as Xiang Tao awaited Ji Wushuang to produce the talisman, Ji Wushuang suddenly took 2 steps back, finding a quiet spot, retrieving talisman paper and talisman water, and began to draw on the spot. Everyone? No. Are you saying that the talismans you spoke of are ones you drew yourself? Are you serious? But they had no opportunity to voice their questions. Ji Wushuang swiftly drew 40 talismans, and with over 30 individuals undertaking this protection mission, she even prepared a few extras just in case. Watching the lifeless talismans, resembling scrap paper, Mu Chunfeng and the others felt an urge to curse loudly. Yet, recalling the appearance of Bai Xian Daoren earlier, along with the endless treasures possessed by Ji Wushuang. What if? Ji Wushuang's complexion paled slightly as she handed the talismans to Xiang Tao. Here? Activate them. Activate? Yes, I lack spiritual energy. You must activate the talismans. Wait, perhaps it would be better to have another person do it. If your spiritual energy is exhausted, it would not be good, so I will trouble this esteemed gentleman. The unremarkable cultivator pointed out. He looked at the scrap paper Ji Wushuang had produced, momentarily at a loss as to whether to accept it or not. Ultimately, it was Mu Chunfeng who urged him to take it and input spiritual energy. The cultivator had no choice but to comply. Initially, he had not taken these scraps seriously at all, so when his entire spiritual force was drained by the talismans, he nearly fainted from shock. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself in time and consumed a medicinal pill to replenish his spiritual energy, thus avoiding being drained entirely. The cultivator should have been cursing up a storm. Yet, gazing at those floating talismans radiating the aura of 7th-tier talismans, he was left dumbfounded, as were the others. The cultivator stammered, this, is a 7th-tier talisman? Moreover, these talismans were clearly drawn by Ji Wushuang. Why do they bear his aura as if he were the one who drew them? Furthermore, this is a 7th-tier talisman. A 7th-tier talisman. Even their top talisman masters require rituals of bathing and incense burning, centering their minds, to draw one. Yet Ji Wushuang casually produced them with a mere flick of her hand. And not just one, but 40. What a monstrous talent! Ji Wushuang stepped forward to collect the spiritual talismans and handed them to Xiang Tao, urging, "Let us depart." Xiang Tao stared blankly at Ji Wushuang. And after a long pause, he finally spoke. "Young friend Ji, who exactly are you?" Ji Wushuang blinked. "Did I not say? I am a disciple of Yunlan's sect. Hurry and prepare to set off, or we shall be too late. Remember your promise to protect me with all your might." Xiang Tao thought to himself, is it not imperative to protect you with all my might? Such terrifying talisman skills. No wonder the notoriously irascible stone ancestor of Yunlan's sect treats her as a treasure. If she were a child of divine Dragon Island, the sun would surely not allow the moon. If Ji Wushuang were to lose even a single hair in his care, Yunlan's sect might come knocking at his door, ready to flay him alive. Xiang Tao gritted his teeth. "Let us go." Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. "Old sir, you and I are both weaklings. I fear Lord Xiang may not be able to protect me, old man. That you are the weakling. Your entire family is weaklings." The cultivator responsible for activating the talisman hurriedly stepped forward. Young friend, do not worry. I shall go as well." Ji Wushuang scrutinized this cultivator. His cheeks were dark and his features unremarkable. If not for his particularly bright eyes, he would appear no different from an ordinary person. However, Ji Wushuang chose him to activate the talisman for a reason. This unremarkable man was, in fact, a tribulation-transcending cultivator and the strongest individual present. However, even a tribulation-transcending cultivator would find it challenging to activate 47th-tier talismans all at once. "Are you capable?" The man flashed a bright smile, intending to make a witty remark about a man not admitting defeat. But suddenly recalling that he was talking to a mere little girl, he deemed such banter inappropriate and instead said, "Rest assured, I will manage it." Ji Wushuang felt a sense of satisfaction, for with the presence of this formidable figure in the tribulation phase, she could simply bide her time. "Little dragon, your godfather has brought people to rescue you." Chapter 96. Life Essence Pill. Due to the primary mission being the delivery of talismans to the spirit ship, the rescue team prioritized quality over quantity, consisting of just 5 individuals: Ji Wushuang, Xiang Tao, the old man, and the tribulation master. However, among these 4, 2 were mere burdens, seemingly lacking in capability. The moment the island's protective formation was dismantled, the leaf-shaped spirit vessel they occupied surged forth, just as the formation closed behind them like a clam shell. Bereft of the island's protective barrier, the onslaught of blood and carnage struck Ji Wushuang's face. Not merely a description, but a true deluge of blood and gore. Thunder cracked in the heavens, and the rain, tainted with the violence of spirit beasts, splattered in a disconcerting manner, seemingly laced with repugnant flesh, adhering to her hands and face. The viscous, cloying sensation felt akin to an abrupt descent into a purgatory of death. Xiang Tao nearly retched from the stench. Yet, amidst this foulness, Ji Wushuang detected a uniquely sweet fragrance, intoxicating and irresistible. Immediately, she glanced at Xiang Tao and the Tribulation Master, both of whom appeared to sense something as well. The Tribulation Master, focusing his mind, exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiang Tao, do you smell that?" Xiang Tao, realizing belatedly, responded, "Strange, what is this aroma? Could it be that some treasure is about to reveal itself?" If a treasure were indeed emerging, it would elucidate the agitation among the beast horde. Before Ji Wushuang could speak, the old man coldly interjected, "What treasure? Fool, this is the life essence pill." Xiang Tao, perplexed by the rebuke, found it bewildering to be scolded by a mere subordinate. Yet, in such dire circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to express his anger. Responding instead, "What is the life essence pill?" An 8th-level life essence pill, as its name suggests, is capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bone to life. 8th level. Xiang Tao's mind buzzed. What was wrong with this world? Why, overnight, was everything either 7th-level talismans or 8th-level pills? Had he turned into a complete fool? So, the spirit beasts were going berserk due to this 8th-level life essence pill? The Tribulation Master, true to his title, seized the crux of the matter. The old man nodded, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. It is highly likely that while the life essence pill holds a lure for our human race, it is not enough to cause such chaos. However, for the beast race, it is a different story. Their sense of smell and spirit perception far surpasses ours, which explains why most discoveries of heavenly treasures are made by them. Thus, the allure of the life essence pill would be magnified 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold. It is possible that someone has deliberately shattered the life essence pill here to create turmoil. Xiang Tao gritted his teeth. Cursed wretch, who could be so deranged? Ji Wushuang knew the answer, but she would not speak it aloud. The reason was simple. Mo Lanyi not only represented herself but was also a disciple of Yunlan's sect. Causing such chaos, even if Mo Lanyi were to perish 1,000 times, it would not quell the fury of the Dragon Island. Thus, the ones who would ultimately pay the price would be the Yunlan sect. This was her master's sect, and Ji Wushuang would never stand idly by while it was embroiled in strife and conflict. This instigator was indeed a considerable nuisance. Noting Ji Wushuang's silence, the old man coldly snorted. Seemingly finding her presence unpalatable, clearly, he had realized something. The spirit ship moved swiftly, and with Xiang Tao and the Tribulation Master leading the way, the rampaging spirit beasts were effortlessly obliterated by the Tribulation Master's powerful strikes. His muscular arms aglow with energy, executing each move with precision and decisiveness. Gradually, even Xiang Tao began to sense something amiss as he cast furtive glances at the Tribulation Master. A quarter of an hour later, the 5 of them finally landed above the spirit ship, only to find it surrounded by a throng of spirit beasts, each one frenzied and red-eyed, relentlessly battering against the formation above. Moreover, the peculiar aroma was overwhelmingly potent, clearly indicating the presence of the life essence pill. With a cold chuckle, the Tribulation Master instructed Ji Wushuang to cover her ears, drawing in his energy before taking a step forward, his voice resounding like a lion's roar. "Get lost!" As the command echoed, the ocean erupted violently, frigid waters surging forth, driving the spirit beasts away. This spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. To say it obscured the sun and stars would not be an exaggeration. After the dual cleansing of the ocean and the lion's roar, the spirit beasts, once maddened, seemed to regain a semblance of their wits, though the deadly allure remained. Ji Wushuang had anticipated the spirit beasts would hesitate momentarily. But to her surprise, they suddenly lowered their heads, emitting a chilling, fearful wail akin to that of a drenched dog, their tails tucked between their legs as they fled in terror. Their speed was astonishing. As if pursued by an unseen specter, Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow, glancing incredulously at the old man beside her. The old man's complexion appeared even paler, his expression filled with displeasure as he chided. "What are you dawdling for? Go down and see if they are still alive." Ji Wushuang narrowed her phoenix eyes, silently observing the old man for a moment before leaping from the leaf-shaped spirit vessel onto the spirit ship. This leap startled Xiang Tao, who felt as though his own head had jumped along with her. In a flurry, he followed suit. After they departed, the old man cleared his throat twice, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Tribulation Master, his dark eyes wide with concern, fixed his gaze on the old man. "Are you all right? I told you not to come, yet you would not listen. To your age, you should know better." The old man shook his head. "This is a man-made situation. Come, let us see who is so audacious." "Oh, very well." The Tribulation Master hoisted the old man, and the two descended onto the deck. The crew aboard the ship, uncertain whether they were fortunate or unfortunate, had endured the siege of spirit beasts for so long, yet due to the protective formation, they had sustained minimal injuries. However, they were severely affected by the life essence pill. With most of them having fainted, each spitting blood and appearing gravely injured, Ji Wushuang examined their spiritual veins and found them clogged with overbearing energies. This energy was exceedingly pure, far exceeding their capacity, rendering them unable to assimilate it. If not addressed properly, it could lead to their ruin. Looking inside the cabin, she noticed that apart from the unconscious individuals, there was no trace of Mo Lanyi. Suddenly, Ji Wushuang recalled something, her gaze sharpening as she coldly regarded the center of the thundercloud. Chapter 97. Ji Wushuang's sword shatters the heavens, ascending having crossed swords with Mo Lanyi numerous times. Ji Wushuang had come to deeply comprehend this individual's cunning and deceitful nature. This was clearly a ruse to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair, diverting disaster to buy time for herself. Above the thunderclouds, two spirit beasts loomed, one a peak 7th-level water serpent, the other a newly birthed ghost dragon, coincidentally accompanied by an ancient ghostly immortal beside Imo. Thus, it was evident who Imo target was. You? I have other matters to attend to. I require your spirit vessel, but I cannot control it, so I need you to row the boat for me. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Xiang Tao. Where are you going? Ji Wushuang pointed toward the depths of the thunder, immediately silencing Xiang Tao. What the hell? If Ji Wushuang were anyone else, I would have long since fled. But Xiang Tao could not forget her masterful talisman crafting skills. Such a treasure must be the heart's desire of the Yunlan sect, and he dared not leave her alone. Yet, to charge into the sea of thunder, he was no old man hanging himself. Fear not, Ji Wushuang said earnestly. I will ensure your safety. Let us go. Xiang Tao met Ji Wushuang's solemn gaze, wiping his face in preparation to speak when the old man suddenly interjected, I will accompany you. Ji Wushuang stared at the old man in surprise, who coldly snorted, Isn't it just infusing spiritual energy to pilot the spirit vessel? I can manage that. Very well. Ji Wushuang provided Xiang Tao with the requisite number of divine evasion talismans. Declaring, our transaction concludes here. With that, the young woman leaped onto the leaf-shaped flying spirit vessel, followed by the old man, and together they soared into the sky. Xiang Tao? He never said he wouldn't go. This was disastrous. If Ji Wushuang encountered any trouble, he would surely be hunted down to the ends of the earth by the Yunlan sect in a hurry. Xiang Tao looked upward, and the group finally noticed that the thunderclouds appeared denser. Countless bolts of lightning dancing within, the aura of annihilation causing one's scalp to tingle. This was bad. They wouldn't dare ascend into that, would they? Above the clouds, Ji Wushuang retrieved a pitch-black ancient heavy sword from her spatial stone. This was a sword she had forged herself using mundane iron. Both the sword and Ji Wushuang were unremarkable in appearance. Yet, as she grasped the sword, the old man could sense a change in her aura. Not only her presence but the very space around her seemed to shift. As though the air concealed a sharpness and lethality, as they propelled the spirit vessel through the clouds, they finally beheld a scene of carnage and horror beneath the cloud cover. It turned out that the throng of spirit beasts below was not the main body of this beast tide. The true horde was here, dense and obscuring the sky. The center of the spirit beasts. The water serpent and ghost dragon were locked in a fierce struggle, their fangs embedded in each other's necks. While lightning crackled around them, obliterating any spirit beasts that dared approach, turning them to mere dust. The thunder is not a divine punishment, but rather an extraordinary phenomenon born from the collision of frantically compressed water, elemental energy, and nether energy. In other words, it is a contest of innate abilities between the water serpent and the ghost-headed dragon. This explains why, in most situations, the powerful vie for dominance while the weak flee in fear. In the face of such formidable strength, they appear as insignificant as ants. Yet, the spirit beasts have now gone mad. If this continues, not only will the water serpent and the ghost-headed dragon perish, but the frenzied spirit beasts will also meet their doom. This would deal a catastrophic blow to the ecosystem of this realm. It cannot persist. Taking a deep breath, Ji Wushuang instructed the old man, Stand behind me and do not take a step forward. The old man furrowed his brow. How do you plan to quell this conflict? Ji Wushuang, holding a sword in one hand, replied calmly. With this sword, a sword. This ordinary iron sword? The old man stared intently at Ji Wushuang, only to witness her slowly drawing the sword in a graceful arc, a gesture of transcendent elegance. In an instant, an immense sword intent erupted from her petite, fragile frame. That formless sword pierced through the thunder. It cleaved the vast ocean. It dispelled the phantoms. The seemingly endless sky appeared to split open into a profound chasm. The elemental energies of heaven and earth were intercepted by the sword intent. The heavens themselves seemed to be divided in twain. What a spectacular and grand scene it was. Such a miracle could hardly be overstated. No, even a deity cannot cleave the sky above, for deities exist within the bounds of heaven and earth. Yet this girl before me, this delicate wielder of the sword, has already transcended the confines of creation. The old man gazed in astonishment, and suddenly blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. As the meridians throughout his body surged, the realm he had struggled with for millennia, which had remained stagnant, finally stirred as the girl shattered the heavens with her sword. What is heaven? Heaven is a confinement of the Tao. Heaven is a self-imposed limitation. They have lived beneath the heavens since childhood. It was the girl's sword that revealed to him the truth. Heaven is merely this, for heaven can indeed be shattered. Amidst the continuous resonance of sword intent, Ji Wushuang suddenly heard thunder. Not the clash of the water serpent and the ghost-headed dragon, but genuine thunder, the kind that heralds a breakthrough, is someone about to ascend? No, no, no. Ji Wushuang looked closer and realized it appeared to be purple lightning. Is someone about to transcend? Surely not. Ji Wushuang. Behind her, the old man's flesh and blood swelled at an astonishing rate. No longer resembling the frail figure of old age, his features became deep and clear, his nose elegantly high and refined, his lips perfect as spring blossoms. The old man, no, rather the youth, slowly opened his eyes. Golden irises shimmering like a solar corona. Ji Wushuang's lips twitched as she murmured, "Goodness, so you're the one about to ascend." The youth respectfully saluted Ji Wushuang, saying, "I am Lian Yu, the former island master of Divine Dragon Island. Thank you, young friend, for your inspiration. I shall await you in the higher realms." Had it not been for Ji Wushuang's sword, Lian Yu would not have transcended the confines of heaven. Instead, he would have gradually exhausted his life within fixed thoughts. It was Ji Wushuang's sword that provided him enlightenment. Although Ji Wushuang had suspected the old man was extraordinary, she had not anticipated his ascension. Ah, how enviable! Ji Wushuang waved her hand dismissively. There's no need to wait. I lack spiritual roots and might very well perish in a century. Lian Yu frowned. With your strength, how can you belittle yourself so? Ji Wushuang had no intention of explaining, instead pointing to the two entwined serpents in the sky. Before you leave, separate those two for me. Very well. Chapter 98. Are you a devil in human guise? Earlier, under the sweeping sword intent of Ji Wushuang, the spirit beasts had already returned to normal. Later, with Lian Yu breaking through his inner demons and shattering the threshold of ascension, the heavens gathered thunder in response to his sudden enlightenment. A true celestial thunder that could disperse all malevolent spirits. This included the allure of the life-reviving pill. With the temptation of the pill gone, the spirit beasts instantly regained clarity, recalling how they had been bewitched into seeking to devour the dragon and peak 7th-tier spirit beasts. It was utterly insane. No, no, no. Insanity scarcely encapsulated their self-reproach. They wished they could whip themselves with their tails in punishment. Thus, the spirit beasts cried out in despair, swiftly escaping from death, diving into the depths of the sea, leaping into the ocean, frantically flapping their wings to flee into the azure sky, and some even activating their innate abilities to escape, in an instant, apart from the water serpent and the ghost-headed dragon. All other spirit beasts vanished. Lian Yu stepped forward with ease, effortlessly separating the water serpent and the ghost-headed dragon. The two, still unwilling, were each seized by Lian Yu's hands and brought before Ji Wushuang. The water serpent and Lian Yu were old acquaintances. To be frank, the water serpent had refrained from attacking Divine Dragon Island for years because of Lian Yu. This man had reached the peak of cultivation for many years, posing a formidable competitor. The water serpent had only dared to venture near Divine Dragon Island to hunt, having surmised that Lian Yu's life was nearing its end. Yet, unexpectedly, Lian Yu, in the twilight of his decline, had broken through his inner demons. The serpent was furious. The water serpent cursed. "Let go of me!" Lian Yu immediately performed a hand seal, rendering the water serpent mute. He tossed both creatures before Ji Wushuang, who raised her hand to sense their auras, noting that they appeared unharmed. Having considered this, Ji Wushuang then struck the water serpent's head forcefully. "Why did you attack the dragon?" The water serpent widened its eyes in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that such a mere human dared to treat it, a proud 7th-tier spirit beast, with such audacity. Clearly, the water serpent did not believe that sword strike had been delivered by Ji Wushuang. It assumed Lian Yu had suddenly taken up swordsmanship. However, the ghost-headed dragon knew. Its gaze towards Ji Wushuang was complex, falling into silence for a moment. "You too," Ji Wushuang reproached the ghost-headed dragon. "Are you foolish? Do you not realize you are malnourished and just born? Why would you clash head-on with such an old being?" The water serpent. Who are you calling old? Your entire family is old. Ji Wushuang. As a dragon, how can you lack cunning? You do not even live up to your name, ghost-headed dragon. No, this dragon is not that cunning. Yet the ghost-headed dragon regretted its arrogance and excessive pride. Believing solely in its bloodline, in truth, isn't it normal to evade and step aside? Even if it were a true dragon, it would still need to disguise itself until it matured. Let alone it is merely a dragon. It must reflect on its own actions. Furthermore, did you not notice what has incited your rage? One serpent, one dragon. Lian Yu coughed lightly. It is the life-reviving pill. That pill has gradually stripped you of your reason, compelling you to fight even to the point of injury. The water serpent, having experienced the most prosperous era, naturally recognized the life-reviving pill. It promptly examined its meridians and indeed detected a peculiar aura. The water serpent, it wanted to curse but could not speak, leaving it frustrated. Enough, Ji Wushuang said coldly. Today's events are not to be pursued further. Also, you are not young. Do not bully a junior. It is utterly disgraceful. If you wish to break through, learn from Lian Yu. I think it better to advance on your own merits, even if you devoured the ghost-headed dragon's flesh and beast core today to ascend. When you ascend, the heavenly laws will still judge you. Do you think you can pass through the judgment unscathed? You will face obliteration. Not a single hair will remain. The water serpent. It certainly understood this point. It was simply out of options. However, now, witnessing Lian Yu preparing to ascend after breaking through his inner demons, the water serpent suddenly held its breath. If Lian Yu can accomplish this, then I surely can as well. After Ji Wushuang delivered a lengthy admonition, she tied the tails of the ghost-headed dragon and the water serpent together and nodded. Good. Now that you have clasped hands, you are friends, and you must never fight again. If you do, I shall punish you. The water serpent shot Ji Wushuang a look of disdain, seemingly saying, Just you? Lian Yu remained silent for a moment but ultimately revealed the truth to this old acquaintance. That sword that shattered the heavens was wielded by Ji Wushuang. Look at the elemental energies in the sky. They have yet to converge. The water serpent, it abruptly raised its head to gaze at the divided heavens, shaking its head in disbelief. It could not accept this. Ji Wushuang, feeling pain throughout her body, had expended considerable energy with that sword strike, yet she still had the strength to intimidate a small serpent. With a cold smile, she retrieved another sword from her spatial stone and lightly struck the serpent's tail. With a soft sound,